Been competitive in a lot of games.
Like Minnesota won a game where they had net 3 passing yards. And they won it by 2 scores. They had net 3 passing yards. The Cowboys would never do. They would never win a game when they have net 3 passing yards by 2 scores.
No, I wouldn't want to have net 3 passing yards in a game, though.
I wouldn't either. I think that's terrible. But like the reality is like you're going to be picking behind those two teams. Maybe if you win and they lose, and that's very likely that you win and they lose. And that's why I was so upset with their decision to play the starters. I get it, but bench them at halftime. Joe Milton, let Joe Milton play. We saw, because we're seeing quite a bit, and I'm glad. We saw Mingo. Mm-hmm. We saw Tolbert. And I'm happy that Shoddy allowed Tolbert to go out there and put some stuff on tape.
Sure.
And same thing with Mingo, and same thing for Turpin. Let him go out there, because there's a chance you don't bring, I guess Turpin's locked in, but you're not bringing Tolbert back. You're probably not going to bring Mingo back.
Yeah.
Let him put some stuff on tape. Let him see what they get another job.
Sure.
So I was glad
and then again, that's why Dak would want to play.
And do it with Dak.
Because Dak would want to play because Dak, and he's talked about this before, if guys have incentives or guys are playing for contract opportunities, he has said this at his locker before in previous seasons, like, I'm not going to just abandon them while they're out there trying to get where they need to go.
Right, and I respect that. But, at the same time, like, there's next year, there's injury risk, and let's see who else can play.
This was a bizarre game in terms of just how dominant Dallas was in a lot of ways. They ran almost 90 plays yesterday.
It's a lot.
They ran more pass plays. If you just took their pass plays and their run plays, they ran more plays than the Commanders did combined. So they ran the ball more times than the Commanders ran plays total, and they threw the ball more times or dropped back more times than the Commanders had plays total. They had the ball for 40 minutes. They, like I said, 90 plays. They had 20 third down opportunities in this game. They went 8 for 20 on third down in this one. They went 6 for 6 on fourth down.
It's good.
It's great.
Yeah,
and that to me that's one of the things that you're probably getting the benefit out of this, playing it out a little bit, is you're trying to figure out some of those situations, get live reps with those situations for next year. In fact, they had the note, the Cowboys did. Cowboys PR put out the note that was the highest rate of... That's the first time a team's gotten 100% fourth down conversion, going for it that many times since the Redskins in 1991.
Wow. 20 third down attempts seems like double what normal is.
It's a ton. You'll get up to 14 sometimes, yeah. But 20 is a lot. The Commanders had 6.
That's obscene.
Yeah. The Commanders had the ball for 21 minutes. The Commanders ran total 41 plays. Dallas ran 87. It was absurd, the differences in terms of how much they were out there on the field. Dallas, look, a lot of this was effective. They were running the ball really well yesterday, but you can always run on a Dan Quinn defense. We saw that here. They didn't stop the run very well. They weren't very efficient stopping the run. And there was it was an odd off game for Dak where
he wasn't great.
I don't know if I can remember the last time he started a game 0 for 4. And then there were some wobblers out there. And maybe it was super windy. I know they referenced wind, but man, Dak had some throws where I was like, that thing is wobbling coming out of his hand.
Kickoff?
Yeah, where it hooked.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you had Brandon Aubrey push one way right. But then there were other times he'd go out there and he'd kick. Like he was kicking the next time he went up there to kick. Yeah. It was straight down the line. Right. No issue. So it made me wonder, okay, is there that much of a wind? Is it just gusting every now and then? But it was an odd game to watch where you felt like Dallas was dominant the whole time. But then also at the same time you were watching it going man, there were some ugly aspects of this game that they had.
Yeah. It's, these games that we're going to see here this week and next week. And we'll talk about this because yesterday, I think, really set up for Week 18 to be one of the worst weeks ever.
For the NFL or for the Cowboys?
For the NFL in general. I don't think there's any games that have any meaning. There's a chance. Yesterday hurt. Mm-hmm. Yesterday hurt a little bit because Denver won and Minnesota won. And that knocked out, Denver,
that clinched it for Green Bay. So your spot from your pick from the Packers is no lower than 19th now.
Correct, right?
Mm-hmm. That's as low as it can get.
Yeah, and From the other standpoint, obviously the NFC is also completely locked in terms of we know who the 7 are. All 7 teams are locked in. Right, and except for maybe you could change up things with the South.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at here. I would guess that they would want I would guess next week Carolina, Tampa, who are the 2 fighting for the NFC South. They want that to still be in play because that would I imagine would be the primetime game.
I've got it all set up. I got to figure it out. We will do that coming up at 7:00 in terms of what all has to happen this week because it could be bad. But, the Cowboys are in that. They're part of that because they didn't have the season that they wanted to have. And now we're going to have the same kind of game that we had this week and the same kind of game that we had last week. Felt a little different. It felt a little different because it was like, all right, we didn't have a whole week to prepare. And I assume there's going to be a lot more reserves playing this coming week than there was this week, than there was yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's just the nature of Week 18 in the NFL.
Yeah, I'm sure. That's what we're looking at.
We're going to do Star Up, Star Down here coming up at 6:20. We got we got a great audio segment during the junk drawer at 7:40.
Oh,
with Gavin Dawson.
Man, Gavin Dawson has some wiping problems, or maybe he has a wiping solution,
or maybe it's a solution. You don't know. All right, Star Up, Star Down. Your Cowboys report card coming up next. Sean and RJ, 105 through the Fan.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Let me get you on over to Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue of the morning show, and of course the Texas Rangers. They have all the locations working. Dallas Farmers Market, go enjoy this awesome weather that we're getting this week on their patio that's turfed. They got the private seating with the cabanas. They got the TVs. They have the entertainment, and they have the world-class brand new facility on the inside with the best craft cocktail and bourbon program in barbecue. Of course, the home base is in Arlington. How do I know they have a sick patio? Because we had Fan Bowl there a couple of years ago, and they got the Haters Bar with the open windows to enjoy the 75 or 80 degrees. They got Mansfield, where they're now delivering as well, and of course, you can never forget about Fort Worth. Stop on by, tell them Sean for the Fan sent you, and enjoy the prime brisket, the beef ribs, the bacon burnt ends, the spare ribs, the turkey, the house-made sausage, pulled pork, smoked quail, and the jalapeno glazed chicken halves, and go and look at the other Mexicu items that Brandon Hurtado is always changing up. It's Hurtado and HurtadoBBQ.com.
Shop produce at Whole Foods Market. Get 2 avocados from Mexico, organic large Hass avocados for $4 with Prime through January 1st. They're the perfect way to top your sourdough or rice bowls. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Guys, you're not alone. 85% of men deal with hair loss. Next Level Med Solutions offers Folix, the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive laser treatment to restore your hair's natural potential. Call 469-991-9292 or go to nextlevelmedsolutions.com. Mention the Fan for an exclusive discount.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Cowboys fans, game day just got even better. Whether you're watching from home or tailgating with a crew, Taco Bueno's got your playbook for flavor. Kick things off with our pork or chicken tamales back for a limited time. Savory seasoned meat and real Bueno taste wrapped up and ready for victory. Grab them in a 3-pack, 12-pack, or a tamale combo platter. Don't wait, they're here for a short time only. Then sweeten the score with our cheesecake chimneys, crispy, creamy, and served with your choice of rich chocolate or tangy raspberry sauce. Don't forget, when the Cowboys win, you win too. Stop by Taco Bueno the very next day to score a free crispy or soft beef taco. No coupon, no catch, just Bueno. Flavor celebrating a victory.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the it means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year on all of the special vehicles you've had your eye on. And at Genesis of Plano, we've got a great selection of new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees. Happy holidays from Huffines.
Clear skies and staying dry today, currently 65.
Brought to you by AmericanEagle.com. At AmericanEagle.com, we believe technology can transform your business. As experts in web design, development, and digital marketing, we bring passion to every project. Achieve digital transformation at AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, Cowboys fans, this season is not game day without the generous spirit of Crown Royal. Whether you're at the tailgate, in the stands, or watching from home, Crown Royal is the reason and the reward for coming together. Grab a glass with the Crown Royal rig at a stadium near you because we'll be sharing the generous spirit with fans across the country. Crown Royal, fueling game day with the generous spirit. Visit www.crownroyal.com/Royal Rig for more on the Crown Royal Rig Tour. Please drink responsibly.
A first-class buying experience. That's what you'll find at Mercedes-Benz of Plano. For 2 years, we've been the recipient of the J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence Award, and it's no wonder why. With state-of-the-art service, the largest Mercedes-Benz inventory in the country, and a history spanning over 80 years, we know what it means to be a dealer of excellence. Come by Mercedes-Benz of Plano for a first-class experience of your own. Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway and online at mbplano.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFW Security.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Get a jolly good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home from now until Christmas. Protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
This segment of The Fan is also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It's Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Sean is out. He is back on Monday. It's the day after Boxing Day.
Yeah, Boxing Day. Big observer of Boxing Day.
Big return
day. What is it?
Day.
Is that what it is? Returns?
Returning, right?
Oh, because you're boxing it up?
I got to return a lot of things.
Do you?
A lot of things. Yeah, because apparently I don't know how to shop with my own children.
Oh, apparently Google says Boxing Day is not about returning gifts.
Oh, well.
It says it's a holiday with origins in giving gifts to servants and the poor, evolving into a big day for shopping sales, watching soccer, and visiting family.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I got to bring back a helmet. It's too small.
Just give him that one.
Yeah, baseball helmet.
Nope, wrong one.
I got to bring back a baseball bat bag. Wrong color.
Hear that, Derek?
That was it. Yeah, I got to bring back. Let's see. I got my wife a hair dryer. Got to bring that one back.
Kristen got Addison a hair dryer.
Too heavy.
It's too heavy?
Yeah, I got her the heavy one. She wanted the light one. I got her the heavy one.
Oh, okay.
So all kinds of things, man. I'm a mess.
My pans went over well. We'll talk about it next segment, but the pans went over well. I mean, sort of well. She was upset when she realized I bought it because it was too expensive.
Star up, star down, your little report card for the Dallas Cowboys in their 30-23 win-loss against the Commanders, Bobby Belt.
Yeah, let's go star up first because they did win, and It does always. I know everybody's gonna say I wanted the draft pick, and I understand it. I feel the same way. But it does. There is a sense of satisfaction and happiness when you do win a game. So at the end of it, when you do win, it is kind of like, yeah, all right, got one. So star up immediately. I think right off the top, Malik Davis.
He's one of mine.
Malik Davis is such a encouraging story if you're talking about, what you want for Jaden Blue. I talked about this in the postgame show yesterday with Zach and Brian, is that Jaden Blue is confounding to everybody right now, right? It's just like, why is he not out there, especially in this would seem to be the time that you'd give him his shots. Jaden Blue's got to learn how to be a pro. That's a big thing for him. Malik Davis was in that spot 4 years ago where they liked him, but they were having to break him a little bit of some bad habits and turn him into a pro. And he recovered from that, and he's become one of the more encouraging players, I think, for them in terms of success stories of a guy who was kind of teetering, was out of the organization for a little bit, and ultimately has worked his way back. And somebody who gets a lot of praise from Dak Prescott. Ran the ball really well yesterday. He's got to get better in pass protection. That's a real struggle for him at times. But, man, when you go 20 carries, 103 yards, and just consistently moving the ball forward and doing what he did, I thought it was a nice day for Malik Davis. So star up for him.
I really like him. I wish they would give him more run. It makes you think, like, obviously, when you see a guy that has, those kind of raw skills bursting through the line like that, and
yeah,
he's
just
really have that.
Solid everywhere.
Yeah.
He's solid at everything except pass protection. He doesn't need to get better at that.
Yeah, it tells me generally one of two things. Like it's either pass protection, like you said, or practice habits. Generally with a football team,
practice habits. He's good.
Is he good?
He was not. That's the thing. Practice habits were not always great. He had some maturity issues early on. But now he's become one of the really good workers. I think for them, it's just been an issue of Javonte Williams has been the bell cow. He's been the guy, and he's kind of done it for him. And
he can do things that Javonte can't. It seems like
he's got a little bit more burst.
It seems like he has more speed.
Yeah, he's got a little bit more burst. But
I need next gen for that. I don't just trust my eyes.
No, he's got a little bit more burst. He's not like a 4.3 guy, but he's not Jaden Blue speed. But he's definitely got a little bit more burst. And yesterday, I thought that was an impressive game, and he's a guy who I know Dak and a lot of the other guys are rooting for in these last couple weeks. That's one of the guys they're playing for, where it's like, hey, give him an opportunity to let him get some experience here. That's somebody that they're excited about. So star up for Malik Davis.
Yeah, I had a star up. Early on, like first two drives, Dak wasn't sharp. The running game really kind of gave them second and third chances on the offense, getting them some yardage, getting them some first downs, allowing them to continue drives. So I had start from Malik Davis also, for the running game. I had I have been critical of him, not even of him, just the contract. But Turpin showed up.
That was a big play.
Big play, great throw.
Still, he needs to be benched from punts. He should not be returning punts anymore. The dude will let stuff bounce. He fair catches things inside the 10. He has had his issues of fair catch, kidding, I'm going to run. It's just there's so many boneheaded plays in the return game, specifically on the punt return game. You want to keep him out there for kick returns, fine. Punt returns, he shouldn't be out there anymore. That's a detriment. But it was nice to see the touchdown that he got there, because that was a play that's the same one we were talking about on Wednesday, where he had pulled up, where they were running it was the same route concept. It was on the outside. They're doing kind of like up and out. So they're doing like basically going to the sideline, outside move to the sideline, and then going up. And so Pickens and Lamb are running those, and that's meant to kind of draw defenders and then see if you can get Turpin vertical with his speed. And last week he pulled up, and Dak threw it, and it sailed 20 yards over his head because he didn't keep running through the route. He ran through the route this time, and the ball was right there, and he's able to pick up, he's able to get the extra burst and score the touchdown there. So it was nice to see them. That was clearly something that would have been discussed this week, is like, do not pull up on that route.
It was 14-3 at the time. They start at their own 3-yard line on that possession after the punt.
Because of Turpin.
Yep. So then you get a first down after the pass to Lamb, and then a couple of plays later you get the 86-yard touchdown pass to Javonte Turpin, where you get his speed into space, It's tough. It's tough to not let him get behind you, because he's not big enough to be like a typical deep threat.
No, he's obviously shorter. He's not like thick or anything.
He's not like Pickens, where you can throw jump balls to him.
No. He's got to win by getting behind the defense. You either get the ball to him in space, or he runs past the defense and you get it over the top. But which is why it's been so maddening that at times they've thrown it to him on third down this year, where it's like we're throwing third down out routes to Turpin, and it's like, gosh, the dude has not been able to finish those catches this year. But it was nice to see it show up a little bit yesterday. So
star up, star down here on the fan.
I'm going to just alternate, because I think there's enough that's good and bad about this game that we can alternate and mix a few of them in. So I'm going to go star down now. Star down to Savon Revel, who, look, I understand he's working his way back in. This is a ramp up, but this is happening too much in man coverage now. That where he gets man coverage opportunities and he's still just getting absolutely worked over, which is supposed to be where he's a little more comfortable. The tackling has not been good. The press man has not been good. The stuff in zone hasn't been great. It's just been a struggle for him the whole way. And then he went down with another apparent injury yesterday, and I guess we'll just have to see. It didn't sound like it was some long-term concern, but it was enough that it took him out of the game, and he has had a tough time ever since he got back in the lineup. His passer rating allowed, I believe, since week 13, which was the Chiefs game. His passer rating allowed is 130, which is just not very good at all, and most of that is in man.
Look, I wrote down. So when I was taking my notes, I just wrote star up, star downs, except for one thing. And I wrote, listen, if we go into next year with an entirely new secondary, all the players, every single one of them, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, I like Bland, but and I think Hooker is okay. I don't think he's great. I think he's okay. If you came back with just those two, I'd be fine. If you blew it up all but Bland, I would understand.
Like Donovan Wilson, he has to retire after that Debo hit. Yeah, you have to retire. You can't come back from that. And you had lower leverage, too.
Dono's a very physical player. He usually, so I think that was just an impressive play from Debo. But, I mean, yeah, it was not great.
Diggs with a horse collar tackle. It's 21-3 game. You can't have a horse. That's like you're a pitcher. A guy bunts a guy over to second base in a 5-run game, and you throw to second to try to double them up. You're up by 5. Take the out.
Yeah.
Like, what are you trying to horse collar tackle somebody for with an 18-point lead?
Look, if you horse collar, that is you trying to make a tackle while still managing to be as far away from contact as possible. So I would guess that's what he was trying to do.
Oh, yeah.
He was trying to do his job without actually being physical. Is what I would guess it is. Which is, it's odd. I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were just mentioned, they're like, Diggs was a lot more, like, I remember Diggs making tackles his rookie year and be like, oh, he's kind of a physical player. And, like, it's gone now. It's not what he does anymore. But it was, I think that what you saw yesterday from Revel specifically was just, it was not good. And it continues to not be good. Get the kinks out now. Diggs had some really bad moments his rookie year, and then he bounced back and looked really, really good after that. And so hopefully this is just the rookie lumps, but rookie lumps or not, it's a star down.
Star down. Star down to the tackling. Dude,
2 weeks in a row.
I mean, there was a play here. Number 13 for them he was 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He winds up gaining a yard. He was stopped. He had 3 guys on him and the sideline. This was on that reverse play. And then a couple of plays later, that Krosky, why do they call him Bill?
I don't know. I think he's like I've heard it explained before, but I cannot remember what it is.
So he loses his balance. Right, and he still gains an extra 5 yards after he got contact, hit.
He's a good player, man.
His balance, like the tackling on this team is just so bad. What?
You know why you got that nickname?
No,
he took the nickname after the character from the children's television series Little Bill for having a near bald hairstyle in his youth. Little Bill was also that children's cartoon created by Bill Cosby. So I don't know that I would have kept it, but.
You're allowed to enjoy Bill Cosby's comedy.
Are you allowed to go by his title character and say, "Hey, I'm Little Bill Cosby"?
What if it was you were Huxtable? You call yourself Huxtable?
I don't know, man. I think I would come up with
You're
something
just out
else.
on all things Bill.
I just wouldn't go by one of his characters' names. Like I wouldn't just be like, "Yeah, I'm Dr. Huxtable."
Was this done before?
Yeah, he took this is way before any of this came out. That he would have. Little Bill's from like 25 years ago.
Your grandfather then.
I guess so. But man, if I went by the nickname Dr. Huxtable, I think I'd change it.
Yeah, you could. That's possible. That's true. All right, start down.
Yeah, let's go star up here. Tyler Smith played much better at tackle yesterday.
Okay.
A bunch of, there were several dropbacks in this game. And look, I know Dak was sacked 6 times, and we'll get into some of the reasons for that a little bit later. All 6 of those sacks came in the same coverage look from the Washington Commanders, which were cover 4 and cover 6. So a lot of that was coverage sacks, and they were not on Tyler Smith for the most part. I thought Tyler Smith played much better in pass protection this game. He's somebody who clearly does not want to spend a lot of time at tackle. He has made that pretty clear, it felt like, earlier this week when he was talking to the media. But in terms of just finding balance, finding a rhythm, getting into the spot where he needed to be, and finding a rhythm there and finding some confidence, I thought Tyler Smith was much better in pass protection, and that's an encouraging sign for the future. So star up to Tyler Smith in this one.
What did you think of the interior of the O-line?
It was bad. It was really bad. Specifically, Tyler Booker had a really bad day. Right side of the line. You can go start down for the right side of the line. Terrence Steele and Tyler Booker.
Center?
Center was so-so. Really yesterday, there were a lot of instances where they were able to hold things down and do what they need to do. They did universally pretty much. They did a good job blocking things up in the run game, but the pass protection at times was really, really rough for them. So I think right side of the line was not very good. Center and left guard were okay. Tyler Smith was good at left tackle.
Yeah, hell, Dax took 6 sacks, 5-6 sacks.
Yep. I mean, like I said, we'll get into it a little bit later. There was a couple years ago where cover 2 and split safeties, that was Dak's kryptonite. That's how teams were starting to try and slow him down. You're starting to see the second half of the season, teams are way ratcheting up cover 4 with him. And yesterday versus cover 4 and cover 6, which cover 6 is a modified version where it's cover 2 on one side and cover 4 on the other side. Yesterday, Dak against cover 4 and cover 6 was 6 for 17, and he was sacked 6 times.
They just force you to be patient.
You're just taking things away deep, and then you're kind of keeping things in front of you. You're tackling, and with the guys that they have, they like to push some things vertically down the field, so it can be difficult. And so if they're playing things that way, and things are taking more time to develop, you got to block things up for longer, and they haven't been able to do that nearly as much.
It's the 6 a.m. Club. Start down here on 105 through the fan. It's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. How was your Christmas? We'll get into all the Christmas activities coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, we got Cowboys Commanders Christmas Day. We react to all of it right out of the gate at 2 o'clock. Plus, Brian's got the film breakdown, 340 Krusty's Corner. Join the nation on a Football Friday. Stephen Jones at 3, 2 to 7 on The Fan.
Sean Sharif here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Frankel & Frankel first, the go-to car wreck attorneys in...
Segment of the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone priced to sell. Silverado, Tahoe, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 23 and 24.
It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. RJ, Choppy, Bobby Belt, Larry Flores in for Peyton. EP.
Larry putting the D in Flores.
That's right. That's right. Aiden out.
Until 8.
Until 8.
We're calling him Aiton now.
Aiton. Is that new? He'll be here now for 8 o'clock every day?
I assume if we're figuring out potentially shifting things around.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Someone's not going to be happy about that one.
I mean, the guy who's generally unhappy about things is not working here anymore.
Wow,
so.
Okay, very nice. All right, there we go. All right, we're going to get back into the NFL coming up at 7 o'clock. It's setting up for a terrible, terrible Week 18 if a couple of things fall some ways. But how was your Christmas, Robert?
It wasn't bad.
You stayed in town.
I stayed in town. I did not go to D.C. It's been a lot of continuous non-sleep for me. So Laura had the flu last week, and that has not lingered. It's gone. But she's got that chesty thing she's still just like trying to kick. And so
she's chesty, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Okay. So she's coughing a bunch all night. And typically that wouldn't be a problem except for because she was sick and I was sick, Kristen, who's a like paranoid individual when it comes to illness in the house, did not want to she was like, all right, sick people take care of the sick people. So you take care of her, and that way we're not spreading the sickness anywhere else. So I was like, okay, fine. But now she's past it. Kristen is not convinced. And so Kristen is like, well, she needs a couple more nights before we put her back in her room. And so she's been sleeping on Kristen's side of the bed, and Kristen has been sleeping in one of the other rooms. Well, that has been a problem because Laura is coughing like all night.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like waking her up, and then she's like waking me up, and she's like, can I have some water? Can I get some water? Can I do that? And so I have been sleeping, I think, like roughly 2 to 3 hours a night for about a week straight now because I just can't. It keeps getting interrupted. I woke up this morning at 2 because she was having some issue, and then I couldn't go back to bed. So I was just sitting there in bed until it was 5, and then I was like, all right, well, I'll get up now, and I guess I'll try to go to work.
Gosh.
So that's been a lot. So yesterday, Christmas morning, I got to sleep in a little bit, but it is, of course, Christmas morning. They want to see what they got. They want to do all that, but I was not going to drive up here to do my hit. So I had to do it from home. So I had to do it with the Comrex that I had at home. My hit was not until 9:40, and it's a 15-minute hit. So I told them, I was like, just so y'all know, we're not going to get into all this stuff until I can finish my hit. So I kind of tortured them, not on purpose, that they were not able, they were up since like 7. They were not allowed to like actually break into anything Christmas until 10. So that's 3 hours that they had to kind of just sit. And I'll give them credit for the patience and everything else. And when it was finally time to open them, we did the rabid anarchy of just everybody open their presents all at once. Just go. Just start digging into them.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we just went for the free-for-all. So they're all just...
there's two kinds of families.
We've typically done the go around the room. Yeah. This time it was late and everything. This is like, y'all just get to your presents. We know you've been waiting.
Yeah.
And so they just started ripping things up, and it was a mess. But it was good. It was good otherwise.
Good. Yeah, Sarah's mad at me this morning because I said goodbye to her this morning.
Oh, that's...
Oh, and I woke her up.
Oh.
She's still awake.
Kristen hates
very
that.
Mad. She's very mad at me.
When I wake Kristen up, she's like, I don't go back to sleep. So I just, I used to try and be really sweet. I'd like walk up and like kiss her on the forehead while she was asleep or something and leave. Yeah. And a couple times I woke her up and she was like, you woke me up this morning. And I wasn't able to go back to bed.
I didn't mean
to. Okay, well, sorry. I guess I'll just stop kissing you goodbye.
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to have to come to.
It's just no more
goodbyes. I want to acknowledge her goodbye. And that's, half the time, I wake up a little bit. If I get ready early and I've got a few minutes, I try to.
Yeah. I mean, what do you do with...
Start the day off right?
Yeah. What do you do with the other 90 seconds after that?
I leave.
No, okay.
I just get in the car and go. But the football game screwed up, and the NFL has screwed up everything.
Boy, you're sounding like Barkley.
Yeah, I know.
Charles Barkley hates the NFL today.
So, I'm divorced, obviously, so my kids, they spend, well, the way we always do it is they spend the morning with their mom and her parents, and then the afternoon with me and my parents. And then I just take them after Christmas and I keep them, for the weekend or the rest of the week, however the schedule shakes out.
Do you feel like that helps your gift planning? Would you rather lead off their Christmas or follow behind mom?
I like to end it. So we didn't do. So like we did. We've always been a Christmas Eve. Like my parents have always been a Christmas Eve presents family.
Yeah, we were too.
So we did.
Which I found out that's wild to a lot of people who are not. But like you being from the Northeast, that surprises me because I guess Midwest and some Southern people do that, but otherwise that is considered just heresy.
I think it's an Italian Catholic thing.
Oh, is that what it is?
I always assumed it was a Catholic. That's everybody I knew growing up did that. But so we did. So my mom and me and my nephew and Aunt Surrection, which I got a story for you on that one.
Ooh,
Holy
can't
cow.
wait.
Oh my God. We did Christmas Eve for us, but Christmas Day was with the kids. But the Cowboys played, so it was like that pushed us back till 5 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And so we went to my mom's and did my mom's presents for the kids. And then we came back to our house and did our gifts for the kids. That's where Sarah and I opened our presents together with the stuff we gave each other. So it's a mismatch.
What did you get?
She got me On Cloud sneakers.
What are those?
Oh, they're fantastic.
I've never heard of them.
Oh, my God. I'm going to be like 6'1". These things are amazing. They're like the most comfortable things ever. So I'm officially old.
I've seen those.
My aunt got me a heating pad. I'm officially old.
Dude, a heating pad. If you find a right heating pad, that is erotic.
I got
almost.
a heating pad and I got slippers. I'm officially old.
Slippers, yeah. Do you still have the robe that I brought for the sleepover?
I do have the robe. Absolutely still have the robe.
Should throw the robe on with the slippers. I bet it's a whole... Maybe get a corncob pipe.
Yeah.
I bet it's a whole thing. I didn't get anything, which is what I wanted.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know. I've hit the stage of life. I mean, so when I was younger, I was I don't want anything individual because, I don't know. When I look back on it, I think I was just kind of being like a kind of a douche about it, probably. Just like, oh, I don't want anything. But like, you know, it was, then if nobody would give me anything, I'd be like, they didn't give me that. Now at this stage of my life, I genuinely don't want anything. I want to get stuff for the kids. That's what I care about. That's what I'm prioritizing. I want to get Kristen one thing. And that's probably the unfair part of it, is because I still want to get Kristen something. I tell her not to get me anything. And so then she feels like a lot of anxiety of like, is this a trick? You're telling me not to get you something, then you're getting something that's like a significant gift. So I got her those Hex-clad pans, which were $800 When she said that she wanted that, I was like, oh, okay, I'll get that. That's no problem. Then I found out how much they cost, and I was blown away. I don't have a house, so I can't take out a mortgage like you guys.
True, yeah.
So I end up just getting them. And when I told her, because they're not here yet, they got delayed shipping here. So when I told her on Wednesday night what it was she was getting, she was like pissed. Like, she was happy. She wants them and everything else, but she's like, why? You know how many things I've said I wanted? She's like, why did you get that one? She's like, that's expensive. I said it once, like in passing, blah, blah, like, yeah, they're nice. I like them, but she has just such a visceral reaction to spending what she thinks is aggressive amounts of money, because like we mentioned before, she grew up broke. Mm-hmm. So she just is like,
tough habit to break.
It's like an internal anxiety and just like weight of, oh my gosh, you can't spend that much money on anything. That's ridiculous. That's wild. And so she was unhappy about that aspect of it. She was glad I got something. But then again, she was talking about it. She's like, I feel like, you know, if you got that, like I should have gotten you something.
Right.
And so the girls did get me one thing. They got me one of those, I assume this was more for them. They got me one of those soda streams. You know those? The things to make your own soda at home.
Oh, the CO2 things?
Yeah, with the and they've got, cool. It comes with they got me like Pepsi Zero, like syrup with it. And then so like you can basically make Pepsi Zero at home or whatever, and like different things like that. And so I assume that was more for the girls. It's cool. I drink a lot of Coke Zero and stuff like that and Pepsi Zero. And so I assume that was for them though also, because they were quickly like, hey, do you want to make some soda? And so,
yeah.
But that was what I got out of it. I was glad though ultimately that Kristen didn't get anything, because I just want to get through the holidays. I'm very much let's just get through this. Like I don't pass that to other people, but in my own head I'm just like anxious. Like, did we get enough stuff? Are they gonna like it? We got to do this. We're gonna have to go see these people, and so it's just like it's very much like I'm just locked in and focused and not usually enjoying it a ton. And instead I'm just going like, all right, checking off a list, and let's try to get through the end of this.
Man, I hope it drags on, because the way my brain works is like we've gotten to the bottom of the calendar year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I do the calendar, like stack it in a row, and then when you get to the top again, it's a grind. So I want to believe.
Oh, there's definitely when we get back on. What is that? What's the first Monday of the year? January 5th, like the first Monday, full week of the year. When we get back on January 5th. It is a little bit like, you look at it, it's like mid-May is the next stop and breathe.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in terms of, like, you could take time off in there, but in terms of just the next holiday season where a bunch of people are outside of, like, spring break, which is kind of a vague thing, but it's like you're talking about getting into mid to late May.
Yeah, you get your President's Day and your Martin Luther King Day, and you get, is there maybe one other that's thrown in there?
Yeah.
You know, but it's very rare. You're looking at a long stretch, a long grind.
Yeah, because I look at it as it's like Memorial Day is like the next one you get of just because Memorial Day it's one day, but people are usually like, all right, kids are getting out of school around then, people are taking off big time. So that's the next time we actually get to stop and
breathe,
exhale a little bit.
There you go. Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas. I'll tell you this.
Have yourself.
Man, did you? I did dive into. I went to church on.
I know Sean was floored. You went to church.
I'm a highly religious individual.
No, I told him I was like, because I told him later. I was like, we were talking. I was like, why were you surprised Choppy went to church? I was like, he is 100% a holiday Catholic.
Absolutely.
Like he's got like perfect attendance on holidays.
Yeah,
that's when he'll go.
I do.
But outside of that, yeah, he's. I'm an elite church joke cracker.
Is there such a thing?
Yeah, like there was this old man playing guitar.
Yep.
All right. And I'm just, I'm sitting there with my nephew. I'm sitting there next to him because my mom was in the choir. That's why we went, really. And I'm just like, what level of arthritis has this dude's got? Like, just out there strumming this guitar. You had the guy come out, the same guy every year, sings the same song. It's just one hit. He comes out, he sings one song.
What's his hit?
Mary, Did You Know?
Mary, did you know?
It's one hit. It's the only thing he sings. Comes out once a year.
It's a Mark Lowry song.
I don't know who that is.
He's the guy who wrote it.
And then, of course, they had the remixes.
It's a beautiful song, by the way.
It is. It's a great song. They were doing the remixes of all these songs, adding verses. And you can always tell when they add a verse because they use language that you would never use.
Yee.
Right. you always know when they're adding verse. I'm a stickler for religious Christmas songs. I don't mess with them.
Yeah.
They always mess with them.
If you want an O, there better not be an H on there.
That's right.
If you're saying O in the song, it better be just the letter O. Oh, come all ye faithful.
And I don't want to see any
come,
E's.
oh, come, Emmanuel, but no H, yeah.
I don't want to see any E's. It's got to be an apostrophe. It's not heaven. It's HEAV apostrophe N.
Yeah,
I don't want to see any E's. I know your tricks.
Yeah, see, that's the way that you have to do it.
I know your tricks. Is this setting up to be the worst final weekend in NFL history? It might, depending on what happens on Sunday. It's Sean and RJ here, 6 o'clock hour. Join us here, 105 through the Fan.
When sports news breaks this morning, we promise you'll hear it here first. Turn it on and leave it on. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan and on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn app.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by DFW Security.
This is Dave Smith with your Odyssey Sports Minute. As bad as the Dallas Cowboys were this year defensively, and as bad as the Detroit Lions were this year defensively, I have the solution. Their offenses are fine. Rex Ryan is the man. He might not have been a great head coach, but Rex Ryan is a brilliant defensive coordinator. Lions, hire him. Cowboys, hire him. If either one of you hire him, it could be a Super Bowl next year. Bring in Rex Ryan to fix that defense, and I think you're going to be okay. This is Dave Smith.
What's up, football fans? Picture this. You bet on your favorite player to score the first touchdown in the game, but his teammate scores instead. If this happens, BetMGM wants to give you another chance at the end zone. With BetMGM's second chance promotion, you'll get your stake back if your first touchdown scorer scores second instead. That's right. Bet on any pro football player to score the first touchdown of the game. If you're right, you win. If your player scores second, you get your stake back in cash. With BetMGM's second chance offer, you have a chance to keep the fun going after the first player crosses the goal line. Try a first touchdown scorer wager with confidence today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older. This specific promotional offer is not available in Mississippi, Pennsylvania, Puerto Rico, or Ontario. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Available in the U.S. 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369 in New York. In Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP. In Massachusetts, 1-800-327-5050. 1-800-BETS-OFF in Iowa. 1-800-981-0023 in Puerto Rico. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards paid back in unrestricted withdrawable funds. In partnership with Kansas Crossing Casino and Hotel.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here for my good friends over at Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. It's Gilchrist Automotive. They're always hooking you up on that brand new Ford car, truck, SUV. Adam Vinci is the GM right between I-20 and Highway 80. The year-end sales event, it's going on. Massive, massive savings. How about this? 0% for 60 months and no payments for 90 days on a 2025 Ford Escape, the Ford Explorer, the Transit Van, the Super Duty, the F-150. You can get 0% for 72 months or 60 months and the no payments for 90 days on a Mach-E and a Ford Lightning. Adam's got the largest selection of Super Duties that you're going to find. F-450s, 350s, 250s, full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. Maybe you want to lease it. You get a 48-month lease on a Mach-E for $480 a month. The Bronco Sport and the Ranger, 48-month lease for $399 a month. And the F-150, the Explorer, and the full-size Bronco, 48-month lease, $499 a month. PlatinumFord.com to customize it or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in tax debt? Do not ignore this message. The IRS has more power than any collection agency in America. Often without warning, they can garnish your wages, levy your bank account, place a lien on your home, seize assets like your business, and revoke your passport. Every year, thousands lose their paychecks overnight or have their assets seized because they waited too long. You don't have to face the IRS alone. Call Federated Tax today. We'll connect you with an experienced tax professional who will negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. You may qualify for IRS hardship programs like the Fresh Start Initiative or many other programs that can stop garnishments, stop bank account seizures, reduce or eliminate penalties, and lower your settlement amount. You deserve to maintain your life. Don't let the IRS take it over. Make the call today to Federated Tax, 800-452-5417. The call and consultation are absolutely free. 800-452-5417. 800-452-5417.
Tolos, as parents, we'd all hope that someone would help our kids if they were in need. You have a chance right now to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's easy, free towing, paperwork done, and a tax deduction. Your car helps at-risk kids at Texans Can Academies earn a diploma. Visit carsforkids.org. Right off the car, not the kid.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
Dallas hockey fans, get ready to score big. Freebirds is proud to be the official burrito of the Dallas Stars. And when the Stars score 3 goals, rewards members eat free.
That's right. When the Stars put 3 on the board, you get a free chicken burrito the very next day. Not a member yet? Just sign up for Freebirds Rewards and skate on in to claim your victory.
Join Rewards today to unlock exclusive offers, fuel up with flavor, and cheer on your team. Because in Texas, when the Stars heat up the ice, Freebirds fires up the grill.
Don't forget, when the Stars score 3, you eat free. Only at Freebirds, the official burrito of the Dallas Stars.
It's the most wonderful time of the year at DFW Security. Get a jolly good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home. From now until Christmas, protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Felt. Larry Flores in for Peyton Hayden will be here in an hour.
Sean will not be here at all today.
Sean will not be here at all. He is back on Monday.
You heard of Elf on a Shelf? Well, Sean has diarrhea in the toilet. Again, just
that doesn't rhyme.
Ravaged bowels.
That does not rhyme at all.
I don't think it needs to rhyme. Not everything Dylan wrote rhymed.
Do not disparage the greatness of Bob Dylan.
That was not. That's me saying he's great, and he didn't rhyme everything.
Rhyme,
so I don't have to rhyme everything.
Yeah. Coming up at 7:20, Bobby thinks the NFL may have figured out Rain Dakota Prescott. That coming up at 7:20, but this could be shaping up to be the worst final weekend the league has seen in years and years and years. And yesterday did not help at all because obviously the Cowboys and the Commanders have already been eliminated. The Chiefs and Minnesota had already been eliminated. Denver's still fighting for the 1 seed and the division. And the Lions still had playoff hopes. Well, the Lions lost, which means that the NFC is completely locked in terms of, like, everything but the South.
Yeah, in terms of berths.
Right.
Now you still have some questions of seeding. But
right. The what we don't know is it going to be Carolina or Tampa, I guess, in the South. But everything else, because that's the only playoff spot up for grabs. The rest of them are already locked in. San Fran's locked in. Green Bay is locked in. Yada, yada, yada. Seattle, Rams. But let's go down these scenarios. If the Broncos, who already won, and then a Chargers loss to Houston, the AFC West is done if that happens tomorrow. In the North,
which they very easily could lose to Houston.
Absolutely. It's a 2-point spread. In the North, obviously the Packers already clinch a playoff spot from the AFC North. They play the Ravens. But
the Packers, you mean the Steelers? Who are you talking about?
I'm sorry, the Packers already clinched a playoff spot in the NFC North.
Okay, gotcha.
But they play the Ravens.
Okay.
Right? The Ravens and Steelers still are alive. But if the Ravens lose to the Packers, that would clinch a playoff spot in the AFC North for Pittsburgh. Okay, so that division.
Yeah, they want Baltimore to win this week and Pittsburgh to lose.
Right.
Because then they get a division title game next week.
AFC South. The Texans beat the Chargers, right? So there's no way the Jags would be able to clinch the division in this week. But obviously, if the Texans lose and the Jags win,
we're done.
We're done. In the AFC East, the Patriots could clinch this week. So they have the Jets. The Eagles play the Bills. If the Patriots beat the Jets and the Bills lose to Philadelphia, Patriots clinch the AFC East. And these are very plausible.
Yeah.
Right?
But the odds are we're going to get one of these. That'll fall for the league to where they can still have some title game that they can really focus on.
The Bears win the division with a win over 49ers. The Packers obviously have already clinched a playoff spot, but let's say the Bears beat the Niners. Maybe the Packers do win. Obviously the Packers win doesn't affect Detroit anymore. Detroit's already out. But if the Bears beat the 49ers, all they got to do is beat the Niners and they clinch the division.
Mm-hmm.
In the South, you have Seahawks and Panthers. You have Buccaneers and Dolphins. Panthers win the division with a win over Seattle combined with a Tampa loss. That's possible, right? That's very, very possible. And in the NFC West, there's 3 playoff teams. All 3 can still be the number 1 overall seed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say the Seahawks and 49ers lose and the Rams win. That's one thing. But, San Fran is the only team out there that controls their own destiny. This is the one division where you will have something.
Yeah, because there's 3 factors.
Because there's 3 factors. But if San Fran wins out, they're the 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. Well, because they got Seattle next week.
Right.
So, I mean, this is setting up for potentially you will have Panthers versus Bucks for the division title, Steelers versus Ravens,
potentially, and
Seahawks versus 49ers.
Potentially.
Which is not a bad setup for the league if you get those 3.
It's not. But it's also, there's a chance, and some of these are there's not a whole ton of major upsets that have to happen. You've got good games.
Mm-hmm.
Packers could easily beat the Ravens.
Yeah.
Easily. Eagles could easily beat the Bills. You've got some games where this could absolutely still be in play. But my question to you is, yesterday, and I know it's hard when it's a Thursday game, but we got into yesterday thinking, man, you've got some bad games. The Chiefs started a quarterback I had never heard of. Chris Oladukin?
Yeah. I don't know him, but yeah.
That's it? This is his name? Oladukin?
Yeah. Yep.
I had never heard of him.
I don't know who he is.
I had never heard of Brosmer until a couple of weeks ago for Minnesota.
Yeah, and I don't think you'll ever hear of him again.
Yeah, he had 3 net yards. And they still won. Will we get to a point where we flex the Christmas Day games?
I don't know. I don't think...
Can you flex the short week?
No. I just think they need to not have Christmas Day games unless it falls on a Sunday.
What are you going to do on Tuesday in 3 years when it's on a Tuesday?
You're going to play that team on Thursday the week before?
So we have 2 Thursday games the week before?
Yeah. You'd probably have them play a Thursday. You'd probably have them play Thursday, Tuesday, so that they'd get at least a week of rest in there so they weren't going Sunday, Thursday, Tuesday.
Thursday, Tuesday. Yeah, but so you're going to have the same matchup?
What do you mean? Like the same teams
like
playing?
You're going to have multiple teams playing on those Thursdays.
Or you would have to go Thursday. Yeah. I mean, you'd have to figure out they're going to have to start stacking things some way like that.
Because I know a couple years ago they did Saturday, Wednesday, right? And there was 3 games on that Saturday.
What's the last bye week available? Would it have been 2 weeks ago?
The last bye week, yeah.
Okay, so you're going to have to put one of those teams on a bye week, probably.
Ooh, yeah.
You put them on a bye week, and then you throw somebody on a Thursday and then a Tuesday, and then it's like, well, they got a chance to breathe before they had to go through this crush that occurs.
Yeah. That's possible. It's a crazy kind of scenario, but that's where we sit right now as we head into week 17.
If it does set up where there's all 3 of those, though, that's a pretty good end of the year for the league. If they're able to get all 3 of those matchups of Seahawks, Niners, Panthers, Bucks, Ravens, Steelers, biggest pull at that point would be Seahawks, 49ers, though, right?
I think so.
Because nobody wants to watch AFC North football.
No.
That's disgusting.
That's bad.
And I don't think anybody really wants to see the Panthers and the Bucks duke it out.
No, I would think not. I would think not. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan. What's going on with Jordan Lewis?
Poor Jordan Lewis. I hate seeing this. This is just a bummer. And this is your number 2 team.
My number 1.
Or no, yeah, this is your number 1. This is Jacob Ray's number 2 team.
Right.
So this is a top 2 team here. Jordan Lewis will miss the remainder of the season because of a foot injury for the Jacksonville Jaguars that will require surgery. He's had a couple issues with foot injuries during his career. He was injured during the victory over the Broncos last Sunday. Lewis signed a 3-year, $30 million contract with $20 million guaranteed with the Jaguars in March. This is from ESPN. He had 2 interceptions, a fumble recovery, and 39 tackles in 12 games. He also missed 4 games earlier this season because of a neck injury. He's a captain for them, and he's played well when he's been out there. He's been one of the guys who's contributed to that defense being pretty good. But I hate seeing this for him just because he's an older player. I mean, relatively speaking, he's not old in terms of like human years because he's 30 years old, but we're talking about a guy who's going to be 31 next year, is a smaller corner who's dealt with injuries. You're looking at twilight of your career here.
Yeah,
it's starting to wind down, and the Cowboys have missed him so much in terms of just his presence. And I was really hopeful for him that he would be able to have a run here that he deserved, because to me, I've always looked at Jordan Lewis as he is this, for Cowboys fans of this generation, he's Datwin. Where Datwin was like, Datwin was undersized. Datwin was just did everything the right way. Datwin was a guy who at times his own coaches were trying to get rid of him because like he didn't check boxes of what he should be. Same thing Jordan Lewis went through. Jordan Lewis didn't check boxes for Chris Richard. He sat on a bench basically for the entire year. And I remember he came back the next year and we were asking him about it. And then he said, I'm thankful for the bench. The bench made me a better football player. And that's not a perspective a lot of people have. And tough, gritty, big time leader and somebody who fights for it. I remember somebody drew the comparison to me. They're talking about Taco Charlton pouting. Somebody within the organization said this. They were like, this is 2018, Taco Charlton was pouting, and they said, Taco needs to look across the locker room at his old Michigan teammate, Jordan Lewis. Because Jordan Lewis is being held back because of something he can't do a damn thing about. He's 5'10". There's nothing he can do about it. And he's still busting his ass in here every day at practice and trying to get on the field and do things the right way. Taco has everything before him, and everything that's wrong with him is in his control, and he won't do it. And they were just kind of drawing that comparison. But that's Jordan Lewis's reputation here. And so you're talking about a guy who spent 8 years here and made a really strong impact on the locker room culture and everything else. I was really hopeful for him, and it's a bummer to see him have his season cut short because I really, really respect Jordan Lewis, and I hated to see that news.
Good player. He's a good depth guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's starter. He is a starter. He's a nickel. He's a starting nickel.
Well, when I say that, I mean, like, you know, of your starters, you want no weak spots in defense. So, like, you've got good depth on your defense through your starters, and he certainly is. He's on a weak link. That's going to hurt this team.
Yeah.
I mean, defense for them is...
And they've got a lot of young players over there. That's a veteran player who is I know people are going to laugh and go, playoffs. But, I mean, legitimately, Jordan Lewis has played in several playoff games now.
Yeah, and there's
Jordan
very few Jags probably have. I mean, they played, 2 playoff games?
And Jordan Lewis has been in, some big-time, division playoff style games at the end of seasons and stuff like that. So he's somebody who's seen a lot of football. He's dealt with a lot.
Was this his first year there or second?
Yeah, first. And so he is going to be a big time void for them. So that 100% hurts Jacksonville into the playoffs.
Yeah, it really does stink. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Phantom. RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Larry Flores in for Peyton Russell. Has the NFL figured out Dak Prescott? And how did you consume the Cowboy game? From a intense fan perspective.
Were you rooting for a loss? Were you rooting for a win? Did you find yourself getting caught up in the moment? Did you think you wanted to tank, and then at the end you're like, no, win this effing game?
Or were you too deep in the eggnog to even know what's going on? It's all coming up next on Sean and RJ on The Fan.
Let me go ahead and get you on over to the great specials this week at Wild Fork Foods. The website is wildforkfoods.com. Let me know your average time spent on that website. I'm looking forward to these games at night because in the commercial breaks, I'm just sitting there and perusing Wild Fork and loading up the cart. Maybe you have one right next to you. They have 9 DFW locations. Maybe you are one of the 8 states that they deliver to outside of Texas if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Go and take advantage of the holiday specials. The prime bone-in beef ribeye roast that many people want on their Christmas tables. You can go with the choice bone-in black Angus beef ribeye roast. They got choice. They got prime. They have Angus. They have Wagyu. They have Argentinian. They have Brazilian. They have bone-in Berkshire spiral ham, whole ducks, the entire whole...
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Berkey's.
Need a new AC system? Call Berkey's to get up to $4,000 off select Lennox HVAC systems with combined discounts. And 0% financing for 12 months with approved credit. Call 877-BERKEYS or visit Berkeys.com.
This segment of The Fan is also brought to you by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Got Junk Drawer coming up at 7:40. We got to call Gavin Dawson into the courtroom here. We will do that at 7:40 this morning.
Man, it's I think it's highly questionable. It was something that was brought to my attention by Eric Chiafalo, and we've been saving it, but I think that it is very questionable audio, personally. And so I'm sending it over to Larry right now so that we will have it at 7:40.
Bobby Bell in his email last night said, really scroll through the 7 observations that I have and tell me which ones you have takes on. I'm like, well, I have takes on all of them except for one of them.
Yeah, you didn't have a take about Tyler Smith, really.
Yeah, I don't. I follow the ball.
You're just kind of like, screw the trenches.
It's Christmas Day. They're out of it. I ain't watching the offensive line the way Brian Broaddus is.
That's the way we're changing things up, though. That's a new thing that you can get into. That's something to focus on, you know?
I focus on the quarterback.
All right.
I focus on the quarterback. But there were a couple of things in here that I really liked.
Mm-hmm.
And you said that maybe teams are kind of figuring out number 4.
Yeah, so we remember this. It occurred, what was it? It was 2021, I believe it was, where Dak had the strained calf. And when he came back from the strained calf, they played their first game against Denver. And they had a lot of really big problems that day moving the ball. And as the season wore on, there was a whole discussion about, man, there are these too high split safety looks that are kind of putting a cap on everything, and they're taking away what Dak can do down the field. And it was a league-wide thing. You remember, because it was kind of funny. It was like, this is a new invention? Too high safeties running different looks? Like, that's new somehow? And yet the whole league was really struggling to push the ball down the field. And Dak was part of that. And Dak specifically was part of that in regards to cover 2 looks. In fact, if you looked over, I think heading into this season, against cover 2 looks the last 4 years, he was 3 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, something like that. And so it was something that he had struggled with. This year, he's been much more solid with it. Cover 2, cover 3 looks aren't giving him the same sort of issues that he was having in previous years. And in previous years, he's always been pretty good going up against cover 4, which when you look at cover 4, so we've talked about it before. Cover 2, as we mentioned earlier this week when we were breaking down the Trayvon Diggs play, cover 2 is going to be, you've got 2 deep zones where the safeties kind of split half the field, and then you've got 5 underneath zones.
Mm-hmm.
In cover 4, you're running 4 deep zones,
right?
And then you've got 3 underneath zones, and those are going to be like the cornerbacks kind of playing the flats there, and then you've got a linebacker, or you got the linebackers playing the flats there, and then you've got the middle linebacker kind of sitting in the middle of the field, and you're just dropping the corners and the safeties into the deeper part of the field. So cover 6 is a modified look of that. It's something Vic Fangio runs a lot of, but it's cover 4 look on one side of the field, cover 2 on the other. And with Vic Fangio, it can switch to man coverage depending on different things. There's a lot of different nuances to it. But Dak had played pretty well against cover 4 and cover 6 throughout his career. He didn't see a lot of it, but when he would see it, he would generally handle it just fine. That has not been the case this year, and you're starting to see more and more teams that are saying, hey, let's start trying to throw this at him. Let's see if he can handle this, because there's a little bit of a novelty aspect to it before when Dak would see it. He's definitely seen it at a higher rate right now than he has generally over his career. So if we're just looking over the different games this season, so if I were to take the first week of the season and look at, all right, when did this kind of flip for him? When did teams start showing him different looks? So the first several weeks of the season, you had 14 dropbacks against the Eagles where he saw these looks, 5 against the Giants, 8 against the Bears. You had 6 against the Jets. Just very simple. In fact, earlier in the year when the Commanders played them, they had 8. 8 times that Dak dropped back, he was playing cover 4 or cover 6. Then the Broncos game happened, and Dak had a lot of trouble that game with what Vance Joseph was doing. So he went 7 of 12. He had 62 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. And he was sacked 2 times while they were in those looks. The next week, they get the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals play a lot more cover 4 than anybody else in the NFL does. On 23 of his dropbacks, Dak got cover 4 or cover 6. 11 for 18, 76 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception. So this was back-to-back weeks. This was right in the thick of everybody saying the Dallas offense is unstoppable. You're not going to be able to stop them. You're just going to have to score 40 points, which you can do against them, but that's what you're going to have to do. And it kind of seemed to click for some teams at that point. Now, I know Matt Eberflus is just committed to what he does. But other defensive coordinators...
he's stubborn. Okay.
But other defensive coordinators across the NFL will watch things on tape and go,
whoa,
we should be doing some of this.
Do that?
We should do it specifically for this game here.
Are you allowed to?
You are allowed to do that.
So, yeah, because they've scored... Guess how many points they've scored the second half of the last 3 games combined?
It was... What did they score yesterday? 9? And then I think it was 0. So, was it 12?
15.
Yeah. It's bad. No touchdowns.
Against Minnesota, Chargers, and Washington, they've scored 15 points on 5 field goals in the second half of the last 3 games.
It's brutal. It's been really bad.
I mean, they put up 26 against Minnesota and 30 yesterday and 17 the week before. Like, you should be putting up way more points.
Yeah. And early on in these games, they've been scoring. And so you saw it again yesterday, where they were moving the ball early, and in the second half, Dan Quinn and the Commanders' defense started way overloading cover 4. They played like 4 snaps of it in the first half.
So do you think this is a Dak thing or a predictability of the offense thing?
No, I think that what they're doing is that your weapons are different now, right? So you've got Pickens, you've got Lamb. Turpin is somebody they like to run vertical. It's just a more vertical offense than what they had with McCarthy, because McCarthy sucked.
Wow.
Right? So
boy, stop it.
Basically what they're doing is
he was good.
They're pushing the ball down the field more. They're taking more shots. It's not, the in-between stuff. They're throwing it to the flat a lot. They're doing some different things, but they're setting up vertical throws pretty frequently. And they're able to hit those consistently because of the kind of receiver Pickens has been, or the kind of receiver that CeeDee Lamb is. And so teams are starting to say, all right, we'll let you nickel and dime us, but we're going to keep everything in front of us. You're not going to take shots. That's why in a lot of these instances, you'll see Dak have 70% completions against cover 4 in a game, but he'll have 11 completions and it's for like 50 yards because everything's underneath. They're tackling. And when he does try to take shots deeper, it gets intercepted. So since that time, let's just bring up these are the number of dropbacks that he's had against cover 4 and cover 6 since starting with the Eagles game. Eagles did it 16 times. Chiefs did it 21. Lions did it 15. Vikings did it 7 because they're generally a cover 0 team, but that's more than they typically run it.
Right.
Chargers did it 13 times, which is more than they typically run it. And yesterday, the Commanders, who ran it 8 times against Dak in the first meeting, they did it 24 times to him yesterday. And in those 24 times, he was 6 for 17 for 62 yards. That's 35% completions, 3.6 yards per attempt. And he was sacked 6 times and pressured 12. That's every single sack came on those 24 dropbacks, which I think he had 44 dropbacks yesterday.
Yeah.
Which means that on the 20 other dropbacks that he had, he didn't get sacked once.
It's really insane that Washington ran 41 plays and was in this game the entire time.
Yeah.
Not the entire time, but the second half.
Yeah.
And it's because the offense didn't have that put away punch. And that was like, if I go back to my star downs, one of my star downs was not being able to put Washington away. And they had chances. You're playing Josh Johnson, and here they are running half as many plays as you did. And with 12 minutes to go, they're in plus territory with a chance to tie the game.
Yeah, it completely It's something where they were able to hang around this game way too easily, especially for how dominant you had been earlier in the first half. This game, there was talk on social media after the Turpin touchdown where it's like, how long do you keep Dak in here? Like, how long? Like, you understand you want to be competitive, but it's starting to not be competitive even.
Right.
Well, you keep them in there, and they're able to score, and Washington changes some things up. These are the percentage of times that Kansas City, I'll use Kansas City as a good example of a team that just says, oh, this is what we're running against Dak. This is the percentage of times in the weeks leading up to the Dallas game that they ran cover 4 and cover 6 in their games. Against the Raiders in week 7, 10% of the time. 17% in week 8. 20% in week 9. They ran at 34% in week 11 against the Broncos. 21% against the Colts. How much did they run it against the Cowboys?
38.
54% of the time. No other game this season comes close for the Chiefs running cover 4 and cover 6 that much. So that's the Chiefs. That's Spagnuolo watching tape leading up to the game going, oh, he's having trouble with this.
Yeah, this...
And to be fair, I think it's just, it takes longer for some things to develop.
Right.
The offensive line has not been as good. So this is also as much about the offensive line as it's also as much about the offensive line as it is about Dak. But I would say that this is how teams are trying to respond to the weapons that you have now. And with the offensive line being as difficult as it is to block things up for a long enough time for things to develop down the field, that's becoming an issue. And so I think what you're starting to see here is teams that are saying, all right, Dak is not able to just stand back there because of the offensive line and pick us apart all day in these looks. So if we just kind of take things away deep, take away what he wants to do down there, he can dink and dunk he wants all day. We'll wrap up and tackle. And when he tries to push the ball down the field, we're gonna be able to pick it off.
The more you talk about this, the more angered I get about Eberflus. And we have gone so long. It doesn't seem like there's ever really this unique coaching advantage. And I poo-poo on coaching a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But forget advantage. How about just, like, standard? Just give me the standard NFL coach at defensive coordinator. Would Eberflus ever change up? Says, hey, you know what? This quarterback doesn't do well against this. Let's run this a lot more than we normally do. It just doesn't seem. And now maybe we're too close to it. It just seems like the Cowboys have been we do what we do. Be damned everybody else.
Yeah. I mean, particularly with Eberflus. Now,
that was a Garrett thing too.
This is if you were to look back at how Dak has played against these coverages throughout his career, because like I said, this has not always been an area that he struggled in. So you take 2021, Dak was 120 rating against cover 4 and 6, 6 touchdowns, no interceptions. 2022, 10 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. 2023, 8 touchdowns, 3 interceptions for the year.
Okay.
So last year, he started, there was a little bit of a push where he started seeing it a little bit more when they couldn't protect as well. He had 3 touchdowns and 1 pick. Not terrible, but he averaged 6 yards per attempt. It was the first year of his career where his EPA per dropback against the coverages was negative, and his passer rating was 87. This year, he's 6 touchdowns to 4 interceptions against the looks.
Mm-hmm.
Since week 7, it's 2 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. His yards per attempt this year is 6.8. His EPA per dropback is negative 0.04. It's just, it is a look that has started to frustrate him. And in large part, it's because of how your pass protection has struggled. Now, if you're trying to push things vertically and those take longer to develop and you're trying to get things down the field and they're trying to take away the top and they're trying to take away those deeper routes and you're not able to block things up, it's a combination that's bad. Now, Dak's got to adjust to it. There were a couple different times yesterday I felt like Dak held onto the ball a lot longer than he typically does.
I did too.
Whereas, like, get rid of it or run or do something. Try to just don't take the sack, and yet he took 6 of them. That was, if you looked at all of the other games that he faced pressure yesterday,
Yeah.
In fact, I'm going to try and pull this up real quick because I believe the number of pressures that he faced was, I don't know that he faced many when he was not in those looks, those cover 6 and cover 4 looks. In fact, yeah, they didn't generate a single pressure in any other coverage look yesterday.
Oh, nice. I did notice he was holding on to the ball a little bit longer, but now that you mentioned that they're playing a lot of cover 4, cover 6, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, if you're able to, if your offensive line isn't able to block, if you can block it, you can find something to get open. But stuff takes longer to develop.
You brought this up as well about how we watched this game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I was curious because as I watched the game, I found myself, this was the most different I had watched a game all season. Not even last year or last week against the Chargers was it like this. But I found myself watching it the way I watch a preseason game. I didn't feel like it was a preseason game. Like, I definitely felt like, all right, this is just two teams out of it, but it still felt like regular season football to me. But I found myself watching it with the end result not in my mind at all. Like, win or loss, it's like, okay, whatever. If they win or lose, whatever. But I want to see what they're doing with these things. And that's the first game this season where I felt that way. Where it's like, well, let me see what's happening with the offensive line over here. Let me see how they're responding to this. Let me see what they're trying out over here. Let me see if this is an issue or that's an issue. And I was curious about it because I was looking on social media and I saw a bunch of varied reactions. So I'm curious, and you can weigh in on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Did you find yourself invested in this game? Like, when you were at home, did you find yourself going with the ebbs and flows like you normally would if Dallas wasn't eliminated? Or were your ebbs and flows related to wanting them to lose and you're kind of going up and down with them potentially losing the game? Or did you start out one way and then as the game went along, you found yourself cheering on the other side and go, no, I actually want it to be a win or actually want it to be a loss? So I'm curious just how you guys consume the game. And for you, Chop, you obviously wanted to tank the draft pick. Did any of the competitiveness kick in for you at all in this game?
Absolutely not.
Not 1 second of it?
Nope.
So the ebbs and flows for the game for you were first half was miserable, and you were like, oh, we're making a run here in the second half. That's how you felt about it.
No, I just got detached. I am a mistakes guy. There's no stakes in the game. I'm very uninterested in the game. That's why, regular season basketball or baseball game, I don't really get too hype about. Football games are different because the games matter. The moment they don't matter, it's like, all right, well, you lost. All right, you won. Now, the problem is when you lose or win, it affects your draft pick this late.
Yeah.
And the ebbs and flows of the draft pick are far higher than the ebbs and flows of the actual game. And you know what disappointed me the most is that we were out there trying to win and we still could barely do it.
I mean, I never felt like that game was really in jeopardy.
I didn't feel like it was in jeopardy, but I mean, like I said, they were in plus territory with 12 to play.
Sure.
Chance to tie.
Yeah.
And you got your starters in. They got their third string quarterback in.
Mm-hmm.
That should not happen. And we saw it with Detroit yesterday. I mean, the other quarterback for Minnesota had net 3 passing yards. You're fighting for a playoff spot. You lose the game.
Yeah.
The NFL is wild. The NFL is wild. The fact that the Chiefs were starting their third stringer, and it's a tie game in the second half.
Yeah. Broncos, bunch of frauds.
They are.
That's what you learn.
They are. That's why they weren't in my power rankings this week.
But the Jaguars went to number 1 for beating the Broncos, basically.
Well, yeah, but I was.
How do you resolve that?
I was manipulating because I like the Jaguars.
Do you? You find them likable?
I do.
Even though Liam Cohen's there, I don't find Cohen likable at all.
I don't know if I'm likable. I like Trevor. So this is part of my pH balance of life.
Yeah.
Okay. When you're the number 1 high school recruit
and
you're the number 1 draft pick, I want you to be the best quarterback because I don't like Johnny-come-latelys.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I push back on Tom Brady for so long. If you weren't great at 18 and you weren't great at 22, I can't sit here and say you're great at 25.
So you want Johnny-come-earlys?
Yeah. Yeah, I love when they come.
That's how you've lived your. Is that how you've lived your life?
Right.
You've been a Johnny-come-early.
Come early.
Uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
so, like, to me, Peyton Manning, number 1 high school, number 1 college. Let's go. All right, that equates. Troy Aikman, number 1 high school, number 1 college, number 1 pro. That equates, right?
These are guys who came early.
It works for me. It does not work for me when you're number one high school, number one college, and you flop at the NFL. I don't like that.
So you don't like Baker Mayfield, which Baker was not. Baker was never number one or anything until he got picked.
Yeah, so
and he was number one, and then
he had 2 of the 3.
He trickled away.
He had 2 of the 3. So I like Baker.
Who's it? You don't like Darnold then?
No, Darnold's a high recruit.
Darnold was not a number one. Darnold was not a number one, but he did not succeed. He was a come lately. He did everything, and then he flopped, and then he only picked it up on the back end.
Yeah. I'm still workshopping this.
Okay, it's just
all right. I'm still trying to come up with.
You just got distracted with come early.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. But no, that's my Trevor stuff. But
I like you should tweet out that theory. Tweet hashtag choppy come early.
Yeah,
and make sure that people know that that's your philosophy, and we'll see if we can get it to catch on.
There we go. It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some cool junk drawer audio to get to in the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
Go ahead, Robert.
I don't know if I would call it cool audio. This is disgusting audio. So I don't have the fan text up. You've got it?
I got it.
So you're going to have to monitor this. But we definitely need your thoughts on this. If you are listening to us right now, if you're on the YouTube, if you're on the Twitch, if you are on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, I need you to get your takes ready for this because this is a wild take from Gavin Dawson. And it's one that Eric Chiafalo said had support behind it on the fan text. And I could not believe it. So I'm going to set this up really quickly. It's a lengthier cut. If you feel like you need to stop it at any point, we can. But otherwise, we can just let it go through. It's like 2.5 minutes long. And they were reacting to a discussion that Cam Scattaboo was having on his Twitch.
Man, my kids are in love with the Scattaboo Twitch.
I can't stand him. But Scattaboo, who was trying to talk about do you dominate the taco or does the taco dominate you?
Right.
I'm an idiot. Like when he was doing that whole thing. He now was trying to find another viral topic. So he decided to talk about bathroom habits.
Uh-huh.
And he was specifically talking about the cleanup.
Oh.
And he said, are you a front to back or back to front person? Which I'm just curious for yourself, Chop. You a back to front or you a front to back? I can't imagine any human being on earth being front to back ever.
I'm bottom to top.
Right. So back to front. You're going up, right?
Is there a chance that somebody misunderstood what he meant?
No. None. Here is the audio of them following up the Scattaboo discussion and what Gavin Dawson had to say about it.
I can't even fathom that there would be a human being that would do a reverse wipe where you're going back to front. Like, that doesn't even seem like a question that needs to be asked.
There's definitely people that probably do it.
Who in the world would ever do that?
Somebody does it out there.
Taught to do
Pause
it
real
that
quick.
way, like male or female.
Pause real quick. What is okay, I forgot about that part of it. I definitely need to focus on that. That Broadus just wildly throws in there. Somebody who's dyslexic probably does that. It's like, well, that has to do with that has to do with reading and different things like that. That has nothing to do with how you clean yourself off. But they didn't check him on that at all.
No.
And then if they were planning on doing it, they got straight away from it when Gavin Dawson weighed in. So you can pick it up from there, Larry.
Like a question that needs to be asked.
There's definitely people that probably do it.
Who in the world would ever do that?
Somebody does it out there.
Taught to do it that way, like male or female. It makes zero sense whatsoever. I don't for the life of me.
Well,
like,
I think so you're going underneath, like in a hike situation. Like
I guess you're going between the legs. I guess and then pulling it back to the front, which is just a total disaster.
Now
that is not health class would frown on this.
Well, now that we've clarified that's the technique, I have to admit to this. Yeah,
I think there's people that definitely do that.
Occasionally. Now, it's not my go-to. In what scenario do you feel the obligation?
Wait a minute. Now, did you just say you did it and then you kind of walked it back a little bit?
That's how you wipe.
I'm just saying I have done it. It's not something that I would do all the time.
It's okay if that's how you wipe.
You mean? I thought you did it all the time.
I'm not going to shame you like Eric shamed.
I'm surprised. I did not know this about you. I would not have just been so heavy-handed about the idea that nobody would do this. But what's the scenario where you feel like, okay, this has to be?
Don't worry about it.
This has to be between the legs.
What world?
Like I need to rub this in my gooch.
You are kind of pushing towards the taint area.
You know what I mean? Like it's just I mean, you don't have to go all the way into that area, right? No, you can stop right at the edge. I think the complicating factor is when you have it's such a mess. You know, it's more like an exit wound. You know, like a hollow point right the other side, and it's just like this is bad.
Like quickest way to get this cleaned up.
And the standard style is more like smearing it towards your back. So I need a cleaner situation. So you might wet the tissue. You go from the undercarriage, you pull that backwards the other way, and you can start getting a more sanitary situation. This is when you can't shower, right? This is wow, this was so disgusting. I need a shower, but I can't shower now for one reason or another. Yeah.
Oh, Mark Mangino, stop it.
Floored by this.
Not alone.
Dawson, he called you out for that.
Well, I had no idea that this was even like a real technique.
No, people do. I mean, I think we might have breached this topic, nosebleed seats at night, and I think we had some people admit that they did this. That's why I know there are definitely people that wipe both ways.
Psychos.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, as long as you're getting cleaned, do your thing.
Okay.
That is disgusting. That Dawson would ever own up to that.
Yeah.
I was hoping it was a bit, and I could hear some humor in his voice. It did not sound like a bit. That sounds like, hey, sometimes this is just the way you got to do it.
Standard operating procedure.
Yeah, sometimes you need a Phillips head, sometimes you need a flathead. It's like, no. A flathead can do it every time, really.
The only way this works, so the first one has to be done bottom to top. I'm going to say bottom to top because I'm still confused about which one's which.
No, because you got to think about it like this is, so when they go front to back, you just assume that you're going back towards your back. Back to front would be you're literally pulling it under you, like from under you.
Yeah. So front to back is the normal way. Is that what you're saying?
Let's just say up your back or towards the front.
Up your back. Up your back is the normal way.
Yes.
That has to be your first maneuver.
That has to be the only maneuver.
With a baby wipe after you've cleaned, then you can just go all over because you've got to go all over.
No. Okay,
you have to go all over.
So here's the thing. You can, by the way,
yes,
breaking Texas football news. Trey Wisner is entering the transfer portal.
From the 940, who isn't using wet wipes in 2025? 100%. I 1,000% agree with this. I will not go if I don't have baby wipes. And if I don't have them and it's an emergency situation, before I go into the restroom, I'm getting paper towels and I'm wetting them and I put them in my pocket. 100%.
Do you flush paper towels?
Yeah, if it's not my house.
Oh my gosh.
It's a public restroom.
Is that why the bathroom was always shut down at 4131?
No, that's probably for my baby wipes. And I don't care. You know, you get better plumbing. That's all I got to say. Get better plumbing. I'm using wet wipes.
But
the wet wipes are the secondary. They come in at the very end. Nobody uses those to start.
No, you toilet paper, wet wipe, toilet paper.
Toilet paper to dry.
Toilet paper to dry, basically.
Yeah. But if it's bad toilet paper, I won't do that because then it just gets all crumbled up.
So if you're going towards the back, right, then, take the wet wipe and then probably clean whatever could have been lost. But you don't go under and pull all the way up.
You don't. No, you don't. Yeah.
That is wild behavior. That's insane. That is 100%. That's Oregon man right there.
Yeah, that's weird.
That is, I gotta feel my like I walk around barefoot in the woods because I want to feel the earth.
Yeah.
Like that's like Dawson was changed, I think, with one of those reusable diapers. Like he didn't have the actual diaper, and the reusable diapers were made out of like twigs and leaves.
Yeah,
and
he's
stuff.
definitely a reusable diaper guy.
He would. That sounds like a guy who would wipe with a leaf. Like if he was just like, I like to be in nature. Like this is just as good. There's actually good properties that when they enter through there, it's actually good for your immune system.
Yeah, this is disgusting. I'm very disappointed in Dawson, but I can't be surprised. Again, Oregon.
Yeah, this is Oregon, 100%. This is Chop behavior.
Yeah,
and not you Chop. I'm talking about other Chop.
No, absolutely.
Or Chaz, however you want to call it.
It is good.
I said Chaz, Chop, whatever you want to call it. By the way, the YouTube is destroying this as well. They think it's disgusting.
Yeah, that's why people use bidet. It's terrible. This is absolutely awful. We're gonna we'll do this at 8:20. You're coming up here in a little bit, but if you notice, there are no more Boomer Esiason Sports Minutes because of the change in network. I have some audio that we're going to play.
Oh, great.
8:20 during like another abbreviated junk drawer type segment.
Boomer's Sports Minutes were always the worst.
Well, we have some of the worst of them. We have some of the best and worst of the Boomer Sports Minutes. But I saw this story yesterday, and I was so angry at the people of Haverhill, Massachusetts. They have drawn the ire of local fans. It's a Dunkin' Donuts factory. And apparently, the smell of the donuts.
Derek Holland just texted and said that's his Oregon Trail.
You died of dysentery. So the smell, everybody's house is now smelling like donuts because of this donut factory that they built. And it's all the time for the last 2 months. They say it's distracting. And listen, you people in Haverhill, Massachusetts, do you know how spoiled you have to be? Who would not love to live in a house where it just smells like donuts all the time? You don't have to buy candles. You don't have to buy air fresheners. You can go to the bathroom and not destroy your... Yesterday I went to the bathroom. My wife came out and yelled at me. She goes, "You stink. You didn't spray." And I was like, I was just reading about the Dunkin' Donuts factory. There are 3 smells. I think there are 3 smells that are universally agreed upon that are fantastic. And now I have to add a 4th. One is coffee, one is a fire pit, and one is a pizza place. The brick oven smell of a pizza place.
Oh.
I think everybody loves pizza smell. I think everybody loves a fire pit smell. I think everybody loves coffee smell. And now you can add donuts to it. And you people that are so upset.
What about a tire store?
Oh, I love that.
I love the smell of like the rubber tire section at Walmart or you go into Goodyear.
I don't know how many people love that though.
Is there anybody who's against that? I think it.
You know, I used to love those magic markers that had that smell to it. The metal ones that were like Sharpies, but they were permanent.
Yeah.
The metal ones. I used to love the smell of paint.
That sounds like a drug habit, to be honest. It sounds like you like the fumes.
Yeah. It was the 80s, so it may have been leaded.
I don't like cocaine. I like the smell of it.
I used to love the smell of gasoline. But then, like,
I do too.
If it's on my hands, then I hate it because it's like, all right, now I just can't.
Yeah, if I smell it like follow me, I don't like it. If I just kind of smell it out somewhere, not like the faint gasoline smell in a home, like there's a leak. Don't love that. But if there's like a little spilled gasoline out at the gas station, it's not so bad.
Man, coming in on the fan text for the 201 for the 469, they're both saying fresh cut lumber, 1,000%.
Yep,
1,000%. It's a great smell. Fresh cut grass. 1,000% great smell.
Are you a fan of the cedar box? Like wood boxes, like cigar box that are made out of cedar. I don't like the cedar smell.
Leather's a good smell. Whiteout had a great smell, but that was I was just closing enough.
Boy,
Stiff it glue. I used to love the stiff glue.
Yeah, you definitely had a drug habit that you didn't understand. I think is what's going on there. But I definitely, if you want to talk about 2 reverse smells, growing up, 90s vehicles. The hot car that was leather, you'd walk in and go, it smells good. The hot car that was cloth, you would feel car sick before the car took off. It would make you feel dizzy.
My grandfather had an old Datsun. This is like
Santana Datsun?
This is back when Nissan was called Datsun. And he would have this thing, and this thing it was like plastic seats. And you would get into it, and it would smell. I can still smell the smell. It had sort of because he grew up on a farm. He had no running water, so he would, as a kid,
probably wiped back to front.
He showered once a week as a kid. So I think as an adult, he did the same thing. He was like once or twice a week, right? They would literally go to the river. He would go to the river as a kid. He had no running water. So, like, it had that kind of smell of, like, old man BO and plastic.
Sure.
And that smell hit me, and it's like, man, I love this smell. So, like, it's just one of those smells from your childhood. But these Massachusetts entitled elitists not loving the smell of donuts in their house because of the factory, man, screw you.
Is it one of those things where, though, like, because that is Dunkin', Massachusetts is a Dunkin'.
It's Dunkin'.
That's the home of Dunkin'. So
America runs on Dunkin'.
Is it just one of those things where it's like you get tired of it just because you're around it all the time? Like, it doesn't have the positive connotation.
I don't get tired of Whataburger.
No, that's true. But, like, I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to think of, like, what's another thing that, like, too much of a good thing, quote unquote, that, like, you could have near you. Like, would you get tired of, like, the gasoline thing? You like the smell of gasoline, but not if it's following you.
Correct.
So, like, what if you like the smell of donuts, but not if it's following you?
That's fair.
Because that would probably have, like, the oil smell to it and different things like that, I would imagine.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I understand what you're saying. But, like, also, it's like if it's a good chocolate glaze.
Look, I love a good glaze.
Yeah, I could never say no to the good chocolate glaze. Anyway, that's Junk Drawer here on 105.
Chocolate, vanilla, whatever. I'll take any glaze.
The fan. Yeah, no, I got it. That's Cows win, Cows stink. They beat the Commanders. We'll do some more star up, star downs coming up next on Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Also, another one of Bobby's 7 points that he laid out. Seven points that he laid out for us last night in his email. He's got some good stuff here next on Sean and RJ on The Fan. Football season is in full swing, and however you like to get in the action, you can do it right now on Underdog in Texas this season. Make team picks and player picks. Download the app, sign up, get
flag down. Turpin in the end zone. Please be against the defense. Touchdown, Turpin.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. It is Cowboys Friday. Also Boxing Day, whatever that is. Also basically, the last, I guess it's the last work week of the year.
This one?
Yeah, I can't say that it is because some people will be back to work next week, but next week's also a very, we've had really the final last work day where everybody gives 100%. How about that?
Probably.
For the most part.
Because you won't be here next week.
I will be here next week. Most people are going into work. They're turning on their computer, taking extra coffee breaks, extra smoke breaks, if that's still a thing, or vaping breaks, whatever you want to call it. But that's what's happening this week and next. And it looked like it happened to the Cowboys in the second half yesterday because that was a bad second half. And as I said earlier, they've scored 15 points combined in the second half of the last 3 games. 0 touchdowns. Their last touchdown was against the Lions. The Lions game.
It was
the second half.
It was the Ferg one that cut it, or not the Ferg. It was Flournoy.
Yeah,
it was that one where they busted the coverage, Flournoy, and then they got the 2-point conversion to Ferg.
It was a month ago.
Yeah,
not quite, but it was several
basically.
Weeks. So a little star up, star down here, and some more Bobby's interesting takes that he had and observations about the game. Star up, by the way. Those uniforms.
They're
now,
very good.
I am generally anti-blue unis. But with the white pants and the white helmets, that's a solid combo. There was a lot of good uniforms yesterday. The Vikings white helmets, I loved. I love Detroit's black unis and the blue helmets they had.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of good looks yesterday around the league.
Yeah,
the Commanders had their normal terrible ones.
I loved the Cowboys ones yesterday. Now, here's the only thing. Anytime you compliment something like that, there is a section of the fan base that will start slamming the brakes. No, don't like him too much, because if you like him too much, then you're going to start encouraging Dallas to change up an old classic. It's like telling the Packers or the Steelers to change their uniform, and we can't be having that. But I agree with you. Star up uniforms were very good. If we're talking about game presentation stuff, star down to these effing in-game interviews.
Okay, so they had the Emmett one, they had the Portis one. You don't like those?
What the hell are they
thinking?
thinking? I don't want it in the Manning cast. That has been universally screamed at them.
You know what?
I definitely don't want it in these games.
Here's the difference. For whatever reason, maybe it's because it's streaming, there's no delay on the Netflix one. The Manning cast
I don't need to hear it. I don't want to hear a Zoom mic in between like the broadcast mics and them calling the game, and then they have to stop down because they either got to they had to cut off Clinton Portis when Merritt scored, and when they go to here's the replay of Clinton Portis loving it, then he's buffer pumping his fist even on the replay. It just looks so stupid. It's such a distraction. It got killed on social media. Awful. And star down in general to the Netflix broadcast. Trash. Either level it up and do a this felt so much like amateur hour.
Yeah, I didn't care. I don't like their graphics.
Scorebug is fine. Scorebug's not so bad to me.
Fine, but it looks like I don't know.
But I hated everything else.
XFL-y.
I hated their coverage. I hated the pregame. I hated it in terms of just the pregame packages, the way they ran them. I didn't like them. I did not like the announcing crew. I did not like the silent crew. It's going to come up in worst take. That section where they talked about Schottenheimer and Dak's relationship. Did you hear that part? Where they're talking about, Dak has said this was a seamless transition, but Mike McCarthy was calling the plays. Schottenheimer and Dak, they weren't buddy, but it's worked out. What? No, the guy he wasn't buddy with was Mike McCarthy. Brian Schottenheimer and him have a really strong relationship. Brian Schottenheimer does not get hired without Dak's endorsement, probably.
I would think so, yeah.
And so it's just basic research, guys. This is bad. Everything about this broadcast was awful.
It was. It's tough to make Ian Eagle not sound great because he's pretty awesome. Nate Burleson's a good broadcaster. Matt Ryan seems fine.
He's okay.
Drew Brees on the other one seems fine. Noah Eagle seems fine, but together, none of them were any good.
Yeah, the whole package. This was, I mean, last year they had the issues with the buffering with the boxing fight before they had Ravens-Chiefs at the end of the year. Ravens-Chiefs cleaned up, but I think, and I had some people like, I don't know, there's this weird like little 1% cult that apparently wants to defend Netflix. Like when I tweeted this yesterday, like this just feels like an amateur broadcast. There's some people going like, shut your dumb ass up. It's like, okay, do you work for Netflix? What's wrong with you?
I think also a lot of people don't care. Like,
no, this was people caring that I was criticizing Netflix's package. 2 or 3 of them. It was weird.
But like when I watch a game, I'm not listening necessarily to the announcers a lot. Like they're on. I don't have it loud.
Oh, see, I disagree. If I have the game muted for too long, I need to hear injury updates. I need to hear if there's something going on. And so you naturally hear them setting the tone for the game.
You hear them. I'm not saying the sound's off. I'm just saying it's not like I don't have it like piped up super loud.
Yeah. I mean, I thought overall, there were some people, though, in my mentions who were trying to say, have you seen Prime? It's like, I think Amazon Prime's broadcast is much better than Netflix.
Well, except for Al.
Okay, but forget that's the announcer you don't like. I'm talking about in general.
I like Al. Not anymore. Al needs to go. Al Somni needs to retire.
The execution of the broadcast, though, I way prefer TNF's pregame work. I way prefer TNF's whole visual aesthetic that they put forward. I think everything about TNF, I think the Prime stuff is way better.
Okay, so on our broadcast, it was McCourty on the pregame, and then Eckler and Irvin. And on the other one, see, what I did like is that they had 2 separate crews at the game.
Yeah.
I did like that. It was like, okay, they made both into it. It wasn't like they were just at one game and the other game was kind of like an afterthought. They made both games into their own standalone event. I did like that.
Yeah, but I mean, they still also, like, they
But they also split.
They hired mercenary talent, too.
And that's the other thing. Did CBS and Fox and ESPN just like, oh, you're allowed to use our talent for this?
Yeah, I guess
Does the NFL mandate that? Like, you're going to share broadcast? They have to.
I would assume.
Because CBS and Fox would never share broadcast.
Yeah, I would assume it's just that's the way that they've chosen to do it. Just like how, Jane worked for NFL Network, but Jane and when Aditi Kinkhabwala worked for NFL Network, they both had done sideline reporting for CBS 11, like CBS national games. So, I think there's just a general, hey, we're all in the family here. You guys need to kind of play nice, but this felt to me this Netflix broadcast is what I imagined it would have been like if 25 years ago you would have put the NFL on UPN. That's what it felt like.
The WB,
where it just felt like this is not the concerns everybody had when Fox got put. When the NFL put games on Fox, I remember that was a big deal of you're going to put it here on the edgy Gen X channel that runs The Simpsons.
So it's sandwiched between Married with Children and The Simpsons?
Yeah, where they're just the hell? This is going to be a disaster. And then it worked out fine. Everything they were worried Fox would be is what I felt like Netflix was yesterday. Bad broadcast. So star down to them.
Star down to Netflix. All right, star up, star down here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. Look, I got to go star for Shoddy. Throwing Aubrey out there in high winds to kick 58-yarders to keep his salary down for next year. This is chess, not checkers. This is a good thing, right? Yeah, keep his salary down. Let's go.
I'm going to go star up for Shoddy legitimately. I thought that in general, I liked him being aggressive on fourth down. I know a lot of people are going, there wasn't anything at risk. Yeah, that's fine. I like that he's working things out, though, and working on different fourth down looks and having success with it. And I liked that he was not willing to just say, let's punt the ball. He was being ultra aggressive. I enjoyed seeing that, so I got a star up for him. I also think star up yesterday, a guy who I would love if he was back. I don't think he's going to return. But star up to Jadeveon Clowney, who has been such an unvarnished success. Like there's no question about it. He has been so positive for this football team. 5.5 sacks this season. Really strong game against the run again. He's been consistently good against the run. He had 6 quarterback pressures yesterday. Really, really good performance. But he's a mercenary, and he will look for whatever his opportunity is next year to jump on with a contender in August, probably. That's what he does. And I'm sure he'll do it again. So I would not anticipate that Jadeveon Clowney is going to be back next year. But if he wants back, I would hope the Cowboys would make that happen because he has been a legitimate big-time contributor for them and somebody who, if you are going to compete next year, he can be an important piece of a competing football team. So big star up to the soon-to-be 33-year-old Jadeveon Clowney.
Man, he had a good season, and I would totally bring him back. But, can you build a team around a guy who won't sign until September?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he wants to be back and he says, hey, I'm ready, let's lock in for another year, I would hope the Cowboys wouldn't be like, we want to weigh our options. I would hope they would just get that done because he absolutely has been strong for them, consistently playing really, really good football. And I think it's been huge for them. PFF, you're a big fan of them. Mm-hmm. PFF, he is ranked in the top 20 edge defenders in pass rush grade this year.
Wow. That's good.
No, that's strong.
It's very
and
strong.
I don't think they've even updated. They've not updated yet with yesterday's grades. So you're talking about that number's probably going to continue to shoot up. But 73.6 grade this year, Chop, for Jadeveon Clowney.
That's really, really solid. Sean and RJ here, 105 through the fan from the 214. When did Mr. Radio become such an expert on TV? Production guys behind the scenes doing NFL games all year. I watched. I'm an expert. They didn't miss any action.
That's not what the effing point is, dumbass. It's not about did they miss action or not. It's about the execution of it. It's crap. And universally, everybody said it was crap. And you know who's the expert on TV? The consumer of it, dumbass.
Oh, yeah. For the 214, Choppy said so much about the broadcast for a guy who had it turned down. Turned down, not turned off.
Turned down for what?
Yeah, just a little lower. I don't need to have it loud. I put on I always have to have it on an even number. I'm an even number guy.
Mm-hmm.
The volume has to be at an even number, and if it doesn't have it on the TV, my whole pH balance gets thrown off. But
too alkaline.
What's that?
You get too alkaline.
Yeah, way too alkaline. We got Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. A little more star up, star down coming up next. Plus, we bid farewell to the Boomer Esiason Sports Minutes next on the Fan.
Hey, thanks for.
With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
It is Boxing Day. It is the day after Christmas. Merry Christmas. Hope everybody had a wonderful Christmas yesterday. And then a great New Year coming up next week. I got some things to return today. My youngest wants to go to the store and get a VR headset. I'm like, I wonder what you want that for.
How advanced are those capabilities? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Do they have that available?
I'm sure they do.
I'm sure if he wants it, that's probably an aspect.
He wants to play a game called Gorilla Tag, and I'm like, can't you use it to play like one-on-one basketball?
Yeah, why not just go outside if you want to play tag?
Exactly. Go outside. But he wants he had one a couple years ago, and then he sold it. Now he wants another one.
Oh, yeah, you brought it in the studio one day.
Yeah, the Oculus.
Yeah, you liked it.
Yeah, it was cool.
Then he got rid of it?
He sold it. He sold it for the same price he bought it for, and now he wants to get a new one.
So this isn't just like a different system going to, this is another Oculus.
Yeah, but it's like a more updated one. The one he had was like years old. This is a more updated one. I don't know. I think it's stupid, but what do I know? I'm an idiot as well. So I can't really comment on that one. We've got Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. Worst take of the week. I think we have 4 or 5 nominees.
All right, we can always throw in as many as we want. I think it's pretty easy to find some awful takes, but we definitely have a few of them, including one person right here in this very building is nominated.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Is it me?
Hey!
Oh, yes. Yes, we do have that. People saying Gorilla Tag's great working for the kids. It gets the energy out. Okay, I'm down with that one. All right, so if you've noticed, so this is usually at 6:55, 7:55. We play the Boomer Esiason Sports Minutes.
Which were always terrible.
Pretty much.
Terrible from like a content standpoint specifically.
Yeah, it was always about the New York Rangers, some high school team in Massachusetts.
What if it, like, for instance, his Sports Minute this morning would have probably been something like, did you witness the end of greatness last night? Travis Kelce might retire after the season, and the Chiefs lost to the Broncos. I'm Boomer Esiason. It's like, you literally just said stuff that happened. I thought you were supposed to have an opinion here.
Yeah, so it used to be a minute long, then it got cut down to 30 seconds. They would speed them up. It was crazy. And whatever. So it gave us a couple of all-time great lines. Now, of course, you've heard us talk and play the drop every time we mentioned Boomer's name, at least in the old studio. Then we moved over here, and Peyton doesn't know how to do anything anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But he would mispronounce a very normal side dish, not even side dish, appetizer you would get with chips at a Mexican restaurant. What was it called again, Larry?
And slathered with habanero queso cheese sauce.
That's right.
Did he say slathered too?
Slathered. Say it again.
And slathered with habanero queso cheese sauce.
Queso.
But
queso.
Yeah, queso cheese sauce.
Queso cheese sauce.
Oh gosh. You know what? I didn't know this. I didn't know this until we went to California when we were at training camp one year. Slater and I went to get dinner, and I was like, "Oh, let's get queso," and then she's like, "That's not what you think." I was like, "It's queso," and so I ordered it.
It's like fun, yeah.
It comes. It's like coagulated. It's like baked cheese. That's like. It like strings out. It's like the top of a pizza. I'm like, what is this?
Cheese sauce.
Yeah, it's way.
It was not the cheese sauce.
Yeah, it's way different than what we get here. We get the real stuff here. Everything else is fake. That's my take on. Until I went to Italy, it was my take on Italian food, really too. Like real Italian food's here in the U.S. and the fake Italian food's over in Italy.
And then you had Italian food.
Then I had Italian food. I was like, it's still a little bit different, but it's good. It's really, really good.
Sure.
But so that was just one
queso cheese sauce.
And occasionally he would have people fill in for him, or he would have other people do them. And it wasn't just Boomer. So the first 2 hours would be Boomer, and then the next 2 hours would be somebody else. And this was a guy named JR. And he got in trouble with Dawn Staley in the University of South Carolina because he didn't call a girl by her name. Instead, he called her something else.
I'm more excited for the women's tournament. I'm ready for Angel Reese, Caitlin Clark, and the giant Brazilian woman from South Carolina that knocks people over.
Oh, my gosh.
The giant Brazilian woman. What?
That just seems like he opened up a people to watch in the WNBA playoffs or in the college basketball playoffs, and he pulled up an article and was reading it live, and he recognized Angel Reese and he recognized Caitlin Clark, and he had no idea who that one was.
The giant Brazilian woman from South Carolina.
That's absolutely it. That sounds awful, but that's awful quality right there on that sound.
Oh my gosh!
But back to Boomer. He would also, and this is I got this off of the Odyssey app here.
Odyssey.
They did a segment on this, but they also played some outtakes. And, he had trouble. Who was the quarterback that used to be at Clemson, and then he was at Florida State? I think was he also at Washington State, too, or Oregon State? DJ Uiagalelei.
You got it?
Yeah. And now Boomer doesn't pronounce his name, and he was getting help. These are outtakes. This is Boomer trying to get through a Sports Minute.
DJ Uiagalelei.
Oh, yeah. God. Sir.
Go ahead.
Uiagalelei.
DJ
Uiagalelei.
DJ Uiagalelei. That right?
No. Uiagalelei.
DJ Uiagalelei completed 29.
No, you added
Uiagalelei.
Oh, my God.
Uiagalelei.
Uiagalelei.
DJ Uiagalelei.
Not Galei, Lele.
God.
Uiagalelei.
One more time.
Uiagalelei.
Not Anga. It is. There's a guy in there.
Yes, but not two.
DJ Uiagalelei. Come on, Jesus!
He sounds like he's gargling salt water.
He does, yeah. It's a hard name. It's a hard name to pronounce.
But once you get it, it's like Uiagalelei. It just it's once you have it down, it's there. But it should not have taken that many times of hearing it over and over again. He couldn't even repeat it back slowly. I understand you repeat it back slowly and then you try to say it again and you're like, oh, I can't get it.
Come on, Jesus!
But you should have been able to get it. You should have been able to repeat it back at some point.
You should be able to. There are some names that are hard, DJU, but we just call him DJU. They call him Mike Krzyzewski, Coach K.
I'm sure Esiason wasn't always easy for people.
It's not easy to spell. I mean, I think there's an extra I in there.
What is it? E-S-I-A...
I think it's E-A-S...
No, it's ESI. I know that.
ESIA.
ESIASON.
ESIASON. Yeah, that's probably not the easiest name to spell. So, or to pronounce. So there's some out there, but I don't know. I thought that was pretty funny.
That's pretty good. I do enjoy DJ Uiagalelei. But I mean, the best one there was from JR. I got to say, you know what? And he hasn't done these in forever. But you know which Sports Minutes I hated the most?
Jim Rome?
No.
Doug Gottlieb?
This is my impression of it. I'm Damon
Amendolara.
It's like, bro, are you having a DJ Uiagalelei? See, now I got it. Are you having a DJ Uiagalelei situation where you're not sure how to pronounce your own name, so you got to pause and think about Amendolara? He would have these 4-second pauses, it felt like. And it was like, bro, whatever you're saying is not important enough to give us this whole buildup of here I am Damon Amendolara. Hated that.
Yeah, so it's Boomer, man, but bid farewell. We bid farewell to the Sports Minutes because Infinity Sports Network and what I'm with, the BetMGM Network, and Westwood were all merging, and so they're going away. They're doing away with those.
You know what you can also bid farewell to? The Powerball.
Yeah, the Powerball was hit. We played it.
Record-breaking jackpot. How much money did we throw down? 120 over the course of a couple days is what we all grouped in. Was it more than that?
Yeah. Maybe 120 each.
Oh, yeah, because we threw in, it definitely would have been more, 240?
At least.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
We threw in a lot. We never, what did we end up with? $8?
We won $4 here this time.
$4 over all those tickets. We won $4
this time. Yeah,
that's insane.
Maybe eight, but not much. We did not win much. And I went and looked at the odds on how to do this. If you get two numbers and the Powerball, you still only win $7.
They tell you to. They say picking your numbers is better than.
But the problem with picking your numbers is that most people only pick numbers like under 30 because they usually do birthdays, and you're missing like half the numbers now because they go up to 60.
Oh yeah, no, I think they say randomize a set of numbers that you want. Like, don't pick based on that, but just like pick numbers and then play those all the time.
Yeah.
Is what they say
That's
to do.
how the cameraman here won, Larry Rodriguez.
Oh, did he always pick?
He picked the same numbers, and
didn't he not win?
He didn't win because he forgot to play that night. He was doing a high school football game.
I would be so sick.
Sick to my stomach.
Well, I'm sick that $1.87 billion was won by somebody in Arkansas. And here's the fun fact. This person is going to get more value out of this jackpot than anybody else in the country. So according to a recent study from Go Bank Rates, which I saw this last week, 2 weeks ago, I sent this to you guys in the text. Like, I was like, oh, look, this is how much, how far $100 goes in the state of Texas. It figures out what the purchasing power is of $100 in every state. So, for instance, here in Texas, I think the purchasing power of $100 was like 108 or something like that.
So it's actually...
Yeah,
in Texas?
Yeah. So if you go like in Texas, it's, in fact, I'll pull it up right now. The purchasing power of $100, according to Go Bank Rate, is in Texas, it would be 103. Okay, so it's $103. But the highest value, the highest purchasing power of $100 resides in Arkansas and Mississippi. It's $113. That's how far it goes. Okay. Meanwhile, on the other end of that, California has the worst purchasing power.
Very bad place.
$100. By far, the worst purchasing power. So, what that means is that this $1.87 billion jackpot goes as far as $2.1 billion in Arkansas.
Whoa!
And that means that because of California and how little that goes, that means the purchasing power in Arkansas versus California, somebody who won that ticket in California versus Arkansas, before you even factor in the state taxes or anything else, $500 million more purchasing power living in Arkansas with that jackpot.
God.
Because in California, that 1.87 becomes like 1.6.
See, the thing is like if you get $2 billion, you could afford to live anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And you can afford to live in California, and you make so much money, and you're not making any income necessarily, right? Because you've already won the money, you took a lump sum, so you're not making any income, and you can afford to live out there and not have to pay those exorbitant taxes because you've already made the money. You pay it once when you get there, and you make so much money that you don't care who your neighbor is. You don't care how crazy the people around you are.
Yeah.
If I had infinite amount of money,
a billion's a billion.
Billion. If I had infinite amount of money, I could live anywhere. I could live anywhere, and I don't care what the people around me are like.
Well, let's talk.
I would only care about weather and golf.
Let's talk about what the people are like. I got one more quick story for you before we go to Below the Belt. So there was a very sweet story. You ever heard of the place First Watch?
The restaurant?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a First Watch in Naples, Florida that is going viral because they all pitched in and did a very kind thing. So in a TikTok video posted by First Watch employee Heidi Panagua, General Manager Brendan Tompkins calls a staff meeting to announce the cancellation of their holiday party for a very heartwarming reason. They discovered that one of their employees was in the middle of an adoption, and it was very expensive. And so they took that money, they donated it. They said, everyone knows Norman's journey trying to adopt a baby. Well, these guys decided that it was more important for us to donate all that money to you and your wife as they go through the adoption process and start to raise a child. And it's a very sweet story, very good. But I saw that story, and I thought about something.
What's that?
We all say, this is very sweet. Does it matter who the coworker is? Like, you would be in favor of this for certain people. But is there anybody around here that you'd be like, I'd rather have the holiday party? They can figure that out themselves.
I generally am. I'm generally happy for people.
Like, if Eric throws another baby on top of the 8 he's already got, aren't you like, Eric?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Sure. You're getting greedy now. Yeah. I'm not gonna miss my holiday party so you can be greedy.
Yeah. No, that's true.
This is a different situation. We feel good for this guy.
Feel good.
But I'm saying, is there anybody you work around that you're like, ooh, that guy? I think I'd rather have the holiday party.
Yeah. Like, there are certain people. Eric, he doesn't need any more kids. Certain people don't need any more money. Maybe not here, but in general. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm generally very selfish. I want my entertainment. So I
would be, out of everybody I work with, I would be in favor of just, yeah, fine, no holiday party we'll give it to them for their baby adoption. But that's mainly because just Carter stopped working here on Wednesday.
Right, absolutely, yeah. But in general, no doubt. Sean and RJ here, 105. What's coming up next to Below the Belt?
Ooh, Dak Prescott took some serious hits yesterday. Is he going to play next week against the Giants? Why or why not? That's next in Below the Belt, right here on the Fan.
Let's get you over to John.
Let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 23 and 24.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got worst take of the week coming up at 9 o'clock. But as we do every day at 8:40, it is Below the Belt.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Keep Dak Prescott off the field in Week 18. That's what we're going to talk about here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Dak Prescott took a bit of a beating yesterday.
Oh, no.
Sacked 6 times in this one, and it didn't just feel like it was 6 sacks. It was like it was the way he was being brought down. Like, how many different times did you see him get hit in this game, and you're like, oh, that might be a knee?
Yeah, there's times where 3 guys were falling on him.
And they were like, there was one that was damn near a hip drop from, I think it was Bobby Wagner.
Yeah, and then you had the one where he got sacked.
All these twisting ones. He had the late hit one that Frankie Louvu got hit with.
That was the sack I was going to say. Like, he gets sacked, and then all of a sudden he's standing up, and the guy just goes right into his head.
Yeah, so that whole... Yesterday, he was taking a beating. And I mentioned it. It also felt like... I don't know why, because I looked at it and I don't think it ended up being this way. It felt like he was running more yesterday into like crowded areas, like he was taking off and running more frequently. And then again, I mentioned I did not like the sneak at the end of the game. I don't like sneaking it and going for it there on 4th down with you up 7 and 11 seconds left just to put the game on ice. That's not something that I want to see at all. But we already know that Dak Prescott is going to be the competitor. And in fact, Larry, we're going to play the cut 16 from Dak here in just a second. But we know he's competitive. We know that, and he's mentioned this before, he wants to be out there for guys who are playing for something, whether it be incentives in their contract or for their next contract. So George Pickens is trying to get paid right now. Dak doesn't necessarily want to, he's not going to say this explicitly, but you don't want to throw Joe Milton out there to have George Pickens operate and try to earn his next contract. So it's all admirable. That's all very good. But when you see him taking the beating like he did yesterday, Chop, aren't you just saying, all right, that should be enough to slow you down now? Like, let's take this easy. He can start next week even maybe, but he needs to come out after the first quarter or something like that.
I would be totally fine with him not playing at all. But yes, first quarter, fine.
Because this was yesterday. This felt like was this the most you felt like he'd been hit all year? Maybe Minnesota.
I can't remember.
Minnesota. This felt like the most hits he took. I mean, you're dropping back throwing it 41 times, or you're dropping back 44 times, or whatever it was.
His game log.
It feels like so damn much that he was dropping back yesterday. And I know they had a ton of plays that they had in this one. They had 87 plays, which is just an ungodly amount. But this still felt like an unnecessary amount of opportunities that they were trying to take and trying to drag this game out. He ran the ball 4 times yesterday, dropped back 37 and had 6 sacks in there. So just a ton of times that he was back there dropping back and, leaving himself susceptible to being hit.
Since the start of November, he's been sacked 21 times.
21 times.
And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 games. And that's including not getting sacked at all on Thanksgiving against Kansas City. So it's really 21 times over a 7-game stretch. Is that 3 a game, I believe, Bath Majors?
Yep. Out of 11 drives yesterday, but the 11 longest drives in terms of number of plays between both teams yesterday, Dallas had 8 of them. 8 of their 9 drives went for 6 plays or more. And 6 of Washington's 9 drives went for 5 or fewer. It was a completely dominant effort in terms of possession and leaving Dak susceptible. But Dak Prescott did talk after the game. This is Dak 16, Larry. Dak Prescott, you still want to get out there and play next week?
Yeah, I'll make it. I'll have some fight back. Again, it depends on how it comes. What's the purpose? What's the reason? Obviously, I understand being approached about it, but what I was telling, Clarence and the rest of the group was the conversations we've already had about it are for me to play. And, with the season being where it is, trying to make sure we finish at, 8-1. That's important. That's important to me. A lot of pride in that. And so I want to go out there and I want to win, most importantly. And me starting, I feel like gives us the best chance, obviously, and want to play.
But
Let
who
it
cares?
out. Let it out, Chop.
Who cares? Who cares if it gives you the best chance to win?
Because he just said 8-8, getting to 500 is important to him.
Yeah, but you got to lose. You got to stay. Here's what you don't want. Because of the win here, and because of the Lions' loss, if Minnesota loses to Green Bay this week, and Detroit loses to Chicago, and you beat the Giants, you're ahead of them, which means you're now picking behind them. And those are two teams that destroyed you this year. Destroyed you.
Yeah.
You're not as good as either team.
I don't think Minnesota. I think Minnesota. They are close. I think Minnesota. I think they got their ass kicked that game.
They're close, but let's not forget. Minnesota won 14 games last year. Detroit won 15. Now both teams took steps back. That's fine. They took steps back. That happens. Both number one seeds are eliminated from the playoffs. I don't think I've ever seen that. I can't remember a time where both number one seeds for the previous year did not make the postseason the following year. Detroit took a step back. Can't lose 2 games to the Vikings. Can't lose. They struggled. They struggled with a ton of teams. Pittsburgh, Minnesota took a step back, but that was expected, right? They were moving on from Darnold. They were going to JJ. I think it was expected that they were going to miss the playoffs.
There's a realistic shot that Dallas ends up with the best record of
the non-playoff teams.
Of the non-playoff teams.
That's the worst place to be.
That would be pick 18.
That is the worst place to be. And guess what? Next year, go look at the standings. Go look at the standings right now. If it settles right now the way it is, you play. Well, you know what? You're going to wind up. You might get lucky. Because I think Detroit's going to finish last. So you wouldn't get them next year.
But you're probably going to get Green Bay.
Well, no. What you would get is the third. Are the Cowboys? Oh yeah, they're in second. So you're going to get Green Bay.
Dallas is locked into second. You're probably getting Green Bay. Then you're probably getting Tampa or Carolina.
And right now you're getting either San Fran or the Rams.
Or Seattle.
We don't know about that division.
You're getting one of the 12 win teams in the NFC.
But as of right now, you're getting San Fran, Tampa, and Green Bay. And then don't forget, there's the 9th game. 9th home, 9th road. We don't know. That seems to be a non-conference game most often, right?
Yes. Typically for the Cowboys it has been. So they played this year. They had the AFC West. They had the AFC North last year. So next year it's the AFC South that they're going to get.
And it's division.
So they're going to get Jacksonville, Houston, Indy, and Tennessee next year.
Okay.
Which isn't the worst.
Yeah, but there's that 9th game, 9th home, 9th road, whatever it is, and we don't know who that's going to be.
Right.
So it all depends on the schedule, but I mean, here it is. It's tough.
Yeah, and look, I mean, so there is where they're at now is not an optimal place to be in terms of like jockeying for position to where it's like, yeah, you very well could end up with the 18th pick. They were at 13 yesterday. With the victory, they moved up to 15. So they moved, but it's not super dire. Where they stand right now, Green Bay picks 21st. So if the NFL season ended today, they would have 15 and 21. And then they would not pick again until the 4th round.
Oh, no.
When you're thinking 15 and 21, let's say they're unable to trade down. They have to pick in those first 2 picks. And then they just sit around waiting for the 4th. What are you just committed at this point, given what you've seen, just saying you're picking defense with both of those? I don't care what's on the board or anything else. I need just whoever's on defense because the defense is that bad.
No.
Could you be talked into an offensive lineman? Sean didn't seem like he could be talked into that.
I could be. Look. All right. Let's say. Let's say there's a CeeDee Lamb situation where the top receiver on your board drops to 15 or to 21. I'm okay with that.
I'm not. If I'm re-signing George Pickens, I'm not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I also have to think about cap.
Yeah.
Right. So
but by then, I'm sure they would have signed an extension or not. I would guess by the time the draft rolls around.
Probably. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily love to do that, but there comes a point where the value is just too good.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think Flanoy showed a lot this year. You're already 3 deep there, it feels like. So I don't know. I could be talked more into an offensive lineman, I think, than I could a receiver.
I could always be talked to an offensive lineman.
Just because right now I feel like there's so many questions. Tyler Smith does not seem like he wants to go to left tackle.
Right.
So if you were to play left guard, and then you assume, all right, Guyton settles back into left tackle, then their plan potentially, which I don't know if this is it, but it's one of the things we've discussed, of Tyler Smith goes to left tackle, Tyler Guyton goes to right tackle, and then you cut Terrence Steele and you free up that money, that would be gone. And you're just back to Guyton and Smith on the left side, and then you're still sitting there trying to figure out what to do at right tackle. At that point, you maybe need, and then this is apparently a decent, I've not gotten too deep into study yet, there's a couple right tackles who could fit there. So if you're telling me I can draft a right tackle there who's better than Steele,
I'm fine with that.
And you save money, are you okay with that as one of your 2 picks?
Absolutely, because the offensive line, go.
So that means you get 1 top 100 pick added to your defense.
If you don't have...
And Quinnen, they would probably count Quinnen.
If you don't have a quarterback who runs, you have to have up the middle, strong offensive line.
Yeah.
Right? It doesn't matter how fast you get rid of the ball. Dak gets rid of the ball quick. Offensive line problems. Detroit's had offensive line problems. Saw it happen this year. I think I have no problem drafting offensive line. I had no problem drafting the defense. To me, if you've only got 2 top 100 picks, I think you need to probably, ideally, take 2 on defense. But are you really going to sacrifice best player for need if it's that much of a difference?
Easy Money T23 on the Twitch. LOL, GP's next contract isn't predicated on what he does against the Giants. What the hell? No, it's not. But it's part of, first off, it is predicated on what his numbers look like and how much effort he gives throughout the season. Teams are going to measure how much did you care when you were eliminated, and teams are going to wonder, they're going to look at just blind numbers. There is something to be said about, oh, you're a 1,500-yard receiver? Or, oh, you're that, like, that does matter to teams. Even if you could go like, yeah, but some of it was against the Giants at the end of the year. That's not how teams look at it. They just don't. And so there's an impact there. And there's an impact, like I said, for guys with incentives. Guys have money on the line based on performance bonuses that they can hit. And so that's something that Dak wants to be a part of.
B-Lo.
D-Bell.
Right here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. Worst take of the week. Tons of submissions. One right here in this building.
Hey!
Sean and RJ, 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next in the fan.
Prescott under center. Play action, back to throw. Right side of the end zone. Back of the end zone, Ferguson. In the right back corner of the end zone. Never mind, fourth down. They cashed it in. Prescott to Ferguson.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour here, Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Bell. Larry Flores running things for Peyton. Hey, Aiden showed up. That's good. He got here. He's here starting at 8 o'clock today because it's a holiday, kind of. Still
he was actually here early today.
He was.
He's supposed to be here today. He was here early getting cracking.
Like 7:30, 7:40. Very nice. Good stuff by Aiden.
Could never be me.
What?
Could never be me. No. I'm showing up late.
Yeah, you are, generally. You've been good about it, though.
Yeah, I don't think I've shown up late. It's been what? We're pushing on a year.
I know.
Of none of the late wake-ups. I mean, there was one time I late woke up, but I sped in here and I walked in like with 30 seconds to spare.
There was one time I walked in here with about a minute to spare. That's because I went to the other building first. The old building.
I've not done that yet. I've not made the wrong turn.
Yeah. I think about it now every day. I think about it.
Yeah, there's only one spot where I could make the mistake. So it's coming up $24.99 and rolling up there. You get up to the split from 121 where it's like, do you go towards 114 or do you take 635? Mm-hmm. If I were to continue to veer off to 114, that's the one split where you can make it happen. But I haven't come close yet. I've
not yet
jumped right up on 635 every time.
Good. Sean and RJ here on The Fan. It is Friday at 9 o'clock. That means time for our worst take of the week. Oh, Larry doesn't have it. Never mind.
On The Fan. How does it normally go? It's, when will you learn? You ever met people so dumb? So just put all that in your brain. All right, this is Worst Take. This is where we take the dumbest opinions. These could be tweets. These could be decisions.
Someone who was so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are. There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is Worst Take. Every Friday at 9 o'clock, we go through the dumbest things that were said this week or dumbest decisions. These could be tweets, opinions. These could be from pop culture, sports, whatever else. We got plenty to talk about here. I think number 4, if you looked at my email, Chop, number 4 might be a little dicey, but I think we can walk the line. I think we can walk the tightrope without it getting in trouble. But number 1, my first one that I'm going to put in here is the one that I think is probably the favorite today. Iron Eagle.
Okay.
What the hell are you doing, buddy? They're throwing out there that Dak and Brian Schottenheimer weren't close before this year. He was talking, have you heard it? He was talking about Dak and Schottenheimer working as the play caller and saying that, this is a change because Brian Schottenheimer had been the coordinator, but it was Mike McCarthy calling plays. And so he said, so they weren't, buddy-buddy.
Communication.
Yeah, basically, he made it sound not only like they weren't, like it was just a neutral relationship. It almost was framed as if it was not good before this year, which is the complete opposite of reality. Dak has loved Brian Schottenheimer the whole time. Brian Schottenheimer got the job in large part because of Dak Prescott and the way that Dak Prescott had vouched for him and always thought very highly of him. So that yesterday felt like it took very basic research to get the answer on, and they just got it completely wrong. So one of many problems yesterday with Netflix's broadcast, despite the guy who used to be a producer at a now defunct sports network on the Fan Text who thinks because they didn't miss any replays, they're somehow like a effing awesome broadcast. So.
All right, Iron Eagle, number 1. I think that sometimes it's hard that when we know more of the inside about the locker room.
But those are those production meetings, dude. Find out.
Yeah.
They had a meeting with Dak. Dak talking about, it's been smooth, it's been great.
And it's not like this is Iron Eagle's first game that he's done.
No. Come on, that's very easy to figure out if that was...
Iron's a pro. He's usually pretty good.
Yeah, not in this instance. So that's number 1 here on Worst Take. Number 2, we're nominating somebody inside of our own building, one of our own.
No.
In fact, we're nominating a boss, which is always risky. Tim Collins is getting nominated.
Hey!
And
lady!
Tim, I normally agree with Tim's takes. He's got a lot of great takes on music, His recommendations on movies have always been good. I've never heard him have a sports take that I shuddered at until we saw it on Twitter the other night. This is Christmas Eve, or this is actually early hours of Christmas Eve, so like midnight. This is the night of the 23rd. But this is after the Mavericks won their game against the Nuggets. And Tim tweeted, Kim and I were doing Christmas tonight, couldn't see the Mavs game live, watched the recording. Am I nuts to say I want them to hold on to Anthony Davis? Good God, all the big men putbacks tonight were stupid.
Well, 48 hours later.
Tim, no. Because last night, Anthony Davis hurt again. Water is wet.
Yes, it is.
Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Anthony Davis will always be hurt. That's what you're always going to have.
Was it Jared Goff who didn't know that?
Did he not know that?
There was some. I think it may have been him that he didn't know
which direction the sun was. Boy, that's disturbing because isn't Cal supposed to be like a brainy school?
He's a smart guy.
Not smart enough if he didn't know
onto that girl is.
I don't know that. I think hung onto that girl is the operative word there. Yeah. I don't think that's got anything to do with his braids. But Tim,
is this because he's like 6'5" or is?
Anyway,
looks like Paul Walker.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, never mind. I'm not going to go there. But this is Tim. They got to get rid of Anthony Davis. That's just the case. That's just the fact.
Yeah, they do. They have to. Now it's going to be harder to because that groin injury is probably going to keep him out for, I don't know, February.
I mean, yeah,
it won't be that long.
No, I mean it'll be however long it's supposed to be.
Add 2 weeks.
Double it.
And then add 2 weeks.
And then bank on 2 games, and then he'll probably have something hurt again. So we've got Tim Collins there for thinking don't trade AD, at least as of a couple days ago.
Number three, we're
going to go with the Chargers for their trolling of Cooper Beebe. We played this on Wednesday. There was the controversy this week of the mic'd up segment that the Chargers had played and made it appear as if, Will Chambers is here.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, Broadcast Willie is here co-hosting with Alec Medford today. The Chargers were trolling Cooper Beebe, and there's still this uncertainty. In fact, we could split this probably. Is the worst take the Chargers for framing it a certain way to make it look like Cooper Beebe had said something he didn't when they made it look like he had said a foul word or something? Or is it Cooper Beebe for jumping straight to, they made it seem as if I was saying a racial slur, which a lot of people said, methinks he doth protest too much. I don't think that's a fair way to look at it.
I don't agree with that either.
So I'm not nominating Cooper Beebe, but there were some who probably would say, well, he had the worst take there. But the Chargers get a nomination here, and I think rightfully so, because the Chargers were being reckless with what they did.
Yeah, they were. Beebe, look, I don't care because I don't care what he said there because I think that's just the insinuation.
He said whole R.
Yeah.
He didn't even say a bad word.
I'll tell you this. When I first saw that, I thought, oh, man, they're trying to insinuate that he's racist. That was the insinuation.
I thought it too initially, and then when I watched it back, I was like, oh, wait, it was, I don't know that it was totally.
But whatever.
So, but either way, they should have had an awareness, because people thought that's what it was. That's why he got tagged in and how he found out.
Yeah.
So that's another one right there. Before I get to any others, do you have any that you'd like to get to?
I do have one.
Okay,
yes.
Go ahead, hit me.
Sporting news.
Okay.
So everybody does these 25 of the 25 years. So we're at the 25-year mark
of
the century. Easy content. So they did their top 25 athletes since 2000. Okay, they did, and my take here is far too many. Mad respect to the Olympics. I love the Olympics. I think the Olympics are fantastic. I got a big problem putting so many Olympians on here. That's got to be.
They are the best of the best. They are the best athletes.
Here's the thing. I think we get skewed because we see them every 4 years to thinking they're greater than they are because we don't see them in the day-to-day, right? We don't see them in the day-to-day. The day-to-day grind is what brings athletes down. Mm-hmm. It's not the once every 4 years. Anybody can get up once every 4 years. I did the day-to-day. All right, so that's why I have more respect for like Federer and Tiger.
You want that Blue Chew performance?
Yeah, I got more respect for Tiger having to be number one in the world for like 15 years than I do for say Michael Phelps just showing up every 4 years. Right? I just for me for whatever reason the day to day is more. But here's their top 25. I'll give you some. Messi was 1, and then Tiger 2. Look, it's hard for you to put Tiger below anybody.
The vast majority of his damage was done pre-2000.
Tiger?
Mm-hmm. He won most of his majors before 2000. Didn't he?
No, he won 3.
So we went
2,
through.
maybe.
No, we went through this with the ESPN list, and you were arguing that it didn't matter that he had won more of them. Like
he
in
won
that
the
section.
Masters in '97, and then I think the PGA '99. Maybe one other. But he won at least 12 majors.
Okay.
All right, then Brady 3, Phelps 4, LeBron 5. Okay, whatever. Serena 6, Simone Biles 7, Usain Bolt 8, Ronaldo 9, Federer 10, Novak Djokovic 11. Then they go to Steph, then Kobe, then Mahomes, Nadal, Pujols at 16, Katie Ledecky, Peyton Manning at 18, Floyd at 19.
You should like this list a lot more than the ESPN one we did.
Well, I like the ESPN
The ESPN one had, you remember that Kevin Garnett was above Peyton Manning.
Yeah, that's crazy. Marta at 20, Sidney Crosby at 21. Listen, you cannot have Steph Curry ahead of Mahomes and Manning. You just can't do it. And you certainly cannot have him ahead of Kobe Bryant. Period.
All right.
And there's too many individual athletes on here. Whatever.
So there's sporting news. Now, it's me cracking my knuckles, Chop. Because this one's going to be a little dicey. We are going to nominate Turning Point USA.
Oh, God.
I want to be clear about this.
My kids are all about, like, there's a trend on TikTok.
This is something that I think either side should, because I'll be completely honest, not super, like, don't have a strong take really on either side about Turning Point, to be honest, myself. So just to clear that up. But on this, I feel like no matter what, rational people should say, that's weird. So they had America Fest last week at Turning Point USA had this. And attendees had the opportunity to honor the memory of the late Charlie Kirk by taking selfies in a replica of the tent where he was shot.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I had an issue with this one too.
This just seems nuts
morbid.
to me.
It's like morbid as hell.
If you're a supporter of Turning Point, if you're an opponent of Turning Point, I would think you would hear that and go, "You did what now?" Like if you want to pay honor tribute to the memory, if you were a fan or whatever else, or you respected him, or just because you thought it was an awful thing, fine. Like there are ways you can do that. I don't know that doing duck lips in a replica of the tent, that seems wild to me.
It seems insane.
That's nuts.
When I saw this, I was like, this is not true. This didn't happen.
Well,
I was like, this is AI.
We were talking about it walking out with Sean.
Yeah. I was like,
and Sean was like, how's it different than like people going to like
the JFK
Kennedy?
Memorial.
And I was like, okay, well then fine. Like if you take a picture of like the actual site where that happened with Charlie, but this is more like we made a replica of the car Kennedy was in. Come sit and take a picture. That's weird.
The Kennedy thing is like if you just went to where he was assassinated, and the tent is still there, and they just left it there. They left the tent there as like a memorial for time. But
this is also different. This is a different place. This is like you went and took a photo of in the replica of the Kennedy car in Florida.
Yeah, they're just bringing it all over, and it's his wife.
It just seems
His
so
wife
weird.
is running this. I'm like, what are they doing?
I don't know. It's weird. I think it's weird. This is. I think regardless of what side this was, I would think this is weird if you did this with Rob Reiner. If you were like, we've got a replica of the room, I'd be like, why would I take a picture with that?
Right. It doesn't make any sense to me.
So this is an apolitical issue to me. Those are our nominees. You've got Turning Point for the weird selfie tent. That's just odd to me. You got Sporting News for their list of athletes. The Chargers trolling Cooper Beebe. Tim Collins doesn't want to trade Anthony Davis. Ian Eagle doesn't think Dak and Brian Schottenheimer were close before the season. RJ Choppy, what are you voting for?
Well, look, The Turning Point is absolutely the most disturbing.
It's just so weird.
It's absolutely the most disturbing. But the correct answer here is our own Tim Collins.
Hey!
You just cannot have the take that you want to keep Anthony Davis around. Anthony Davis is a reminder every day of the Luka trade, of Nico. He reminds us every day of Nico. It's not Anthony Davis's fault. It's not his fault, but every single play is an insult.
Mm-hmm.
It insults the intelligence of Maverick fans because of the Nico deal, and it has nothing to do with Anthony Davis. And I feel really bad for AD, but I have to say it's TC. It's Tim Collins.
Yeah, look, I do want to vote for the tent because it's so wild, but I can't. I want to vote for Iron Eagle, but I can't. Honestly, I should have nominated all the people who didn't understand how Diggs screwed up the play against the Chargers. But again, I love you, Tim Collins. I love your music recommendations, your TV recommendations. We've had great talks about sports. This one just missed the mark. You got to trade Anthony Davis. You got to get rid of him. So our very own Tim Collins is the winner this week of Worst Take.
Tim Collins, did the NFL on Christmas Day ruin your NBA day, or did it actually save it? It's next on The Fan.
When sports news breaks, these guys break.
Or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
High left formation. Prescott under center. Lamb in motion right to left. Hand off Devontae Williams up the middle. Powell driving to the goal line. They haven't put their arms in the air yet, but they ought. Williams a little slow to get up. Did they set touchdown?
Yep.
Touchdown, Cowboys.
Brad Sham with the call of the game. You heard right here, Cowboys 30-23 over the Commanders in a awful win.
Sorry, I'm singing POD. This is a great song. We are the youth of the nation. They banned this. Larry's a school man. They banned this song from schools back in the day.
School man.
He's like a headmaster or something, or a principal.
You're
or something.
a what?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I work at Hogwarts. I'm a headmaster.
Yeah, that's what he is. He's a Havidi Kadidi or whatever.
Are you a principal?
So I used to be a dean of students for Dallas ISD. I no longer work in education anymore.
You used to be the dean of students?
He was like cracking the paddle.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Isn't the dean of students like the head of all?
That's why I said the headmaster. I didn't know what it was called. I didn't go to.
You were in charge of all the students?
No. So like in colleges and stuff like that, like that's what deans are, right? But like in like Dallas ISD and public schools and stuff like that, they are like more specific to like, attendance and like specific roles to assist the, principals and stuff like that. So
my whole point being that song got banned in schools about 25 years ago.
Wow.
Because it's a very real song about shootings that occur at schools. And in the era of Columbine, they were like, not playing this anymore at schools, so they got it banned.
Ooh, okay. How did the NFL, or has it totally ruined the NBA on Christmas Day? I'm a steaks guy. I did not even consider watching any of the NBA games other than the Mavs game yesterday. Did not even consider watching any of them.
Yeah, and there was a lot of takes from folks who were like, I'm not like David Aldridge. I saw was like, not silly enough to think that anything could ever top the NFL in popularity, but the NBA won today. And it's like, it can be as good as you want. Winning is going to be about who watched it, and more people watched a meaningless game between the Cowboys and Commanders.
Let me tell you something. It could have been Game 7 of the NBA Finals yesterday, and I'm still watching the NFL.
The NFL's king, man.
Now, to be fair, I think the NBA product stinks. But I also recognize there are some things that are tradition, and NBA on Christmas Day is tradition. So how has your NBA on Christmas Day viewing changed at all? And I don't think this is an NBA thing at all. I think this is an NFL thing. The NFL is just taking everything over, and it swallows up everything in its path.
Mm-hmm.
Like, make absolutely no mistake about it. I know the Mavs were on the same time as Detroit and Minnesota on Netflix. Detroit and Minnesota are going to get 5 times the amount of viewers right here in DFW than the Mavs got. And they were at the same time, and that Minnesota-Detroit game had a team win with net 3 passing yards. It was an unwatchable offensive game, and that's going to have 5 times the amount of viewers in DFW that Mavs Warriors had. 5 times.
And look, the Mavericks have a very marketable star.
They do.
A very marketable star.
Who's playing stars going into that game.
Who's playing? I wouldn't say D'Angelo Russell's a marketable star.
I was thinking Anthony Davis.
Oh, yeah. I mean, maybe for marketable for like Kaiser Permanente or something.
It's a good reference. My brother-in-law works for him.
Really? Does he?
They moved out to California for him to work for them, yeah.
California.
Very bad place.
No, but it's, I mean, it's just the reality of the popularity of the sports. People, this nation of consumers prefers the sport of football. That's just a Cowboys preseason game is probably winning the ratings, I would guess, locally here in Dallas over a Mavs playoff game.
Yeah, now look, I love college hoops. Like Tennessee basketball is my number one.
Yeah.
I'll watch that over if Tennessee basketball is on against the Super Bowl, I'm watching the Tennessee basketball. Now if they're playing like Furman, I won't. But if it's a good SEC game, I'd watch that. But they're never on. So I don't have to worry about it, right? I don't have to worry about it because it's never on at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's just I do think that that NFL on Christmas Day kind of ruins Christmas. I don't like it. To me, I don't want to watch. I don't want to be inundated with sports on Christmas Day.
Yeah,
especially like it's not when you're a kid.
I think the NFL needs to leave. They need to leave Fridays and they need to leave Christmas alone.
Yeah, it's when we were kids. You wake up Christmas morning, you do your Christmas presents or whatever, and then the whole day is you're playing with your toys, right? You're playing with everything.
Right.
All right. As I've gotten older, and now especially with me being divorced, this is my own problem, right? I'm divorced. But I have 6 Christmases to go to, right? And it's impossible to have
to then also stay locked in on everything,
right? And it's I don't want to ruin one of the handful of family days. I know it's a wild thing. I actually enjoy my family. Most people hate their family. I like my family.
Do most people? I don't think most people hate their families.
I mean, have you been on social media? Social media is all about I hate my family, I'm cutting them off, yada, yada, yada.
Okay, so you mean, well, I mean, still, I don't think it's all, but you're talking about, not your family, your current family unit. You mean the family you grew up with.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I still like my family I grew up with. So, I want to hang out with them. I don't want to be watching football. I don't want to watch basketball. I don't want to watch anything. Christmas Day, I want to hang out with the family.
Mm-hmm.
I want to drink, and I want to eat. I want to gorge myself. So I kind of push back on football on Christmas Day. NBA Christmas Day is the thing is I can have on the NBA as background. It's hard to have football on as the background because it's there's stakes. There's stakes to the game. You feel like you have to watch it. You feel like you have to be connected to it. If it's the NBA on, it's all right, fine. They're on in the background. Oh, look at that dunk. Cool. Here's some highlights. You don't really have to watch the fourth quarter anyway for most of these games.
Yeah. No, the
NHL, you see what the NHL does? The NHL go look at the NHL schedule yesterday and the day before. They haven't played since Tuesday. The whole league is shut down.
Yeah. You don't want to compete against football generally. But I also recognize NBA on Christmas has always been the thing, so I would just rather the NFL stay away from doing Christmas. If I want to check in on some NBA, fine, have it on, whatever. But I agree. Yesterday, it was one of those things where Kristen was annoyed where it's Christmas Day, and she knows, I've got to sit here for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
This is not social time. I got to sit here. I got to watch this. And I'll tell you who got really pissed about this. Did you see Charles Barkley?
I did.
Charles Barkley was pissed yesterday. Royally pissed, to quote Key and Peele. Charles Barkley yesterday on ESPN beginning their Christmas Day coverage. He made it known that he wasn't appreciative of how, quote, greedy the NFL has been. This from Awful announcing, quote, there's nobody else playing. The NFL got greedy and started adding Christmas games. We used to have this day to ourselves, but Roger Goodell and them pigs at the NFL always want to hog every day of the week now. I saw those guys on ESPN yesterday talk about it, and they're right. Christmas is an NBA day. That's it. Barkley said, Roger Goodell trying to hog every day of the week. They're on Saturday now. On Friday, too. Stay in your lane, Roger. Well, that's aggressive. You call the NFL pigs.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I get
Cubans said the same thing, though. Pigs get slaughtered.
Yeah.
Hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah. So, but, I mean, still, that's an aggressive take from Charles. But, yeah, I do think he's right. The Christmas I've always associated Christmas with the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, and also,
Dallas, outside of a playoff game, the Cowboys did not play a Christmas or Christmas Eve game until 1989.
Wasn't yesterday Washington's first ever Christmas Day game?
I'm not sure.
I think I saw that in the pregame. Or their second. Not many. But also, it goes back to if it was just the Mavericks playing on Christmas Day, it's not the same. Football's different. You have to watch every play.
Yeah.
If you miss a little bit of the NBA game, it's fine, right? You pick it up, you still get the gist of it. It's not. We're not doing Mav up, Mav down the next day after a Mav game. Okay, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the same because
Mav down would be Anthony Davis on the floor,
right? It's just one of 82 as opposed to one of 17, so it's different. But also because the Cowboys were out of it, did this change how you watched yesterday?
I mean, here's a good point. Who's the best player in the NBA?
Joker, Shea.
Jokic. Jokic is the best player in the NBA. You had the best player in the NBA playing in a nighttime slot on Christmas Day, and he did something that's never been done in an NBA game. He had the first 55 points, 15 rebounds, 15 assists game in NBA history.
That sounds like a pretty good game.
I didn't feel any when I was thinking about the show, and we're thinking about what people want to talk about this morning. I know there are going to be some people who are mad we didn't talk about this, but the reality is, like, the vast majority of people tuning in because we're trying to talk to. We'll mention some stuff here and do different things, but we're trying to generally hit
the
what
majority
people want to talk about.
Yeah.
I did not feel, just based on, and you can let us know on the fan text if you feel differently about this. I didn't feel any need today, other than in this context, like we're doing right now, to bring that up today.
I didn't either.
Because I don't think anybody listening to us really wants to talk about it. The vast majority doesn't. I'm sure there's a few who want us to, but the vast majority I don't think have interest in it.
Right. The vast majority would rather watch and talk about and listen to a meaningless Dallas Cowboys game, which is that's exactly what that was.
Yeah,
that was a meaningless game, and it's a shame that we've become so ADD with our sports. Or binary, where it's like you can only talk and watch and consume one, as opposed to being able to go back and forth through them.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the way it is. I mean, it's just kind of the way it's gone in the sports world. So I don't know. Did it? But it changed how I. Yesterday was different. Like I didn't. There's no stakes in the Cowboy game, so like I felt like a letdown.
Mm-hmm.
But I was still into it.
Yeah, like I said, I was watching it differently. I wasn't like caught up in did they win or lose, but I was interested in what are they doing.
Yeah.
Like I was interested in certain things that were happening. I definitely cared about how things were going.
Yeah. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. Let's crosstalk with let's see, it's the AW.
Wham. Will and Alec Medford.
Wow. The Wham. Wham is next in The Fan.
But first,
coming up in the next Gbag Nation, we got
on new Chevy registrations 23 and 24.
You have reached Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece, but it's Wham today. Will and Alec Medford.
Before you go.
The Will and Alec Masterpiece.
I like it.
I like it here.
I love it.
Will,
I feel great.
Is the most disheveled human ever. I've never seen.
Are we on camera today?
Absolutely. Yeah, we are.
Sweet.
Camera one.
Will's
camera two.
looking
I'm sure
like
I
he
look
just rolled out of
terrific.
bed. He looked like he rolled out of bed. He's got the old legal pad with him.
Gosh, where's my old photo of you drinking that girly drink? That's the best. That's the most.
He's got a.
That's not the most disheveled you've ever looked, but that's the most perfect image of you. The one that I had posted a picture of him with a girly drink. And he was like rolling his eyes in the back of his head, and he was tagged as like a collaborator, so it went on his page.
Yeah.
And then he very quickly decided that's not going on my page, and he removed the tag.
Yeah.
I got to find that photo.
He is here with his rose-colored Apple Mac computer.
I'm here.
We're going to judge that one.
Looking up pronouns.
He's got no. We're not going to talk about pronouns here.
Yeah.
We got some kind of ripped up piece of paper. They took some notes
These
on.
were the notes last night. Thankfully,
Bobby, look at this piece of paper.
Alec, everybody's making fun of me last night at Christmas because they're
That looks like the
you taking notes on Broncos Chiefs, and I'm like, no, I totally forgot that we have Jerry tomorrow, so my mind is already
That
starting.
looks like
that's right.
That looks like the notes that Marty scribbled to Doc Brown before he went back to 1985, and then Doc held up the taped version years later, like, I ripped it up, but I taped it back together.
That's right. So what do we have? You mentioned Jerry. What do we have coming on the show?
Well, we've got Mickey Spagnola too.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so we're AM on the FM at 11:20. Some gridiron gravy. In the combo platter, I've got a random sports opinion that I think you guys. Should I bring it up now?
Yeah, bring it up. What time is the combo platter?
It's going to be at 12:20.
Oh yeah, totally
in the
different
Expressway.
Absolutely.
I think you should tease it a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, tease it a little bit for us, Will.
The number one booth for Fox should not be the number one booth.
Oh. Well, that's not a crazy take.
I don't know. You see, Alec was telling me just it had to be random. Does it have to be crazy too?
Doesn't have to.
I don't usually go pretty crazy.
Too wild and crazy guys.
I think Tom has gotten really a lot better. I still think Olsen's the best. And I actually...
I do too. I really, it's nothing against Kevin and Tom. It's the other team that is just on another class level.
I think Joe Davis is better than Burkhardt.
Yeah, same.
Now... I like.
I'll come up with another one.
It
Alec.
took me a second in baseball because, Joe. It was really hard to replace Joe Buck.
Really hard.
But he made it, and I was not in love with Joe Davis until there was a play in the World Series this year where Vladdy's rounding third. He scored for first and third like a single on the line, and he started making commentary in the middle. I was like, oh, that's a hell of a call.
Yeah,
that's a solid call, and I was like, okay.
I don't know if I have.
Got it.
I don't know if I've ever heard a play-by-play guy meet the moment as well as Joe Davis.
Yes,
he's fantastic. Yeah,
I mean
really
it's
good.
unbelievable. The home run that hit the foul pole, was that Ohtani?
Oh no, that was Judge against Toronto.
If this is, and I'm going to butcher it, but it was if this is it, this is his moment.
Yeah.
And it was right before it hit it. I'm like, God, he just nails it every single time.
Right. He's
especially
solid.
when it's the Dodgers.
And he is a little. Now I had a problem with him hosting the parade, the Dodgers parade.
Did he really?
Because he's their radio guy.
Yeah.
Or their TV guy.
I don't think that's a problem. We disagreed on that at the time.
You can be wrong. That's fine. You can't be the national guy. If Joe Buck hosted the Cardinals parade, can't do it. Can't do it.
I'm sure Jack used to. Jack was Mr.
Sucked.
Cardinal.
Jack was terrible anyway.
Oh, come on.
Wow. That's an overrated call. I didn't believe what I just saw. You just saw a home run.
Yeah.
You see, the guy hit 35 this year. Yeah. You don't believe he saw a home run?
Yeah.
He did not hit 35. He had 23.
Oh, I'm sorry. But back in
23 home runs at a bad leg.
He couldn't walk.
He looked at the first two swings looked like, he's got nothing.
Those knees are going to buckle. Somebody's going to have to carry him back to the dugout.
He could, wonderful. He could have hit it right-handed. You see a home run, you see 3 home runs a game. Don't tell me you can't believe what you just saw. If you saw the guy hit the ball and the ball go and hit the right fielder in the head and bounce over because at the time that hadn't happened yet. I can't believe what I just saw.
What's the number one call for you? What's your you think all-time greatest sports call? What is it in your head?
Miracle on Ice. Do you believe in miracles? Yes.
That's number one?
Yeah.
That's Olympics. You were trashing Olympians earlier.
It's team sports.
Well, you were trashing Olympians.
I trash Olympians, not the Olympics.
I don't know. I don't know why. The number one call I think of generally, and it's probably not the greatest of all time. If I thought about it, I think of another one. The one I was thinking of is jackpot. We will see you tomorrow night.
I know.
Yeah, Joe did it better, though.
Joe did the same thing. It was a hat tip.
Joe's better than his dad.
Well, he did it. What was great about that moment, outside the fact that it was the Rangers, it was the fact that it was, I think, the 20 or 25th anniversary. Of
it was a great call. It was a great call. It was a great hat tip.
Yeah.
But I mean, come on.
He did the same thing with Ortiz though in 2004. When Ortiz had the walk-off home run, he said, "We'll see you later tonight."
I'll tell you what, I don't know if I would say this is the greatest, but it's one of my favorites is watching Tiger Woods chip on 16 at the Masters. And Vern goes, "In your life, have you ever seen anything like that?" And I went to the TV, No, I literally responded to him. I've never seen anything like that.
I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't watch golf.
Right.
So I didn't see it.
You're just used to doing it on a regular basis.
Back to real sports. I know you're going to hate this. I loved, and it never gets talked about as a good call, but I loved it, was the Costas call on Jordan's shot over Russell.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Chicago with the lead.
I mean, a lot of when Marv did the NBA, he was fantastic.
Spectacular.
That's a great call. A spectacular move by Michael Jordan.
Yeah, said it counts. There's a lot of them. Golf. I mean, Nance has done a lot of good golf calls.
Yeah.
But his are
the thrill of just he approaches.
But and also Jim feels a little bit more scripted.
Of course. The one he had with Rory this year where he's like, the long shadows, symbolic of the road to get here. I was like, come on. Because he came up with that because he didn't know there was going to be long shadows.
Yeah.
So he came up with that at the moment. I was like, all right. It's pretty good.
Yeah, but I bet he got I picture him.
I had to look up symbolic. I don't even know what that means.
Just knowing Nance though too, just kind of the energy he carries. How much do you think he just kind of sat there and took the headset off for a second? He's like, watch this.
Yeah.
The long shadows.
Because when he did UConn,
just held off Trevor, with the right arm. I got this.
Yeah, man. Trevor just sit up. Nobody knows your name anyway.
That's right.
Half the people still think Faldo's doing the broadcast.
That's not Faldo anymore?
Let's just get somebody else from England,
Seriously.
South Africa.
I know. Have to have somebody with an accent.
Amadeus.
Boy, they really dismissed Lenny Watkins, too, pretty quickly if we want to go down that road, but why would we? Also, game this weekend that we're most looking forward to. Boy, I tell you what, is this not the drunkest NFL season ever?
Both number one seeds are out.
I heard you on the way in saying that. I was trying to think. I'm like, wow, I don't know if that's ever happened before.
I can't imagine. I'm sure it has, but it's been
both
100 years of the league.
I don't know.
This has been a pretty drunk year.
I wonder if it has happened outside of a strike year. It may have happened in a strike year, right? Those are crazy anyway.
I mean, it definitely could have. So, I mean,
I would throw that out, though.
I would naturally assume it definitely could have happened one of those years. That year the Titans were won. They may have the next year been out.
Oh, by the way, people in the fan text, there goes Davis at the Auburn's going to win the football game. The kick six.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good. That's not the first one that pops into my head.
Vern, Uncle Vern.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. That's always one of the top ones too.
Honestly, and I don't know if it's just the sport lends itself to this. I have significantly more baseball calls in my head than any other sport.
Sure.
The NFL. The NFL does not have a ton of those that come to my mind.
No, not at all.
Really, it's more summer.
Oh, hi, Alec.
Hey, what's up? No, for me, I'm thinking basketball. That for my childhood, some of the most iconic calls were Mike Breen, and I think of Iguodala to Curry, back to Iguodala, up with the layup, blocked by James.
Blocked by James.
Yeah, that replays in my head when I think about my childhood and my upbringing in sports. But most of them are baseball. They really are.
They are. I can't listen.
It's so poetic.
The thing with Breen is, when I was in high school, he was doing like the updates on WFAN in New York, and I can't get that out of my head. I still hear him, and I'm like, this is weird. Like, listen to this guy do NBA. I'll tell you about a call he said, a quote he said on the radio. I can't say it because I would get in trouble now.
Oh, no.
Back then, you didn't get in trouble for it.
Like he was making a joke or he slipped up? Or
Wild. I can't believe it. When I tell you this, you'll be like, wow, this came out of Mike Breen's mouth? Wow. So, I don't know.
Worse than bang?
Way worse than bang. Way worse than bang.
Double bang.
Great drink.
Yeah.
Right, Jerry at 10:30?
Jerry, 10:30. Some poignant questions. Anything on your guys' mind that you'd like to have answered? Top of your head.
I mean, like, I just want to know, like, are we, and he's not going to say it. He's going to give the same answer, but I just want to know, like, when are we going to see Joe Milton? Like, does Dak getting hit that many times give you any kind of...
I mean, that is going to be a question that we're going to...
Because he's answering, he's like, yeah, we're going to try to play to win, but, like, when you get hit that many times...
How much does he play? You know, how hard of a decision is that? I mean, look, you know, it's easy for all of us behind a microphone to give, and it's a very reasonable thing to talk about. You know, you do not want, with the season that Dak Prescott has just had and is having, to sacrifice what could be anything going into next year, like looking at, you know, Patrick Mahomes and his situation. You know, like, that's about the worst case scenario that you could possibly have.
Like,
but
Mahomes
when you're in the building, you're playing. You're there to win.
Like,
you're
what are
there
the
to
chances
play.
Mahomes is ready by week 1?
Probably not good because it's 2 ligaments, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's very good.
So they already missed the playoffs this year.
Yeah, I mean, they might have 4 wins next year instead of 6.
That was another call. We had that.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We kept calling the Kansas City regression.
Yeah.
To miss the playoffs, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I said they would miss. I think I said they missed this year.
Yeah, and then I had Detroit missing the playoffs too.
A lot of people had Detroit like not winning the division, taking a step back. I mean, you win 15 games. Like,
a lot of people thought Detroit was going to be a 500 record just because of how tough their schedule was.
Well, not only that, but when you lose your coordinators, and boy, has that played out for them.
Their offense is still like number 1.
They're not missing the defensive coordinator. They're still, that Jets team's still waiting on their first interception, and they couldn't do anything to stop Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah, they're way different.
Their attrition is from the offensive line, like the center.
Yeah. It's wild how good that group was last year and how poor it's been this year.
It's a cohesion unit.
Yeah.
You start losing 1 or 2 guys, it'll really F everything up.
Yeah. Speaking of cohesion, my sinuses feel terrific.
There you go. Good job.
So,
all right, Will and Alec. Take it away, boys. See you later.
See ya.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Take us with you when... 105.3 The Fan.
Indeed it is. Welcome and Merry Christmas to everyone out there. Alongside Alec Medford, I'm Will Chambers. It's the version today of the K&C Masterpiece in for Kevin and Corey, with Kevin Walker back on the ones and twos. It's been a minute, buddy. How are you?
It's been a minute, yeah. It's nice to see you and hear your voice again on the radio waves. I know you didn't die or anything.
Well,
but
right.
Yeah, you know, it's nice to be working together again. It's been a long time since we've actually worked together.
I know. I mean, this was a Fan Jam regular for a good period of time.
Oh, yeah. That was, I talk about it every now and then. The weekend radio days were some of my favorite just because of some of the chaos we were able to cause and the fun we were able to have. So let's bring some of that energy today.
Let's do that. Before we give it up to Gbag today at 2 o'clock. We'll have Jerry Jones coming in here, of course, at 10:30. I appreciate your heads up. I always like it when I look down at my phone and I get a Twitter notification saying, at _ Will Chambers, and I was speaking to Jerry Jones tomorrow at 10:30. I'm like, oh, yeah, because, this is Christmas week. I have no idea what day of the week it actually is, right?
Yeah.
So, yes, I'm like, oh, it is Thursday. Oh, tomorrow's Friday. Oh, okay. And then the piece of paper that Bobby and now I'm holding up, everybody's looking at me like, are you really taking notes on the Broncos and Chiefs? I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm just thinking of different questions we'll have for Jerry. And then one of which will be on playing Dak Prescott coming up among others, and starters with the Giants this weekend after the win yesterday. And look, the season is what it is, but it was an exciting watch yesterday.
It was, and a little too exciting at times because of how close the game got. I made jokes all day long on Wednesday about the Commanders' quarterback situation, and they said, hey, how about we just run the ball to fix that? And it worked. It worked at times. I was excited, though, to see that offensively there were some things that I felt like they had actually talked about throughout the week, whether it was shoddy, Dak, etc., that were like, we didn't do that great last week, and they actually fixed. And it was Bobby who pointed out the Turpin touchdown was the exact same play they ran last week, where Turpin gave up on the route, and you could see Dak was visibly frustrated, like, why did you stop running? That was a wide open score. They run the exact same play, same personnel, same lineup. They go for it, and they hit it, and Kevontae Turpin, again, looks like your wide receiver 3 for a minute. So that's exciting in and of itself. But
third longest touchdown completion of his career.
Yeah, and to go along with the play calling to talk about that, I thought Shoddy was in his bag for most of the day when it came to offensive play calling. I can't say that about his defensive coordinator, but offensively, I know Dak wasn't quite comfortable yesterday. He was getting beat up a lot, and he didn't seem...
He was getting beat up.
Yeah, he didn't seem very decisive with his throws at times. He's usually very pointed about where he's going with the ball, his progression and his reads. Seemed a little bit thrown off, and I will give
I think that's to be expected, though, when you're considering on the other side who you've got coaching the Commanders, somebody that was in the building for a few years. He's like, all right, this is the thing about quarterbacks when you get to this level after you've been starting for so long, that it's really difficult to fool them. Yeah. But the guys that can do it are the ones that are very comfortable with them, on the other side. And so I would think with Dan Quinn that would be part of the reason why.
It has to be. And then Joe Witt is the guy who people have kind of been whispering maybe he's actually calling the plays and actually running the defense in Washington. So there's a lot of familiarity there. And Bobby Wagner in his 50th season in the NFL is still just as good, and he still causes all kinds of problems for opposing offenses. And that's a beat-up defense, too, that I thought wasn't going to give you much trouble, but to his credit, Dan Quinn was scheming up some great pressure. And one thing I noticed, too, as soon as Javonte Williams left the game for a minute, your pass protection broke down because Malik Davis is a great running back, too. He is not a great pass protector. He cannot pick up the blitz, and that's okay because he's not usually going to be asked to do that. But I noticed that instantly Dak had less and less time the longer Javonte was staying out there with that little bit of a shoulder issue after he murdered a dude on the field by lowering that shoulder. But offensively, it was up and down, but it was cool to see the fireworks a little bit. Jake Ferguson with the circus catch in the back of the end zone was nice because I feel like he's had a relatively pedestrian season, and I have really high expectations for him. I think he's one of the best in the league, just talent-wise, so it's nice to see him get on the board. But offensively, up and down.
But you lost both of them. Those two, Javonte Williams and Jake Ferguson, at points during the game yesterday.
Yeah.
You had the big run by Bill Krosky Merritt, that brought it to within a touchdown. It ends 30-23. Dak Prescott with 30 touchdowns on the season for the fourth time in his career. That ties in with Tony Romo for the most in franchise history, but that is the most in the league since 2019. The most. And, we talked a little bit about this in the Specs Tailgate show last week on Dak's season. It's so disappointing just for me personally, and I think for anybody that really wants to see Dak succeed. I mean, not just, it's obvious, right? If you're a Cowboys fan, you want Dak to succeed because he's your quarterback. But we understand how frustrating it can be, right? Because we've seen him play so well and yet also so poorly in the playoffs. To not get a chance to see him continue the season that he is having and going into the playoffs, to see him do that, that's what I want so badly, and that's obviously not going to happen this year. And part of the thing that we're going to be asking Jerry about this, we're going to talk about it, throughout the program today, is, when and where did this thing go so wrong?
I think it went so wrong as soon as you hired Matt Eberflus.
Okay. I was literally going to go there.
Yeah, that's probably the starting point, because I know Bobby's talked about this a lot, and it's true. You started to hear out of Chicago after he got the boot that there was bad communication between him and the players, and they didn't really get along at times. And I wonder sometimes, did they really take that into consideration? Because, I mean, heck, you trade for Logan Wilson. You give up a 7th-round pick, that's nothing. But still, you make the move and you tell us on these airwaves that he's got a great football IQ. He fills gaps better than most linebackers, blah, 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 blah. He didn't play a single snap yesterday. He did not. Kenneth Murray got all of the looks. And you know what Kenneth Murray is? A Matt Eberflus guy. So that's a guy that's very rooted in his old ways. Can't teach an old dog new tricks when it comes to his scheme, the personnel he prefers. So we dealt with this with Mike Zimmer in his tenure here, because he said it out loud on the record that, hey, I should have changed the scheme up a little bit sooner than I did to adapt to these players. Once he did that, it looked a little bit better, because he said, okay, so these guys are limited. I need to work around that and put them in position to succeed. It's just with Matt Eberflus, I'm running the same guys out there. My scheme is my scheme. I'm making the play calls. I'm going to move up to the coach's box. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. This is my scheme. They need to get it. It's like a player thing for him. They need to execute it. They need to do what I ask them to do, which, yes, they do. But sometimes the players that you get just aren't capable of doing that, and that's okay. So you pivot. That's why I thought I was fooled for a second. For a brief second.
We all were.
Whenever they got Quinnen Williams and they went to the 5-man front, I thought that man had a willingness to change. He clearly did not, because he won't play the personnel that we think. And it doesn't take the smartest guy on the planet to say that Kenneth Murray is not that great at this thing, in all due respect, but he is not that great in this system even that he's supposed to be good in. Really, all the linebackers have struggled in some way, in some form. And Matt Eberflus is a linebackers coach. He's supposed to be the guy that's helping these guys out. I'm not seeing any change. So whenever I just look back to the things that we heard out of Chicago and the things that people just generally think about Matt Eberflus, and it's like, that's the guy for the job, I would have much rather had Al Harris, somebody that has the foundation with the players first, and say, look, he might not be the best play caller or scheme builder right now, but we can teach him that. We can't teach him how to be likable. We can't teach him how to be receivable in the meeting room. Matt Eberflus just isn't.
From the 214, and by the way, 877-881-1053 in the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. Shouldn't the scheme match the opponent from the 214? And I'm glad that was texted in, because for the life of me, I could not understand watching the Lions game. Coming off of you just beat the two defending, conference champions within, 4 or 5 days of each other, and the defense had looked great. I've talked to Brian Broaddus about this. It was like you went from being like, I don't know if they could beat anybody, to they can play or beat anybody in the league. That's what they looked like. And all of a sudden I'm watching, I'm like, okay, well, how would you beat Detroit? Well, you want to get pressure right up the middle on Jared Goff, right? When you got a pocket passer like that, you try to frustrate them right up the middle. Well, you just got Quinnen Williams. And how many times did we not even see them playing nose tackles? Nobody doing, one technique. I'm just like, what? I didn't understand it. So I'm going to be in agreement there. I think coming into the season, we were all skeptical on what it was going to look like on defense. For myself, it was a little bit of the offense, and that clearly was wrong because Dak Prescott had just a sensational year. The running back room, I thought, what are we really doing here? And Javonte Williams was a big part of the success this year. So now I wonder, okay, is this a complete waste of a great offensive year? And can we expect the offense to be replicated next year?
I think we can. And I think you've started to hear more of a willingness, too, about keeping Javonte Williams around, too, because the big ticket free agent running back is always a scary conversation just for any team. But Jerry and Steven both sound like they really want him to be back. And I still think with the way the running back market is structured, I think it's very doable in a way that would make sense. So I'd like to keep him around. And really, if you keep him around, I think the offense can look just as consistent because I mentioned it. His blitz pickup and everything in between. I think he's just really good at zone running patterns, which Clayton Adams, the offensive coordinator, is a wizard at drawing up. So I just think it's a perfect marriage here. I don't know if he's going to find much of a better situation anywhere else.
We're just getting started here in the KNC Masterpiece. We got Aiden coordinating your video. You can watch us on Twitch, YouTube, and 1053thefan.com. I implore you not to because I am a mess today.
Well,
you look great, though.
Oh, thanks, man.
We'll have Mickey Spagnola, per the usual, coming up at 11 o'clock. Jerry Jones at 10:30. Now the question to you, Tolos, what do you want to see this weekend as the Cowboys take on the Giants? It's in flux right now as to, where the draft pick is going to be. We'll talk about what it's like for the Cowboys going into the game with key personnel. We'll do that next year on The Fan.
Our goal is to
tournament, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
About 10 minutes away from talking with Jerry Jones here on the K&C Masterpiece. Will Chambers, Alec Medford here with you. Merry Christmas to you and yours as we look ahead to the new year. And one game left to go, the New York Giants with the Cowboys coming up this weekend. And you knew the questions would be coming on whether or not Dak wants to play, is going to play. This all came post-game, and here was QB1 for the Cowboys on that particular situation.
No question. I mean, I love this game. I love any opportunity that I get to play it. And so with like that being said, I mean, yeah, if I get to go out there, I'm going to give my best. I'm going to prepare the same way. I'm going to be the same player that you guys know. And so I understand, the reasons why maybe not. And if I'm approached with that, I'll handle that then.
Now, I heard Bobby and RJ talking about this earlier, Alec. When you look at what their Cowboys are right now, draft position-wise, they're at 14. And right behind them, the Vikings and the Lions. I mean, if the Vikings lose to the Packers and the Lions lose to the Bears next week, then you could be looking at a situation where the Cowboys might be, the worst picking non-playoff team.
Yeah, you could find yourself as low as, 18 at that point, which that's something we're going to bring up with Jerry is they talk about all the time. Steven specifically brings it up post-draft whenever he'll finally kind of give you some insight into their draft process, and you say, okay, how many first-round grades did you actually have? And it's somewhere between 14 to maybe 17 on any given year. If you're picking 18, you are outside of that range. So is it worth playing yourself out of that talent window that you usually see year in and year out? Sitting behind the microphone, very easy to say, no, it's not. But we talk about this a lot, and we talked about it, Corey and I did earlier this week, that for a lot of these guys, I go back to what Jadeveon Clowney said earlier this week whenever he was asked, how do you stay motivated when you're not in the playoffs and there's nothing to play for? He said, one, jokingly, I like money. But two, he was like, they pay me to play a game. And there are tons of people on this earth that watch and pay their money to support me. So why would I let them down? And then Dak is always going to be the first person to tell you it's unfair to the other guys if I don't show up and play. So I understand, and I'm a little more okay with it, knowing that it's a first-year head coach. Because he's got a culture that he's trying to build. I know everybody's tired of hearing that word, but he's trying to lay a foundation that says, believe in me. That says buy into us. And Corey had a great point. He was like, think of the George Pickens situation. The way that people talked about him in Pittsburgh in a derogatory manner when it came to his leadership, his just energy in the locker room, and his ability to just be a good teammate and be receptive. Most, if not all of those questions have been erased since he came to Dallas. So what does that turn into? It turns into a sales pitch for if they do want to free up some money and spend some money in free agency, if they want to make that trade for a bigger player that's due for a contract extension, they got to hammer out that contract before they trade for him. And they're like, hey, you see the things we've done for George Pickens? We can do even better things for you. So there is a process here of trying to build something that they can sell. And I know Jerry is better at selling anything than anybody that I've ever known. But the coach is trying to instill that in his players, and the quarterback of all people needs to be kind of reciprocating that energy to his guys.
And let's be honest, players don't tank.
Yeah, they don't.
Organizations can tank, but players are not going to.
Never.
And you expect to hear that from them. It's really just kind of saving Dak from himself a little bit. Or, you were just talking about in our first segment on the fact that when Javonte Williams had come out of the game, the pass pro definitely took a hit, without him in there. Dak took 11 hits yesterday. That's a lot. That's a lot of hits. And the last thing that I think you want, obviously, is to go in next year with Dak compromised or hurt, God forbid, with any kind of injury. But I still think you play him. I think, I think the happy medium is, he starts a game, plays, the first quarter, and then you go to Joe Milton, right? Doesn't that sound about right?
That sounds about right. And I know Corey and Kevin have thrown around the idea of maybe the passing yards title matters a lot to him. Him and Matt Stafford are neck and neck.
Right.
So maybe he's trying to get that for the first time in his career, by the way. So they do play him for a half and just let him air it out, and try to get as much of a comfortable lead before Matt Stafford has to play again so he can try to win that. And then after that, like you said, take him out. I'm fine with it. Give me some Joe Milton. I'm ready for it. I know that I have no idea what is coming my way when it comes to Joe Milton, but I'm ready for that experiment.
Well, let's find out what the plans are. We'll ask Jerry Jones himself when he joins us next year on The Fan.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, we got Cowboys Commanders Christmas Day.
Cowboys here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers, Alec Medford here with you as we take you up to 2 o'clock today. And now it's time to talk with the Cowboys owner and general manager, Jerry Jones, brought to you by North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and we see it all over the fields. Jerry, thank you for joining us. Merry Christmas. That football is family. Certainly for you, your family is football. It had to feel great to get a win on Christmas. How are you?
Oh, boy. I just got a text from a new coach in college, and he was congratulating for the win and just touching base, and I've known him. I told him that after all the games, a win is glorious. A win is special. Bill Parcells used to say, I'm not going to, I don't want to compromise anything for a win. I don't have that many more chances probably in my career to get a win. A win is special. I've noticed debate about whether to play certain players in the game yesterday or the game this 10 days from now. But it's so important to understand when you're involved what it means to put a win there that'll always be with you. Now, losses hurt, and, of course, that's the other side of the coin. But it's great to win. It's important, and they're singularly worth noting. I can remember wins and games, remember losses as well, of the Cowboys for extending back the full 35 years. But I can remember quarters. I can remember plays and games that I was involved in when I was in college. Winning is important.
Yeah, Jerry, how difficult is this for you? Because, look, Dak is having an insanely great year. Coming off the injury, he's right there, for the passing title. Yet he was hit 11 times yesterday, and he is so valuable to your team. How difficult is it when you assess everything going into this weekend as to how you want to play this out?
You weigh that against how valuable it was to win the game yesterday. And I don't mean to sound like a motivational talk here, but that win's big to us yesterday. And to go up against the Giants and to finish with hopefully the kind of taste we've got in our mouth today, to go do that, there's a tremendous carryover. And I'm not just talking about the players. I'm talking about everybody. Coaches, fans, all the way through. Winning is winning the game because they're hard. They're supposed to be hard. They are hard. The NFL is designed so that you have got to really break out of those traces to stay out of that 500 range. That's the way it's set up. The very worst teams get to pick the best players and so forth. So having said all of that, that was a physical day there yesterday for Dak. We knew it was coming. Quinn, the coach over there, that's his style, and he had watched games and saw how that might be the best way to put it on us yesterday. And so to not expect there to be a lot of pressure out there yesterday would have had your head in the sand. But I noticed the comments from the players after the game, and they were talking about how that first half was that was one thing, to be imposing you well and having those 3 possessions, 3 scores, dominating that clock. But the other part of it comes just as assured, and that is when you're reeling and it's going the other way, and the questioning of what you're doing out there and making a mistake and get an unfortunate penalty, fighting through that. Well, that's important that those players and everybody see each other do that, feel it. It'll be important up there against the Giants in 10 days.
Well, Jerry, on the other side of the coin, I think that your head coach, Brian Schottenheimer's play calling seemed a bit more aggressive yesterday. Went 6 of 6 on 4th down. The offense looked pretty good, and it seemed like he was willing to take more chances. What did you think of Schotty's play calling yesterday?
Well, I'm smiling when you said looked like he was a bit more aggressive. 6 out of 6 4th down calls. I've never heard of. I never thought football would get to the point that you would have that kind of stat. But it's a credit to really the confidence. Again, that's how you gain it, is to execute on it. And it was material, of course. It just through just the time of possession went crazy, even though we were having trouble slowing them down on their big plays over 15 yards. I think they had 7 or 8 of them. But the point is that that aggressive play calling allowed us to hold that ball. And in holding that ball is what dominated the game. It set up criteria that are not normally in a stat sheet. And that is one way to win a football game is, even if you're a little porous on your defense, is to just go for it on every 4th down. Now, of course, that can turn on you and have an embarrassing result. But, no, I was, from the get-go, it was about running yesterday. We knew they'd be putting pressure on Dak. And I thought that under the circumstances, he was outstanding.
And, Jerry, one thing that didn't help your time of possession in a good way was Kevontae Turpin with an electric touchdown as a wide receiver. And I think the group that you guys have formed at that 3rd wide receiver spot is one of the most underrated and skilled, groups in football. How much of a luxury is it to have Kevontae Turpin returning kicks for you, but also catching passes and just having multiple options outside of CD and George Pickens?
Well, it is tremendous, and it does create all kinds of stress on the teams you're playing, the defense. But I'll tell you, not to get away from that, but to add to it, that running game that we had yesterday and what Williams was doing early, I've never seen it executed better. And those guys over on that other side of the ball now, they wanted to, the ones that were out on the field at that time and place, boy, they wanted it. And we were able to really run that ball, and I can't say enough about these running backs. Williams, both of them playing with a certain amount of handicap, and just were outstanding. And that was the difference in my mind in the first and second half. Is first half we were able to execute that run so good and so consistently, and it just let us dominate that time of possession. But back to your receiver question, and it's accurate. We didn't have Flournoy yesterday, who's absolutely had a breakout year. But to have Turpin in there, and of course, you say, well, why don't we do one of those every game? And then they'd back up off of us and let us throw a few of our shorter crossing routes. But no, that's a weapon, beautifully done by Dak, and well done because of the pressure that he'd been getting. But bottom line is that receiving core that we have out there, and you throw Pickens and throw Lamb, throw Flournoy, and you throw the rest of the guys that are in there, and what we can do with the running game, that's a great combination, and we've got a lot to look forward to here in terms of watching this operate. And while I'm at it, I'll just say this, and I am not the eternal optimist. I know I act like and sound like I am when I'm on a show with you guys or I'm in public. But I have a lot of times when I see too many flaws, and so I have to do tricks to keep me going positive too. So, but all I'm saying is, our future, what we've got set up on both sides of the ball, I think bodes well for us.
Jerry, how close do you think you are with this team?
Well, I be very candid with you. The loss against Detroit, and again, you asked the question of me, how close I think we are. The loss against Detroit was a surprise to me. not the loss, but just our how we played. I thought we had turned the corner defensively. We'd got personnel back that we hadn't had. We got our new personnel really acclimated, and Williams on Quentin Williams on the defensive front, added him in that front, which I think has a great future, not just him, but the front. And I thought it was onward and upward at that particular point. We were getting Ravel out there, knowing he was a rookie, but thought that he could make a difference. Diggs coming healthy, Bland coming healthy back there, Hooker getting better. When we started this year, I thought our strength could quite possibly be that secondary. And, boy, have we had to shuffle that around. And it's been probably the most telling thing in my mind, that and linebacking inconsistency out there. Those things are and can and is a work in progress to get addressed. If we can get that addressed and keep advancing the ball, so to speak, figuratively speaking, on the offensive side of the ball, we can be a heck of a team.
Yeah, defense has been a struggle this year. I know hindsight being 2020. Is there anything that you can look back to that you would have done differently when looking at that side of the ball coming into this season?
Well, we knew it was branded on our forehead that we had a different, some different philosophical input for at least 3 years. I really would say for a 5-year period, we've been evolving and had different influences on defense. And that lack of continuity, lack of, to use a word that's really being used lately, consistency, and it did to play the players that are there. Now, remember, several of those guys we've been out there have just here, but they've just gotten there on a lot of teams. A lot of teams are playing with first-year guys into a system or into defense. But we had our new coaching staff here as well. And that new coaching staff had some continuity together. A lot of them came with flus. And so they had continuity, and I thought that would smooth it out. But that plus just the ins and outs of availability of our players, I think are the things that I would point to. How do you remedy or how do you address lack of availability? What that is the player can't play, he's hurt. How do you address that? Well, it's different circumstances, different health situations, where they are in their career. All of that makes a difference. We're going to attack that harder than we've ever attacked it because I want to take advantage of where we are right now in principle with our offense. We've got good, young, strong offensive line, and that's improving at all times. So I think the offseason with our extra draft picks, we've also got reasonable to frankly good for the next 2 or 3 years in good shape with our cap, our availability of dollars. So all in all, we're in better shape than, in my mind, anywhere near what we were last year.
So it sounds like to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, are you pleased with where you are scheme-wise and with the coaching staff on the defensive side of the ball?
No, not at all. And we've got a lot of work to do there. I'm sorry if I have let my enthusiasm for the win yesterday misrepresent. No, not at all. We've got a lot of work to do over there. But we can do it. And we can do it with, let's say, manage the continuity that we don't have. Some of these teams have had the same continuity on their defensive scheme for years. And that still doesn't mean they don't have to make adjustments when they have injury. And that's the game. That's what we're in. And if you can't you can't win and have some adversity with injury, you're not going to get there. But I think the combination of things this year, and that with the new coaching staff, the continuity issue there, and then the fact that we were sitting there, if you'd have told me we wouldn't have Bland a lot of this year as much as we haven't had him, if you'd have told me Diggs would have not been in there as much, Hooker would have had some of the issues that he had available, what he was playing with, that type of thing, because, I thought that was one of our strengths.
Jerry Jones joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Logan Wilson was a guy that you traded for and seemed really excited about adding to the lineup. He did not sub into yesterday's game. And you mentioned some inconsistency at the linebacker position. Where do things stand with him? And the linebacker position overall, how much work do you think it needs?
Well, we need to improve. I'm going to just say, because improve where? First of all, I don't have an explanation for you why Wilson wasn't in there. He'd planned to be in there. We'd planned to have him in there, so I don't have that at this time. But he needs to be in there. He's got good instincts. The reason we got him was because he reads the play quick and can basically be in his lane of responsibility or react quick. It's critical that a linebacker have quick reacting, and he's able to do that. That's why we got him. So, but I don't have an answer to that yesterday.
How difficult? What's the most difficult part of your job, Jerry? What's the thing that is just like it feels like the hardest thing to assess or to go through? As the owner and general manager.
Well, you have our game. Our game is a little ambiguous when you start evaluating the actual play. You can have different interpretations of how the play and what different players were doing or didn't do. It's a mistake to think it's very bright lined. And if I can just say it this way, my college coach, Frank Broyles, who was known as one of the great strategists ever, was certainly he understood fundamentals, but he was really a management major, and his entire focus was almost mathematical. And his goal was to get 2 against 1, 3 against 2, 4 against 3, always outnumber them. And then that makes up for whether or not the athlete was able to elude or able to soft leg and avoid getting a direct hit and make 3 or 4 more yards. Now, where I'm going with this is it's not a bright line game. And there's a whole bunch of looking on hindsight when you're looking at a tape of how a team played and looking back at how that team played and then using that as the way to formulate the answer. And so because of that ambiguity, that's not frustrating, but it's hard. Because a lot of times you see things done. You remember 4 or 5 games back when we had our special teams guy get knocked down, get knocked back, and then turn around and was over there and recovered that ball? Y'all remember that great play?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
It was the most noted play by fans when I see them, or people in football when I see them. They talk about that play. That's football. Well, drawing that play up or having somebody explain that play to you is almost surreal, because that came from just sheer effort and tenacity. And it broke many of the rules of how to draw a play up, because you have that kind of intensity. Well, when you see a lot of the things that you see executed right, or you see it done because you can say it was done right because they had intensity, or you can see it done just where they were supposed to be, but not done right, and maybe even a score because of the lack of intensity that's out there. Now, that doesn't mean everybody's not out there trying, but they just didn't have it together for that next step enough to get the job done. Now, I know this is a lot of arm waving that I'm doing here today, but it's not as exact as you'd like to believe it is, that you could X and O it at all. And so I think that's the hardest part.
Yeah, and the reason...
Evaluating a player, how do you explain sometimes when the nose tackle's got an inch and a half shorter arm, or not the nose tackle, defensive lineman, yet he's dynamic in the way he plays the game and makes up for it. So those are the hard things to figure in. And then I would say the injury factor. We are our game is physical. No matter how much we throw those flags, this game is physical. And those are bones and sinew, and those are things that are getting tested out there. When I came into the league 35 years ago, there were 5 300-pound players in the league, 5. And now then, there are 300-pound players everywhere in terms of the big guys. The field is exactly the same width and the same length. There's no more room out there. And so the people are faster. And so you got more velocity going on against each other out there than at any time you had in those other years. You're going to have injury. And so when you've got a system that takes and pays most of the money to a few players, and then you have the rest of the players that are out there that are absolutely essential to doing anything, then you have a real challenge. That combination of things is probably my biggest challenge.
Yeah, and I ask it because, on a human, just from a human element, and trying to assess in the X's and the O's, not just from a player standpoint, but from a coaching standpoint, too. Because it's easy for us to look and say, okay, well, look at the year that Robert Saleh is having with that defense in San Francisco. And he was in the building last year with you all. How do you assess what you are looking for when you're bringing in not just players, but coaches as well? And do you look back, in hindsight, too, and think, man, did we make the right decision with, the success that other coaches can have when you went another direction or have in the past before?
Yeah, well, he's outstanding. We almost didn't let him leave the building. We were impressed. But more importantly, his recommendations. If you really want to, if you really, really want to get out and check out a coach, just go down and not so much the interview, go down and check and visit with everybody he's coached with. And then also look at some of the coaching that he's actually done at the position or the area of responsibility he's had. If you really want to figure out what a coach's background is. But now, you rest assured, I know you guys know this, you don't have one that you wouldn't, if you look at all the tape, if you look at all the games, if you look at everything involved now, you'll have a lot to look at, and it won't all be Super Bowl stuff.
Jerry, yesterday on the Netflix broadcast, Emmitt Smith made an appearance, and he said, quote, "For the first time in a long time for me, I feel like we're heading in the right direction." What do you think Emmitt sees, and why do you think the fans should fall in line with Emmitt and his line of thinking?
Well, let me say this. Our fans have to do anything differently or more or less for me. I know what our fans want, and it's just a question of I happen to have the responsibility or happen to have the wheel on trying to get what the fans want out there. And so the fans are not. Fans fall in line when you play good football, and you have that. We came out of that game yesterday, and that was fun to win that ball game. It felt good. It isn't any fun at all on any basis to come out of a game and not win it. And so I've got a good feel for that. It's important to me. My fans, Cowboy fans, sports fans are the most important thing to me in the world. And that's why that I do all the things that I do to do what I can do to get their attention and get their interest. That's my makeup. It's what I do. And I know that we need to have football players. That's why Dak's the highest paid player in the NFL.
Jerry.
So that we could have that kind of success.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was just going to tell you it was an exciting watch yesterday. The Netflix presentation was terrific as well, and I know that that means a lot to you in the greater scheme of things, as well as coming away with a win. So I know it had to be a great Christmas with you all. We appreciate you being with us this morning.
Okay, guys. Well, I got wound up here. I hope I answered at least two of your questions. But listen, it was a great win. It feels good. Our players are so proud. Our coaches are that we played the game to win, like it was the next game was the playoff for the Super Bowl or the Super Bowl game. So we gained on it yesterday. And thanks for being on with me.
Hey, we appreciate it. Merry Christmas to the family and Happy New Year.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That's Jerry Jones, brought to you by North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Some interesting comments to come out of that. When he was discussing the defense, Alec, it seemed, in talking a lot about the fact that you were missing some players throughout the season. He mentioned Deron Bland. He was referring to others. I don't know. Did you get the same sense that I did, that it seemed that it was more on that than it was the scheme? And that's why I followed up with the question. I don't know if you had that sense as well.
Yeah, it felt a lot like that until I asked about Logan Wilson, and he said, no, we were anticipating on him playing.
Oh, yeah, and then when I asked if he was happy, right, he said no, not at all. He was definitive on that. So
I think he admitted, he was like, don't let my, excitement about the win confuse you. I think he might have just gotten a little bit like, okay, we saw that we have the propensity to win football games in the NFL with this team and this defense, but he kind of came back down to earth like, oh, yeah, it's still not great.
One thing that Jerry and I both have in common is, without a question, the Detroit loss being the surprise. I think we're all joined together in that one pretty much too, right? So some interesting comments from Jerry Jones. We appreciate him joining us as he does every Friday here in the KNC Masterpiece at 10:30. Let's turn to the other side and talk to Mickey Spagnola and his thoughts about what the owner and general manager just had to say and what he thinks the team should be doing as we look ahead to the Giants matchup next weekend. We'll do it next here in the Fan.
KRL-FM Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Prescott under center. Play action, back to throw. Right side of the end zone. Back of the end zone, Ferguson. In the right back corner of the end zone. Never mind fourth down. They cashed it in. Prescott to Ferguson.
Hour 2 with the KNC Masterpiece here on your home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan, following the Cowboys win over Washington 30-23 alongside AM on the FM himself, Alec Medford. I'm Will Chambers. Kevin Walker back in the cup. Aiden coordinating your video on Twitch, YouTube, and 105.3thefan.com. And let's go out to the Star and open up this hour with Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Happy holidays, Mickey. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Hey, we're doing okay. We're making it through the holidays. A little nasally, so I hope it doesn't annoy you as much as it's annoying myself. But you had to enjoy yesterday.
We extended the holiday because I stayed behind here in Washington, D.C. To kind of enjoy one day of holiday anyway after we worked yesterday.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, at least you get to enjoy it in the Capitol. Hopefully the weather's okay. How much fun was it yesterday?
Not.
It's not? It sucks up there?
It's like 30 degrees, and it's kind of it's not snowing, it's not raining, but it's kind of misting right now.
It's 76 here. It's crazy.
I just said, when we were walking here, I said, why do people live here? It's cold. I'm actually standing outside right now in front of the White House.
Well,
what a flex.
All right.
That's awesome.
But anyway, we need to talk football.
Yeah. Hey, look, we just talked to Jerry, and it's so easy for all of us to kind of play sports and be like, well, this is what I would do, But at the end of the day, this is their job. This is what they get paid for. Dak is having such an unbelievable season. He's got a shot at the passing title. He wants to play next week, and you totally expect that. But, the human element is, but you don't want to risk him, too, being injured going into next year. How do you look at the decision on what to do with Dak and some other starters?
Yeah, since you're factoring in that he got sacked 6 times and hit like another
11.
dozen times in the game, 11. I think what I would do, but here's the deal. You got to prepare the backup quarterback, right? You got to prepare Joe Milton if he's going to play. So that's got to be a decision made on Monday. This week, it would have been so unfair to start Joe Milton because they never really practiced. I think Schottenheimer said they had like 6 to 8 full speed snaps on Tuesday. They had a walkthrough on Monday. Basically, you left on Wednesday, so it was another walkthrough. So how unfair would it be to send Milton out there this Christmas Day with no preparation whatsoever? And I think everybody needs to understand that the backup quarterback basically gets no snaps with the first team offense during the week. They get the scout team offenses. So to me, you would have sent a quarterback out there ill prepared, hadn't probably had hardly any snaps with the first team offense since the end of training camp, to go out there and say, okay, big boy, let me see what you can do, right? So that part of it would have been unfair. Now, going forward, I could see maybe starting Dak and allowing him to play the first quarter, second quarter, see how things go, and then maybe go to Joe Milton. But I think they're still feeling like it's important to be able to win this game and not finish with a losing season, to have something to build on going into next year.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys in that locker room that are going to be fighting to play, especially with how the offense looked yesterday. It was actually fun to watch. It was a little up and down for Dak, but one of my favorite numbers out of this, Mickey, 6 of 6 on 4th down, and I think Brian Schottenheimer took a bit of a step forward in his offensive play calling. What did you think of his game calling the plays for the offense?
Yeah, I think that, they weren't very good on 3rd downs, which forced them to go for it on fourth down. And the fact that they went 6 for 6, yeah, you're exactly right. Because if you look at Dak's kind of raw numbers and say, well, he only completed about 50% of his passes, he wasn't that good. And then you look down where the yardage is, and he threw for 300 yards again. And converted, he was in charge when they converted 6 of 6 fourth down. So, yeah, I think we were all reminded, and everybody else reminded, of how dynamic this offense really can be. Scoring 30 points once again and enabling them to outscore a defense that, again, I know they only gave up 23 points, but it was kind of a shaky 23 points when you see a guy run untouched 72 yards for a touchdown, right? So, but this offense has mostly been consistent all season long, and it was a good thing they were again Christmas Day. Otherwise, they very well could have lost that game.
Yeah, we just spoke with Jerry and asked him specifically if he's, pleased with, the scheme that he's had on defense, the coaching staff, and he was pretty definitive. He said, no, not at all. I've got a lot of work to do over there. What do you think is going to be next for this defense?
Get some players. Everybody talks about scheme. Okay, scheme this, scheme that, but who's running the scheme? And I think that's one of the things that's got to improve. The linebackers, you're playing a raw rookie at linebacker with Shamar James, and he made some plays, but he missed some plays too, just because of his, I think, inexperience. And they still gave up. I know half the 150 some yards they gave up rushing was the one run. But if you take that one run away, they were pretty good defensively, right? So that's the hard thing to understand, what went wrong on one run. So again, it's got to be players. I mean, what scheme do you want to play? Do you want to play man? They were playing man in the secondary and getting beat. You want to play zone? They were getting beat playing zone. It's who's getting beat. You're without Deron Bland. Trayvon Diggs is a shell of himself. Who goes out and gets flagged for a horse collar tackle when you didn't tackle the guy, right? He tried.
I know.
And so that tells you where he's at right now. I think we worry about scheme. I worry about who's playing the scheme.
Well, Mickey, the good news is somebody who didn't get beat yesterday, Logan Wilson, because he didn't play.
He's the only guy other than Milton that didn't play. So they're playing everybody. When you guys, not you guys, but people are saying, well, you got to just play the backups. Well, they are playing the backups. Everybody's playing. And so I don't know. And then again, so if you don't play, say you don't play Dak, are you playing the offensive lineman too? Because then it wouldn't be fair to Joe Milton. You got to play the wide receivers, or it wouldn't be fair to Joe Milton. Otherwise, it's basically a preseason game if you pull everybody else back if you're not playing Dak. And there's only so many guys you can pull back, as we saw, because everybody's playing anyway.
Well, on that note, speaking of people who are potentially a little dinged up and whatnot, and looking at some of the backups, we saw a lot of Malik Davis yesterday because Javonte re-aggravated that shoulder. Are you in the boat where you would say go ahead and sit this last game out for Javonte and let Malik Davis and maybe some Phil Maffa or Jaden Blue get some action? Because I don't want to risk any further damage to my bell cow running back.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely. If he's still banged up, and you saw that they were kind of regulating his snaps early before he hurt it, and then they said, no, you're done. Because Davis was getting, a series here and a series there. And, and I can see doing that. And, and that shows you the other part about this offense is they sent in their backup running back, and he goes for a season-high 103 yards rushing. So, that again speaks volumes of how good this offense is and can be going forward.
It has been an incredible year offensively. I mean, is this the best you've ever seen Dak?
I've seen him play awfully well. I always remember the 2023 season when he was runner-up for NFL Player of the Year.
Mm-hmm.
So he was really, really good. I thought short of this game, his accuracy has been phenomenal. His ability to not only throw the ball, but you see when he needed to run, he ran, and that one time he put a move on a guy to pick up the first down. I think he's been really, really good, and today more so than anything, he was clutch in very tight situations. So. I think that he has played awfully well. And I use this note, and it just keeps reminding me of before the season started, NFL.com polled the players for their top 100 players in the league, and Dak came in 79th. And he was the 13th of 14 quarterbacks in the top 100. So that kind of tells you what players know about the talent they're up against.
Are you doing the tour today in the White House?
I'm just walking. I'm just sitting here watching all the people, and they're actually playing, I think it sounds like Christmas carols. But I can't tell you how much this has changed. And, I've been to the White House many, many times and, several years ago, but there are more fences and gates and security than you've ever seen before.
Yeah, is that is the construction still going on? Aren't they doing construction on the?
It looks like, the East Wing. I'm not sure which wing I'm supposed to be looking for, but there seems to be an empty spot on one end of it, and I see some stuff covered up with. I don't know what it is, but anyway, I saw people walking on the roof, and I said, oh, no, they got security up there, but it looked like they were construction workers up there.
Yeah, well, be careful. Don't piss off security, okay?
Yeah, right. That's the last thing I want to do. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, enjoy what's left of your holiday, and we'll look forward to hearing from you next week.
All right, I'll be ready to go on Monday to finish out this season.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mickey. Take care.
See you guys.
All right, that's Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by North Texas Ford Dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. You've ever done the tour?
No.
I haven't either.
I haven't even been there, so.
Really?
Yeah. I've only been to 3 states in my life.
Long time.
Yeah.
3 states?
Yeah. I know how to party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What states are they?
I have been to Florida, Georgia, and Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
Boy, that's some things we need to work on there, Alec. All right. AM on the FM is next, so where are we going?
We got the question of the day.
Apparently not very far.
Plus, not at all. Plus, the best sound from the NBA yesterday. And no, it's not on the floor. Next on the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC masterpiece, Gbag Nation.
Get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck record attorneys in Dallas.
Coming up, one of my favorite segments in all of radio. It's the KNC Masterpiece. Will Chambers in today with Alec Medford, as well as Kevin Walker back in the Pimp Cup. And yes, on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, I do agree. Your texts have been fired today. And we haven't been able to get to them because we've been talking to Jerry and Mickey. But come on, guys. Prescott has never been this good in the red zone. Even those 12-win seasons, defense scoring and field goals mostly in the red zone. I think this particular level up will translate into the postseason. I agree with that. And again, I'll go into something I said earlier, my frustration of this year with the Cowboys of not making it to the playoffs, because this is, to me, this is the best I've ever seen Dak. That's how I see it.
I'd agree.
For Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time.
Was that me in there saying, Alec, that was awful?
No, that was Jared Sandler.
Okay. See, even I think we sound alike.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes! That just made my day. That just made my day. It is time for AM on the FM. Thank you for that. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, we've got some sound from the NBA over the past couple of days. My favorite sounds. No, not on the floor. One of them is very concerning. We will get to that here in just a little bit. Shout out Jimmy Butler. But we're going to go to the National Day calendar in just a second, because first I want to make a personal announcement. Big news. I've joined the Stanley team.
Oh, yeah.
They're not partnering or sponsoring or anything. I
shouting them out.
I gave in to the pressure.
Mm-hmm.
I never thought that I needed to go out and seek a specific cup to drink water from. I got it a couple days ago, and it has changed my mind about everything.
What do you like about it? What do you love about it?
What I love is that I put ice water in there, and it is still the same exact temperature at the end of the day. I go through multiple cups of water per day, so it doesn't ever last that long. But if it were to, it's going to be that same temperature every single time. And two, it finally fits in my cup holder. In my beautiful Chevy Blazer from Platinum Chevrolet, by the way. Go shout out Justin Rudd.
That might be my favorite part of it.
Yes, because
the fact that it fits.
I have such narrow cup holders for some reason. I don't know why Chevy does this. I love it. But I don't understand why the other ones, because actually, Will, I was using the same exact water bottle that you are using before this.
Oh, this one?
Yes, the same exact one.
I don't even know what this is. This was given to me by my former employer.
Yes, so I was using that exact same thing.
Does not stand for Will.
Oh, interesting. I was using that same exact thing, and it did not fit in my cup holder. So I had to get one of those giant, bulky cup holder extenders, so it sits above your cup holder, so my water bottle is up to my shoulder when I'm driving. I'm like, this makes no sense. So rant over. Stanley, thank you for everything you do.
Okay.
Anywho, the National Day calendar, gentlemen. It is Boxing Day, but we live in America, so. But it is also National Candy Cane Day. It's National Homeowners Day. It is National Thank You Note Day, which we're going to do Cowboys thank you notes and no thank you notes here in just a little bit. But it is also National Whiners Day. Yes, like the people who whine a lot, the people who complain a lot. So I ask you, gentlemen, and the Tolos, 877-881-1053, what is your biggest pet peeve right now?
Oh, my biggest pet peeve never changes. If I can hear you eating, I hate you.
I like it.
That might be a little strong.
No,
but it's literally, I can't even. Years ago, Hardee's had a commercial where it was nothing but the sound. Well, it was a video of the person biting into a burger and chewing it. I shouldn't have let something just make me that angry, but I could not even believe it. I wanted to write my congressman. or Congresswoman. I that drives me absolutely insane.
I like it, though, because it drives me insane, too. In public places, especially if you don't know how to control yourself, I don't like you. I just don't like you. And I say right now, because I know you said yours is consistent. Mine evolves. It changes all the time. Like
your number one pet peeve?
Yes, because certain things just bother me more on a given day or a given week because it's happening a lot. But I'd say here specifically this week, slow drivers. That has been my number one, because I'm not blazing down the highway even though I drive a Blazer. I'm not blazing at 100 miles an hour every time I'm on the highway. But when you get in the left lane and there's nobody on the highway because it's a holiday week and people are done traveling, they're not working, why are you going 60 miles an hour in a 75 mile an hour stretch of the highway? Why? It just makes no sense, because then, and you refuse to move in the process. Either get out of my way or don't get in the left lane.
Not that I'm trying to one-up you here.
Oh.
But to me, it's worse. What I hate more than that are the people that can sense that you're going to try to get over and speed up to not let you in.
Yes, that happened to me on the drive-in.
I mean, seriously.
Trying to get around the slow person in the left lane, the person in the right-hand lane next to me.
Like the lane is ending. And
yes.
you notice, you're like, oh, damn, this lane is going to end. Like, construction or something, they, have a lane blocked off. And you're like, damn, I need to get over. And then all of a sudden, no one wants to let you over.
Exactly.
Because God forbid they be behind you. God forbid.
Mark that. It's usually on 75 as well, coming up towards the studio. 75 North is where I experienced that issue so much, where people just don't want to let you do anything. It's like, hey, especially when we were at the old building, when we were at 4131, you get off of Woodall Rogers and you're the next exit on the right, but it empties you out onto the far left lane.
Yeah.
So I have 3 lanes of traffic to clear. It's bumper to bumper. It should be as easy as putting the blinker on, waiting for the next person to get past me, and then I just squeeze over. But no, you see that I went over and you speed up. I'm not trying to be better than you. I'm just trying to get to my job.
So in Main Street in Frisco, and anybody that lives in Frisco knows what I'm talking about, has been a mess construction-wise over the last year. If you're coming up like Main, like you're crossing Preston, like, coming in towards downtown, Frisco, there was construction where you had it was 2 lanes and it goes to, or 3, it goes into 2, or 2 into 1. And I'm on the way home and somebody did that, like knew that I was going to have to get over and then sped up. And so it's either I slam on the brakes and lose all my, momentum and I'm stopping. Now I'm having to through traffic while I'm stopped, try to pull over, or I speed up and cut them off. So what did I do? I sped up and cut them off. They followed me.
Oh, God.
All the way to HEB.
Don't be that person.
And then started mouthing me in the parking lot. This couple, they're in, I don't know. I think they're in like a BMW SUV, and I have like a smaller Mercedes SUV. Well, they cover like nice little Matchbox, car or something like that. And I just started laughing and walked in. Like, how angry? How much do you are you not happy in your life?
Yeah.
Where you literally got so angry you followed somebody to let them know that you hate them and they have a small little tiny SUV car, according to you.
Ooh. And from the 972, happens all the time when you drive a work van, especially in the rain.
Oh, yeah.
I feel bad for those people that do drive the utility trucks and vans and stuff, because I usually look at you and I say they're going to be going slower than me. I'm going to try to get around them. I never do anything rude, but I'm like subconsciously thinking, how can I get around them before I get near them? But I just feel bad because I feel like they get a stigma, because a lot of them are GPS monitored, so they can't go any faster. So I empathize for you. That's why before I even get near you, I try to get next to you to get away. So I'm not giving you any trouble. You're not giving me any trouble. I know that you can't go any faster. Kevin, what is your biggest pet peeve right now?
I would say my biggest pet peeve, and it's been something I've noticed lately, is just people not responding when you say sorry. You bump into someone, oh, my bad, sorry, and then they walk away, and you're like, okay, are you going to reciprocate my sorry? Another thing, you're crossing the street, or you let someone cross the street, and they don't wave at you. I don't know why, but that just bothers me. If I let you cross the road, just give me a quick wave. Just
nice
acknowledge it.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been ticking me off lately.
I like it because a little acknowledgement goes a long way. It really does. And especially in big social settings, for the first one that you mentioned, people bump into each other all the time. Shoulders get bumped, and it's like that's part of it because you're trying to navigate. Like, I was at the House of Blues Foundation room on Saturday. It is very packed, right, for any function. And at least a dozen people bumped into me, and they all apologized, and they're like, I'm sorry, and I always say, no, you're fine, I get it. It's understand. I try to have a lighter tone, too, to say, I get it. There are way too many people in this building right now. I get it. It's going to happen. But I always try to acknowledge
most people, for the most part, at concerts are like that.
Yeah, and I try to be the one person that's going to respond. I'm not going to start a conversation with you, but I will say, hey, it's all good.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. I understand. But let's see, 877-881-1053. Your biggest pet peeve right now. We're definitely getting some that we probably shouldn't read on the air as well. 469 bad drivers in general. Let's see. +1 on the food noise is awful from the 214. There we go. From the 214 also, wow, all this time I thought that was Will Chambers on the AM on the FM intro. What's next? You're going to tell me that's not Mike Bassick too? Jeez.
Yeah.
I like this.
I thought it was me.
I like this. Keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. Your biggest pet peeve for National Whiners Day. If you are a whiner, go celebrate, just not around me because I won't tolerate it. Real quick, before we go to break, guys, we're going to get to one piece of audio here. And this is kind of concerning. I don't know if you saw the issues with the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr and Draymond.
I did.
Going back and forth on the bench, and Draymond just walks away. Jimmy Butler was asked about that and what kind of emotion or if it does anything for him.
Did you learn anything about how they handle those type of situations being, kind of this maybe the first
I like that. Y'all yell at each other. Turn me on a little bit. I'm not going to even lie. I like that. I like the confrontation. It's good for us.
Said it turns him on a little bit. Watching Draymond and Steve Kerr go back and forth at each other. That's not the phrase I would use. Would I say it fires me up a little bit? It gets me motivated to go out there and play.
Maybe it really does actually turn
me on a little bit.
Jimmy Butler's an interesting cat in general.
Hey, you like what you like.
You like what you like, and hey, I don't even know how to follow up with that. Arguments turn on Jimmy Butler. That's the headline for AM on the FM.
I like it. Well, let's take a look at the updated playoff picture ahead of this weekend's games as we dip into a little gridiron gravy next.
Coming up in the next Gbag Nation, we got Cowboys Commanders.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Kevin. Last night, something happened to a human being that I've never heard of before.
Ooh.
And the Mavericks lost.
Oh.
And JJ Redick is not happy with his team.
At all.
That all coming up at the 12 o'clock hour. Here in the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers in here today with Alec Medford and Kevin Walker. Appreciate you hanging with us. Merry Christmas to you all. Let's take a look around the entire National Football League and dip it into a little gridiron gravy.
Dip.
How'd I do?
You did great.
Yeah?
The dulcet tones of Will Chambers.
It's powered by Men's Tea Clinic and Dayquil, actually.
You're going through it. I will give you your flowers real quick before we talk football. You do sound great for how bad I know you feel right now.
I thought you were going to say how bad you look.
No.
If you're watching on Twitch, YouTube, or 1053thefan.com, you can find that out too. But thank you. Yeah, it's a rough one. This is like 2 of the last 3 years. And I think it's because we went from, the fact that it's, 80 degrees yesterday and like today after being a little bit cold. Anyway. Okay, so what's up? Playoffs. It's so wild, man.
It's a weird year.
Do you want to do AFC or NFC first?
Let's start NFC.
Okay. All right. So what's wild, the wildest thing about the NFC is that the 3 teams that have the best chance at the #1 seed are in the same division. How crazy is that? So you've got the Seahawks right now they're in the top spot. They're at 12-3, and they travel to across the country to Carolina, which, oh, by the way, it's a noon game. Well, like 1 local time, but Carolina ain't no pushover. They're leading their division, so that'll be interesting. Anyway, they've got a 50% chance to get the #1 seed. The Bears are at 11-4. A 10% chance. The 49ers right now are the 5 seed at 11-4. They have a 26% chance of getting the #1 seed, and the Rams are at 14% because both of them are at 11-4 with the Bears, and then you got the Seahawks obviously at 12-3. But is that not wild?
It is crazy, and it makes this time of the year really exciting because I feel like we've been spoiled, but it's also boring in a way the past few years in the AFC where it's pretty clear-cut.
Yeah.
You have your blue bloods. You know that it's just it's a battle.
You want something to be played for in week 17 and 18.
Exactly, and that's the issue that the league is going to run into as they keep expanding the season that I'm sure they've thought about. There's people that are way smarter than me and make a lot more money that have to think about these things whenever they consider expansion of the league in general, but that's one thing that I think is going to be really hard to tame, and especially, let's just say, with the past decade of the NFC versus AFC. The NFC has been pretty boring in a way, where you kind of know that the West is going to be where people are going to actually get intense in terms of seeding. The AFC, it's the Chiefs, it's the Ravens, Cincinnati's always got a shot. Like, you kind of know what you're getting into with the Buffalo Bills as well.
Totally.
Like, if you keep...
It's totally different now. It's so crazy.
If you keep moving towards this 20-game schedule, which I think we're eventually going to get to, that Week 21 game, I feel like, is going to be irrelevant more times than not. Week 20 is going to be irrelevant more times than not. Week 19, even, I feel like for a lot of teams could mean absolutely nothing. So then it's just filler content. It's like that one episode of your favorite sitcom that you're like, it's a skip every single time because there's no substance. There's no story. They were just funny for a little bit, made some pointless jokes, and, collected their check. I enjoy this. I really love that the NFC is so weird this year. I think the AFC is just as weird, too, in its own unique way, just because some of the top dogs are not as good as we thought.
So what's also interesting in the NFC this weekend, in order for, say, let's say Seattle loses. Like, in order for anybody else to get the number 1 seed, right? So the Bears obviously would have to win out because they're, of all the teams that are vying for it, they have the lowest odds. So they have to win out. Seattle has to lose one of 2. And in just that scenario, Chicago gets the 1. But let's say that if Seattle wins on Sunday, I think that solidifies them over San Francisco in the division race. Thusly, the 49ers they're in the playoffs, but they don't have to, they're really not playing for anything. So they could actually bench their starters. They could, rest a lot of their guys. And I thought it was interesting, obviously I'm looking ahead to this game, that I can't remember the stat exactly, but when Christian McCaffrey has over a certain amount of touches, however many touches he had last week, like that's the number. If he has that or more, they're like 0-7 the following week in the last 2 years or something like that.
Jeez.
And they're coming off a shorter week. I'm like, that's a really interesting game. The Bears give up a ton of yards. They end up getting the plays somehow to make it happen, whether it be a turnover. They got one last week on that fumble, and then the onside kick. They just, all the ways in which they just fell apart last year in games where you're like, how can one team snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory so many times? It's not quite that dramatic, but it's awfully dramatic with them. The Buccaneers right now, I think that isn't Carolina in front, but for some reason they've got like a lower percentage to get into the playoffs. Anyway, it's weird there, but at least we have something that we're actually have to watch as far as seeding goes. The final week and then probably going into the playoffs.
Yeah, and then something that makes it even more annoying for the NFC side of the field is I just saw on KNBR, John Lynch, the GM of the 49ers, mentioned that Fred Warner excelling at his ankle rehab and could return for the playoffs. So
everybody's going to be thrilled about that.
A sleeping giant that nobody has really paid attention to this year because
they had so many injuries early that we thought they're just going to go away, and they have not.
Exactly, and they are going to be such a pest in the playoffs because I think they are now exactly what we thought they were the past, 3 years, where they're going to... Not you, but me. I fell prisoner to it's the 49ers against who?
Yeah.
A lot of the time, just because they had the rookie contract quarterback and they have all these veterans that are just so good and always available, like George Kittle, Fred Warner, so on and so forth. Jawan Jennings is having a lifetime season this year. He would not do that on any other team. But the 49ers find a way to confuse you in every which way possible and win games.
If they win out, they have home field, and guess where the Super Bowl is too? That would be wild. I don't think nobody's had that. Tampa played, at home, and so did the Rams, but neither of those teams had, home field advantage. With the AFC, it's looking pretty solid that it's going to be Denver. Although last night, I know it was impressive as you watch it, but then you go, but what does Kansas City have? How was that close? And I think last night was a great indication as to why most of us are don't really trust them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that was a great indication for me. And the AFC in general, it's
pretty much set.
It's nice to have parity, but it still goes back to what I was just saying. And you just said right there, it's pretty much set.
Yeah.
The AFC is so crystal clear outside of the 1 and 2 seed.
And there's no Chiefs in it.
weird. It's going to feel weird to not see Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid marching down the sidelines in the postseason this year. It's going to be really weird.
And like we should put our crack staff on this. When's the last time, or I can maybe look it up, I'll go under StatHead. The last time that 2 number 1 seeds from the year before missed the playoffs, both. That's nuts. Can't imagine that's happened before. Let's chat GPT that. That's a little gridiron gravy. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. With Alec Medford, I'm Will Chambers. Let's head into hour number 3 of the K&C Masterpiece and look back to last night not fondly. And what in the hell happened to this dude? That's all next here on The Fan.
Tolo means A&M Leasing Studios. It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3, the K&C Masterpiece. Merry Christmas, everybody. Will Chambers in for either Kevin or Corey, take your pick, with Alec Medford. And Kevin Walker, we got Aiden coordinating your video on Twitch, YouTube, and 1053thefan.com. We'll hit the Expressway coming up a little less than 20 minutes from now. Do some Cowboys thank you notes, and I'll be shepherded by Alec through the combo platter.
I can't wait for this one. You're going to get a chance to either give people their flowers or absolutely dunk on them for the gifts that they gave you.
Okay.
We'll get to that. It will be the Christmas gift edition. You're going to give us a sports opinion and tell us your favorite gift that you received or your least favorite. Because why not? So we'll get to that during the Expressway.
We're going to do a little old Fan Jam staple, the news at noon, and start in the NBA. Okay, so that was an ugly start in the Mavericks-Warriors game. And then I'm like, how in the world did 68 points get scored in that first quarter? Like the first 6 minutes of it, and even PJ Carlissimo on the telecast was like, I'd like to say it's good defense being played, but neither team can make any shots. And then all of a sudden, boy, did they ever.
It was an ugly game. It was just ugly all around. I did not enjoy a single moment of this. You talk, we'll get to the injury and everything, but you mentioned the beginning of that game. 68 points in one quarter, and then you look and you see that 40 of them were Golden State, and then you just start to cry a little bit if you're me. But yeah, this was a lump of coal if I've ever seen it, because this is the ugliness of the roster that is currently constructed that is going to continue showing its face until they start selling off some pieces. It seems like when one person's having an off night, everybody's having an off night, because a lot of this is individualistic efforts, right? When you talk about AD and Cooper Flag combining for over 60 points the other night, it's because they're taking the ball into their own hands. They are driving to the basket. They are coordinating the offense at any given moment. But whenever you start trying to facilitate the ball around and do your job a little bit more and other guys aren't knocking down their shots, you start playing hero ball, and it gets very, very isolated and one-dimensional, and everybody starts missing their shots. And you get that on a game-to-game basis with this team, which is so irritating, because you saw in that big game from Cooper Flag earlier this week, he made his first 7 shots and then went on a heater, and it's like Anthony Davis starts feeling that too. And the energy permeates throughout the team, right? You see Ryan Nembhard get on the floor, and he starts scoring at a high rate too. This team really feeds off of each other until things go wrong, and they almost forget every set that they run. They forget every look that they run where the ball is supposed to move around, and it gets very stale.
I read this sentence this morning, and I was like, what? Mavericks center Anthony Davis didn't return after exiting in the second quarter with groin spasms.
Been there.
I have never heard of... Am I the crazy one, Kevin? Alec and I have already talked about this. Have you ever heard of groin spasms? I'd never heard of it before.
I guess
never experienced it either. I mean, I've pulled it.
I guess when it comes to Anthony Davis, if I see a medical next to it, I mean, I could get ball sacked, really, because if they just put a medical term next to Anthony Davis, I'll just believe it, honestly, at this point. But no, I can't say I've ever heard of it.
That was a new one for me. That sounds awful.
Oh, yeah, they're not fun. I've been there. It's a real thing. Very real thing. Yeah. Back, I want to say junior year of high school track season, I pulled the groin.
Yeah.
But that turned into, because I kept on trying to run on it, I think that just irritated it, and that's when I could be sitting in a chair
too soon.
Yeah, I could be sitting in a chair just like this, and tightens up on you, loosens up on you. This sounds crazy out of context. You just got to believe me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not fun. They're not it wasn't a long-term thing for me. It was like a week. But yeah, I definitely got back at it too soon.
I've experienced spasms in my calves, in my hamstrings, in my quad, my back. I like pretty much every other muscle or tendon or ligament. I feel like I have never experienced that, nor have I ever heard of it. But hey, maybe that's.
I
just
hope you
me.
don't.
Me too.
Makes it tough to walk
two of us.
and do other things.
Christmas NBA stuff. The Lakers looked awful, and their coach was not happy after. Here's JJ Redick.
It's a matter of making the choice. And too often we have guys that don't want to make that choice. And it's pretty consistent who those guys are. And so Saturday's practice, I told the guys, it's going to be uncomfortable. The meeting is going to be uncomfortable. I'm not doing another 53 games like this.
What he said at the very beginning of that clip was they don't want it enough.
That's a former player, a recent former player, really speaking what he actually thinks, which I love. I don't know how much I love doing that to the media before you have the chance to sit down and really talk with the team, because he goes in the locker room and he talks to them for a little bit, then he does media after, right? I'd wait until like after the next practice and be like, yeah, so the conversation afterwards looked like this. And so that, I think in a good way, is going to light a fire.
I'm with you. I love it.
I love it.
But to me, that's the NBA.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like... I've always said this about... I heard Dawson talking about like college and pro basketball the other day, and he was right about it totally. The reason why I prefer the college game, as opposed to not just my fandom or anything like that, is because, like, let's say if you like unfocused your eyes, and you got two TVs up, right, and they both have a basketball game on, but it's, you just unfocus them. There's one where there's constant movement, and then there's one that isn't. The NBA is one that isn't. If we're talking about quality of basketball, it is so not even close. You could watch 6 minutes of a college game and nobody could score. I mean, it could be some good defense or just, not good enough shooters. Everybody on the floor in the NBA, if they're left open, I mean, it's drippy every single time. So it's not even close. But there is just more movement in it. And that's why you always see college coaches, they're yelling and screaming and like, dude, I'm moving this and that. You don't see it at all in the NBA. They just kind of go when they need to.
There's one player that has made me come to a realization about NBA players, especially like role players and veterans in the league. Andre Drummond this season is shooting 41% from three. That shows me that players in the NBA today are just generally lazy, because Andre Drummond is not known as the three-point shooter. I know he doesn't play the most minutes and everything, but the fact that he is consistently knocking down corner threes for Philadelphia that just shows me that guys in the league don't really care sometimes. And it fits everything that JJ Redick said. You can show up one day, and I know it's a long season in the NBA, and it's okay for one day to have a tough day. But a lot of these guys come in and they just go through the motions. They are so incredibly lazy at times when, like you said, you leave any NBA player on earth wide open at the three-point line.
They're going to knock it down.
They're going to knock it down because they are that talented and they are that skilled. The want-to from some of these guys, especially names like on the Lakers, not great. But for the Lakers specifically, it's tough when your three best players are awful defenders too. So you're asking them to carry a lot of weight on one end of the floor because they can't carry it on the other. And then the other guys, the role players and the other two starters that we're talking about for the Lakers, it seems like they just don't want it. Like Redick says, there's a lot of standing around. There's a lot of moping around in the corner waiting for a look to be force-fed to you. There's a lot of standing and waiting. And like you said, there's no movement. There's no scrambling around trying to find a new set, trying to find a wide open look. There's nothing. The Lakers are just an ugly, weird constructed team.
By the way, the Spurs are here.
Oh, yeah.
Here. They're here. The third time in 2 weeks that they've just, opened up a can pretty much on the Oklahoma City Thunder. They are here. Do we have something I can't? There's
Yeah.
something up with my ex.
We got something from Shams.
Oh, yeah?
On Anthony Davis.
Oh.
He has sustained a minor groin strain and is likely to miss a few games. Sources tell ESPN mentions that he is a significant trade target and he will be evaluated daily. They've been taking a cautious approach with injuries the Mavericks had specifically for Davis and will continue to do just that. So sounds like just a few games for AD, which at this point, any time is time missed.
What the hell is going on with X here? Wait, is it chat now? What are my DMs, my inbox?
Oh, you're on that side of it now, yeah.
What the heck is... I don't even...
The DMs are screwed up and weird. They ruined it.
Yeah, Kevin gets in my ear. He's like, I'm sending you something. I got a tweet from Shams. I'm like, okay. And I look over here. I'm like...
Whole new tab.
Oh, great.
Whole new tab.
Oh, God.
I
hate that thing.
Yeah. That app is...
He's out with spasms. Mild groin strain. Uncomfortable. Hey, did you see this? Couple of things. One, that University of Michigan is targeting, he's not former coach yet, but Kyle Whittingham, Utah's coach, who said he was stepping down after the bowl game this year.
Yeah.
He said he was entering the transfer portal. He had kind of joked that he wasn't retiring. Well, it looks like Michigan is doing that. And also Trey Wisner. Kevin, what do we think about that? Running back Trey Wisner is entering the transfer portal and departing from the University of Texas.
Yeah, so we have no one left. Texas, as you could imagine, is going to have to attack the transfer portal, especially for the running back room. I think we have 2 running backs on roster right now that aren't, signees or guys already in high school, which I feel comfortable about that position. But Baxter's in the transfer portal, Wisner's in the transfer portal. So
why is he transferring?
Probably wants other opportunities somewhere else. Maybe didn't like the scheme that he was fit with Sarkisian. He never really got... He kind of had like a Jaden Blue situation where he was kind of thrown in there, but he just never really got the chance to shine. I just don't know. And for Baxter, his health just wasn't on his side when he was with Texas. So they're going to have to reevaluate their running back room for sure.
Thought that was interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting. And the Whittingham thing... I got to give our old friend Carter Freeman his flowers on that one. He called it perfectly.
Really?
He said, don't think he's retiring. I think it's the right move, the only right move, because how do you move on from years of scandal and bad headlines and stuff? You get somebody as serious as Whittingham, nobody's ever going to question his competence and just like leading men and managing personalities.
And his style is, tough.
Yeah.
Real physical, offensive and defensive lines. So that fits Michigan football to me.
It definitely does. And he's going to command a different kind of mentality, and he's going to straighten things up. And you mentioned really tough-nosed. And the guy himself, he's what? On the almost 70? On the wrong side of 60 for sure. But he looks like he hasn't missed a workout in decades.
No doubt.
This is a Michigan football guy.
Yeah.
This is a home run of a hire if and when it gets finalized.
Love it.
I love it.
I love it. All right, a little bit of news bits for you there. Let's head into the Expressway. Some Cowboys thank you notes and the combo platter. All next here in the Masterpiece.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows.
The on-time experts.
Blitz look, four-man rush. Prescott, a deep drop. Flag is down, deep ball to the middle of the field. Caught Turpin, running away. Turpin, there's a flag down. Turpin in the end zone. Please be against the defense. Touchdown, Turpin.
Good stuff right there. It's the KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Will. I'm hanging there today with you. Merry Christmas. This is Alec Medford, AM on the FM,
That's
otherwise known. Kevin Walker's back in the cup, where we're going to take it for 2 o'clock. The Gbag Nation will take over. That will consist of when Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus.
Ooh, power duo. I'm ready for it.
There you go.
And back to that highlight. I heard that live. I was driving to my aunt's house for our second Christmas with the whole family. I heard that play live, so I didn't get to see what was happening, and I was exactly like Brad in the moment. I heard him say flag down, and I was like, please be the defense, and I love that he worked that into the call because he was just like all of us. Kevontae Turpin finally getting a good look. Didn't give up on the route this time, did he?
No, sir. No,
So good.
sir. It's time to hit the Expressway, which is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Let's do a little Cowboys thank you notes. I'd like to thank Brad Sham for that gem right there.
That's right.
Thinking of 2 Guys, 1 Booth. Speaking of Gbag, why don't you get us started here?
I'm going to write my first thank you note to Brian Schottenheimer. Your head coach, especially on this show, as of late, has been under fire for getting a little conservative, a little bit scared when it comes to the points game, when it comes to just overall aggressive play calling and the risk taking. Because
I was going to do the same thing that you're doing.
And you can build on and you can fill in any gaps that I don't fill here. I think it's easy for a first-year head coach to get caught up in the I don't want to screw up mode and I don't want to disappoint and I don't want to turn everybody away this quick, right? So that's understandable. But at the same time, whenever you're coming out of the bye, you make 2 trades, you win 3 in a row, you beat the 2 former conference champions and Super Bowl representatives in the process, and you're selling us this dream that you can make the playoffs and that you could steal the division away from Philly after beating them. You need to start acting like it on the field. And so I know it's too little too late, but I feel like especially...
How many years have we been clamoring for them to just throw the ball down the field to Turpin on a go route?
Oh, yeah. We've been asking for that for so long. And this year, they've tried here and there. They've tried to get him open in space, which I will give Shotty a lot of credit for that. Mike McCarthy would come on these airwaves and talk all the time about we need to get Turpin involved. We need to get Turpin involved. And you would target him once in a game. He would never actually back it up. Shotty is like, no, we have a weapon there. He is faster than anybody on the field at any given moment. And everybody knows it. So whenever you give him that space to let a play develop, and it goes to more credit for the offensive line on that play because it wasn't perfect. We talked about it with Jerry, too. Dak got beat up in that game. They held him up just enough for Turpin to get a stride and a half of separation, and it was over. It's nice to see that they didn't just give up on it, too, because I mentioned this, and if you haven't seen it, go to Bobby Belt's Twitter. He pointed out they ran that exact same play last week. Mm-hmm. And Turpin kind of stuttered and gave up on the route, so Dak overthrew him. And Dak immediately was like, why? Why did you stop? I knew what I was doing. You got to keep going. I'll make the throw. You're not going too fast. I'll make the throw. They ran it again. The exact same look. So I admire that Shotty... Whenever he says stuff, he usually tries to actually back it up, which is pretty cool.
I'm going to co-sign on the aggressive nature, but damn, they had the opportunity, did they not? They had the ball for almost 40 minutes. 38-44. Do you know how many third down attempts they had? 20. Mickey said earlier when we talked to him that in order for you to go 6 for 6 or to have 6, fourth downs, that means you had to be pretty unsuccessful on third down, and they were, 8 of 20? Yeah. That's tied for the most third down attempts this year by a team.
Sounds like a Philadelphia stat line.
It's actually the Rams, and it was actually just a few days ago, too. It was last week.
Yeah, it just sounds like an Eagles stat because of how confident they are in the dumbest play in football.
No doubt.
You know, I like it. I hate that you're inefficient on third down, but I do like that you are getting the confidence as a play caller to say two things, honestly. You're getting the confidence in your group to say we can achieve this, but in my mind, that's him also doing the right thing in admitting that my defense is not going to stop much behind this, so we need to keep the ball.
Before I hand out my thank you note, I'd like to hear from the subject of my thank you note. Can you do that for me, Kevin, please?
No question. I mean, I love this game. I love any opportunity that I get to play it. And so with like that being said, I mean, yeah, if I get to go out there, I'm going to give my best. I'm going to prepare the same way. I'm going to be the same player that you guys know. And so I understand, you know, the reasons why maybe not. And if I'm approached with that, I'll handle that then.
I want to thank Dak Prescott for being Dak Prescott. And that's really it.
Sure.
I know that Dak, to a degree, gets his flowers for being a good dude and a good leader, right? Everybody talks about how good of a leader he is. He's not. He doesn't give you like the old coach. He doesn't give you the Tom Brady answers, right? When Tom, was a quarterback, and Bill Belichick was the coach, and they, pretty much give you nothing. Dak talks to you like you for real, and he gives you thoughtful, meaningful answers. And every single time he does it, it's the right tone. It's the right thing to say. It's the right thing, and he's not doing it because he's doing it because that's who he is. That's what he believes. And I just, like most, have been incredibly critical of Dak and how he's played in the playoff the last 3 of his last 4 games, the 2 against San Francisco and the 1 against Green Bay, where I'm like, I think he was overcooked, overhyped, however you want to call it. And that's why I've never been more frustrated with the Cowboys than I am this year because Dak looks so good. I want to see him in the playoffs, and I want to see him succeed so badly. Because he is that dude. He says the right things. He does the right things. Hands down, never misses a beat every single time. And just, it's a lot to ask for in somebody as the leader of your franchise. And I know it's not going to make up for not winning enough playoff games, Super Bowl, and I'm not even trying to say that it should. But just thank you for you being you, dude, because you're dope.
Yeah, it's nice to have the stability in terms of your leadership. That's one thing that this team will never fall short on as long as Brian Schottenheimer is the head coach. And as long as Dak Prescott is here as the quarterback, I know that the right guy is leading the charge, and you're seeing it actually translate here on the field, which I agree with you, Will. Probably the best I've ever seen him.
Yeah, I mean, this guy knows the answers to the test.
He knows the answers to every test, and I mean, he's surgical both in the meeting room, at the line of scrimmage. He does everything you ask him to do, which a lot of teams don't get that luxury. There's always something missing, right? There's a few guys in the league that come to mind that do all the right things in the same way, like Josh Allen is always going to answer the question the right way. I feel like Lamar Jackson, he's pretty soft-spoken, but he's always going to answer the right way, and he's going to play the right way, too.
That's being brought into question a little bit lately, but yeah.
Yeah, the Sun put out a interesting article, which I'm not too sure if I believe much of it. Like,
that person's been covering the Ravens for a long time.
Yeah, but
I don't know.
I've also read some of his past work on Lamar. It seems like he's also just not a fan of Lamar. So that could just be me. We could see how the offseason develops because, I mean, that conversation, opening up that can of worms, if Lamar could be on the move and where he could go, that would be...
Oh, my God. That would Along with the whole Burrow stuff and everything?
Yeah.
I mean...
The quarterback market could be...
chaos.
Very, very chaotic.
Absolute
but
chaos.
It won't be chaotic here. That's nice to know that you have that leadership, you have that trust, and... I mean, Jerry even mentioned it with us earlier today. He was like, Dak is making the most money in the league for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
And I know I still disagree with how they went about that and paying him. And I bet behind closed doors they would say, we waited too long and we probably paid a little bit more than we needed to. But I'm not looking at it in a place of regret because I know what I'm getting with him. Every single Sunday, it's consistent. The play might vary here and there, but if you ever question if he's the right guy, which we're in year 10, I don't know why people are still questioning if he's the dude or not. You can question the playoff success and all that because it's 100%
I think it's
true.
totally fair.
Yeah, and it's totally fair. It's totally fair because it's true and it's real. But just watch one of the sounds from the sidelines videos from this season where Dak is going over to the defensive units and getting them amped up. And, I mean, Jerry even said it to begin the season when the defense was even worse than it is now.
Oh.
And one of Kevin or Corey asked, so who's the leader on defense? And he goes, well, we got Dak Prescott. That's your quarterback. They rely on him a lot off the field. A lot. And he's the voice of reason when it comes to this stuff. And it's the reason that it hasn't totally fallen apart from a emotional standpoint, from a just at the podium standpoint. Obviously the on-the-field product has sucked this year. But that's why this team is so frustrating, right?
Right.
They do just enough right to keep you invested. Just enough. Just barely enough. And the biggest right to me is having that guy lead your team.
Yeah. That's what. Do you have another thank you?
Oh, I have plenty I can give out.
Oh, okay.
And we want to hear yours as well. 877-881-1053 doing some Cowboys thank you notes as we do after each Cowboys game day here on the KNC Masterpiece. I'll give one to Malik Davis.
I mean, talk about just stepping in and stepping up.
Yeah, having a career day after Javonte Williams leaves the game with that shoulder stinger. Malik Davis led the way, and that is exactly what he did. He more than doubled his previous career high in rushing yards. He recorded his first ever triple-digit rushing yard game with 103 on 20 carries. Do that math, Will. 5.2 per touch. Pretty good. Pretty good. And I love that I get to write this thank you note to him because remember there was a point in time where he could barely stay on the team and he could barely get playing time. And if you don't listen to the morning show, one, bad on you, turn it on, leave it on. But two, Bobby has mentioned it that Malik Davis struggled with a lot of the mental side of learning how to be a pro at first with the previous regime. And it took a lot for him to show up to practice and show up to game day. And now here he is. After they let him go, he finds his way back on the team in a very crowded room of running backs, especially when you think about the preseason, when you were talking about Javonte, Phil Maffa, Jaden Blue, and Miles Sanders all being considered for the starting running back job. But he still shows up, and now he's your true running back too. And he passes with flying colors and everything when it comes to the off-the-field stuff, but on the field with the ball in his hands. He is nothing short of fantastic in a secondary role. The only thing that I just hate to watch is when they ask him to pick up blitzes. That's the one thing I hope we don't have to do very much in the future, especially against, talk about this upcoming game. The Giants have a lot of talent on that defensive line. I do not want to see Malik Davis picking up a ton of blitzes in that game. I'd rather have a tight end helping chip and stuff because, oh boy, there's a good size mismatch there. But he was incredible yesterday. And for all the questions we had at running back going into the season, and heck, even midway through the season when it was, what the heck is Jaden Blue?
Yeah.
What is he going to do?
Right.
Who is the guy outside of Javonte? Because Javonte is coming off a serious knee injury and is going to have his days where they need to limit his snaps. And guess what? They just did in this game. Mickey mentioned it. They were kind of pitch counting him, and then he lowered that shoulder and took a man's soul away from him when he truck sticked him, and it kind of re-aggravated the stinger. But Malik Davis says, nah, it's okay. I exist too. And I love that running back ended up being a strength of this team this season after all the questions in the preseason. It just makes me happy.
I'd like to get a thank you note to the Cowboys defense for proving me right on Matt Eberflus.
Backhanded thank you note.
I mean, 8 yards per play? That's what you gave up.
Bad.
I had to look this up to see how many times, if and when that has happened in the NFL this year, and it actually has. That's like a college stat, giving up 8 yards a game. I've never understood it. I really didn't. I remember the day the Bears hired Matt Eberflus, and I texted Broadus, and I was like, what do you think of him as a coach? And he was like, well-liked, well-respected. You know, I mean, he didn't Brian didn't have a strong opinion one way or the other. But I was like, okay, because, he was a really good defensive coordinator. I'm like, all right. He was in Indy for 4 years as the DC, and they were right around middle of the pack mostly. I mean, top 10 defense in 2020, kind of near top 10 or close to it in 2018. Outside of that, it's just kind of whatever. And, man, I don't get it. I don't even know why he got hired here. And I can't believe, and I asked, Jerry about this earlier, and he said he almost didn't let Robert Saleh leave the building.
Yeah.
I was surprised when they did.
Yeah. Everybody was.
I couldn't, I was beside myself with thinking, when you think you're crazy, when you're seeing something and, the rest of the world isn't seeing it, I think maybe it's some of my emotional intelligence I'd like to think I have, where I go, maybe I'm the crazy one. Maybe it's me, right? The whole Jets situation, I'm like, the defense is not the problem. The offensive coordinator, he doesn't even want there. And he has, no control over what's happening over there, the offense, and it's all become, a huge mess. And then he goes over and takes over the 49ers defensive unit, and that's been a MASH unit. And look at them now. I'm like... And then Matt Eberflus gets the job. I'm like, I don't know what's going on here. That's me. That's me. I'm crazy.
No, I don't think you're crazy.
I'm the crazy one.
I've always wondered this because hear me out when I say this, it's probably not going to go the direction you think. The NFL is such a good old boy league when it comes to concept. When I think about play callers, people look at these coordinators and they say, oh, but they were at the front of this at one point. I fell for it with Mike Zimmer when he came back a year ago. It was the sim pressures. He is the father of the sim pressure. So he's going to bring all this knowledge because he created something. He built something, and for Matt Eberflus, his upcoming was working with linebackers. So
somebody just texted in, it was his sympathy hire.
I could see it. I could see a world where they were honestly upset that they let him go in the first place and didn't promote him from that linebacker spot, coaching spot. And he left and got other jobs other places. So they're like, no, we got to right that wrong, bring him back. I could see a world where that's true. But back to the original point, I hate that the league does that, especially with guys like that.
Yeah, the recycled.
They are so committed to the idea of what they used to be, right? Because Matt Eberflus, once upon a time...
I completely agree.
He was really, really great at working hands-on with linebackers and teaching them and saying, you might not be good at this, but I can make you great at this. The league gets stuck in that belief of, 15 years ago, he was heralded for this. It happened with Mike Zimmer. It happened with Mike McCarthy. As your head coach for years, he goes and sits on his couch and lies his ass off about watching every angle of tape that ever existed in the world of pro and collegiate football at his house. He comes in, takes the job, and he looks like the same guy that left football because he wasn't good enough.
Right.
Exactly. But it was because, remember the work he did with Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah.
Remember what he was doing when they would never draft a number one receiver, but he would make guys look good outside of Devontae Adams? They would have a bowling ball at running back, and it would still work. All of these things just because of what they used to do or who they used to be. That happened with Matt Eberflus here, and I hate it.
I love this. The 682. I want to thank the Cowboys. I put 3 GER on the season over 8.5.
Whew. I'm glad. Well, I hope you got it like that.
Yeah.
I hope you're
We're
not
going to get there. It's the best 8-8-1.
Yeah.
But I still. Is that an over? I don't think it is.
I don't think it is.
Oof. Oh, that'd be a hard beat.
Is it a push?
Yeah. I mean,
it's a half game.
I mean, I think it's just. It's flat out wins. So no, I don't think it is a push. I don't think it would go there.
Good for you.
The 682 wanting to thank Overshone and Ravel for coming back after injuries and giving you some good to look at and hope for the future. I thought Ravel had some pretty nice plays yesterday.
Yeah, and sometimes I look at him, and because of his gargantuan size for his position, I'm like, oh, what linebacker made that play? Oh, no, that's your corner that you drafted. He is a mammoth at the corner position. You can tell every now and then he still has plays where you're like, yeah, that's a rookie that hasn't played football in over a year because he destroyed his knee. You can tell. And I saw some people way overreacting. I think it was on the Krosky-Merritt touchdown where he kind of whiffed on a tackle, which he made contact. It just slipped through because he had a head of steam. He was already running at full speed, so I wasn't too mad at that. I was mad at the secondary level behind him that let everything else develop in front of Krosky-Merritt. But, yeah, he was getting killed for a couple plays, but then he was making a few that you're like, oh, yeah, that's why people had a first-round grade on him if his knee was healthy.
Yeah, no doubt. It's the Expressway here in the KNC Masterpiece, brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Will Chambers with Alec Medford, Kevin Walker back in the cup. Some combo platter.
Oh, my favorite part outside of Masterpiece of the Week. This is my favorite part about Fridays. The combo platter. You're going to give us a sports opinion. Then, what was your favorite gift you received for the holiday? Or, if you want to be messy, your least favorite gift. Remember, you're anonymous outside of your area code, so you can bash anything or anybody you want to, or you can love them up for something nice that they did for you. 877-881-1053 sports opinion and your favorite or least favorite gift you received for the holiday.
Let's start back in the cup with Kev. Khaki Kev.
All right, so sports opinion. I don't know if we have a clue who is the favorite to win college football this year. I know that we feel good about Indiana, and I know we feel good about Ohio State, but I do feel like people are sleeping a little bit on Oregon. I do feel like people are sleeping just a little bit on Texas Tech's defense. I think at the end of the day, it's kind of up for grabs. Favorite gift, surprising gift. My mom got me and my girlfriend a $100 gift card to Texas de Brazil.
Ooh,
okay.
And I never really thought about you get gift cards for Christmas, but I never thought about getting a gift card for like a dinner. So I would say that one.
I like
pretty good. Have you ever done a Brazilian steakhouse? Either of you?
I have.
I've been to Texas de Brazil twice. My girlfriend never has.
Okay, yeah, that's meat sweats right there.
Oh yeah,
because
100%.
It's good. It's really good. I mean, they keep bringing it over. You're like, damn, that looks good. That tastes good. And like, I literally need to be like muzzled or something to like have it stop.
Yeah, Will needs to be muzzled away from meat.
Yes, mark that.
I've already said enough incriminating things. You cannot hurt me.
I kind of ruined mine earlier because I had this, I did it in crosstalk because I just couldn't keep my mouth shut. And it was something that I wanted to bring up too with Choppy and Bob. That Joe Davis and Greg Olsen should be the number one group. And I like Kevin, and I think Tom's doing a really good job this year.
Yeah.
But Joe Davis is incredible. Anytime he's on like the game that I'm focusing on, absolutely love it.
Oh yeah, Joe Davis he's for my money, he's the best storyteller in sports because the way he sets up a moment that he doesn't even know is coming. His foresight into the future is just amazing because you talk about some of the World Series run here with the Rangers that he called, some of the action there. You've seen it even in this past World Series. Anytime Ohtani's at the plate, and I know people are going to knock him because he is the
Dodgers, right? Yeah,
Dodgers TV guy, but still, like anytime Ohtani was up at the plate and the game was close, the way he sets the scene with just enough numbers to keep you interested, but he reminds you of the gravity of the situation. He's just so good at setting everything up in front of you.
I think he meets the moment so great.
Yes.
Every time. He just says, and it's just me, I guess, that whatever he said, it's like it's the perfect thing to say. I know, Kevin, I kind of put that on you last second. Did you find it?
Not yet. Still looking.
Okay. And I brought it up earlier when we were talking about the Aaron Judge home run, because remember, Aaron Judge was not unlike a lot of other superstars. I go back to Alex Rodriguez and Barry Bonds that had very poor postseason statistics. some play great. Sometimes you just have like these random guys like Mark Lemke and what's his name from the Cardinals that you're just like, it's so random. And they're really good. Well, Judge had, struggled, and it was the home run that went off the foul pole. And he's like, if it's fair, it's his moment. And you're like, God, that is so right. Just like I said earlier about Vern Lundquist.
Yeah.
On that chip, on the Tiger Woods chip. No, I have in my life, I've never seen anything like that. That's absolutely right. And I think that's what Joe Davis does. The gift. This was really cool. Shout out to my girlfriend.
Well,
Becca, all right. She got me this Chicago Bears 90s starter coat.
Oh, yeah. I already know. This is amazing.
And it was such a good gift because when those were popular, and when I was like 7 years old, I asked for one of those for Christmas. And my parents had got me, it wasn't the exact one. It was like kind of a knockoff. And we all know what that's like, right?
Yep.
When you want something and then like your parents get you like the Kmart brand or something. Shout out to Kmart. Love you. David Freeze, thank you for 469. It was a pretty cool jacket, but it wasn't like the jacket, right? And now those 90s starter coats are like back in fashion or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I had never gotten that jacket, and now it's like back in fashion, and I got it, and it's dope. I love it.
That is awesome.
Great freaking gift, man.
I love the throwback sports merch in general, but I think the NFL's is so good. Like the 90s.
Hold on real quick. Kevin's got the call I was talking about with Joe Davis.
2-strike pitch. Hits a drive down the line. If it's fair, it's his moment. It is. It's tied. Judge has arrived.
Mic drop.
Seriously, it's so good.
It's so good.
I don't know, because same line, same time frame, the baseball ones.
Yeah.
I could still, in my mind right now, picturing Norm Charlton steamrolling Mike Scioscia at the plate wearing that Reds jacket, or seeing Don Zimmer in the cup, like those.
Sure.
Oh, you know what? So the baseball and the football ones, I don't remember the basketball ones.
See, my mind goes to football because I feel like baseball does the better job today of representing the retro stuff and pumping that stuff out in terms of merch. They do a better job with throwbacks. So I'm like, that stuff still exists in my mind because they're so good at it. And a lot of these alternate uniforms that you'll see them break out, so good. In the NFL, it feels a lot more few and far between. So when I do see like a Cowboys 90s starter jacket pop up at a pop-up shop or something, I'm like, I need to do everything I can to make sure that is in my possession by the end of the day. I love it.
I know. They're so
cool.
good. So good. Here, I got a couple in here before we get to yours, if that's okay.
Okay.
For the 214 Sports Opinion, best thing for the Mavs is to take advantage of this AD injury. No more back-to-backs, regular minutes restriction. Enough play time to keep this draft stock high while allowing us to tank naturally. Best Christmas gift, several Dirk bobbleheads.
Ooh.
Okay.
I like
also, another opinion from the 469. The Packers are going to let the Ravens win tomorrow just to put pressure on Pittsburgh. Interesting. Favorite gift, new digital meat thermometer with, instant temp.
Yeah, those are clutch.
Those are.
Cheat code to making the perfect steak, the perfect brisket, anything. I love those. I'm trying to dive into that stuff.
I'm with you, 407. I'm with you.
Trying to dive into that more and get in my my Pitmaster bag, if you will. Got some steaks I'm cooking up tonight.
Oh, yeah.
I'm excited.
Lovely.
Very excited. But sports opinion, gentlemen, we're sticking with the Mavs. We were just there a few seconds ago. Clean out the house. Just go ahead and pull the trigger. And especially, I start with Anthony Davis. I tried to be patient, and I tried to figure this thing out with the players that you have now. When it comes to bigs and talented bigs, you are not...
Would you have felt that way if Derek Lively was playing?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Because I see him as part of the future, and I think that AD's inability to consistently contribute is still going to be an issue no matter who they pair with him. So I say that in today's NBA, you are lucky to get 25 cents on the dollar for bigs. When it comes to guys like AD who just aren't available but are talented, you will be lucky. You take the next trade offer you get whenever he is healthy, because he's not playing again. Whenever he comes back and he shows, hey, I can play a decent amount of time in a game, you trade him. You get rid of him. Daniel Gafford, I've seen enough. I was the biggest fan of his when he got here, but that contract that they gave him was designed to be moved if they needed to. Go ahead and do it. It's basically an escape clause. Just go ahead and move him. And say it's Cooper Flag's team at this point. It's not a fiery opinion. It's not anything that nobody's said before. I was just trying to wait it out. Mm-hmm. I really thought this team was good enough to try to make a play and run or something.
It's hard. I mean, I don't know how you can defend it anymore. It's insane, man. He's constantly injured. Constantly. It sucks.
It's irritating.
He's so good.
Yeah. And I felt the same way before he was a Maverick, too. I love watching him play. He is one of the most gifted big men that I have personally watched. He's awesome. He's just never out there, ever. So I'm just ready. I'm ready. I want to say this is Cooper Flag's team. You already gave away so many assets in the past few years. Try to recoup some and just get ready for that organic tank that is going to happen when you have nobody talented on your team outside of Cooper Flag, and go get you one of those top 4 prospects that everybody's talking about in the first round. But I'm going to go favorite gift. I didn't really get any gifts that I didn't like this year, so shout out to the friends and family. Guys did great, and I'm being honest. I have 2 that have already changed and altered my brain chemistry. One,
is that right?
Yes, my pops got me a pair of Bose headphones for the gym, which I've used Bose before. They are, for my money, the best in sound. I think they're awesome. I just haven't had any in years. I've been using the regular Apple AirPods 2, I want to say.
Yeah.
I got tired of them. I'm just like, the sound quality is not that great. Yeah. So he got me those over-the-ear headphones. I tried them out downstairs in the gym this morning for the first time.
It's
changed my life. The isolation that you get from them, I felt like I was in my own world for an hour and 15 minutes. It was incredible.
They're so much better than the Buds.
Yes, so much better. And I usually just, like, now that I have long hair, it doesn't really matter. But at first, I didn't like over-the-ear headphones because I had, like, styled hair.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't mess with it. If anything, it keeps it out of my eyes. So I like it. And then the other thing, shout out to my lady for getting me a new wallet. She knew I desperately needed one because the last one had seen many rough nights and was kind of fading and peeling and gross. Got dropped a few times in some dirty areas on drunken nights and whatnot. So it was just on its last legs, and it was not practical whatsoever. It was one of those that has a little trigger on the bottom, and it shoots all the cards up to the top. It's so slim that if you put a single dollar bill in there, it is as thick as a Big Mac. Like, it was just uncomfortable. So I was like, I'm sick of this, and I kept on talking about how gross it was. So she got me a real wallet, which is nice, and I'm already loving everything about it, so shout out to you.
Great stuff right there. Keep them coming in. We're going to come back and read some of yours. Some good ones have come in the Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. And when we come back, more on actually what Kev just had to say in there. Very interesting take he has on the college football playoff. Do you agree or disagree that there is no favorite to win the title? That's when we come back. Hour 4, the KNC Masterpiece, next here on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour 4, the KNC Masterpiece on this post-Christmas day. What is it? Friday here on 105.3 The Fan. Hey, is that not every year Christmas week? Does anybody know what day it is?
Nope. Lose sight of it every single time. And getting the midweek holiday, too, throws everything off because it's like, at least for us, because we sign up for this, we got to come back and work after getting a day off and hanging out with family and whatnot, and all the excitement watching football. And it's like, oh yeah, the 5 o'clock alarm is back.
Oh boy,
yeah.
Will Chambers with Alec Medford. Khaki Kevin Walker is back in the cup. We'll cross with Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. They, and Lucius Alexander. The Gbag Nation will take over at 2 o'clock today. We were going to get into, obviously, Masterpiece of the Week, which I'll just be riding shotgun for that bad boy. I can't wait for that coming up in about 20 minutes.
Must be nice.
The games that we're looking most forward to coming up this weekend, the NFL. But Kevin kind of spurned my my attention with his... As we're going through the combo platter, and he gave his sports opinion as well as the gift. And if you could, go back through your sports opinion.
Yeah, so I said that my sports opinion, I don't know if there is necessarily a favorite or a team that we feel super confident in that's going to win it all this year in college football. I think people are sleeping on some teams like Oregon and Texas Tech and their abilities. And I think most people would say, oh, yeah, Ohio State, but they lost to Indiana. So I think I think it's kind of up for grabs.
What do you think?
I think it's more open than I imagined. I'll go to that extent. I do think it's Indiana's to lose it for my money.
Really? Okay.
If I had to put money on it today, when it comes to college football, you were talking about this with the college basketball earlier when we were talking about the fluidity and movement and pace of play for NBA versus college basketball. When it comes to leadership in college sports, I lean into that a lot. And you mentioned the good college basketball coaches are losing their voice every single night because they're out here trying to paint the picture verbally of you're supposed to be here, get there, run this set, go score. Curt Cignetti, I think, is one of the best at what he does right now in present day.
It is lunacy. It is lunacy what he has done.
It's unreal.
This is literally the worst college football program in the country. The worst. And they're the number one team going into the it is into this playoff. It's crazy.
I don't like going against motivated teams in the postseason. I just don't. And I know there's something to be said about more talent on other sides of the ball for other teams. I do think Oregon has a lot to be said for, like Kevin mentioned. I do think that people aren't talking about them enough. And if you want to talk about motivated teams, Dan Lanning is going to make sure they are ready to play every single time. But I do see where Ohio State has a lot of advantages just personnel-wise, and I understand that. I don't want to play against Indiana if I'm any of those teams.
Okay. I'm with you to a degree. Here's what I'll say about this. We are going to know on Wednesday night, okay? We're going to know Wednesday night. I felt the same exact way last year in this sense, because I was like, to me, Ohio State was the best team in the country. I thought it all year last year. And then, they lose to Michigan, and I said, we're going to know right away when they play Tennessee what exactly that they are and if this was just something you push to the side, right? And boy, did they ever. They wiped the floor with Tennessee that night. And Tennessee was that was a good team, Not a great team, but they were a good team. The Ohio State-Indiana game, I hate the cliches on well, if you need this to get up for the game. There's different levels of motivation, right? Well, if you're a pro and you can't get ready for a playoff, sometimes there's just a little bit more that gets put into it because of something that somebody said, right? I think Ohio State was geared up for the Big Ten title game, but they also weren't playing for anything, and they just beat Michigan for the first time in however many years, And it could be something, because I'll tell you what, Indiana's defense was paying rent in the Ohio State offensive backfield the entire game. That was the first time that Julian Sayin has had that all year. And guess what? Miami's got a damn good defensive line because they were doing that against Texas A&M. So when they take the field next Wednesday night on New Year's Eve, we'll be able to tell right away if that was kind of an outlier with how the offensive line for Ohio State played, or if nope, that's kind of an issue, and then it's a game. But if it's not an issue, then to me, it is 1,000% Ohio State. They have a ridiculous amount of pro athletes, and not even pros, top first-round draft picks on both sides of the football. It's absolute craziness.
You mentioned the matchup of Ohio State's offense and Miami's elite pass rush that they have.
No doubt, man.
My favorite number that I saw when I was kind of reading and trying to get a feel for some of these games, I saw this from PFF. When releasing passes in 2.5 or fewer seconds, Julian Sayin has a 90.2 passing grade while completing 80% of his passes. The Hurricanes have racked up the second most pressures and sacks within the first 2.5 seconds of dropbacks in the nation.
I mean,
this matchup is going to be extremely fun.
It is. And because you never know what you're going to get with Carson Beck.
At all.
Carson Beck could light you up. 5 touchdowns. He could also throw 5 picks in your eye hole like that. It could be. He reminds me of Jay Cutler. You have no idea. I mean, not with arm strength, but just on all that. But yeah, Indiana certainly deserves their flowers. I mean, I'm not trying to take anything away from that win. I just don't know what exactly I saw, but we will find out relatively soon. I'm glad, Kevin, you brought up Oregon. Oregon was my team after the 3 games to start the season. I'm like, I think that might be my national champion. Because if you watch them play over the last 3 or 4 years, and they've obviously had great teams, Dante Moore is the best quarterback out of all of them. I mean, he's better than Bo Nix. He's better than Dylan Gabriel. And boy, did they put on a show in the first half, really first 3.5 quarters, but they're playing JMU. And they, at no point this year, I feel like, ever hit their ceiling. So to me, I go, what am I supposed to expect them? All of a sudden, they'd be like, oh, they hit their ceiling in the college football playoff. I kind of like to see that first. So I really like Dan Lanning. I mean, I love Dante Moore, but I'm really wavering on what I feel like with them. And I'll tell you what, Baron Morton, he's got to stay healthy. If he, for some reason, gets hurt in that game, that's going to be tough on Tech. But, I mean, that's going to be, to me, another great one.
That's going to be interesting for Morton because he's been one of the best quarterbacks when unaffected in the pocket in college football. When he gets to stand upright and go through his progressions, he's one of the best pure passers. Big time throws, but then, Kevin mentioned it, Texas Tech's defense. That matchup is going to make him pretty uncomfortable. So if he can stay upright, like you mentioned, and stay healthy going forward, I can see where Oregon does kind of hit their ceiling in the college football playoff, which is extremely good timing on their part.
It would be.
But yeah, this is going to be a fun matchup just because Texas Tech, I think this does a lot more for them than just right now, right? Because they're new to the NIL game. They've got a ton of funds and whatnot. But this is a rowdy fan base. This is a fan base that shows up to every single game. This is going to do a lot for their confidence going forward if they do take down an Oregon team that I haven't gotten a good pulse on all season. I just don't know truly what to think about them outside of I know their quarterback's good. I know their head coach is very good. But like you said, I haven't really seen what I expected to see from them consistently. Then again, I could kind of say the same about Tech. That's why this is probably going to be my favorite matchup of this quarterfinal. I really like this.
Can I blow you guys' minds real quick?
Go for it.
Ole Miss is going to beat Georgia.
Oh!
You heard it here first, folks. Because all you're hearing out there is about, Georgia, they might be Ohio State. Georgia, they're Georgia this, Georgia that. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't feel that strongly about Georgia. And I know that Ole Miss had lead a number of different times, I want to say. They're at least leading, I know, in the second half in that first matchup with Georgia. I think this whole thing with Lane Kiffin maybe has galvanized them a little bit. I think Georgia, who just lost their starting center against Georgia Tech, and he's not going to play in the CFP, I think everybody's overrating Georgia. I'm calling for the upset.
I like it. I just don't like the program, and I'm tired of seeing them. So I do want Ole Miss to absolutely throttle them just because of my own personal hatred. But I do like the word that you used, galvanizing, for the Lane Kiffin departure and everything. Ole Miss is a really good team and is still set up for success. I think their quarterback is awesome. But I think Chambliss
I'm pretty sure Lacey was out for a portion of the year, wasn't he? Or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. I know he played against Tulane.
And there's a lot of things to like about Ole Miss despite losing their head coach. And Georgia has shown signs of humanity throughout the season more times than they would like. I think Kirby Smart isn't quite the prophet that he felt like he used to be offensively, or his program used to be offensively, because it felt like their running game was just everybody was envious all the time, and it's still good, but I don't see them as the juggernaut that they used to be.
Well,
I think they're
not going to have that ever again.
They're a lot more human than I think people are willing to realize.
I love it. Love it. How do we just now sneak some college football in there?
I know with you here, I thought it would have been that second short segment going into Jerry.
I don't know. Yeah, my head's in. I got all kinds of Dayquil and Alka-Seltzer stuff going on upstairs.
Drugs.
Who knows? I'm pretty much blacked out for this entire show. Did we talk to Jerry earlier? Is that what happened?
Yeah, it did happen.
Games we're looking forward to the most this week, and a masterpiece of the week is next.
Our goal
A car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Got the masterpiece of the week coming up about 7 minutes from now. It is the KNC masterpiece. Will Chambers in this edition with Alec Medford and Kevin Walker. We'll talk with the Gbag boys today. Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. They will be taking over at 2 o'clock. We'll cross with them. The games we're looking forward to most this weekend. And by the way, appreciate the those weighing in on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. 877-881-1053. Some nice little back and forth in there on some college stuff. Some good things being brought up. The Georgia, they're going to want a ground and pound. That is definitely what they're going to want to do with Ole Miss. And also that Texas Tech is going to come out looking rusty because of the 3-week layoff. These layoffs are ridiculous. They're so dumb. It's way too long.
Just as a fan, it's irritating. And I do believe in the rest versus rust thing. I think that rust plays a huge part.
I agree.
Especially when it comes to the college game. It's like these guys haven't been doing this long enough to prepare themselves and prepare their bodies. They're still new to this. They're still learning the right way to approach it. And as a fan, it's like, dude, I want football. I want football all the time.
I'm here. I'm for it. Totally for it. All right. The matchups that we're looking forward to most this weekend. Alec Medford or Kevin Walker? Kevin, let's start with you.
Ooh, okay. Let's see here, because I was not ready for this.
Okay, Alec Medford.
I'm going to go with Texans at Chargers. That is going to be the game that is going to have my attention.
By the way, this is Saturday, just in case you didn't know and you have no idea what day it is. Today is Friday. Tomorrow, we got 2 games, this being one of them.
Yes, and the Texans have been an interesting case study this season.
Boy, are they ever.
They are so sound and so solid, and nobody is talking about them. Their defense is one of the best in the league. Shocker, DeMeco Ryans is their head coach. He is absolutely killing it this year. Under the radar, in an AFC that is already overcrowded, which we discussed at length earlier in the show. But they're getting a litmus test here about if they're for real in this playoff hunt against the Chargers, who at 11-4, again, quietly dominating in the AFC because almost none of their wins are impressive for the Chargers. Very close games, heart attack games that they don't do anything flashy. It feels like, to go back to college football, they're a very Curt Cignetti team. They just win. Google it. Their record is great. The box score numbers do not jump off the page whatsoever. They have an experienced head coach. They have a really good defensive coordinator in Jesse Minter that just plays damage control. He doesn't dominate the turnover ratio. He doesn't, light up the scoreboard with the sack totals and pressures. They just stop people from scoring. And they're so good at doing nothing great. It's awesome. And I think that's honestly, outside of the Texans' defense, that's what these teams are. They're good without being great. And I want to see which one fails in this game. Because honestly, I want to see DeMeco Ryans make a run at this thing. I love him as a coach. I loved him as a player. I just want to see him succeed. I hate the city of Houston and everything about it, but I wouldn't mind seeing him and C.J. Stroud find some success.
Can I ask you an odd question? Would you like them more if they were the Oilers? I would.
Yeah, I think I would. Yeah, honestly,
I would too.
Yeah, I miss the color scheme.
Yeah, 100%. They're dangerous. I tell you what, I wouldn't want to be playing them in the AFC. And they're still playing for a playoff. I mean, they're a 94% chance of being in. They're very likely going in, but they haven't secured it yet. The other game, that's at 3:30 on NFL Network tomorrow. Baltimore in Green Bay to take on the Packers tomorrow night on Peacock. You, sir?
I'm between 2 different games, but I have a feeling that Will Chambers is going to lean towards one of them, so I'll take the other one. it might be a low-hanging fruit, but I do think that the Eagles and the Bills is a very interesting football game. We've been calling on the Bills to kind of close out opponents that they should beat, and I think that the Eagles are an opponent that they should beat. And if they want to go on a playoff run where there's no Patrick Mahomes present, they need to beat the Eagles, and I would say probably handedly. I'd say that game is most interesting.
The game I'm most interested in takes place at noon in Charlotte.
Never mind then.
Because if Seattle loses, that opens the door for my boys to take on the 49ers at night and to still get the 1 seed.
That's
so
right.
I am locked in to Seahawks-Panthers at noon on CBS.
I knew it.
Locked in. Carolina's been playing pretty damn good. It looks like, the playoff team, Bryce Young, turns out he's not so bad.
He figured him out. All it took was Dave Canales.
No doubt.
Figured him out, and it just feels so weird. It is December 26, 2025, and I am saying that the Carolina Panthers are a pretty damn good team.
Yeah.
I did not think that was going to be a reality. Just look at the Vegas odds for their win total this season going into it. Nobody expected any kind of success, let alone playing for a division.
Interesting, too, that let's say if Seattle does end up winning, then they've got San Francisco may just rest their starters because the 49ers won't be playing for anything.
Yeah.
Seattle next week, they take on the 49ers, but it won't. I think it's something about even if they tie, whatever, it doesn't matter. So that's interesting. It's kind of like, well, pick your poison there. So anyway, I threw you a little curveball, huh? Didn't I? Yeah.
Wasn't a curveball to me. I knew exactly what was coming because
y'all
got
knew what the theme was.
You got playoff implications, Will, but I got a clock.
Yes, you do.
And it says it's 1:30, so that means it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Welcome into Masterpiece of the Week. We do it every Friday on KNC Masterpiece where we go through the wild, wacky, and questionable things said on the airwaves here on 105.3 The Fan. We like to pick on people that aren't here, and there are a bevy of people that aren't here in this week's submission. We have 12 cuts, gentlemen, 12 cuts, because I did add in one. I added one late, but let's start with, he only has one submission, but I think it's a pretty good one. Let's start with Chiafalo.
He keeps railing dudes.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Is it?
Is he talking about Diddy?
Oh, jeez.
I think that's a question that only Eric Chiafalo would have the answer to.
It is 1 p.m., not 1 a.m.
Sorry about that. That was the Dayquil talking.
You blacked out. You didn't know what he said. That's not your fault.
What happened?
I don't have a pen.
Let's remember Carter in memory with this cut.
He will die, he will perish, and he will enjoy it.
I know exactly what he was talking about, too.
What was it?
He was talking about the Pop-Tarts Bowl mascot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I do remember that.
That's a great one because he is there. If you go to his social media, he is at the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Called it heaven.
Yeah, and not going to lie, it does look like heaven.
When's the last time you had a Pop-Tart?
Ooh. Years ago? Like, probably pandemic, maybe?
My girlfriend wanted Pop-Tarts for the apartment, so I'd probably say a month ago?
Yeah. Mine was like about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Absolutely delicious.
It's been 2 or 3 years for me.
Dip back in, Alec.
Really?
Absolutely delicious.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, let's see here. Alec, you are present.
Omnipresent, if you will.
We'll make fun of you later. Let's go to Corey.
That's the hole. All right? That's the hole. I got to just reach in there.
Okay. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Is he fishing? Is he doing the
ice fishing?
I feel like he was
like what's that you do with the they call it something when you stick your arm in.
I know what you're talking
Broadus
about.
Will know.
Oh, noodling?
Noodling, that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Catfishing with your hand?
Yeah.
What he was talking about there, I'll defend him on this one. He was holding up a picture as he was doing this. but his microwave is broken, and there is a slot that he had. It's barely accessible, but you have to use it because there's no handle to get the door open. So, yeah, he has to do some finagling to open the door. I'm not going to... I know your game, Kevin Walker. I was watching my words carefully there.
Now, Alex, since you have the context of this, do you think this clip has anything to do with his microwave situation?
But basically, it's tight. It's real tight.
Yeah. Judging by the picture he showed me, it did look very tight.
All right. We will move on to another Corey cut.
Thank you.
But I like the raw version of it.
Oh.
Man, he was on one. Is this all from one day by chance?
Probably, because...
All one segment? I mean, what kind of heater was Corey on?
Most, if not all of these, are going to come from Monday and Tuesday alone.
Yeah, okay.
Shout out to Jacob Ray.
Yeah.
Wow.
And yes, he did tell me. He texted me and warned me yesterday or the day before, and he was like, there's some crazy stuff this week, and I want credit. So there you go. Jacob, you got your credit.
Right. That's my Bears brother right there.
That's right.
All right, let's go to Brian Broaddus.
But you just naturally put it on the skin and it slides right on, or is this a struggle?
So that sounds like he's talking about some precautionary tools used for intercourse, but he is actually talking about Spanx.
Oh, yeah, yes, that's right. I was like, this sounded familiar to me. Yeah. You ever worn Spanx?
Excuse me?
Yeah.
No, I have not.
We were out at Derby like a couple months ago, and there was like this group of girls that was in that had gone to, they're super into this book series, which is like Game of Thrones-y, but it's really geared more towards females.
Huh.
People know what this is. I didn't, whatever. Anyway, so they were huge into it. I think they went to Medieval Times for dinner. They'll show up after, but they had this like corset thing, and they kept putting it on like, you think you can wear it, and they were trying to pull it on as tight as they could. It fit me just perfectly.
Did you enjoy that experience?
I mean, I wouldn't say I enjoyed it. I didn't. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it was uncomfortable on some friends. I'll tell you that.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah.
Confirmed. Will Chambers. Yeah. Spanx expert.
There weren't Spanx, but I feel like it's pretty much the same thing, right?
Yeah. I mean, then you just start diving into the spandex wormhole.
Yeah.
So that's a that's a podcast conversation.
Sure.
For sure.
I mean, I don't know if this counts, but I wore tights in high school. For working out and stuff.
Oh, yeah. I did all the time. Like spandex in general.
Yeah, I used to wear them under my football pants.
Yeah.
I still have them. I wore them playing golf like 2 weeks ago underneath the pants I was wearing because it was kind of chilly. It was like day started out in the upper 40s.
We need to start doing that more.
82 degrees outside right now. Alec, now we do go and make fun of you.
Oh yeah, the big beautiful beaver that's just waiting to greet you as soon as you walk up.
Where was this?
That was a thing I said.
No, I know, but where... Yeah, but I want to know where it is.
I bet you do.
Yeah.
And you're going to be disappointed when I tell you I was talking about everybody's favorite gas station, Buc-ee's.
Oh, yes.
And I was talking about, that's the thing about me. I often think, just not very hard. And I did not think about what that could sound like. I was literally speaking about the giant statue of Buc-ee.
Yeah.
Where he's got his arms out and everything. He's greeting you. He wants you to come visit. But I said it in a very unfortunate manner.
Once we were about to tee off in a golf tournament, and it was one of those scramble deals, whatever, and my brother-in-law's with me, and then like two other guys, and they were sales guys. This is when I was down the street, and then some advertiser, and the line from Tombstone, right? Where it's like, "Go ahead, skin that smoke wagon." Yeah. I went, "Go ahead, smoke that skin wagon." I went, "Huh? Well, that's really different when you switch those two words."
How is it different?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Alec, you have one more submission.
Why? Your blood, my face sounds pretty cool. Okay.
Wow. Where does it?
Not when I hear it again.
Oh man,
doesn't.
Where?
Your blood,
Why do
my face sounds pretty cool.
Was this something? I felt like this is WWE related.
Has to be, right? That's a great guess. This is Corey's doing. He was talking about Jim Harbaugh's story of the player walking up to him and saying, "Coach, my arm is bleeding." And he just rubbed the blood and put it on his face.
Oh, yeah.
You know, to try to motivate him.
Yeah.
And so I was like, look, I'm all for
That was
motivating your
weird.
team.
Yeah, that's
but I would
weird.
never do that. And then I was like, I thought I had a better joke in there. That's not anything Masterpiece of the Week worthy. I was like,
Yeah.
this sounds like a HIPAA violation. But of course, the one seemingly gross and sexual thing gets marked. Thanks, Jacob.
All right, and then I pulled this one from earlier today, actually.
Hey, okay, big boy, let me see what you can do, right?
Mickey Spagnola.
Okay.
The man that you are.
Love it.
I always love the Mickey features in Masterpiece of the Week. They always make my day.
All right, there's your clips, boys.
All right, it's voting time. There's some good choices, but I'm going to go with the most risque one here. Give me Eric Chiafalo talking about what happens to dudes.
He keeps railing dudes.
Yeah, I'm going to second that, actually. Because
he keeps railing dudes.
It's just no context is needed.
He did it on purpose.
As one does.
Everything he does is intentional.
Yeah.
Just wait for crosstalk.
You have to go back and listen to Gbag really like 3 times in the podcast to catch all the things that Chiafalo slips in there.
And Wolchuk, to his credit,
does too. But
he's slick with it.
Cheech really slips in stuff that I feel like that does not get caught. It's great. Let's find out some more of that next.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ, Merry Christmas. Fred and CA have got the Specs tailgate getting you set for Cowboys, Commanders, all...
kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. This final segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. To go, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It's the KNC Masterpiece one final time here on this post-Christmas day here on 105.3 The Fan. Appreciate you guys hanging with us and allowing me in to wherever you are in this space. It's been a while since I've done it. It's the first time I've done it with you, Alec. Will Chambers, Alec Medford.
That's right.
Now, thanks to our good friends at D&M Leasing, time for a chit-chat with the boys from the Gbag Nation, which consists of Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo. Merry Christmas, gentlemen.
Merry Christmas, Wilbur. How you doing?
Doing okay. Doing okay. We made it.
We made it.
We made it.
You've been scratching and clawing.
Yeah.
Sickness. A Christmas sickness is awful.
Everybody's been going through it, right? I mean, when I got here, Alec was telling me, like Corey, pretty much it's just run through the station, run through DFW.
Oh, yeah. It's been rampant. It's been rampant.
But, hey, it is what it is. At least this was fun. So
Do you
it's
feel
fun
like
hanging
you
out.
take care of yourself?
Oh, I do, for sure. There is nobody that takes... I'm not one of those that's like, oh, I'll be fine.
Oh, I am.
I'm not at all. I'm like, the second I know that something is, like, kind of off...
Yeah.
Scratchy throat. Here we go.
I'm immediately on Ester C. And then, like, Zicam. Ester C, you know what Ester C is?
Party drug?
No.
You should take it down to the prohibition room back in the 80s. I
Ester
used to go to
C,
the bathroom and buy it from people.
It's
And then boof it.
it's time-released vitamin C. So when you take, like, 1,000 or 2,000 milligrams of vitamin C, your body uses all of it that it needs, and then it just flushes out. Ester C is just a time-released pill. So over 24 hours, it's constantly giving you vitamin C, which is good for your immunity. And a lot of times I can fight it off.
Unless your name's Will Chambers.
Yeah, didn't fight this one off. So, no, couldn't. Sometimes I do, sometimes you don't. But hey,
Hey, at least you showed up to work and just took it on the chin.
We could have called in for Fred. He'd been available.
Fred, poor guy.
He'll say yes to anything.
He'd go around the clock.
Golly,
He'll host a show from someone's roof if he has to.
Didn't Fred, Alec, correct me if I'm right, Fred did a show, like the 4-hour show with you guys, and then came back in between after our show to do his show that night.
Yeah, he did KNC, and then he came back for Fan After Dark.
It was when Corey got sick last week, and he had to call in for Thursday. He went from Fan After Dark to KNC to Fan After Dark, which is just absurd. That man never says no.
He doesn't. Fred,
that must have been it, because I think that might have been the day that TC texted me, and before I even saw the text, like if I was available, he was like, got it covered. So it must have meant that Fred said yes.
Fred does not say no to anything, and you would never know, because I listened to him till 11 o'clock the other night, and then next morning I'm doing the pregame show with him, like he's on 6 to 9 that morning.
Man alive.
Him and CA.
He's an animal.
He is. He I tell you what, he does a great job. All you guys, everybody that does those kind of, is on the station, he does a really. I love listening to all these shows, except I don't know. I don't like listening to the morning show that much because of Bobby.
There it is.
It's tough.
There it is.
Hey, Bobby knows ball, man.
I do.
He does.
I've heard that before.
Him and Choppy this morning. Without Sean, that show that has
off the rails.
Has
no
guardrails. That show has no direction at all. Yeah.
The references run so deep.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
I mean, the stuff.
Bobby's got references for days.
And Chop knows them all. And their stuff, I'm like, what? Well, it's incredible.
Chop this morning asked Bobby how Christmas was, and Bobby gave it the whole, I don't want anything for Christmas vibe. And then Chop let us know that he's getting him some before he comes to work because he wakes up his wife at the time. And, you're just like, what is
going on here?
What is going on here? Like 6:15 driving in, listening to these guys.
Choppy had to return all the gifts that he bought his wife and kids because they were all wrong in some way. Size, color, whatever it was, dimensions. It was like, just a note off on every single present.
Oh, boy. Any takeaways from Jerry today?
You know what? To be honest with you, I was watching college players. I didn't hear Jerry talk today. So what did Jerry say today?
Jerry, basically, we were trying to, find out a little bit more on, I guess, when we're looking at defense, what he feels, pretty much. And, when I asked about the defense and how he felt, it seemed to me, Alec, correct me if I'm wrong here, we talked a little bit about it earlier, that he was leaning more towards players not being available, a lot of that. And so I reiterated.
The last game?
No. I mean, just in general throughout the year. I mean, he brought up
why the defense was a problem. Okay.
So I said, okay, correct me if I'm wrong here. Does this mean that, you're happy with the scheme? And with the coaching on that side of the ball, and he was definitive. No, not at all.
Yeah.
So
I think the die was cast after the Minnesota game.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of where, man, you can watch. Like I could up watch the tape this morning. There's things defensively that are still just mind-boggling what they do.
I don't disagree with that. But he also said something in there, too, because the Detroit game, which was, to me, the most disappointing game of the season, what that led up to, with the injuries that Detroit had, going after the middle of the offense, which is what I thought that they would want to do, and how many times they split out the tackles and the ends. And he said, Jerry was like, essentially, that the Detroit game really surprised him the most.
That's surprising he would say that, because if you've watched for 17 weeks, they've played against compromised offensive lines, it seems, every week. And they have no pass rush. Mm-hmm. They have guys that don't, other than Clowney, Ezeraku is, if you want to say something, I think Donovan Ezeraku is going to be a really good player. I think this year that I was glad to see him play the run better. I'm going to say I was disappointed in him as a pass rusher. I really am. There are times where he has clearly played against tackles that he is much better than rushing. He played against better tackles at Boston College and got pressure. And he has really, really been struggling with going against these tackles and not being able to dip underneath them, get to the corner, goes down the middle of them way too many times. It just doesn't get home like he needs to be. So, the thing with the whole pass rush situation, but they played compromised offensive lines really the entire year and have not done enough against that.
I'm just still stunned that they could have made the decision to go with Eberflus over Robert Saleh.
I did hear you guys talk about that. And you and I did. I remember you asked me about that, and that there was some positivity about the person and the coach and how he works.
That's how I remember it.
And I had worked with the guy before.
Yeah.
I'd worked with him before, and and I think the commentary that you guys had afterwards was absolutely right. And I think Alec brought it up about how you get in a situation where you think 15 years ago or 10 years ago or 5 years ago that everything was cool and let's go back and revisit, and this guy's gonna magically all of a sudden kind of figure it out. Maybe the thing that happened to Eberflus, and it could have been it helped Dan Quinn, was sitting out a year, where you can honestly sit back and kind of like, now Alec brought up about Mike McCarthy and but Mike McCarthy is lazy and listen, I had somebody
not exactly honest.
No. I had a guy tell me that worked with McCarthy, says, I've worked in the league 17 years and I have never been with a lazier coach in my life. When he was talking about with Mike McCarthy.
My man.
So I've had the benefit of working two places that Mike McCarthy's been, and to a man, I haven't talked to any ladies about this that work in these organizations, but to a man, they've said that he really, really mailed it in there at the end.
Golly.
And so, but with all that being said, you look at a situation where you're kind of you're sitting there and you're thinking like, well, this guy, he did it one time. That's the biggest problem we have. At one time, this guy did it. It's kind of like the scouting thing. If you see him do it one time, a player, he's going to do it again.
I know.
And then he never.
We were talking about this last night with my dad, who's in town from Cincinnati, about Joe Burrow and the whole Carson Palmer, that situation years ago, and how it mirrors it. And I'm like, he's tired of it. Burrow's tired of it. He knows they have nobody that scouts. They have no infrastructure because they're the cheapest franchise.
Well, they are the smallest, and they really do lean on their coaches. And this is when you go back and look at the Marvin Lewis administration. This is why that they will take some players that are not exactly, like the Boy Scout type players. They take some characters, and that's because coaches think that they can handle character problems and stuff, and think, oh, I'd coach this guy up, and then it ends up being your team's a bunch of it's crap because of it.
Yeah. What do you guys have coming up?
Pure Gold as always.
All right.
Will Chambers, thanks so much for asking. Mail it in Friday. How many people are even working today? I wonder, might we be the only 4 individuals? Biggest L, biggest dub. We got college football. Darty with the Michigan situation. Gbag of the day, LA Live. 2 guys, 1 booth.
Love it.
And a Friday news dump to close it down.
There you go. Come home with the Gbag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece. Come back on Monday, I guess.
Yeah.
Today's Friday?
Yeah, Monday.
Yep. Sure. Go ahead and do that. They start at 10. We'll see you then. Bye.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
This is Dave Smith with your Odyssey Sports Minute. As bad as the Dallas Cowboys were this year defensively, and as bad as the Detroit Lions were this year defensively, I have the solution. Their offenses are fine. Rex Ryan is the man. He might not have been a great head coach, but Rex Ryan is a brilliant defensive coordinator. Lions, hire him.
The Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander holding it down in the Pimp Cup for 5 straight hours. What you drinking, what you thinking? At 5 o'clock, Expressway, Gbag of the Day, LA Live. It is a Football Friday party up in here. Wolchuk and Dawson on their Christmas excursions. Wolchuk's really just in dad mode. Dawson out in the mountains, soaking in the snow, and having himself a dang good time. We can only assume. But it's great to be back. Great to see you, man.
Yeah, everything good? We missed you yesterday on the pregame show.
Yeah, I was hoping to pull up the 2 Guys 1 Booth file and see that Wolchuk maybe had a little bit of a flub or two, but not seeing it. He was dialed.
He was dialed in. I'll tell you what was interesting. When Dallas was kind of playing with their food a little bit there, running 87 plays and making it like a 7-point game, Wolchuk was getting into that mode of like how he was going to attack. He was going to attack Brian Schottenheimer and culture football.
Yes.
He was
damn your culture when you can barely do anything with a million plays versus the Commanders.
Yeah, he was in that mode where he was, sometimes you get in that where you're thinking, man, okay, things are okay, you're up, you got a good lead here, and then all of a sudden things start to kind of fall apart. You're not really covering well, you're not tackling well, you're not getting any pressure well, and then now all of a sudden the Commanders, who are playing with a guy who's played for half the teams in the NFL, are within 7 points.
Yeah.
And Wolchuk looked at me and says, don't let them lose this game. Don't let them lose this game.
He was about to go on an epic rant.
He was going to go on one for the ages.
Fire shoddy, clean house.
Oh, gosh, it was going to be, I think, pretty epic. And we've seen him do that before. It might be as good as maybe the playoff rant. Like when he
after
had
the Packers.
The Packers game. Yeah, he'd had enough of that one. So, but hey, the Cowboys pulled that one out. Now the big question. I tell you what, Eric, I talked to some folks this morning over there, and this was bright and early. And they were saying that the one thing Schottenheimer's doing is he ain't coming off that we're going to win these games bit. Now, we've got 10 days to kind of navigate all this.
Yeah.
But they're because I just wanted to know. I just want to know, like, okay, are we still playing these games? Are we still trying? Are we still going to do? And like, oh yeah, we haven't come off that one yet. So,
They just love the idea of 8-1. I mean, Dak has talked about it now. Shoddy's talked about it. Like, what a difference.
That's what those competitors do. Seriously, sitting in that room, 8-1 is better than 7-9-1. And I know it sounds crazy to say, but it's the absolute truth. It really is. It's one of those things that you feel better about. Listen, hey, we had some bad breaks along the way. We learned something about our team. He's got to think about what message he wants to have going into 2026. And if all of a sudden you're playing not to win games, what kind of message is that? That's the thing that these coaches have to navigate. It's one thing where you're just completely beat up and you're not going to get anything done, and you're down to Josh Johnson, and why play Terry McLaurin, and why do this and why do that. But for Dallas, they honestly believe that finishing 8-1 is probably who they are, but that buys the coach the ability to walk in there and say, okay, this is not going to happen again, but this is what we're going to do differently. And then the guys who are back in 2026 will be like, okay, remember this time when Shoddy, So don't be surprised as we get through. We'll get through this little mini bye, and then next Monday when we start getting ready for the Giants game, don't be surprised if Shoddy's still pushing that button of go find a way to win these games.
Yeah, I mean, he says, how about this quote after the game?
Yeah.
Shoddy says, we want to win. We play to win. 8-1. We do the math. Sounds way better than the alternative.
It's the truth. It really is the truth. That's what people who work in those, whether it's the NBA, NHL, whatever, the mindset of the organization at 7-9-1 is completely different than 8-8-1. I know it sounds
That's
wild.
hilarious.
I know it sounds wild, but that is reality. You will do everything in your power not to have a losing season, even if that means going 500. Jason Garrett, I give you the example. Jason Garrett managed to I think he had 3 of them in a row where they were 8-8, and then all of a sudden it was okay. Then you have a 12-4, something like that.
Little pop-up year.
Yeah, pop-up year. But Jason Garrett survived. Jason Garrett survived the coaching aspect of this by making sure this was a 500 team while he could. See, then you kind of look at it and say, well, yeah, we had some injuries. We really didn't, we lost some guys along the way. We didn't have guys. We had to make a trade. It kind of focuses things for you. I get it. Media guy wants them to pick 10, 11, or 12. That's where media guy wants them to pick.
Right now they're picking 15, and that could easily turn into 17, 18, 19.
Minnesota decide they want to win some football games.
That's true.
Baltimore going to probably try. We'll see what Baltimore does. I know that's another team around you. But yeah, you're going to try and get this thing, and if you're picking 16th or 17th, that's to them, they're totally okay with that. Me personally, I'd love to pick 12th today, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he says, Shoddy says, well, look, we're 4-1 in the division. It's a pretty good division.
Yeah.
Historically, it's been one of the best in football. You can see how physical the games are just by watching today's game.
Yeah.
That's what he said. And it's laughable to call this division good right now. Historically, you can say what you want about it, but right now, this is not a good division at all. And there were some physical moments. I mean, nobody really wanted to mess with Debo yesterday.
No.
Debo Samuel. Shout out to Javonte Williams with the heck of a truck stick early on in that game.
Yeah.
And Malik Davis, of course, doing what he does. The holiday special, Thanksgiving and Christmas, you're going to get the best version of Malik Davis. But yeah, the defense wanted no part in trying to wrangle in Debo Samuel yesterday. Just running all over him.
Well, it's kind of been that way all year, right?
Oh, absolutely.
This defense gives up just so many massive
missed tackles
when that ball was thrown outside. I'm thinking this is probably a touchdown. Seriously, when that ball went and I saw how the 2 blocks were developed, I said this could be a touchdown. I mean, Clowney made a hell of a play.
He did
to try and get back there, and then he gets the sack to keep him out of the end zone.
Clowney was like your best defensive player. That's heartbreaking to consider. I mean, we know Quinnen Williams is your best defensive player.
Yeah.
But like throughout the season, your most consistent, best defensive player
was a guy that wasn't even here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a September signing.
Yeah.
Is basically what we're talking about.
Right.
Jadeveon Clowney.
Yeah.
And that is certainly frustrating. But the Cowboys do end up getting the victory.
Yeah.
They had the ball all day. Mm-hmm. My gosh, they had the ball all day.
It was like a college game. I started watching film this morning. I had to watch 87 offensive snaps. Now, the flip side of that, though, there were only 40. I think I watched 41 or 42 defensive snaps. So that was the flip side of that. It wasn't like I had to deal with.
No, you only had to watch like 20 minutes of that defense.
Yeah, I didn't have to go on the defensive side of the ball, but the offense was, a lot going on that. I was surprised they didn't get as many points as they did. I mean, 30 points is a good day, but man, when you run 87 plays, you're thinking that you're probably going to score more than they scored.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the second half offense, and I'm sure that's why Walchuk was so frustrated, was like, what are we doing here in the second half where we're unable to really just put this game away?
You know what teams are doing to you now?
Yeah, I see what they're doing from a coverage standpoint.
That's what they're doing to you.
Cover 4, cover 6.
That's exactly what they're doing to you. I called Dave Campo. I hope Dave gets back. I was going to try and pop Dave on. Maybe we could get him on soon. But I wanted to talk to him about the cover 4, cover 6 stuff. But it clearly, teams used to play Dak with like 2 deep, like clog and cover stuff that they used to do. And then he kind of figured that out. And now they're playing a lot more of that cover 4 where they're playing quarters. Playing quarters up the field or down the field. So with that way, it takes away your vertical games and stuff like that. And that's kind of what Dallas. Dallas wants to some of those sacks. Dallas got sacked a couple of times on max protection.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it was coverage sacks.
Yeah.
It felt like where Dak doesn't feel like anybody's open.
I felt like Dak was holding the ball, and then when you watch the routes downfield, like the first sack that he takes, they're going to peel that. They're going to peel the offensive lineman like they do. They peel the guard, and he kind of blocks, and then Dak sets up to his right to launch going back left. They double covered Pickens and they double covered Lamb. Those were the only two routes you had. Everybody else was blocking and to try and get the ball off. And it looked like to me, though, that with Cooper Beebe, he probably maybe a bust on his part because he usually the centers and guards kind of help each other. He was like kind of thinking that maybe Bass was going to help him, but Bass was the peel guy. So all of a sudden, Newton has got nobody. I mean, when Beebe oversets him bad to his right, so now it's an easy run off his left shoulder. And you're kind of thinking, Beebe's thinking like, whoa, wait a minute, where's the guard? But no, the guard's the peel guy. So, yeah, there was, and then also they took advantage of, they did take advantage of Williams not being in the game as a blitz pickup guy.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was you feel his presence
that was a
not
problem.
being there.
Yeah, and you also had Ford gave up a sack. Max protection, sack. Those you can't have those.
No.
But I thought I was kind of like, damn, Dak, why you holding the ball? And then you watch the actual play of the sacks.
Nobody's open.
Well, I will say this. They had one of them where they ran 4 to the sticks, and then everybody, it was like kind of an all curl, and he could have like taken the ball and fired it at Pickens, and it would have probably been a decent gain. But he went away from George, and he probably went away from George because George does not run routes with a lot of pace. So Dak is like, man, he's not open. He ended up getting open, but unfortunately Dak tries to go back to his right, but he can't get the ball out the right side there because of the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Dak 6 of 17 for 62 yards against cover 4 and cover 6 yesterday.
Yeah.
All 6 of the sacks occurred with those coverages, courtesy of our buddy Bobby Belt.
Yeah.
So that is, I mean, and we've seen throughout his career, those can be the coverages that can give him a little bit of that struggle there. The Dick Fangio special with the cover 6.
Right.
But yeah, it was far too often, and Steele was getting punished. Tyler Smith had some moments where
Booker wasn't great either.
I mean, they were kind of taking turns there a little bit.
They were, and it's so funny because last week while you were gone, I made the statement.
Oh, I saw it, man. Booker's been the best lineman.
Yesterday, he was not the best lineman. But let me tell you this, Tyler Smith's second game playing left tackle, better in some aspects, but man, you could tell by body language after plays, he ain't interested in playing left tackle.
No, I mean, and credit to him, he lent voice to it last week. I'm sure you guys talked about that, where he's like, bro, I'm an all-pro guard. Yeah. Like, what are we even talking about?
He does not need to be playing left tackle. They need to figure that thing out one way or another, whether it's, with Guyton now on injuries. So I think that, and talk to, again, people in the organization, they were saying that the whole thing, it was like, well, is this a full-time thing? And Christy Scales, we asked her in the pre, Christy thought that it was going to be something more. It's a full-time thing, but talking to people in the organization, it seemed like that it was more about that they knew that Guyton wasn't going to come back.
Just get through the season.
Yeah,
I hope that's the plan.
Yeah,
that would really be frustrating if their plan at left tackle is just to keep Tyler Smith there and just do the shortcut route.
You could tell that he is frustrated by playing left tackle.
Yeah, he wants no part of it. And that's probably going to help us get what we want, which is him going back to his natural position.
I hope so.
Then they're going to have to effort in figuring out what they want to do at the tackle spot this offseason, but plenty of time to get there. Just getting started here in the Gbag Nation on a Football Friday. Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, and Lucius Alexander. Let's get you that Gbag of the Day champion. We have an Anthony Davis injury update and the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day next here on the Nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the
Mr. Broadus?
Did you get LASIK for Christmas?
Huh?
Did you get LASIK for Christmas?
No, I'm blind as hell right now.
You raw dogging it today?
I left my backpack at home. I got all the way to work. Went to the back of the truck where I usually hang my backpack, and I was like, oh.
I was thinking that Lucius got got LASIK over the holiday the last couple of days. With
quick, hell of a turnaround.
I'm so used to looking in there when we're reading stuff. You know, those really nice spectacles.
Hey, he forgot the eyeglasses, but he didn't forget the lip pillows, and that's what matters. That's what matters.
Oh, you got me, man. The nicotine pouches, dog. Yeah, you got me, bro. So I'm raw dogging it today when it comes to the eyes. So we'll see how this goes.
All right,
this will be fun.
Are you one of these guys that can close one eye and read?
We're gonna find out today.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll find out today.
I have to do that occasionally. I have to close my left eye to read.
I might go through all these files and everything around here to see if I can find some headphones too.
Oh, man.
Raw dogging.
Are you kidding me?
Raw dogging, baby.
Hey, it's a mail it in Friday.
Raw dog.
Keeping it light. It's all gravy.
Lucius, I think there's some on here in the desk somewhere. Here,
I'm going to check that out.
I'll bring them in. I'll bring them in for you.
All right, our winner and champ right here is the Cardinarks. Was Broadus said he was a smooth brain. He's in North Hollywood here, and this young woman, she left her card out. She went through a range of emotions.
Oh, no, that's not where the cards go.
I know, but everybody else put them there.
But does two wrongs make a right?
No, absolutely not.
And that's a handicap spot. So what if
It's not a handicap spot.
No, but see how that's the blue spot there just next to the handicap spot?
Yeah.
That's so if someone's in a wheelchair, they can get out and have an empty spot to get into. So now they're going to go right on your cart and possibly even break their spine even more.
So are you recording me right
Well, yeah, it's our job, but to be safe, so that we can keep ourselves safe. 'Cause we might get
I
attacked.
have no consent to it.
Well, there's cameras everywhere. We're all getting recorded all the time.
Oh, well, I have no consent.
Well, did you?
What are you doing? You're recording.
Ma'am.
You're recording me right now.
That's legal.
If I say I don't want to be recorded,
That's not the law. That's not the law.
Rude, bro.
Well, you put your cart where it doesn't belong, ma'am, and you tried to take my phone, which is attempted theft.
No, it's not that. Because I'm trying to take your phone. I'm trying to stop you to recording.
But
I'm
it's not.
asking you to stop recording.
Well, you have to cry about it, baby. You're like,
No,
look,
you're.
I'm doing something legal, and I'm keeping you from being a bad person. Oh, don't cry. You have some weed in your car. You can smoke that and make you feel better.
Oh, come on, man. It's a little condescending right there.
Yeah, it's a little condescending.
Those remain undefeated, dude. They really do.
All right. You weren't here the other day. I told Lucius, we interviewed this guy for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we've had him a couple times, I think.
He seemed kind of blah.
Yeah, Broadus. He's like, I'm just not impressed.
I wasn't impressed with Cardinarks guy.
As a guest?
Yeah. I mean, don't you remember?
It's not really his wheelhouse, I don't think.
He handed Dawson a sticker, and Dawson was all giddy about that. You know,
Dawson loves this guy.
Oh, Dawson was
Even
like,
though Dawson's put the cart wherever I want to kind of
notorious.
And Dawson will admit it, though.
He will.
But the thing about it is, like, we bring on, like, some celebrity chef for the Super Bowl. I'm out of my mind.
Oh, yeah, splash.
But Cardinark comes on, and I'm like, and he's talking, and I'm like, dude, you're not impressive at all.
You should have called him out for it to his face. Like, hey, Cardinark,
I might too. If he's at if he's at the Super Bowl this year, I'm like, bro, how come your personality on air is better than as an interview guy? I wonder why.
Move this man!
Yeah, we could just get real hostile with him if he sits down with us.
Broadus is bringing tomatoes to the interview.
I am.
Catch these, fam.
Yeah. He goes, I've listened to your program before, Broadus. You suck. You know, one of those things. But no, I was not impressed with Cardinark's guy as an interview guy.
Yeah. No, I don't think you're wrong about that. I mean, it wasn't memorable enough for I don't really remember anything about it.
See, there was nothing spectacular about him. It's kind of like we were the last interview of the day, and he was just glad to get it over with.
It is a long day when you're doing the car wash at the Super Bowl Radio Row.
If you're Emmett Smith, and you're drinking tequila shots with everybody,
that's a different deal.
Emmett had good energy. He had good energy.
Did.
He had good energy, and he was drunk.
Did you hear him on the broadcast yesterday for the Cowboys game?
By the way, they're taking a lot of grief for those in-game interviews.
It was just tough. It's clunky. It's wonky. You get a little connection issues. All of a sudden, there's a little bit of a delay, and then the guy's like, "Oh wait, do I need to keep talking now?" And then they're talking over each other. You know, it's a little bit Manning casty where it can just get, there can just be a little bit of awkwardness and dead air, and then people talking over each other. And
like our show.
Yeah, I mean, it really say that? Happens to the best of us, But yeah, they did what they could yesterday. Netflix was getting crushed on the internet for their broadcast. I wasn't sure if it was just my parents' internet connection because it kept doing the buffer thing.
Oh no!
But it seemed like a lot of people had that problem. And
so it was like the fights, because see, we were up here watching it in studio. Well, next door in the bullpen area, we were watching it.
No issues?
Not at all.
Okay,
none.
Yeah, I think it maybe it was more of an internet issue for people. I don't know, but they were. I mean, just the general broadcast itself. A lot of people were getting frustrated with it.
Didn't we have some fights? Didn't we have that one of the fights that was you couldn't get in? Like it was problems because the buffering.
Wasn't it Tyson and Paul?
Is it Tyson and Paul?
I didn't get to see it there. I was there.
Oh, that's right.
You were there.
Yeah.
I think Tyson and Paul, I think,
very
huge struggle.
Yeah, very big struggle there. Yeah.
Okay, speaking of struggle, Anthony Davis plays 11 minutes on Christmas, and then he bows out with the groin strain. Shams Charania a couple hours ago saying that it is a minor groin strain.
Sure it is.
Likely to miss a few games.
Yeah.
And then he says Davis, a significant trade target, will be evaluated daily.
Damn.
Mavs have taken a cautious approach with injuries specifically for Davis and will continue to do so.
How?
So there it is, man.
How?
I mean, that's our biggest fear. You keep running him out there, and inevitably, every couple of weeks, he will sustain something. And so it's the least surprising news that we could ever receive, which is an Anthony Davis injury report. And the Mavs, of course, they end up losing the game. But Cooper Flagg was pretty dang awesome. 13 of 21 from the field, 27 points. He continues to be somebody that you just love. I love watching him play. Winning kind of player, and it seems like every game you can sense the maturation. He's so much more comfortable taking initiative, being like, no, I know I'm the guy. Give me the ball. Let me go do something with it. So good to see Cooper Flagg continuing to be a stud.
Can we circle back for your thoughts about what you thought initially?
The first few games of the season
with Cooper.
Yeah. Well, they were playing him out of position, and it was a little bit unfair. I think maybe big picture, it could help some of the development.
I remember some comments, not so much from you, but from others around the area, that this is a guy you can't win a championship with Davis and Kyrie playing. I heard that from people talking about that he wasn't that type of guy.
What is that?
Well, I mean, I don't think that would be. I think it's because of Anthony Davis. I never thought this iteration of the Mavericks would be able to do anything because Anthony Davis, you cannot trust his health in any way. Mm-hmm. And then Kyrie, if he came back 100%, you knew he was just going to be the guy he was before the injury, then sure. But even him, like coming off that injury, I don't expect a ton from him this season. And then, yeah, I mean, Cooper Flagg has now played himself into exactly who you hoped he was going to be, and maybe even a little bit better when you consider the scoring numbers right now.
He's now living up to what everybody believed he was going to be, right?
100%. 100%.
Yeah, because I heard initially it was people were making comments of talking about him, and you're right, they were playing him out of position, stuff like that. But I heard more negative comments maybe the first 10, 12 games of the season for him.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, because expectations were so high, and he was, like you said, I mean, playing out of position, playing the point guard, and everything with the Mavs was just so bad to start the season.
Got a theory.
What's that?
I ran this by Wolchuk. Tell me if you think I'm right about this, or maybe I'm. How about Kid put him in the worst possible situation, making him fail, to kind of bloody his nose a little bit to get him to this point? Like you put him in hey, listen, I know you're a good ball handler, but we're going to make you a point guard, and we're going to play you out of position. We're going to make it really uncomfortable for you, and we're just right out of the gate. We're going to make it very, very hard for you to have any kind of success.
Yeah,
with the thought of okay, now he got through it. You saw a little bit of his toughness.
Yeah,
he's played through it.
Right,
he's a much better player.
I think there was definitely something to that.
That kid sacrificed the early part of the season with him just to bloody his nose a little bit.
I'm with you. I think that was certainly a part of it, and a little bit
theory?
of just. Yeah, I think it is a good theory.
All right,
I do. I think it's a good theory.
I think he did. I think he knew what his basketball team was probably going to be this year, and the whole idea was to kind of get Cooper Flagg in a situation where if he'd have come out of the gate, it'd have been easy and all that.
Maybe Nico's still here.
Yeah, I think there's some people saying that's the case. Yeah, that maybe he did this to get Nico removed.
Yeah, which totally here for it. Now Cooper Flagg is exactly what we'd hoped he would be, and it is really, really fun to watch. Okay, it is big time travel time right now, right? I mean, Godspeed to anybody who's been in and around airports over the last 48 hours, and then into next week as well with the New Year's stuff. Lots of traveling going on. I have the top 10 airport snacks, okay? According to the New York Post, these are the most purchased snacks at the airports, okay? Does anybody have a go-to when you get on the airplane? Do you have that comfort, that security blanket of I know I'm going to be snacking on X, Y, or Z?
Yeah, tuna fish sandwich.
Oh, come on,
You're ridiculous.
What?
Now, we're talking about snacks, okay? So this isn't like, hey, I'm bringing a meal on board.
I'm just kidding.
Tuna fish sandwich. You're a wild dog. Lucius, what's your go-to?
Honey roasted peanuts. The honey roasted peanuts joints. I like those. Are the Biscoffs? Is that what it's called?
Man,
the Biscoffs.
Yeah, them things go crazy.
They do not hand out enough of those. And if you ask for another one, they kind of look at you kind of sideways. Like
they biscoff at you.
Yeah, they're a little biscoffed.
Yeah, I'm always here for the pretzels when they deal those out. I'm always trying to get extra bags of pretzels. Something about the pretzel and the ginger ale on an airplane.
Ginger ale is good. I think the cranberry juice is a good one too.
Little cranberry juice.
I am. Lucius, I told you about the time we were flying back from California. It was after training camp. I was sitting up there and I got the charcuterie board. I thought it was a small cheese platter thing. Damn thing cost me near $100.
That is freaking ridiculous.
I looked at my
for
cart.
Lunchable cheese. I guarantee you that's what it was.
You know what though? If I'd have known that it was going to be that much, I would have enjoyed it more. I just scarfed it down.
Because at the end you get the bill and you're like, what?
I got the bill and I went, did I tip the the stewardess on this bill? Did I hit a wrong button or two?
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah.
A lot of people already texting in. It's all about just the mini liquor bottles as the airplane comfort.
Yeah.
Yeah, the liquor bottles and some Dramamine.
Dramamine. I have to have Dramamine. That's a must.
Do you?
Absolutely.
See, on the airplane.
I mean,
I didn't realize on an airplane you
Oh,
needed
yeah.
it, though.
I get motion sickness on an airplane.
Number 10 on the top 10 U.S. airport snacks, the Haribo gummy bears.
Oh, yeah, baby.
I knew you were going to like that one, Lucius. Can't go wrong.
So you stop by the news desk thing,
Yeah,
right?
you stop by the news desk, and you know you're going to pay 150% more for whatever it is you're getting.
Easily.
But you're like, I'm here, so what else am I going to do? You have at 9 the Doritos Cool Ranch, specifically the Doritos Cool Ranch is the 9th most popular U.S. airport snack.
I just don't feel right being on a plane crunching up stuff.
It's the crunch that gets you. I mean, most people have the headphones in. If you don't want to hear something, you got your headphones in.
I feel like if I pull out the bag of chips, it's crunch factor.
See, the problem for me with those is you're going to get the dust on your fingers, and you're probably going to lick that off. And now you're touching.
As you're touching the seat.
You're touching seats. You're moving bags.
Yeah.
And you got Dorito Cool Ranch saliva fingers is what you got there.
Yeah.
Welch's fruit snacks come in at number 8.
What are we?
Solid. They're a solid fruit snack, old Welch's.
What are we, 8 years old traveling? What are we doing?
Hey, tell that to Alec Medford, who stays. He keeps that thing on him.
My man looks like he's 8 years old at times.
He is one of the younger gentlemen here at the station.
Man, my man has great hair.
Yeah, but you're never going to turn down a Welch's fruit snack. If I say, oh, Broadus, hey, man, I got an extra pack. I'm going to toss it to you. You're going to just swat? You're going to Matumbo it?
Absolutely. I mean, like
you don't Matumbo the Welch's fruit snacks. You say, thank you. I never would have bought this myself, but now I'm glad it's here.
Because
They're delightful.
Because I'm 62 years old. I'm not 8 years old. You can ask somebody next door if they have a little kid. Oh, hey, can I have a bag of your fruit snacks, please? Come on,
That's
man.
true. I mean, it does.
That is a kid's gift.
It's classic, man. The assorted packs.
Thank you.
You get at Costco, you can get a whole bunch of them in there.
It's banging, dude. Dunkin' Donut comes in at number 7.
I'm so disappointed in you.
It is what it is, man.
I'm so disappointed in you.
I guess the Dunkin' Donuts are running rampant throughout all these airports, so people are getting Dunkin' stuff and then bringing it on the flight.
That's another one of those things, depending on the donut. I mean, you're better off getting a bagel where you don't get it all over your hands and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think they do like the mini bagel bags.
Yeah.
I want to say they do that there. But and those
not
are
cheap
those are fire.
No,
not cheap. None of this is.
There's nothing cheap in an airport. No.
Let's see here. 6, you get the Sour Patch Kids going. All right, a lot of Sour Patch love. Back to the kids. Broadus is going to dunk on that.
Yeah, chime in, Lucius.
There's only so much you can have in the Sour Patch Kids. You can't go crazy with them.
No, thank you. Stomach?
Yeah, your stomach, your
Yes.
tongue is all messed up. You only can do so much with that thing right there. Unless you're 8, so you're right, Broadus. You're 8 years old, you can crush a whole pack.
Yeah.
At some point, man, you get 16,
You guys are
17
starting
years
to see
old,
the
they start to
logic.
backfire.
The logic, Eric. Lucius, you're starting to see the logic.
Now, I don't see the logic in this one here. At number 5, we have Twizzlers. Not sure why people are just hopping on the Twizzler game that hard, but it's popular at the airport. We go back to the Dusty Fingers Cheetos Flamin' Hot.
Nah, you can't do that.
That's a recipe for disaster, bro. Again, you got red dust everywhere. You're touching stuff. You're licking stuff.
If you're sitting next to me,
then you get a bathroom
Cheetos,
emergency with that. Well, and then at 3, you get the Cheeto Puffs. So I mean, people are loving the airport Cheetos. Then you get the Jack Link's beef jerky at 2. See, now you got an adult in the room. Now you got a Brian Broaddus level type veteran move where you say, hey, it's not messy, it's not loud, and it's one of the healthier things you could probably consume.
No, but sometimes the beef stick thing is smells a little strong.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe the smell would be like on the cons list of the beef jerky.
Those Cool Ranch Doritos, that smell travels as well.
No, it
kicks up.
Yeah.
Number 1 though,
applesauce.
Hey, yeah.
The number 1 U.S. airport snack, the Oreos. Big time letdown at 1?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a great snack, but I just don't remember saying I got to get some Oreos before I get on this damn plane,
Get
man.
your teeth all just muddied up.
I don't even eat them while I like watching a movie or something at the movies. It's not a snack at the movies.
It's not a snack at the movies.
And Oreos.
And like you're probably not going to consume it with milk on the plane, and you really are going to want that milk.
I'll tell you what, though, Oreos and maybe a beer, not a bad call.
Beer and Oreos.
Yeah, I tell you what,
I haven't seen that.
Sound like he just got out of prison.
I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you what. I've done this on camping trips, like a Coors Light and those little white powdered donuts. Not a bad breakfast. Not a bad breakfast at all.
Coors Light and powdered donuts.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
That is
Let me ask you
insane.
real quick here about. How about the person that brings the sandwich on the plane? Like I'm talking like the Jimmy John's.
I respect you. I won't do it. The onions carry. I don't get to sit like do I want. Unless the flight is long.
Yeah.
Then I might just have to get on with it. But I do respect you bringing that thing on because sometimes I feel like you can't bring it on.
Yeah, I kind of like what if you brought on the po' boy but the po' boy is all
no.
It's gonna fall apart a little bit and so
Catfish and shrimp, that's crazy.
Yeah.
With the beans, you're out of control, bro.
I tell you what though, I would do that other than those gummy bear
No, it's a
things
damn
you guys were eating.
violation.
You guys really like
it's
little,
a damn violation.
little kids food.
Powdered donuts and Coors Light.
you gotta
You're
eat that
savage.
before you
I'm
board
telling
the
you what,
plane,
man.
Thank you. All the meals. I mean, I get it. I guess if you're in like a super rush and you're about to miss your flight, you're going a Hail Mary run to get a sandwich, bring it on the plane. But for the most part, like sit down and eat the meal at the airport and then get on the plane.
In some cases, Eric goes twice. I've seen you do the
I double dipped, yeah.
I bought you like at Papado's one time, and then you circled back and had a triple cheeseburger with Wolchuk.
At that point, you're on the company per diem. It's like, I'm going to squeeze all the juice out of this thing. All right, 877-881-1053 Football Friday here in the Gbag Nation. Biggest L, biggest dub. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ, Merry Christmas, Fred and
Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 and 2024.
Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Right now, it is time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
All right, how do we do for Christmas? Big dub for Christmas?
Yeah.
Everybody's feeling good about it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Brian, I got everything we talked about the other day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you really?
Yeah, in the stockings, there were lottery tickets, scratch-offs.
There you go.
I got socks.
Yep.
Gummy bears, mad gummy bears.
Nice.
Yeah, big pound bags. I don't even need them, but I'm going to get rid of them before, so they won't be around and get them on out of there somehow.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
As I always do, I follow you on social media stuff. Was that your family setting with people singing and stuff like that?
Yeah. Dad pulls out the karaoke mic. You ask who's the best singer at the house? It's Pops.
It's Pops?
Yeah, he likes to sing all the old soul songs.
I think it was one of his sister.
Yeah,
maybe?
that was my sister with the mic.
Yeah, I tell you, Lucius' family was like they have a hell of a time.
Yeah,
there's a lot of everybody's kind of into it. I think.
And when you walk over to my dad's house, the first thing he's going to introduce you to is his bar.
Yeah.
Before you walk around the rest of the house.
That. I
didn't
didn't
get you a shot. Boy, I did. Here's the kitchen. Go get you a plate.
I didn't want to say
That's
anything.
hospitality.
I didn't want to say anything, but everybody dressed immaculately first, and then with drinks in hand.
Yeah.
I go, man, this looks like my kind of party right
here. It's a Christmas soiree. That's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Well, good. Yeah, the socks and the underwear, I think, is always the star of the show. I think the best thing, my wife got me a like some type of deal to sit on in my car, like an extra pad. I was like, that's where I'm at now.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at now.
Something for your
Was
back?
it like for your back or for your, so you can see over the dash?
Yeah. It's a booster seat.
Yeah, bro.
A little booster seat. No, it is for the back. It is for the back. And it worked. I mean, it was nice. First drive in today, it was like, okay.
Nice.
I think this thing's going to be legit.
Nice.
I used to do the pillow situation, but
I tell you what.
now I got a legit one.
You talk about things that you get. My mom totally gets me now for Christmas. She totally understands 62 years of my life. She understands. Like, she got me kitchen towels. Like these big long kitchen towels, which I absolutely go through all the time. She got me new utensils, new tools for my charcuterie board, like new knives.
Nice.
And the cutters.
That is your bag, man.
Yeah, I mean,
that's your bag.
When somebody got, I'm about the thoughtful gift. I'm about the kind of like, I could use.
I got a Dyson vacuum. How about that?
That is a thoughtful gift.
That's me. They know me. On Saturday, he likes to clean. Let me get him something.
Yeah, that's
new vacuum is clutch, man. You can feel the difference.
Yeah,
this thing's humming around.
I tell you what, but
that's good then.
No, everything was good. It's all right. I have to admit something. Here. I take Bennett shopping beforehand. My son Bennett.
Yeah.
So I'll take him out shopping, and we'll buy everything beforehand, and then we have the family time. I'll bag it up. I'll box it up and wrap it. So when he opens it, my son,
he acts surprised.
He's like, "Oh my god,
he's got to play the game."
Yeah, my man, he's got the Academy Award,
bro.
He's like, "Oh, Dad, exactly what I needed." That Patagonia jacket.
No, man.
Oh, Dad,
my perfect size.
Yeah, a vest.
You shouldn't have.
He picks
That's
out.
Great.
He picks out everything, and then I wrap it all up. And
that's
then,
what you want. It's not about the surprise at that point. It's about just nailing exactly what I want here.
His mom and my mom and dad are so surprised at how well I shot for him.
Wow,
they're
Brian.
like,
Boy, am I impressive.
I admit, I'm like, come on, Bennett, we're going shopping. So we spend a couple hours, we go buy it all, and then he gives it all back to me, and I just go wrap it
wrapped up.
Put it on the tree.
That's beautiful, man. 214 Biggest L Tuesday came down with the flu. It's tough, man.
It's
a lot
like
of people
Will
were
Chambers. What's up with that?
I mean,
I walked in. He sounded terrible.
It's rampant right now. Biggest dub though, worked through it. Worked through the flu.
Worked through COVID.
Job offered me to work an extra day this weekend, extra cash for my Christmas spending. That's fantastic.
It must be like double overtime or triple overtime or something. Like, there must be something you just cannot turn down.
You can't turn that down.
There are certain lines of work. Like my brother is a pilot, and he's like, bro, I would do anything to work on these holidays because you just, I mean, it's ridiculous.
I believe it.
Additional money that you can make from doing. He's like, everybody's trying to work on Christmas Eve. Everybody's trying to work on New Year's.
Yeah.
Because you make like
gobs, triple time.
Yeah.
My cousin who I was with last night, he works for American Airlines mechanic, and he was telling me about all this overtime stuff. He's like, I got one friend, man, he made $10,000 after the taxes on just overtime. I was like, what?
Yeah,
a
bro.
check?
It's crazy.
Let's make it happen.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. So shout out to anybody who got the old holiday pay. That's strong this time of year.
I'll tell you what, traveling on Christmas Day is not a bad thing. I've done that before.
It's light.
I mean, people.
Christmas Eve is much worse.
Yes.
Yeah. I think to me, like, I've traveled before. I had to go scout games and I had to leave on Christmas Day to go get someplace. And I just going through the airport, it's like everybody, you think everybody's feeling sorry for themselves. Like, man, these people, like, what? They're not spending with their family. No, man, it's actually the best time to travel. Like, all the professional travelers, I feel like, are traveling on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
It's up to that point, but everybody that's doing Christmas Day, they kind of know the drill. They're not going to get in your way.
It'll be smooth.
Be smooth, yeah.
806 took a huge L. Redid my girl's office while she was on vacation. Got a brand new futon. Dogs ripped it to shreds right before she came home. What a freaking nightmare. I'm learning that now. We got that puppy. We moved on from one of them, by the way. We had two. Found someone to take one of them. Okay, so we're just reduced it down to the one.
Well, how did you reduce the roster?
It was
the girls.
It was just a lady. We said, hey, here's pictures of them. Choose the one you want. Don't much care. Just pick whichever one you want.
Oh, no.
She took the one she wanted. We kept the other one.
Were the girls around for this?
Yeah, the girls were around. I mean, my
wife
wife did a lot of the heavy lifting on just explaining that this was going to happen because it didn't take long for my wife to join my side on this equation where she was she was childlike when the puppy showed up, and then a couple weeks in, she's like, wow, this is ridiculous.
And the pee and then the cleaning up and just everything they do.
All of
Gnawing on your shoes.
She's like, I got extra kids now. Like, this is crazy. So once I got her on my team, she made the play. She knew a lady that was down to take one of them, and so now we just got the one. But that one will lurk around, hop up on a chair, hop up on the table. Next thing you know, everybody's food just got tore up. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. That's where it's at.
But you let the lady choose. Just take either or.
Yeah, I didn't care. I was like, "You sure you don't want both?"
And the kids didn't have a little bit of an attachment to one or the other.
No, a couple of them did. Yeah, 2 of my 3 kids, that was their favorite one. And my wife was like, "Hey, this is just what's gotta happen." You did it with a
photo?
Yeah, just a photo. Like,
poor
hey,
dogs didn't even know they was posing for the photo. It was gonna change their life. Like, man, let me prep for this photo.
Yeah, man.
Foaming at the mouth.
It's crazy. I was feeling a little bit bad. Like, wow, these are 2 sister puppies that are gonna start to feel like you're gonna sense that miss, and not at all, bro. Like, I think they're happier because now that this one's getting all the attention. I don't know how the other one's doing. Hopefully, well. Yeah. But yeah, I get it, man. When the dog rips stuff up, it totally gets under my skin in a ridiculous way. That's a bad Christmas situation right there for the 806. Okay, Christmas was great. Black and Gold B had a great one watching the little ones open presents. He is working today. Who else is working today? 877-881-1053. Let's hit you with a Football Friday C-note and a Cowboys insider, Cowboys beat reporter is dunking on the offseason that is to come for these Cowboys. Agree or disagree next here in the nation. But Tolos, it's time to take control of your financial future. And great news for you. Look no further than Trajan Wealth. That is our trusted partner for all of our financial needs.
before it expires, now's the time for your annual wellness exam. You'll get real data on your hormones, body comp, and where you stand, plus a local provider who walks you through it like a coach. And if you're looking to level up from weight loss to sexual health, this is the squad. 5 DFW locations, 1 dedicated team, menstclinic.com or 972-GO-MENS-T. Tell them I sent you. Get that complimentary in-body scan at Men's T Clinic.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All right, a Cowboys reporter is dunking on the offseason that is to come for these Dallas Cowboys. Let's find out if we agree or disagree. 877-881-1053. Great to have you in the Gbag Nation on a Football Friday. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander holding it down. What you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock. Now under 2 hours away from what you're drinking, what you're thinking. Looking forward to that. Of course, the Expressway commercial free in the 5 o'clock hour. Gbag of the day, LA Live. We got 2 guys, 1 booth today, recapping the 9-hour game day broadcast for the Christmas victory over the Commanders. And we're loaded wall to wall. Mail it in Friday, man. I'm excited. We'll see if Fan After Dark pops in a little bit early. Kick it around with those fellas. And plenty of people working today. Door dashing in the 407. Tolo in there. Tail off. We appreciate you, 407. How about this guy in the 817 sitting on the couch trying to get motivated? It's like I'm in a trance. I get up 1 minute later, I'm back sitting on the couch just trying to get something done. 214. That's how you do it, though. Day after Christmas. It's like day after Thanksgiving. It's just like you're in a bit of a trance. You're in a bit of a haze. And there's not much motivation unless something has to be done. If the only thing that needs to be done is just your own motivation getting it done, and there is no punishment, it's going to be tough to make that happen. It really is. We got UPS driver working in the 817, rocking and rolling, 940 working today, airplane mechanic
there
on triple time, baby.
Triple
Go
time.
Stars. I like that, 940.
There you go.
And then you got this one in the 214. They are a florist in Frisco delivering flowers today.
Yeah.
Say some people are just now delivering Merry Christmas flowers because they waited too late to get them in the system, and it happens every single year.
You know,
can't be late to that party.
Yeah.
Uber driver in the 817. So plenty of people bouncing around and getting that work done here on a Friday. Would love to hear from you at 5 o'clock. What you drinking? What you thinking? Here is Cowboys reporter for The Athletic, friend of the program, all-time good dude, John Machota on the One Star Cowboys podcast, telling you what is in the Cowboys' future.
I can tell you, I can map it all out the offseason right now. They're not going to be super active in free agency. They're going to try and bring back Javonte Williams. They're going to keep George Pickens. And then they'll fill in some holes on defense with the type of players that they've done before, like with the Kenneth Murray, Eric Kendricks type linebacker. It'll be a bargain type linebacker that fits with whatever that DC wants. And then they'll fill it in with, they'll probably draft a corner in the first round. They'll probably draft a defensive end in the first round. And then they'll fill in some gaps that way. Probably add another J.W. Clowney, Dante Fowler type of manageable contract, another DN. So, yeah, sorry, I just ruined your whole offseason. But that's probably what's going to happen. This whole pie in the sky that all of a sudden they're going to be in on some of these big players, that's not going to happen.
Bam, dude. Just taking the wind out of the sails there. If you had any type of offseason hopium, buying or selling the John Machota prediction.
I think John does a really, really good job of covering this football team, and I think John is one of the most honest guys over there when it comes to how he covers the team. I think John is always going to give you his opinion. A lot of those guys and gals over there, I think have earned the right to our respect for, because they live that over there. They're in that building every single day, and if that's how they feel, I would say there's probably some credence to that. I want to believe that with Jerry Jones' advanced age and the fact that Cowboy fans, Cowboy Nation, Cowboys around the world, whatever you want to say, I think the Joneses hear you. I really do. I think the Joneses hear your disdain for the way things are going. And I want to believe, because he's shown me some signs with the trade for the Quinnen Williams trade. He could have just let this thing go and said, you know what, I'm not going to give up a first-round pick to do this. He knew he didn't have a very good football team. He thought that by trading Micah Parsons and getting Kenny Clark, he'd help the run defense. He actually helped his team more by the second trade that he made, is what he did. Now, he hurt his pass rush for sure. but he helped his defense overall. Quinnen Williams, by the way, is a really good player overall. I mean, a pass rusher.
He's awesome.
Yeah,
I mean, he was dominant yesterday.
So that's what I'm saying. When you get a guy like that, that's a damn good trade. That was a first-round pick that was well spent. That was a good first-round pick that was spent. I want to believe that because he showed a willingness to try and help a team that was really struggling, that he is going to, because of his age and because of where this fan base is with him, that he is honestly going to do something. If he doesn't do anything, then never again from me. But I think the signs are pointing to trying to do something other than bottom fish. The biggest thing I wish they would do is I wish they wouldn't listen to everybody in that organization. You know, there's some people over there that don't need to be heard from when it comes to some of these player evaluations or how they build this team. I think Jerry Jones needs to make this circle a lot smaller than it is. You know, I think there's some people that, Will McClay tries his best to, and I talked about this with Wolchuk yesterday, that Will McClay does his best to make sure the Joneses are happy, the scouts are happy, and the coaches are happy.
He's the buffer between it all.
He is the one thing trying to hold all that together from falling off the cliff, is what he does. I would love to see a deal where Will McClay, Stephen Jones, and maybe Shoddy are the guys making the calls, and that's it. That's it. I don't need any. If the scouts, if you figure out what scouts can evaluate, figure out what coaches can coach and evaluate, you know, and if everybody else involved doesn't need to have a say. There doesn't need to be a consensus. There needs to be go get the best players you can go get, and not have to, draft a Tristan Hill because of Rod Marinelli or draft a Mozzie Smith because of Dan Quinn. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So to me, tighten that group up, but because the general manager is not going to change. We're not going to change. What I'd like to see though is less voices in that room. I don't need a consensus. I don't need pods when there is a disagreement. I mean, the coaches and the scouts hash it out. I don't need that because obviously there's things that are not being connected. And to me, if you let Will McClay just go out there and pick players, I think you'd have a really, really, really good football team. I do. But I need Jerry to be willing to almost take a Howie Roseman approach of, hey, I need your checkbook to go do some of this stuff.
Exactly. That's what has to happen. They got to say, hey, Will McClay, like you're not going to be handcuffed by all of our salary cap concerns.
Not at all.
Because they can flip a bunch of switches and create plenty of cap space to go out there and do whatever they want.
That's what I'm saying.
And there's a handful of defensive players, Jamel Dean, David Lloyd.
Yep.
You got Trey Hendrickson. I mean, there's plenty of guys out there in free agency that you can go get. You just can't immediately say, no, we're just bottom fishing.
Nope.
And we're just looking for discounted deals.
The minute they tell me that they signed George Pickens and that's all they're going to do, then
you throw in the towel forever on them ever doing anything. I will have a couple more years of doing this, and I'll do stuff on Crown Global Media talking about it. But I don't try and pull the wool over my eyes anymore. I do know. In my heart, I know what they need to do. I really do, and I laid it out for you just a second ago. Will McClay needs to be the guy primarily running everything. And they need to give him the resources to say, hey, you can go at the top of the market and identify the guys.
He is just as good as F them picks out there in Los Angeles as far as an evaluator goes. Les Snead's good. I think Will McClay's better. Yeah, I think he's better than Jason Light, who I know, and some of these other guys, Brandon Beans, guys like that.
In terms of player evaluation and team building.
Exactly.
You would trust him.
Yeah, I would. I absolutely would. I think Will takes a lot of – I'm going to say 75% of Will's day is trying to put out fires. It's like the show Landman. You know, Tommy, if you guys watch Landman, Tommy's driving around for 3 hours putting out fires. You know,
is that Billy Bob?
That's Billy Bob, yeah. But that's kind of his. He's the president of the oil company now, and he's also the guy running the operation. But he's always having to put fires out, and I think that's kind of what Will McClay's having to do. I'd love to see Steven and Jerry just hand that thing over to him and say, okay, here's your budget. This is what we're going to go do. And let Will go to work and let Will say, okay, these scouts I know can evaluate. These can't. I maybe need to make changes. He goes, these coaches can't evaluate. This one can. I'll listen to him. That's what needs to be done over there. It needs to be, that circle needs to be a lot tighter.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't need to be big. And this is where they get in trouble. There's certain things that they could come up with when they draft, when it's a top 15 pick. They're money on that stuff. Where they get in trouble is trying to find the consensus where the second Green Bay pick is. Maybe you get lucky and you hit on a Travis Frederick, something like that. But, man, there's plenty of times where Will has probably had the right player that needs to be taken at 27, hitting on a Tyler Smith. I mean, they hit on Tyler Smith. Somebody told them to draft Tyler Smith, or Will made a determination, somebody in the organization made, even with the head coach or even with an offensive line coach that didn't want him.
Yeah, and that's the type of decision making you want.
That's the kind of BS that you don't need. I say this, you don't need a coach stepping in and saying...
And nixing a player just because he doesn't like the guy.
Rod Marinelli with one of the Watts. I don't need you telling me, See, what happens is you're trying to make sure the coaches are happy. Sure, you don't want to bring in players the coaches don't want. But this needs to be, this organization, if they're not going to change the general manager, they need to have less people than making decisions. Lot less people making, or put it this way, helping with the decisions. And that's what I'd love to see, because I do think that they wouldn't have to bottom fish and all that. They've done a pretty good job, if you want to say, of drafting and re-signing their own. Their drafts have been pretty good. But overall, I mean... But
even the re-signing their own, they get too in love with these guys, and how many of their re-signed players have totally failed them?
Where they've effed this thing up in a lot of ways is they've let guys like Tank... and Tank Lawrence might have ran his course. But Jordan Lewis didn't. I saw where Jordan Lewis got hurt the other day.
I know. Yeah, he's going to be out. It's a bummer.
But Jordan Lewis needed to be paid instead of Deron Bland. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Something like that.
Yes.
Guys needed to be paid. There were certain players that you have to have. You can say what you want about Tank, and he was slowing down and all that. But look what he's done. Look what he's done in Seattle with the quality line, the defensive line coach he has,
and quality players around him. He's not like this. He doesn't have to be the best player on the defense. They got a good defense,
and he doesn't have to deal with Micah Parsons anymore. You know? See, Micah Parsons, great player, but the leadership style and all that, not great. See, that's where I think, to me, that the Cowboys. This is why I want to see Will get this opportunity. I know they're not going to change in title, but give Will the latitude to go out and make the decisions for this football team. Let him be the primary guy until he proves you wrong. But I don't need Barry Switzer telling me. I guarantee when they get the new defensive coordinator and say Todd Bowles is the guy that gets let out of Tampa, maybe they lose out and all of a sudden he's available or something like that, or Jim Schwartz is available. That'll be a Bill Belichick. Todd Bowles will be a Bill Parcells.
Oh, just guys that Jerry picks up the phone to get insight.
Why? Let these coaches come in and let Will interview them. Let Will determine.
And Shoddy, right? Don't you want Shoddy to have some input on the DC?
Absolutely. And I'd like it in a way where they grill him on how well he knows your team. Not that, hey, well, I have some familiarity with you and you were once here kind of guy. I want to know how you tell me after you're doing this interview with me. You tell me about my defense. Mm-hmm. You tell me watching my defense. And if you're like, well, hey, I really didn't have an opportunity, if that's the case and you don't tell me about my defense, I'm not hiring you.
Right.
If you don't have enough pride in an interview to come in here and be able to tell me from A to Z what the problem is with my defense or what the good things are about my defense.
And solutions.
I do not want to hire you. And then the next thing I'm going to ask you is, who are your assistant coaches if you're going to bring guys in? And if I don't like your assistant coaches that you're going to bring in to coach certain positions, I'm probably not going to hire you anyway either.
Mm-hmm.
But this thing needs to be a Will McClay-led search with Shoddy, and then determine, find a guy that knows your defense, can sell you on the idea of, hey, I do it this way. And then have Will and them, because Will knows, Shoddy knows, if somebody comes back and throws some just, something up against the wall and hopes for the best. I'm not giving you this job. This is our personnel right now. We don't have Micah Parsons in the building. We don't have no pass rush right now. We're going to try and draft some pass rush. We're going to try and get some. We got some young corners. We got no safeties. We've got to think about our linebackers.
We need a total revamp.
They do, but give me a guy that comes in with some solutions. And maybe this is where the head coach and a Todd Bowles, who kind of is, it would be, it's kind of like he's been a head coach. So has he really been paying attention? Is he really going to, I like this young player. And I like, no, give me somebody that takes the time to really dive in and tell me what's wrong with my defense. Mm-hmm. Give me that guy. Give me the guy that it's so damn important to get this job that he gives me ideas and solutions and stuff. Don't just come in here just because you're Todd Bowles, former NFL head coach, that you're going to get this job like you're working on the NFL Network and you don't have to prep. I don't want those guys anymore. I don't want them. I don't want friend of the program guy anymore. I don't want guy who's been here before.
No, you need powdered donuts, Coors Lights, and a plan to fix this defense.
Maybe a pack of cigarettes go on.
Couple of heaters.
I'm just
take
telling
the edge
you,
off.
This thing, it's not going to change with the front office. The players of the game are not going to change. But what the players of the game need to do is give it to somebody who can carry the ball. That's what you need to do.
Yeah, Jerry was on the Netflix pregame show. He says, I have such positive feelings about what our future looks like because we not only have some outstanding players, building blocks, but we have our available cap room. We have our draft picks. All of those things are going to serve us well. So he's teasing you a little bit. But Jerry's always selling. You can't really trust what he's talking about. You don't have enough picks. I know that. You can say you have picks. You don't have enough picks. You got 2 first-round picks, and then you're going to go on a drought throughout the middle of that draft. So you're going to have to do some maneuvering here.
Day
and
2.
You in no world have enough picks to fix all the issues that you have right now.
Yeah, day 2, you are completely out of the game unless you want to move one of those 2 picks. But you can move one of those 2 picks if, in fact, and give yourself flexibility, if, in fact, you go play in free agency.
Amen.
That will give you the flexibility. And if you want to move your own pick, say your own pick turns out to be the 14th, 15th, 16th pick, that's probably the one that's going to have the most value to somebody. So you need flexibility to be able to do that.
Yeah, and don't forget to maybe open up the checkbook for the best possible defensive coordinator as well. Can't go cheap that way. Brian Flores is going to be available.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get a head job, that's a guy that, hey, here's a blank check. Brian Flores, come fix this defense, please.
Absolutely.
All right, there it is. A little C-note here in the Gbag Nation on a Football Friday. Great to have you in. What you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock. Let's crank open a college football darty. Did Michigan find their man next in the nation?
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can proudly say, I heard it on the Fan. Keeping you sports informed with some
A good deal on DFW Security's state-of-the-art cameras, access control, security, and smart home from now until Christmas. Protect your home or business with the best.
DFWsecurity.com.
Has Michigan found their man? We crank open a college football darty here in the Gbag Nation on a Football Friday. Great to have you in. Segment here in the Gbag Nation brought to you by the Frenkels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, go ahead and call the Frenkels first. 214-333-3333. Krusty's Corner coming up in about 15 minutes. But right now, it's time for this.
Oh, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset?
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them now to say our name again!
Well, I don't get the ring, man. Cold.
Don't get me started, love. I've had too much stress.
Okay, former Utah head coach Kyle Whittingham has emerged as Michigan's top target to replace now former head coach Sharon Moore. Here is Pete Thamel on ESPN, College Football Insider, giving you the latest.
Well, Michigan ran through their process, guys, and I would say within the last 48 hours, that focus is really locked in on Kyle Whittingham, really starting on December 23rd. In the 24th, they obviously didn't do a lot on Christmas Day yesterday. The deal is not yet finalized, but my understanding is it's going through the normal process of a hiring. It should be completed by the end of the day today. Michigan obviously has a board approval that they have to do, and the deal is not signed, according to my sources, but the widespread expectation is that Kyle Whittingham will get this deal done and be the next head coach at Michigan. And then pushing forward, there's an interesting set of events we're going to have to watch here today and tomorrow, guys. Obviously, Utah is playing Nebraska in the Las Vegas Bowl in the upcoming days. The Michigan roster situation is fairly precarious right now. Biff Poggi has said potentially as many as 20 players won't play. There's an urgency for Whittingham to get to Orlando, where Michigan's going to be playing Texas, to connect with his new program, new team, figure out a coaching staff, but most importantly, lock in with those players. So a decision is going to have to be made soon whether or not Utah will allow Kyle Whittingham to coach in that bowl game, and that appears unlikely just with the set of dominoes that are going to fall here in the next few hours. So, look, Kyle Whittingham is a Hall of Fame coach. He's won nearly 67% of his games. He brings a clean track record and, just a high-end ability to win to Michigan, and I expect that all to be wrapped up by nightfall tonight.
Well, there it is. Pete Thamel here in the last minute or so giving us the update. It's official. Kyle Whittingham has agreed to a 5-year deal to become Michigan's next head coach. The deal is expected to be announced later today. So there we go. It is official. This is the ultimate just falling ass backwards into a huge win, if you ask me. I mean, Kyle Whittingham, I think that's a super solid hire, strong culture guy, and they desperately need that. We know it. And he's won consistently at Utah, and it's the same type of DNA where it's Michigan, it's physical, and that's what he's about, the physical, tough kind of teams. This is a true adult, and I think this is a home run hire for them.
Yeah, I remember when Kyle started in the league, his dad was a defensive coordinator with the Rams, and then Kyle was getting his start, and then he got his head coaching job, and he's been at Utah all these years. And you're absolutely right about just what a stand-up guy he is. It's almost nice to see, and not that I'm a Michigan fan, but they always talk about the Michigan man, that thing. And
it's become a punchline now.
And it has become a punchline. And for them to go out, I wonder if, in fact, that this was something that somebody reached out to Kyle Whittingham and, you kind of got the vibe that maybe he was stepping back from Utah, because he wanted just to do something different in life and stuff. And sometimes these football coaches, they when they do that, then they just kind of they don't know anything different. They don't know any other way. And not that Kyle is an old man or anything like that, but this will be a new challenge for him for sure. All these years at Utah. But you just wonder if Michigan was actually on this, while he was at Utah. Were there's people reaching out to him, back channels, that all of a sudden he's thinking, well, I'm done, but he's thinking I'm done because I want to go to Michigan. kind of a thing, and makes it a very clean kind of a thing. Instead of leaving Utah, to go to Michigan, he kind of says, "Well, I'm done. I'm thinking about retiring, and then I've coached my last game, and now he's in a situation where he's taking another job. I wonder if he's doing this because he didn't want to leave Utah as a Utah coach."
Yeah, I mean, my read on it is he was ready to get out of Utah no matter what. And
it seems very odd for a guy that's like 67 years old, I believe.
Yeah, he's a little bit up there.
Yeah, and I was kind of seeing like the Woody Hayes and the Bo Schembechlers and those guys were coaching, their final games when they were 65 and 60 years old, and it just seemed unusual. I thought he was kind of going to go do something else, but maybe he had maybe the people had reached out to Michigan and were, like I say, back channeling this thing, and I honestly think he just did not want to leave Utah as Utah's head coach.
So you think when he announced that he was done at Utah, he knew this was on the horizon?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. I think that he had such a remarkable career at Utah that he didn't want to leave them
just with the immediate, I'm leaving Utah and I'm going right to Michigan.
Right. This is something that it's kind of in a way kind of clunky, because you got a guy who is like Pete was talking about there, a Hall of Fame coach, and you're feeling like, man, it's he's coached Utah, man. He had a hell of a run at Utah, and now all of a sudden he shows up at Michigan. You're kind of wondering if you're at Utah, like, wait a minute, whoa, I thought he was kind of done with us here.
Yeah, I mean, when he was leaving, it felt like he kind of almost felt like he had run its course there, and they felt that way. It was just like an amicable, hey, it's been a really good run, it's been a long run, and we're just going to kind of amicably split this thing.
I think he set it up with the athletic department that, I'll leave you, and with the thought of I'm leaving you, but I know I have another job potentially lined up here. This thing happened actually pretty quick. If you want to go into detail about it.
Well, I do think it's a great hire for Michigan.
Oh no, it's absolutely.
They were. I thought they were going to be. Down bad. Like there was talk like maybe just keep Biff Poggi for the year as just kind of that stable presence before really going to try and get your guy, instead of just bringing in a guy that maybe you like but you don't love, but he's the only thing available. Kyle Whittingham, I think, is a home run hire. Kind of reminds you of Penn State a little bit, where you thought, wow, they swung and missed on everybody, and then here comes Matt Campbell, ends up being a great hire for him. And so now Whittingham, he will be replacing Sharon Moore, and he will have his hands full trying to get that place back to what they want to be, and the height of the mountain where we've seen them before. But and I saw this from Scott Bell on Twitter. Kyle Whittingham follows 5 women on Instagram. That's it. Yeah. And this that's a heck of a lot different than from Sharon Moore. They're all fully clothed, and the majority of them are actually related to him. He has 0 posts in the last 11 years. So from that vantage point,
well, he's an older guy too.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah, he's an older guy.
Meets the qualifications. Yeah. Just a very mature man.
Let's be honest, though. Let's be honest here, though. Too, though, these coaches, most of them are kind of a little bit. You got to watch them.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm not saying
Sharon Moore was just willy-nilly with it, man. He was getting buck wild.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
In fact, that was his nickname.
Yeah, buck wild.
No, willy-nilly. Let's see. We also have the Texas running back, Quintravian Wisner. He's entering the transfer portal.
Of course he is.
So, I mean, that's all their running backs.
Why don't you just tell me this? Why don't you just tell me what player's not in the transfer portal?
They do have quite a list, Texas does, as most teams do.
That's what I'm saying.
They're going to have a whole new running back room with players and coaches. They fired Chad Scott. They brought in the guy from Florida, and I think they're going to try and make a move for the Florida running back, who was pretty dang good this year. Obviously has familiarity with now Texas's running backs coach. We'll see if that player ends up in the portal there. I'm sure Summerall's trying to keep him there with the Gators. But, yeah, it'll be a revamped running back room there from coaches and players when it comes to Texas. And then Lane Kiffin, did you see him?
Yeah, he was out buying groceries.
Yeah, he's buying groceries, and he walks in the house. I guess his daughter was videoing him walking into the house with groceries, and not with grocery bags, but he had just the actual grocery basket that you're allowed to carry around to put in, and then, of course, you put it back. That is not yours to keep, but he says they were charging him for the grocery bags at the self-checkout, so he decided he didn't want to buy them, okay? The $90+ million man didn't want to buy the grocery bags, so he just simply stole the grocery basket and took that back to his house.
You would be surprised the number of coaches, again, that don't know how to do everyday things in life. Open a checking account, go to the dry cleaner. Like most coaches always have things done for them. And so when they have to go out and do something or be handyman guy, it is usually a disaster. They just don't have they don't have the skills, because all they've done their whole life is be on practice fields and be in meetings and stuff like that. Coaches are not.
It's like 30 cents to buy a grocery bag, and he got so butthurt about it, he just stole the basket.
Yeah.
I mean, he really is a one-of-one wild animal. Yeah. We'll see if we get the next video where he's shamelessly having to return that grocery basket
it might become his actual basket that he brings every time he goes to the store.
Yeah, that's his basket now.
That's personal basket. Yeah.
All right, we are here in the Gbag Nation. There's your college football, Darty football's finest at the top of the hour, but coming up next, a Friday edition of Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, let's talk about what happened in the Commanders games. I got some thoughts. We'll do that next.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ, Merry Christmas. Fred and CA have got the Specs tailgate getting you set for Cowboys, Commanders, all day Dallas Cowboy football. Merry Christmas from 105 through the Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Franklin Frankel first, the go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for your rights for over 30 years. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies, so they know all their tricks and tactics that insurers use to deny your claim. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Franklin Frankel are here to help. They make it easy, from the free consultation to the very first phone call. They handle everything with no out-of-pocket costs. They only get paid when you win, and they understand how stressful these situations can be and are committed to standing by your side. If you or a loved one has been injured, call Franklin Frankel 214 or 817-333-3333. That's 214 or 817-333-3333, or visit frankelfirm.com. Franklin Frankel, your go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW.
$1,500. Chevy Select Market Bonus cash $3,000 plus tax, title, license, $225 dealer doc fee. Expires 1/2/26.
Baseball is back. And so is Texas Rangers Fan Fest. Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Just over an hour to What You Drinking, What You Thinking here on a Football Friday in the Gbag Nation. Great to have you in. Football's finest at the top of the hour, but right now it's time for Krusty's Corner.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much, Lucis. Appreciate you doing that. And thank you to Greystone for being a part of this as well. Hey, Chief, did you see from Jay Glazer what he said about Max Crosby?
Yes, I love this.
Raiders told Max Crosby they want to shut him down the last 2 games. Crosby has played with injuries for much of the year. He disagreed and has left the building. According to Jay Glazer, this could lead to questions on his future in Vegas.
Look at that. He is not pleased.
He's one of those guys that came out and talked about wanting to play. And
yeah, he's like, it's not my job to get a draft pick. It's my job to be the best edge rusher in the world, and that's what I want to be.
Yeah.
And then Mark Davis and the Raiders did the good thing for the team, saying, no, we're in a battle for the #1 pick right now versus the Giants. Both teams are acting as they should, where you have all-pro left tackle Andrew Thomas for the Giants is also going to be out.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a disgusting game of players trying to win and everybody else in each organization crossing their fingers that they lose.
Yeah.
The loss is the win.
Yeah, but to them, it's not.
Not to the individuals on the field. And Max Crosby wanted to get up out there. He's a true Iron Man. I mean, that's a guy that plays. He plays all the snaps. He has been banged up this year, but that hasn't stopped him. And now we'll see. This could be an interesting offseason.
Yeah. Did you trade one of those ones for Max Crosby?
Ooh. I think I would. I would.
Damn right I would.
Probably. I mean, obviously, you'd want it to be the Packers.
You're gonna have to give yours up. You're to get Max Crosby. You're probably gonna have to. You might have to give both those up to get him.
Man, giving up both of them is a lot to ask. I mean,
you think you could piece this thing to get not piece it. You add Max Crosby, and then you go out and spend money in free agency. So you do something opposite of what you've done in the past.
Yeah, you're building
instead of drafting, you're signing.
Yeah, I mean, if you told me that, yes, if that was going to be the plan,
it's almost like what the Rams do.
Yeah,
at times the Rams are. The Rams have got 2 first-round picks.
We're going to get established players. We'll trade our first-round picks.
Yeah.
And we'll get, Quinnen Williams and Max Crosby together on the defensive line.
Yeah.
That's all world. 2 guys that stop the run and get after the quarterback at a high level.
Yeah.
But you would have to tell me that they're ready to open up the checkbook and go big fish hunting in free agency.
No, that's the only way you can do this. Because, to give up the 2 1s, you've got to...
Yeah, now you've depleted all your draft resources.
Yeah, you've basically said, okay, I'm giving up on a linebacker and maybe a corner. If you look at the big picture of it.
Or an edge rusher, right?
Yeah,
I mean, because they would... taking an edge in the first round seems like it's very much so on the table. But, you're trying to capitalize on this Dak window that you have right now.
Yeah.
And you're going to have plenty of continuity on the offense.
Yeah.
Any lack of continuity offensively is going to be by choice, saying we want to move on from this guy or this guy and replace him.
Mm-hmm.
But, you can really run it back on the offense for the most part. Javonte Williams, George Pickens, those seems like guys that they're going to want to bring back.
Mm-hmm.
And then do you want to shuffle the offensive line a little bit? We'll see how they approach it. But for the most part, you're going to have your offense back in its entirety more so than most teams would.
Yeah.
And then it's just all about getting the defense. You got to go get Jamel Dean at corner. You got to go get Devin Lloyd at linebacker. And that's just right now before the franchise tag stuff happens. I mean, a lot of those guys might not even touch the market if they get tagged.
Yeah.
But in a world where Devin Lloyd, the linebacker for the Jags, is available, you're going to have to go ahead and throw the book at him because you need that desperately. I don't know what type of safeties are available. I mean, it would be an interesting thing to do, but I'm fine with committing to, hey, you got to go all in for the next 2 or 3 years here while you still have Dak on this contract and try and capitalize on an offense that's been pretty dang good.
Yeah. I would be willing, if you told me that the offseason is going to be, like you said, with you going out and signing players, I would consider moving those 2 picks for Max Crosby. I would absolutely consider doing it. I think that's kind of a win now move. I don't think there's anybody on that board at those picks that's as good as Max Crosby is.
No. I mean, for sure. I mean, it's short-sighted in the sense that you're not going to get the cheap labor for 5 years or whatever.
But you get the best player. You get
the best player that you could possibly get, and you're trying to win in a 2 or 3 year window.
You have one of the top 3 defensive tackles in the league, top 5 defensive tackles in the league, and you have one of the top 5 edge rushers in the league, right?
Yeah. And now you just need a couple of linebackers, a couple of safeties, and a couple of corners.
Have a theory about Logan Wilson, why he didn't play yesterday?
Jerry didn't seem too pleased with that. He's like, I have no explanation for it.
I ran this one by Wolchuk. Tell me what you think.
Okay.
This is Matt Eberflus knowing he's likely going to be shown the door. And he's riding with the guy that has been there every day and not caused a problem, and with Murray and stuff like that. That they went and Cowboys front office made a deal.
Causes nothing but problems on the field, but I hear what you're saying.
But did you buy that at all?
Yeah, I can absolutely.
Yeah,
it's just being indignant on this. These are my guys.
Yeah, it's almost like Lovie Smith playing for the, not losing the game to get the number 1 pick. He's like, I'm not going to lose the game just so you can have the number 1 pick. I'm going to go try and win a game.
And then it worked out for the Texans. They end up with C.J. Stroud.
I think this is one of those deals where Matt Eberflus is basically showing the front office the double bird. Like, if you're going to move on from me, I'm going to play the guys I want to play.
There you go.
And I think that's why Logan Wilson didn't play.
I could totally see that. I mean, and it's not like Logan Wilson makes that much of a difference for you. If you're being, he's got better instincts, but athletically, he is. It's been zapped from his body.
Tyler Smith doesn't want to play left tackle. You could see that watching the film yesterday.
You can hear it at the microphone when he's talking, and you can see it during the game.
Yep. They really had problems in this football game, and they had problems. By the way, Dave Campo called me back. I need to talk to Dave. I want to talk to him. I'm going to try and pop him on, talking about the cover 4, cover 6 stuff that Dak's having to see, and from a defensive coordinator's perspective, explain why. But they're having problems with that stuff now. Teams are finding ways. They're playing the cover 6. Well, they're playing the 4 to take away your deep game, and they're playing the 6 because they're trying to do is they're trying to again take away the deep game, but they're trying to take away the underneath stuff on the other side. So depending on which side, what Dak has got to be able to do now as you play this is some plays work really good against cover 4 and some work really well against cover 6. So now you got to be able to figure out which side is the 4, or which side is the 2 is what you need to do. So they're in that kind of situation now where teams are, like say, the cover 4 stuff is all predicated on trying to stop your vertical game, is where the shots you could take downfield, and that's why I think teams they're going to keep playing that. I think teams are worried about you throwing the ball down the field.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Like it makes plenty of sense, and you're just wondering, like, Shoddy and Dak, why haven't you come up with a plan to combat that?
Yeah.
Like, yes, of course, teams don't want 50-yard bombs to Lamb and Pickens, and you saw the big one to Turpin.
Yeah.
So why can't you dial it up to where, there's things you can do offensively to combat that?
Yeah.
They need to figure that out this offseason. Let's put a plan together, because clearly the book's out.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that when we get to the offseason, that's going to be one of those offseason projects. Why did we struggle? Why did Dak struggle against the cover 4 and then struggle with the cover 6 stuff? Because there's been In the past, it's been cover 2, clog and cover, the things that have given him the problems. But that's something they're going to clearly have to work on. As I go through this, your offensive line, not very good, as we know. The sacks. A lot of it had to do with the fact that there were guys that felt like they were going to get help and didn't get help. And the fact that Dak was holding the ball longer, and he was holding the ball longer when you watch it because there weren't guys open down the field.
You're trying to run deep routes into a defense that is trying to stop that.
Yeah.
Like the play caller needs to take some blame here.
He absolutely does. Malik Davis, as well as he ran the football, was a liability as a blitz pickup guy.
Yes.
And your tight ends were liabilities for the max protection stuff. If you look at the defensive line real quick, Clowney played by far the best game. And then Quinnen Williams. Kenny Clark was involved too. Solomon Thomas got off the ball a couple different times. Osa was, I thought, okay in this football game. Shamar James continues to kind of struggle in some ways when it comes to reading scheme and knowing where he needs to fit. Kenneth Murray on the long run, he got knocked to one side. The hesitation right there, the 70-something yard run.
He was not where he needed to be. He let that center just get right up on him.
Yeah, he sure did. And what happened is you guys got guys that were pinned to the inside and guys that were pinned to the outside. So, give the Commanders some credit. The best defensive back in the game was actually with Reedy Stewart and the way that he was able to play with Diggs. They did a little bit better job of getting up on these Commanders receivers, but when they play at space, this defense isn't very good when it comes to playing that off coverage and stuff. So we'll see what happens with Ravel. I asked somebody in the organization. He's got 10 games to the concussion protocol, so there's a chance.
10 days.
10 days before. So with that number of days, there's a chance that he will be available to play. He had some moments where he was okay. Other moments where he's just got to be more like he was a good tackler. Right now, he's struggling with his tackling, and you could tell it's getting to him.
That's been the big surprise for me. I thought he was. He came across like a guy that wanted to stick you, playing bland. Where I'll tackle you.
He'll tackle. He wants to tackle. His technique though has really been really poor when it comes to breaking down and tackling guys that way. But he did have a couple of reps where actually playing the ball well, playing in position. The off-coverage stuff I don't think is really great for him. But when you could put him up, that's a little bit better for him. But still, the problems is when these guys have to play at depth, when they play at zone, it's been the real issue for them. The Commanders receivers, I think you're a little bit fortunate. There were a couple of times where Josh Johnson had guys that were open, and I don't think he saw them. And that's probably because he's a third-string quarterback and doesn't get a lot of playing time. So
that'll do it.
They caught a little bit of luck on that one.
All right, there it is, Krusty's Corner on a football Friday here in the Gbag Nation. Football's finest coming up next. A big-time player might return for the playoffs, and it's insane how different the NFL landscape looks compared to this time last year. That's next here in the nation. But Tolos, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
We are under an hour to what you drinking, what you thinking here on a Football Friday in the Gbag Nation. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander in the PIM Cup, getting you set for Gbag of the Day, LA Live during the commercial-free Expressway in the 5 o'clock hour. And we'll get you a sports hodgepodge coming up here in a few minutes. Merry Christmas, and thanks for rocking with us. Right now, it's time for this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Unbelievable what this NFL landscape looks like compared to a year ago.
With the team,
it is
like,
crazy.
with like Chicago and those teams up top.
Yeah. I mean, the most wins last season.
New England.
You had the Chiefs. They're eliminated.
14-2, weren't they this time?
I think they had 15 wins last year.
Well, I meant are you talking about as today with 1 week left in the season?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. But just last year in general, the most wins last season.
Yeah.
The Chiefs, Lions, both eliminated from the postseason. Mark won on the good side for Wolchuk with his preseason Lions missed the playoffs bold prediction after that disgusting performance last night from Jared Goff and that Lions offense. Oh my gosh, a million turnovers.
You think they miss? I mean, I guess it's a pretty simple question. Do you really think they miss Ben Johnson that much?
Yes.
Is Ben Johnson like the way that he has turned Chicago around? Were we wrong about Ben Johnson? I mean, I guess we weren't wrong, but
I think we were right about him. We knew how awesome he was as a play caller. We didn't totally know how he would be as a head coach, but like what we knew that Lions staff getting completely stripped from so many of the top-tier coaches underneath Dan Campbell who had made that thing go over the last few years. That was going to be a big adjustment. And then I think the other big one, too, is the Frank Ragnow retirement. Maybe the best center in football. A couple months before the season, hanging him up. And that's been a huge blow for them. So there's a handful of things there, and I still think the Lions have a great opportunity, have a good offseason comeback. They can still be a solid team, but now the Jared Goff cap hits are going to start hitting pretty heavy, and so that's going to be something to have to manage. But I think Ragnow at center, and of course Ben Johnson pulling the strings offensively, that hurt him in a big way. So Chiefs and Lions. Most wins last year, eliminated. The Eagles last year had a bunch of wins. They have clinched the NFC East, even though they are definitely not the same version of themselves. The Vikings eliminated from the postseason. They had 14 wins last year. The Bills won 13 games. They're not the same, and they haven't won as many games. And now they have clinched a playoff spot. The Commanders and the Ravens, both those teams. I mean, the Commanders already eliminated, and the Ravens will be eliminated with another loss. So those were your best teams in the league last year, and you've got only two of them that are going to be in the postseason. I mean, it is crazy the turn of events here that you just couldn't predict unless you're Wolchuk with the Lions. Mm-hmm. And kudos to him for that. So your longest active playoff streaks for teams that have clinched a spot right now, you have the Bills with 7 straight postseasons, the Eagles with 5, Packers 3, Rams 3. And that's it. So and the NFC playoff picture right now, Seahawks are the 1 seed. You've got, and they've all clinched except for the Panthers. Like at this point in the NFC, you know what it's going to be. We'll just find out, can the Panthers hold strong and win the NFC South, or will the Bucs find a way to unseat them? But everybody else has clinched. The Seahawks are in, the Bears are in, the Eagles are in, the Niners are in, the Rams are in, and unfortunately the Packers are in as well. If Detroit could have just found a way to not turn the ball over a billion times. I mean, Max Brosmer, quarterbacking for the Vikings, only NFL quarterback in the Super Bowl era to play the entire game, finish with under 70 passing yards and 7 or more sacks, and still win the football game. They had 3 net passing yards in the game.
Yeah.
That is insane, dude. And I did love their uniforms, the all-white Vikings uniforms yesterday, and kudos to Justin Jefferson, who passed Randy Moss for the most receiving yards by a player in his first 6 NFL seasons. And it hasn't been quite the productive year that we have come to expect from Justin Jefferson, but we know how dominant of a player he is, and it is pretty amazing that the Vikings now, it's Randy Moss, and then it's Justin Jefferson, most receiving yards in their first 6 seasons.
Is Seattle, who do they play in the final game of the year? Is it one of those, they play San Francisco or they play Arizona?
Is it one of their division games?
Yeah, well,
Let me take
we
a
know
look
we know
here.
it's a division game. I'm wondering.
The last week is all divisional games?
All divisional games, I believe, yeah.
Okay, so they will go, they'll get the Niners.
So Seattle and the Niners, is that going to be for something?
It will be just for seeding purposes. Like right now, you have the Seahawks with the 1 seed, and they could lose that 1 seed.
Right.
Both teams are in the playoffs, but in terms of positioning, I think there's going to be something.
So what happens in the NFC West, I believe, whoever wins that will probably be the 1 seed? Is that am I right about that?
Let me take a look here because
Chicago still have a chance for a 1 seed.
I think the Bears do still have a chance because they're sitting at 11-4 right now. I mean, you have the Bears at 11-4, the Niners at 11-4, and the Rams at 11-4.
Right.
And then you have the 1 seed right now is the Seahawks at 12-3.
Right.
So I mean, the Niners are still have a chance to win the division and perhaps be the 1 seed in the NFC. If not, at least get the home field.
So that Seattle game is for something.
That should be for something here, unless the Niners lose this
just shows
weekend
you how much
and the Seahawks win.
How much I focus on just what the Cowboys are doing. Then
you start to have to rub your eyes and figure out what the rest of the league's got going.
What the rest of the league is doing here.
Well, there's always a lot of maneuvering. There's a million different scenarios, but when it comes to the NFC, I mean, you know what it's going to look like in terms of the teams that are in. So, other than just, is it going to be the Panthers or Bucks? And then the rest is just going to come down to the seeding and the actual matchups in the first round.
So you're in a situation where it's the NFC West is probably could have the 1 seed, and then it would be the 5 and the 6, right? Is that how it's going to play out?
Yeah, that's how it's sitting. That's how it's sitting right now, and that's more than likely how it'll go. You also have reports that John Lynch is not ruling out a Fred Warner return for that 49ers defense. In the postseason. So I don't know if that could be as early as round 1, if they're able to get the 1 seed and get that bye, and then maybe try and get him back. But he had that pretty severe ankle injury, but he's working like 6 hours a day. You watch his videos, he's like a kickboxing monster, and he's doing that right now. Like you would never even know from his videos. He's back flipping and kicking stuff. He's just incredible. And maybe the best linebacker in the league. I think most people would consider him to be that guy. And that would be a huge boost to the Niners going into the postseason if they can get him back. So that would be big. Looks like Jordan Love with the concussion, he will be out for tomorrow's game versus Baltimore. So it'll be Malik Willis. He's fought through some injuries and stuff, but he's going to play. And Dan Graziano says there's plenty of teams that are going to be interested in Malik Willis, the Packers' backup quarterback this offseason. And we'll see how that goes. The Malik Willis sweepstakes as teams are desperate for quarterback play.
I thought he was going to be pretty good coming out of Liberty. I know when he transferred, he started at Auburn and then went to Liberty, and there were some games where he played. You can watch him play against Ole Miss where they're clearly Liberty is, not in a good spot, but he's the reason why they're still in the game with his ability to run around, throw the ball, and stuff like that. But maybe he just needs to get with a coach that can work with him. We talked about guys like the Ken Dorseys and people like that. I know Ken Dorsey probably not a really good play caller, but Ken Dorsey, the quarterback coach, the quarterback whisperer, helper. I think he's helped Dak Prescott this year. I think when you look at him and how his career with Josh Allen, how he helped him. There's some of these guys that maybe aren't very good coordinators, but can help you with your mechanics.
Yeah,
and I think that Ken Dorsey's probably one of those guys. You just need to get with the right guy.
So we got the press conference today with the Lions fan.
Yeah, I saw the clown had his hat backwards and all that stuff like that.
It is a really
white shirt.
It looks spoofy. It doesn't even look real.
There was no blue hair. I was disappointed, bro. How do we know it's you?
Oh, that would have been good.
Yeah.
Repping the same wig.
With the blue hair, bro.
That DK Metcalf was trying to pull off his head.
A bandage on your face from the decaf. Hit you right there.
Yeah, you got to go Bobby Petrino with the neck brace. Fake scars.
I wanted to punch the guy, too.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is not likable in any way. Like DK Metcalf shouldn't have done what he did, but this is a grown man. Like, for whatever reason, you can't really see his face in the video all that much, like the altercation video, and you're thinking, what, is this a 25-year-old schmo? This is like easily a mid-40s guy.
Yeah, why?
He's just a rabid animal. And so he's in his suit. He's next to his lawyers. There's all sorts of local news and microphones around him.
That guy went to law
and he's got
school
his backwards Lions cap on.
Yeah, this guy went to law school to defend this clown.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You know, like he was probably questioning his choice right there.
Well, here is 60
He probably
seconds.
had all kind of lawyers calling him after they seen that.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, I got to get in touch with this dude.
That's a gold mine right there. Here's the Lions fan defending himself at the podium.
It is really hard to get me upset, but there's two things: animal abuse, racism. Like, I get hot right away. Like, I can feel it in my face. It gets all warm. So I guess I want to be crystal clear about one thing. I didn't use any racial slurs, no hate speech. I mean, none of that stuff at the game. Actually, never. 15 years season ticket holder for the Lions. I've never done that at all. So, to Kalen, if you're watching this, man, if you could just say that, please. Like, my family's getting threats and stuff, and it's not cool. So, whether you said that or not, I'm sure you didn't want that to happen to the family. Even if you did, like, I forgive you, man. That's all I got.
I put the H on it to emphasize it.
He called him by his. He
still did the very, very disrespectful thing of hitting him with the DeKalin, which is allegedly what got DK Metcalf so ticked off the other day.
Yeah.
So this guy continues to be a bit of a jerk, all while letting DK know that he absolutely forgives him for the way that he reacted. I mean, it's just a laughable, ridiculous story here in this football season. The Lions lose yesterday. Their playoff hopes are dashed. Their players didn't even want to play in the game, and you could see it. Yeah. And their players have talked about it. Panay Sewell was like, it's Christmas, dude. Like, we play on Thanksgiving. Why do I have to play on Christmas? He wanted nothing to do with it. I'm on Ross St. Brown saying the same thing. Like, I'm not a parent yet. If I had kids, it would be even worse. But I don't want to play on Christmas. It was very evident watching them yesterday. They had no interest in playing. Brian Flores, of all people, was just going to dial it up on you.
Yeah. I wish Dallas would have played Detroit on Christmas Day, if that's the case, if none of those guys wanted to play.
Yeah, they could have.
Our guys were
kept the season alive a little
Our guys
bit.
were interested in playing. Our guys were interested. They just didn't play. All of them didn't play well.
I think our guys are more interested in playing now than they were when the playoffs were still available.
Yeah.
They want to get out there. They want that 8-8. One banner so bad. They want it. They can taste it. They can feel it. And that's the dumbest thing the Cowboys have going on right now is pretending like 8-8-1 actually means something. How about you just handle business when it matters, and when it doesn't,
they didn't.
You got to eat it.
They didn't.
Yeah,
they didn't.
No, they absolutely did not. And even yesterday, it wasn't like it was some unbelievable performance against a defense the rare defense that might actually be worse than yours.
Oh, they were bad. That's a bad defense. Absolutely. Yeah.
Both of them. Both of them are bad, and unfortunately the Cowboys couldn't do a ton there in the second half of the game, but they get the win, and that's what matters for them right now. They want to go 500. Yeah. They want to go 500. All right, here we are in the Gbag Nation on a football Friday. Let's get you a sports hodgepodge. We have some player incentives for the football weekend, something to maybe take advantage of from a fantasy standpoint, daily fantasy standpoint, player prop standpoint, and some NBA action for you next year in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
Close out strong, boys. Finish the year on top with the team I trust at Men's T Clinic. Whether it's tapping into your health plan or flexing that FSA before it expires, now's the time for your annual wellness exam. You'll get real data on your hormones, body comp, and where you stand, plus a local provider who walks you through it like a coach. And if you're looking to level up from weight loss to sexual health, this is the squad. 5 DFW locations, 1 dedicated team, mensteclinic.com or 972-GO-MENS-T. Tell them I sent you. Get that complimentary in-body scan at Men's T Clinic.
A first-class buying experience. That's what you'll find at Mercedes-Benz of Plano. For 2 years, we've been the recipient of the J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence Award, and it's no wonder why. With state-of-the-art service, the largest Mercedes-Benz inventory in the country, and a history spanning over 80 years, we know what it means to be a dealer of excellence. Come by Mercedes-Benz of Plano for a first-class experience of your own. Dallas North Tollway at Spring Creek Parkway and online at mbplano.com.
Satisfy seafood cravings with New Year's savings at Whole Foods Market. Prime members save 20% on all king crab through January 1st. Serve a head-turning protein at your New Year's dinner. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Guys, if your hairline's been playing more defense than offense lately, you're not alone. At Next Level Med Solutions, hair loss doesn't have to be a part of your game plan. Folix is the first FDA-cleared, non-invasive laser treatment designed to help restore your hair's natural potential. Next Level Med Solutions is one of the first in DFW to offer this. No needles, no chemicals, no surgery, no downtime. Call 469-991-9292 or visit nextlevelmedsolutions.com to book your consultation. Mention the fan for an exclusive discount.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, he wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Big news in auto leasing. D&M Leasing has acquired AutoFlex Leasing, creating the largest independent auto leasing company in the U.S. To our AutoFlex customers, you're still working with the same trusted team just under the D&M name. Now enjoy even more and better terms with D&M's buying power and no payments until 2026 on your new lease. Keep your cash where you need it and save even more this holiday season. Visit dmautoleasing.com or call 817 or 214-35-LEASE today.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
It's a Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the On Time Experts.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. Well, I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24-month bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, it's your favorite Bucks babe Rachel, and it is time to go wild at DFW's #1 BYOB gentlemen's establishment, Bucks Wild. Bucks Wild brings you a sexy party every night of the week until 2 o'clock in the morning in Dallas and 4 o'clock in the morning in Fort Worth. Bucks Wild is BYOB, so bring your favorite beer or spirit and relax with me and the Bucks Babes. Bucks Wild Dallas, 35 at Royal Lane, and Bucks Wild Fort Worth, North 820 at 35. Check us out at bucksclubs.com. And remember, everybody loves Bucks.
This February, tennis comes to Texas. Bet
Ben Shelton, Taylor Fritz, Casper Ruud, and just announced Grigor Dimitrov. The world's best players step onto center court at the Ford Center at the Star for 9 days of nonstop action at the 2026 Dallas Open, February 7th through 15th. Every serve, every ace, every moment, the stars shine brighter in Texas. Get your tickets now at DallasOpen.com. That's DallasOpen.com.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting every bowl game legally nationwide with Kalshi. From the Pinstripe Bowl in New York to the Military Bowl in Maryland, it's bowl season. Trade on every game. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
Time for a sports hodgepodge here in the nation. Segment brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one has been hurt in a car or truck wreck, go ahead and call the Frankels first. 214-333-3333. We will do what you drinking, what you thinking at 5 o'clock. So go ahead and set a reminder on your phone. We are just over 30 minutes away before we get into the commercial-free Expressway Gbag of the Day, LA Live. We still got 2 guys, 1 booth. It's a football party here in the nation, and right now it's time for this.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is
the
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that. You rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
I'll tell you what, Deebo Samuel had himself a nice Christmas. He had some incentives to hit, and all he needed was 2 catches for $450K. Guess what he had?
2 catches.
2 catches. All he needed was 61 receiving yards for $250K.
Hit it.
68 yards receiving. All in a day's work. My man took home, what? $700,000 yesterday.
Yeah.
That's quite the Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
2 touchdowns away from an extra $250K as well. So he's got one more game to find pay dirt twice. We'll see if he can
It's the Eagles, right?
make an appearance in a little TD Tuesday action. Yes, versus the Eagles. Right now, Saquon Barkley needs 155 total yards for $250,000. That should be kind of a no-brainer for him to hit. 155 total yards for $250K. Sam Darnold, 4 passing touchdowns away from $500,000 and 297 passing yards away from another $500,000.
Okay.
So a couple of big games coming up here next week versus the Niners is probably going to be for the 1 seed. So that'll be a must-play, must-start, and must-dominate kind of game for him. Stephon Diggs, 4 catches away from $500,000. I mean, these guys are all over this, aren't they, this time of year? Taking a little peek ski, what do I need?
I remember a situation where, who's the guy at Tampa? Mike Evans? And, he was trying to break.
Yeah, Baker, right?
He was trying to break or tie Jerry Rice's record for most consecutive 1,000-yard seasons, and they went in there like it was like they were both out of the game, and then they said, no, we're going back in.
Yeah, we got to get this.
We got to get this.
I know. I mean, Brady with Gronk did it. I mean, they had big ones, like $1 million on the line for like one catch. It's like, come on, we're doing this.
Absolutely.
We are not going to forfeit that.
Right.
So that'll be something to watch for here over the next couple of weeks. Rico Dowdle, 70 yards away from $1 million.
And how much was he make? Was he making right around 3?
Yeah, I think his deal was like,
very similar
roughly
to
$3 million.
Very similar to what Williams got, right?
Yeah,
maybe a little more. Yeah,
very similar to what Javonte Williams got. And Javonte Williams, Malik Davis combined have had a really, really nice season, and the Cowboys have only paid like $3 million for it. $3 million in cap space for 2 running backs who have over 1,400 yards combined and 13 touchdowns this year. Success rate over 55%, just under 5 yards per carry. That's how you get it done in the backfield right there when you're team building. I don't need to see any mock drafts with the Cowboys taking a running back, okay? We might even have those picks anyways because we might be trading for Max Crosby. Ain't that right, Broadus?
I would absolutely consider that.
Raiders bench Max Crosby for this week's game, the battle for the number 1 pick, Raiders and Giants. Max Crosby stormed out of the facility, not happy because he is he's a true thoroughbred football player. He wants to play no matter what. And I don't know if he has any incentives or anything like that, but that would be the one thing I get. Like, hey, if you're a player and your season's over, but it's like, I got something on the line here, I'm going to go ahead and try it out there.
Giants had a chance at the number 1 overall pick. Didn't they win a game late in the year?
Yeah. They sure did.
Didn't they do one of those late in the game?
Yeah, they screwed themselves out of Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Because they won a game that didn't matter.
Yeah.
And, it's all fun that day. Everybody's celebrating. And then the rest of the offseason, you're looking at the big boards and you're going, crap. We could have had Cam Ward. Now we got Mr. Concussion Jackson Dart. That's the way it goes.
Be better drafters.
Yeah, well, there's that.
Be better.
There's that. But also,
we suck at this drafting stuff sometimes.
Be better, but also be worse. Lose the game. Lose the game. You've lost plenty. You know how to lose.
That's what I'm saying.
Just needed to lose one more.
Lose the game and then lose the draft pick, and then bust on the draft pick.
That's worst case scenario.
Yeah.
Did you see the IHOP PSA from your guy Malik Neighbors?
No, what happened?
This is pretty exciting stuff. Malik Neighbors, who of course had his season ended early in the year with the ACL injury, thanks to Death Life Stadium and their turf. Is that an
oxymoron, by the way? Death Life?
Sure is. I like it, though.
Yeah. Like jumbo shrimp, right? That's what they always tell me.
Yeah, the jumbo shrimp.
Jumbo shrimp.
I'm here for some jumbo shrimp, though, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
All right.
I've gotten pretty good at making the jumbo shrimp. Like frying them up.
Oh, really?
I got to get back into the pull boy game for you guys.
Do you butterfly those things?
Absolutely, you do. And I use cornstarch, too. Kind of gives them a little
more crunch.
A little bit more crunch.
Gosh,
I'm getting on that panko bit too.
Yeah, the panko's where it's at, dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. All right, so here is it's a IHOP PSA, so you're going to want to hear this because there's something in there for you.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a great IHOP commercial with the very self-deprecating Malik Neighbors.
Every year, thousands of fantasy football leagues make their last place teams spend 24 hours at IHOP eating pancakes. And IHOP wants to help.
Just like you helped everyone's fantasy team this season.
Which is why IHOP is launching bottomless pancakes. It's a big win for last place fantasy finishers and anyone who loves pancakes.
Are you Malik Neighbors?
Yeah, that's me.
I wasted my first round pick on you. Ugh.
Can we get this kid some pancakes? Get free bottomless pancakes with select breakfast combos starting January 5th.
Starting January 5th. Shout out to Malik Neighbors. Probably got a nice little bag for that. Just making fun of himself for 30 seconds for the world to see. And I appreciate him for it. And bottomless pancakes starting January 5th at IHOP. That could get you in some trouble there. Pancakes, bottomless. That's like more dangerous than bottomless mimosas.
Okay, I'm going to ask you this question. If you had to spend the fantasy football punishment at an establishment, are you going to spend it at the Waffle House or the IHOP?
That is a good question.
Yeah, damn right it's a good question. Lucius, you with me, man?
You said Applebee's or the Waffle House?
I said either the Waffle House or the IHOP.
Oh.
You have to spend.
He wants it to be Applebee's so
sure
bad.
did. I was like, man, come on, it's a layup. Man, what are we talking about?
Dollaritas all day.
If you had to spend time, say 12 hours.
Yeah.
Would you rather spend 12 hours at the Waffle House or the IHOP?
There's going to be the entertainment factor of the Waffle House. You can always bum a smoke off your waitress, which could do you good after, putting down a bunch of food.
I would help the line cooks prep. I think I would
get back there, put a little hat on, apron.
I think I'd jump back there and sous chef and help them whatever. I'm fascinated by the line cooks at these places.
I love watching them.
Oh, they're
Oh, wait, when they call out the order?
They're
It's so crazy. Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, they're magicians when it comes to this. I mean, the way, the spatulas, the movement, all that stuff.
The technique, you're just scouting them out.
I'm just totally enamored with the line cook in a great way.
You never were a line cook?
Never was.
Always wanted to be?
I was an offensive lineman that wasn't very good. But, yeah, I think I would go to the Waffle House if it was me.
Waffle House is getting a lot of love on the text here. Lucius
I think Waffle House has some really good food. Probably the quality is a little bit better.
It does.
But IHOP has an intense menu.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in that menu. If I'm going to be there that long, I want to, have some things to pick from.
That's true. I mean, the variety factor.
And I like the way Malik Neighbor says, at IHOP. IHOP.
I didn't even catch that.
Hello.
Every year, thousands of fantasy football leagues make their last place team spend 24 hours at IHOP eating pancakes.
He's got those braces.
That was take 50. They're like, all right, forget it. We're just
one more time,
with
you got it, boy.
You're
got
right there, Malik.
Your confidence.
That's a pretty good acting debut right there. But yeah, I mean, 682 Waffle House food is better, but the chairs are uncomfortable for the 12 hours. I do think that the seating comfort is probably better at IHOP.
You could bring in your chair.
I'll bring in my little Tempur-Pedic thing that my wife got me for my car rides.
Or you could get the chair we use at the
bring the rocking chair in there.
Chair.
That's true. Yeah, you could doll it up a little bit from that standpoint, bring in some more resources for the comfort. But you just never know what you're going to see at a Waffle House, And the waitresses are just they're ready to talk with you.
They're friendly
they're going to share their life story.
Yep.
And then
they're like bouncers too, man. They keep you safe.
Yeah,
they'll fight before anybody else does.
They'll protect you. Yeah. They'll protect you for sure. And those
I just think people that go into the Waffle House
hash brown.
I think if I had to do the Waffle House 12-hour deal, I think I would start it and do the overnight first, the first 6 hours.
Start it at midnight?
Start at midnight and then go into the lunch.
Watch that real crowd come through.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you want to do it on like a Friday night or something? Yeah. Friday night, Saturday night.
I want to see the kind of folk that walk in there. That's what I want to see.
That 3:30, 4 o'clock range, it's going to get real for them.
Yes.
Man.
Yes.
Everybody's eyes bloodshot red.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
It's dangerous. With the heels on.
It's a mess.
Yeah.
I'm just talking loud.
Real loud.
To each other, don't even know each other, different tables talking to each other. Oh,
Just,
it's chaos.
Well, 682, they got the jukebox in there?
They sure do.
Okay, so you can
They sure
you
do.
can throw, you got the aux cord basically, and you can set the tone in there, set the vibe.
What music do you play at the Waffle House?
Mix it up, man. I mean, you're going to be there for a long time.
Man, but see, you need somebody talented like Lucius that knows the tunes.
Put the right mix together.
Get the right mix, get the vibe. The Waffle House.
80s, 90s sing-along songs. Because you got everybody drunk in there. You want everybody to sing along.
Yeah, dude.
You do. That's a good point. You want everybody singing along. So that means you're going to get Don't Stop Believing, The Journey.
Oh, yeah, just belting it out.
Smoky room.
Yeah, we have 817 worked at a Waffle House as a cook for 5 years.
Damn right you did. And I bet you were good at it. I admire you, sir, ma'am, texting in.
I like that. Yeah. It looks like it's pretty much unanimous going with the Waffle House here. So maybe we need to get you on that one. I know you got like 5 or 6 payoffs you still got to come through on. You could probably knock out a couple.
You know what would be cool for me to set up like overnight, like I was talking about at the Waffle House, and just interview people.
Broadcast a little bit.
Maybe just make Crown Global Media go in there and do a little podcast.
Yeah, that would be awesome, dude.
Just have like you and a mic, and then an open mic, and people plop down in the booth.
Yeah,
and
just start talking about your night where it's 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah,
and you start interviewing patrons.
There's gal come walking in with, like you said, with the broken heel on the shoe.
Yeah, you get the behind the scenes with the with the cooks back there.
Yeah.
Man, a day in the life of the Waffle House worker.
I think that would be a great documentary.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
It would be,
and it'll count as 2 bet payoffs. I'm putting it out there. 2 bet payoffs.
2 bet payoffs. Yeah.
All right, you can double up on it.
All right.
I'm in that Christmas spirit right now. Speaking of the Christmas spirit, who is the player that gave the best Christmas gifts to their teammates? And we have an NFL Bleep Hole of the Week for you next year in the nation.
Indulge in holiday goodies and stay healthy with the newest home fitness equipment of Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Try Peloton's latest cross-training Bike Plus, Tread, and Tread Plus with the help from certified fitness experts. Experience Tonal 2, the ultimate strength training system designed to fit your space and your goals. With over 100 stores nationwide, 7 right here in DFW. You find your nearest location online at johnsonfitness.com. Have a happy, healthy holiday from Johnson Fitness and Wellness. johnsonfitness.com.
Doug.
Oh, what a horrible call. Hey, ref, open your eyes. Ref, you're really not going to call that? Come on.
Hey, ref, why don't you customize your car insurance with Liberty Mutual and save money?
I don't think you get what we're doing.
Sure I do. We're all just giving him advice. You guys on sports, me on saving money.
Nope, that's not it.
Only pay
Episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. What you drinking, what you thinking in 13 minutes. Dial up the phone lines at 877-881-1053. Cannot wait to hear from you on this post-Christmas football Friday. And I have for you here all the reported gifts that players have gifted their teammates across the National Football League. We don't have the cool, like, samurai swords that Joe Burrow did maybe a year or two ago. That was pretty sweet.
Yeah.
But it is a tradition here around this time. Did you guys ask Ferguson about that the other day, about Christmas gifts?
Did we ask Fergie about Christmas gifts? I think we mentioned something. But we're always are we uncomfortable by that because we don't want to talk about that? I mean, like...
We don't want to talk about Christmas gifts?
Well, we don't want to talk about what, like, hey, what did Dak get you? You know, that kind of thing. I think
because then there's judgment involved. Didn't spend enough, spend too much.
Yeah. I think Dak is. Matter of fact, I think Dak did this one year when I was at .com. He got everybody gifts in the building. Like he
personalized. What'd you get?
Well, no, I was not at .com. I was here, but I was
waiting for you to get out of the building, and then he started dialing it up for the whole company.
No, Dak was always cool with me on stuff. He really was.
You never ticked him off like you did Jason Witten and Jason Garrett?
Garrett, I made really mad. I think Garrett's wife was more mad at me than Jason was mad at me. Not Jason, Witten. Witten was mad at me because I said he ran the wrong route. But I had a coach tell me he ran the wrong route, and he got mad at me for that.
And the coach ball sacked you on it.
Then the coach actually came up to me and said, "Why did you tell him that?"
Because you said, like, hey, your coach told me?
I didn't give it the name of the coach, but
he knew.
It got back, yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Well, we have the Christmas list here, and let's go ahead and let's see which one we would prefer to have. We will start with Patrick Mahomes, Chiefs quarterback.
Cooler full of Coors Light in a Yeti.
You see some of that where guys are sponsored, and so they just get the sponsor deal and flip that to their teammates.
Yeah.
No, in this case, it's each offensive lineman, and it starts with Hublot luxury watches.
Oh yeah,
that's a beautiful.
Hublot's
beautiful watch. Beautiful watch. Yeah.
Big face Hublot's.
Yeah, they were sponsored with the Cowboys. Like when we used to have the draft, when we do the draft.
You get to rep it?
Well, the Hublot was they were like, this pick is brought to you by, this on-time pick is brought to you by, no, Cowboys are on the clock. And it was sponsored by, yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah, those are like 40+ K each from what I'm seeing.
They hold their value and they go up in value too. When that pandemic happened, the watches shot up.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty dang strong.
This is a more than a $50,000 watch.
Yeah.
Okay, so all of his linemen get that. It's like probably, what, 10 dudes?
Who's involved?
This is Mahomes giving this to his offensive line.
Yeah.
Plus, they got some e-bikes.
Nice.
Okay. Some specialties.
Those are dangerous, those e-bikes. They're fun, but I see a lot of people wiping out.
Yeah.
Oh, I guarantee it.
You need to provide helmet and elbow pads. And
that's true.
Yeah. Or wear your full football suit while you're riding it.
He also got that's what my brother had to do when he got his motor scooter. He was in like 5th grade. My parents made him wear his football helmet and shoulder pads to ride it. It's hilarious, bro.
I got Bennett one of these bikes, and his mom wouldn't let him ride it. She's a mediator, like for insurance companies. So she hears about all these terrible cases.
Oh, yeah.
So she looked at me when we did it, and she goes,
"What are you doing?"
Like, you know what I do for a living, don't you? And I'm like, yeah. And she goes, I mediate cases, insurance companies with all these bikes like that, and I'm like, okay. Thing's sitting in the garage, has not been ridden
collecting dust.
3 years.
Yeah, he got him some specialty suitcases as well.
So he's going all out. He's got like 4 things.
Dude, and it's not even done yet. He got him Beat Studio Pro headphones, Oakley AI sunglasses, and indoor golf simulators.
Nice.
So this dude spent like a ridiculous amount of money on his offensive line.
Could this be over $1 million?
I can't say for sure, but I think it's at least $100K per guy, so that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Jared Goff, Lions quarterback.
So far, Kansas City is winning in the clubhouse.
Yeah, they are absolutely in the lead here. Yeah. Goff got his offensive linemen some electric golf carts personalized with their player names and numbers.
Okay.
And
gas or electric?
Electric.
Okay.
Yeah. Electric golf carts.
All right.
Aaron Rodgers, Steelers quarterback, offensive line.
I've seen this.
Can-Am Mavericks side-by-side off-road vehicles.
Okay.
These are like 20 to 40K.
Those are fun.
The gift of horsepower is what they call it.
It was funny because they were at the back of the facility running up and down the road. It was like
they were tearing it up.
It was like the Bonneville Salt Flats, like they were trying to set speed records.
Yeah, that's a little dangerous. Yeah. That's a little dangerous for sure, but that's badass.
Yep.
Josh Allen, I like this one. Gifted his linemen a quarter of a cow. So they all got premium meats, Wagyu, filet, all the different kinds of beef, basically.
Well done.
Stack that deep freezer up, boy.
That's beautiful, man.
You show off when your friends come over. Man, get you a slice, man.
Whatever you want.
Get you that Wagyu burger right there. Take that home to the missus.
That is pretty badass,
They go
dude.
next door and get some crab legs, some broadus.
Yeah, that's right. Some of that butterfly shrimp.
Makes sense for a guy that played football in Wyoming.
Oh, that's true.
And he threw to cattle ranchers while he was at Wyoming.
He probably just hollered at one of his old teammates.
Probably so.
Brock Purdy, Niners quarterback, presented custom Rolex Submariner date watches.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
To his offensive lineman.
Well done.
It's pretty good right there.
Brock Purdy, okay, but Brock Purdy had done but he did the cars to the military folks, right? Didn't we do?
I know he did pickup trucks for his guys
last year. But this year, I think
was that the Toyotas?
Yeah, the Toyotas. I think this year there was certain military families that he was saying instead of giving guys trucks again, he gave the trucks to military families that needed them. Yeah.
And you let them pick out which car by their needs.
There you go.
Well, I'll be capping.
Yeah.
I want to start a construction company. I can't even say it.
Yeah, bro. You got to get that.
Capping, bro.
I'm going to need that thing custom from start to finish.
I'm a contractor now, so...
Jacoby Brissett, Cardinals quarterback, gave luxury items, including the specialty suitcases, Versace robes, and Bond number 9 cologne.
Yeah, Bond number 9.
Yeah?
Heck yeah, man. That's a great gift right there. And the Versace robes, Bond number 9 smells damn good. Costs about $300, too. Damn. $300 to $400 sometimes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he pimped them out, man.
Telling them linemen they need to smell better.
Hilarious.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yeah.
The robes, a Versace robe, I bet is probably feels good.
What did you think about the robes they gave Dak and
yeah, like the Santa Claus robes.
Chef's kiss.
I thought those things looked great.
Yeah. They did. And the steak too.
Yeah.
The
tomahawks.
The tomahawk?
Yeah.
I'd have taken that with me in the locker room. They all just shared. You see, like Michael Irvin, Dak, and Turpin, they were all just eating off the same one. I'm like, bro, I'd be taking one of them in.
Didn't we do that with the turkey? We saw Ferg put the turkey into
he just
his hand.
fisted the turkey, and everybody was taking a bite of it. Caleb Williams, Bears quarterback, bottles of premium liquor.
I think you'd say nail polish.
Yeah,
he got everybody a free
manicure. This is my own brand.
Yeah.
Got some pastels for you guys.
Some Bottega Veneta items.
Yep.
So that seems pretty cool. Tua went with the Sony sound system, and Jordan Love's the one that's getting crushed a little bit, the Packers quarterback, because
Nike rep.
He spent under $5K to buy all his teammates Nike Dunk sneakers for Christmas. So everybody's like, wow, Mahomes is spending, maybe $1 million on his offensive line. And Jordan Love, who has a Nike deal, just went with the sneakers.
Classic dunks.
Appreciate you guys.
Some Nike outlet dunks, too. You know what I'm saying? Some stepdad dunks. I ain't seen you in a while, buddy, but I got you some shoes.
He's got no excuse, right? He's got no excuse.
He's the ultimate mail it in.
He's a $45 million quarterback, right?
Yeah, $55 million quarterback.
Okay, he's got no excuse.
No excuse.
No excuse.
No, he's getting clowned a little bit for that, but there it is, your NFL Christmas gift list. We'll have to do some recon on what Dak and the Cowboys did for each other.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be on the next.
I remember Zeke.
On the next Hard Knocks.
I remember Zeke got the guys back in the day some Gator.
Yeah, those.
The John Deere Gator work mules. Those.
Yeah, those are pimp.
Yeah.
Off-road.
Yeah.
I like those. Yeah, maybe Hard Knocks will have a little bit of a segment on the Christmas exchange.
I'll see if I can do some research, see what we did.
Dak's a generous guy. Yeah. All right, 877-881-1053, the one time of the week we are encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. It is what you drinking and what you thinking next year in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is Gresh with an Odyssey Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Travis Kelce likely played his last football game in the NFL at home. Even though Kansas City lost, it was still all about Travis. It was nice that he actually spoke to the media after the game. It's pretty easy to do. Go make those billion-dollar babies, brother. I'm Gresh.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Wooly Bully back with you. Let's chat East Dallas Diesel. That's right. If you're in the market for a truck, well, you already know East Dallas Diesel is the only place you need to look. Get yourself or your wife the dream car she's always wanted this holiday season. Tony Alberti, he's been in the car and truck game for over 30 years. He's even going to give you that extra touch with a gorgeous red bow. And hey, business owners, if you need to spend some extra money for tax purposes before the end of the year, get yourself a badass new ride. East Dallas Diesel, they got every single truck on their lot being custom. I'm talking wheels, tires, trim, and they got every brand you can think of. Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. So when it comes to financing, don't stress about it. East Dallas Diesel, they're going to work to find you the best deal possible no matter your budget. So if you want a truck that's turning heads and doesn't look like every other ride in the Metroplex, go to East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard. Make sure you check them out today at eastdallasdiesel.com, or heck, stop by the gorgeous showroom. Tell them the Wooly Bully sent you.
Hey, Mr. C, it's me. Well, I just picked up the ring. I actually went to Hellsberg. Thanks for that recommendation. Kate's gonna love that hers is from the same jeweler you got Mrs. C's ring from. They were so helpful throughout the whole process. They even knew your family by name, and the ring looks great. Anyways, I just couldn't wait to let you guys know. Call me back and wish me luck.
Hellsberg, designed with care and craft since 1915. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the it means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year on all of the special vehicles you've had your eye on. And at Genesis of Plano, we've got a great selection of new 2025 GV70s and GV80 SUVs with low APR financing and low payments with no hidden fees. Happy holidays from Huffines.
Are you tired of falling short on your health and fitness goals? It may be your hormones. Optimizing hormones can have a dramatic impact, both physically and mentally. BioT is the world's leader in training healthcare providers on bioidentical hormone optimization. BioT's providers treat low T, low energy, muscle loss, low sex drive, and performance. Get your edge back in 2025 by visiting myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program offered by a BioT certified provider. That's myhormonelevels.com.
This is Nick Post with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. Did you know that even a small roof leak can lead to costly water damage, dangerous mold, or even structural issues? With more than 20 years of trusted experience across DFW, K-Post delivers reliable roofing, waterproofing, and solar solutions. Scheduling your free no-obligation inspection is easy at kpostcompany.com. Don't let a minor problem become a major disaster. Book your free roof inspection today at kpostcompany.com. K-Post is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the Gbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 4 of the Gbag Nation here on a Football Friday, 877-881-1053. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, brought to you by Jake's Burgers. And we're fired up, man. We're fired up. 2 hours to go here. Send you into the weekend. How was your Christmas? Got some sports takes. And let's jump right in. Broadus, I am drinking Bubbler. Shout out to our guy Joe in sales.
Joe in sales?
Joe in sales.
Is this
man.
new? Is this new possibly for you?
I have no idea if there's a sponsorship opportunity, but I do know that we have a little mini fridge that's loaded with them, and they're pretty delicious.
What are
Just
they,
a nice little energy drink.
Oh.
Yeah, natural caffeine. Yeah. It's pretty dang good, and it's getting me through the entire afternoon here. And I'm thinking about Michigan hiring Kyle Whittingham. I think it's a home run hire.
You've been on this you're a big fan of Utah football.
He's done a really nice job.
It's a home run, buddy.
I know. It's
out of the Parker.
I mean, he did. It's totally like you.
They were so down bad. It's been nothing but a disaster. I thought they were going to have to just run with Biff Poggi and have like a...
Biff Poggi's got a pretty good career record if you look.
I mean, if it was so good, they would have just hired him on the spot.
Yeah,
but clearly they've been waiting around.
They wanted to hire a guy that knows how to wear a golf shirt is what they wanted.
They didn't want the cutoff sleeves guy.
They didn't want the cutoff sleeves
ready for Haagen-Dazs and a stogie after a win.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think that as down bad as they've been over the last few weeks, and what a disaster that entire program is right now with the Sharon Moore news and trying to figure it out with the transfer portal, and everything is happening quickly here. To be able to pivot like that and get a guy like Kyle Whittingham, who is a program builder, done a lot of winning at Utah, and he brings the maturity and the physical, tough type of team that he's always had at Utah into Michigan, given the options that they were dealing with right here. This is it's an out of the park home run.
Kyle Whittingham or John Harbaugh?
John Harbaugh. Ravens.
John Harbaugh.
I think I would still go with Whittingham, who's done it at the college level. I've never seen Harbaugh coach in college. I don't know what that would look like. I mean, that's a different world.
Yeah.
So I'll go ahead and
I'll take Whittingham. He came from that world. We hired him when we were in Philadelphia. Mike Lombardi hired him from Indiana University.
He was a special teams coach or something?
Yeah, we had him in Philadelphia. Indiana, listen, Indiana said, yeah, we're going to let this guy go, and we're going to let him go be a special teams coach. But Mike had to promise him this wasn't one of those jobs where he was it was just like a go get coffee guy. Like it was legitimately go coach.
And the other thing, too, though, is I think you want to just distance yourself from all the Harbaugh stuff. Because it's been violation after violation after violation. Yeah, you kind of win a championship by sign stealing and cheating your balls off.
Yeah.
I think you want to distance yourself from all of that, start anew with a guy in Whittingham who runs a tight ship and understands how to win in today's college football, and now he's going to have resources that he would have probably never had.
I'd be real interested to hear. I wonder if Dutch is listening right now.
Dutch is probably not listening because he's throwing a freaking Whittingham party right now.
I would be interested if he would text you or text you and I and tell us what he thinks about the hire.
I'll text him.
Okay.
And we'll see what what he says. He is a Michigan man.
He is a Michigan
That's true.
man.
I think Dutch was on the list, but he's got a great coaching gig already.
He's got it right.
In the baseball world. Brought us drinking things.
Iced tea. Without the ice, I figured out how to take it in
green tea iced tea without the ice.
Yeah, but what I've done is I figured out how to make it and put it in the freezer. And so every
doing it.
Yeah. By the way, if anybody's interested in sending us an ice machine up here, we'd love to have it. if you'd love to send us.
You know, like the machine where everybody sticks their hands and grabs a handful?
Well, we could have a scoop in there. We could put a scoop or something.
We could put a scoop in there.
We could put. Come out of the machine into the cup. You know, I wouldn't have to touch it.
Is that what you're thinking?
No, what I'm thinking is, yeah, I'd love to have the ice machine. What I'm thinking is how grateful I am for your mom for the Italian bread.
Oh yeah, the stuffed bread.
The stuffed bread. Tell the story about the stuffed bread, because it's one of the most incredible things that your mom actually makes for us. I mean, she's super nice to do it.
Yeah, every year she makes less and less.
With the salami and the ground beef and all that, it's incredible.
Yeah, you got the Italian ground up sausage in there, the cheeses.
Yeah,
it is. I told her immediately, hey, at least have one for Broadus. Because every year.
Love, so I appreciate that.
Yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, she was grinding away for a couple of days on the. There.
Are we doing surgery back there? We playing operation?
He's trying to
work out ankle.
Right.
Oh no!
Yeah, you pressed something while answering the phones, and then they just went haywire.
All hands, I mean Lucius.
Okay, yeah, so until I get that fixed, what am I drinking? I'm drinking a whole lot of water right now, a lot of alkaline water on deck, because on the way to work today, I did slide by the, Specs?
Yes.
Yeah, I slid by the Specs right there to pick up some more nog.
Nog.
Because we nogged out yesterday. We went crazy on the nog. Yeah, we was pouring Macallan in it.
Ooh.
It was just out of control, bro.
Oh, man.
Yeah. So that's what I'm drinking. Hope to be drinking later.
Did anybody feel like that more needed to be added?
It was my cousin that did it.
It was kind of like a chemistry project where we're like, oh no, I need some more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my cousin. Because look, the nog already has alcohol in it. It's that Pennsylvania brand or something like that. And he came over there and was like, nah, you need to put some of this in here, cuz. So he's just pouring it right into the cup.
They go with the 14? What year did we was this
the drunken family Christmas?
You said the Macallan? Is that
yes.
So yeah,
Scotch,
yeah.
Into the nog. And what am I thinking? During the show, I got a call from old lady. Remember my piping issue at the house?
Yeah.
The plumbing? So we found out that they're gonna have to dig up our living room. On Tuesday to get to this pipe situation. Woo! So we've been taking bird baths for about 2 weeks now, as we call them at the house, hoe baths. Yeah. We're taking a whole bath.
Just wipe the stench off.
Girl, we're working, girl. Gotta hurry up now.
Wow, that's how you ring in the new year right there.
Yeah.
Brand new floors. I mean, that's going to end up being
that's
incredible.
what I wanted. That's what I wanted, but not this way. But it is going to be everything. I don't have to pay for it. It ain't me.
Dude, have you seen those videos now where people are ripping their floors out and they're like putting cool stuff down and then they're covering it with the clear coat?
Lacquer, yeah.
It looks amazing.
Leaves and stuff like that.
Yes, I've seen the leaves for like a cabin. I saw some dude that had like a bunch of Messi and Ronaldo and soccer jerseys and laid that down and then covered it with the clear stuff for like his sports man cave.
Yeah.
Like, dude, that seems like the coolest way to do some flooring right there.
Well, I'm going to be doing it for myself. It's going to be me. So there might be some mistakes if you ever come over to the house. Like, what's going on right there? Be like,
cover that with a rug right there.
Measure ran out.
All right, now
let's ask you, Lucius, do I need to call my buddies over at the Ritz-Carlton, though, and get you guys room and stuff like that?
Yeah, right down the street.
Yeah.
You know it. And you know when you get a Ritz-Carlton room, they give you that robe. That robe.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
But like I say, I got a hook there that listens to our show.
Stop
So
it.
yeah, so if you need, I think we could get you out there in a villa.
Don't play with me.
Yeah, villa out there in 18.
I was gonna be at the NBC Suites, man. What you talking about? Don't play with me.
Well, see, I'm sure I'm going to get a text here in a second. So if we can do something at the villa, we'll get it done for sure. Yeah.
All right, what you drinking, what you thinking? Brought to you by Jake's Burgers. We go to Dio in Arlington. Dio, what you drinking? Dio, my bad, dude.
Dio.
Hey, Hey, how are y'all doing?
Yeah.
Great, man. What you drinking?
What's up?
Drinking water right now. What I'm thinking is the play that Devontae Turpin caught that touchdown on yesterday was a similar play to the Chargers game, right? Am I understanding that correctly? But I guess him and Dak weren't on the same page.
Yeah,
yes.
People are saying that on Twitter, but yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I was just trying to say. That was my first point. My second point is what's going on with snaps yesterday?
Because
is there something that I'm not seeing?
Yeah, because what's happening, I think the defensive coordinator knows he's probably going to be relieved of his job, and he's going to play who he wants to play these last couple of weeks. So that and we've kind of seen what's happened in there, but they're in a situation where he's like, listen, I'm going to play the guys showing up in meetings, showing up for me every week, played hard, been a good leader, all those things. I don't think front office is going to fight him on that. They could say they don't know why Logan didn't play, but my gut feeling is that's probably why.
Yeah. Jerry didn't seem too pleased about that when he was on with Will and Alec.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Flus could say, he's like, he could feel like that, hey, I'm not going to be here anyway. I'm going to play the guys that want to play.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. All right, thanks for the call, Dio. And now we get to Harrison in Mesquite. Harrison, what you drinking, bro?
Hey, just drinking a little water. What I'm thinking is linebacker play. We gave up almost 30 points per game.
Yeah.
That wasn't the only key position that killed us. Eberflus did bring his own linebacker, Jack Sanborn.
Yeah.
He brought from Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, man, I called in, I think, after the fourth game. Eberflus is not the answer. Let's get some good coaching. Jerry's going to have to pay for good coaching. Brian Flores, if he want to pay. If not, Al Harris, if he want to be cheaper.
I don't think, real quick, I don't think, and I don't think that Al Harris and Shotty got along very well. I think that's why you're not going to hire Al Harris. How about that?
I hope that's not the case. But
well, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you what I'm hearing. How about that?
Okay, if it is, let's get somebody, Brian Flores. We're going to have to pay to change this defense. The secondary play, as far as the safety and free safety, man, they're horrible. Hooker, I don't like none of them back there. They're garbage. Let's draft some good young safety play aggressive, because you can't get any worse, fellas. I mean, if you're watching the game and watching the game a lot, man, you see the play, man. It's tackling problem, coverage problem. And let me give Diggs a break this year. Let him get his head together.
Yeah.
He's gonna have a better year next year. Even Overshown, those guys are injured. Let's rule them out next year. If they don't play good, let's give them a chance.
Thank you,
Y'all
man.
have a good New Year.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Harrison. Appreciate the call.
I don't know if Diggs is going to be here.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
No, I think that it's going to be, hopefully, totally revamped.
Yeah.
I mean, that secondary, you'll have Bland, you'll have Revel.
Yep.
Otherwise, everything's on the table there. Hopefully, you get 2 new safeties.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think the free agent safety class is all that awesome, but I'm sure you can find some upgrades in there. So they'll need. I think the best point was being willing to pay for the best defensive coordinator possible. He mentioned Brian Flores.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Flores is a free agent. Maybe he gets a head coaching job, but if not, I don't know. Does he want to stay in Minnesota? Is he willing to go somewhere else? But money talks, and Jerry has not been consistent when it comes to trying to pay big-time money for the best possible coaches. He doesn't really want to do that, but there is no salary cap on it. He needs to go ahead and fork that over. We'll see if Shotty has a list of guys that he wants to go get, but Shotty's going to have to do some serious selling here to Jerry. Hey, whatever it costs, man, get me somebody that's in here that's the real deal.
What does he have to sell? Didn't Jerry watch Minnesota come in here and bottle his offense up?
I think that's part of the sell.
I mean, that's
like, Jerry. I'm your head coach. You know how awesome I am.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Jerry sat there in his own suite and watched that happen.
Jerry might say, "Shotty, well, why wouldn't I just replace you with him as our head coach?"
That could be a possibility too.
That would be a wild turn of events. But yes, getting a quality defensive coordinator in here is going to be of the utmost importance. Let's go ahead and get you to Black and Gold B. Our buddy, happy Friday. What you drinking, bro?
What's going on, fellas? Man, I'm at the house. I'm about to crack open a cold Miller Lite, and I'm thinking it's about time we ship Anthony Davis's crippled butt out of town, man. Like, every time I turn around, he's limping off the court. And, like, it ain't nothing personal. I'm sure he's a really good dude. He's a great player when he's healthy, but that's the thing. He's never healthy. Like, I don't know what. I know we're gonna take a big loss on it, like a huge loss, but we just need to get whatever we can for him and move on. Because like anytime I see him limping off, it's just a reminder of Luke and what we had. Like I don't know if he's got a nickname, but it should be Mr. Glass because he's in worse shape than Samuel L. Jackson was in that movie. Like they need to take his spot off of the team bench. Anytime he comes up the court, put a little wheelchair and some crutches over there and let him sit in that. But that's what I'm thinking, fellas. And the song I'm going to recommend for this weekend is Up on Cripple Creek. That's by the band.
By the band.
Have a great weekend, fellas.
Beautiful. Thank you, Black and Gold B. Yeah, Anthony Davis banged up once again. Minor groin strain. Will be out for the next few games for sure. Moving on from him would be a great day in DFW sports history. This is
Mountain, you know where I'm going to go. Straight down the Mississippi River to the Gulf of Mexico, to Lake Charles, Louisiana, little Bessie girl I once knew.
So damn good.
Just to come on by.
That is good. Good recommendation there.
Up on Cripple Creek, she sends me if I spring a leak. She mends me, I don't have to speak. She defends me, a drunker stream if I ever did see no.
Damn, that is good. Nice work, Broadus. Good recommendation from Black and Gold B.
I'll tell you what, man. There is if you ever want to watch a great documentary, I know Lucius loves the documentary. There's one about the band, their final performance. It's called The Last Waltz. And when they played at the Fillmore, the final show of the band, and it is incredible, the tribute that the other performers came for the band. The band is unbelievable.
I mean, what a name right there.
Oh, my God.
That's fantastic.
Unbelievable.
All right, Clay in Waxahachie. Clay, what you drinking?
Oh, drinking a little Miller High Life and framing out the inside of my new shop.
There you go.
But what I'm also thinking on the Cowboys is that I really hope that we don't draft any more injured players. And I'm hoping also that we don't trade either one of our first-round picks because I want to use first-round pick to trade down and pick up a couple more picks from that trade down so we can get a couple of more decent players. We really need help at cornerback, safety, and linebacker. And if we can trade that number one pick down, I think we can accomplish some of that at least.
I love it, man. Clay, you're in your bag right now, brother. Thank you so much.
Perfect caller after that song. Perfect caller.
I was digging the cadence he had.
He knows exactly what he wants.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
I like what you're doing, Clay.
He's drinking a Miller highlight though. Like my man who knows what he's doing.
Yeah,
obviously.
That's a heck of a Friday right there. Thank you for the call, Clay. All right, let's get to Brad in Fort Worth. Brad, happy Friday. What you drinking?
Well, hey, Clay definitely got a Miller Lite.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, but what I'm thinking is, the day after Christmas has to be a mandatory trash pickup day. I just left with 3 bags of trash, taking it to my mama's house to dump it in her trash because she done wrapped some of the most useless gifts ever. She done wrapped blankets. She done got this boy a back scratcher. What a 12-year-old boy need with a back scratcher, mama? So we got to get a trash pickup day for the day after Christmas, man. I got too much trash at my house to last through the weekend. I got people from out of town. Like, come on, man. We got to get a trash pickup day for the day after Christmas, man.
I like it. I like it, Brad. Yeah, it's a big time. I mean, now I'm on wrapping paper trash duty. The moment kids are opening up the presents, I'm just walking around with the big old trash bag.
I'm telling you,
loading it all up. Thank God my neighbor Bart's out of town, so I'm going to be using some of his real estate.
I'm telling you, man, bins. Those bags that you put stuff in the bags and put a little ribbon on them, and then have like your nameplate or who's it's for. Those bags are so much easier to deal with, and you can recycle them. You can use them. You can bring, you can bring them back next year. Kind of thing.
Oh, that's a good play.
Don't use wrapping paper and all that stuff. That's Steve Miller.
A little more Broadus karaoke up in here?
Steve Miller, originally from Madison, Wisconsin. By the way, him and Boss Skaggs,
yes, sir,
were classmates at St. Mark's School over here in North Dallas.
No kidding.
No kidding. How about that class?
Dallas is very old,
bro.
Boss Skaggs.
Boss
Yeah.
Skaggs. Lido Shuffle's a good song, too.
That's star-studded right there.
Yeah.
My gosh.
Yeah.
All right, couple more here. Let's get you to Charles in Westlake. Charles, what you drinking, bro?
Man, got some high-quality H2O here, man.
All right.
I just wanted to call in. I'll let Brothers real quick, honestly. Donovan Ezra, this guy has 2 sacks through the entire year.
Oh, tell me about it. Tell me about it. Tell me about it.
We are talking about him like he's getting the job done, stopping the run, things like this. I say next year in the first round, we go get the best defensive end that we could get at our spot, because that's not going to cut it. I would just want to hear your thoughts, brothers. Appreciate it.
No, hey, listen.
Thanks, Charles.
I was all about Donovan Ezra-Rocco. I thought he was one of the best 3 pass rushers in the draft last year. But he is making compromised offensive tackles look pretty all-pro-like. And I hate the fact that he's running down the middle of guys and not attacking the edges. Like I said, I think he got more pressures and sacks off better offensive tackles playing it in the ACC than he did in this year. And that's disappointing. We talk about the run defense. It's been good.
Yeah.
But his pass rush game has really, really lacked. And it just haven't seen the technique, the explosiveness, how he won at Boston College. We haven't seen that at all.
Not at all. All right, let's go to Mouse in Plano. Mouse, you're in the Gbag Nation. What you drinking?
Mouse in the house. I don't drink. I got a little water working, trying to stay hydrated here.
There you go.
Couple things. First off, I think I got an ice machine I can bring up there if the fatties are up there tonight.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
It's not industrial, but hey, it'll get you till you get something there.
Yeah.
Secondly, since I got on, F. Flus, man. I was so wrong about him.
Yeah.
I was as wrong about J. Will that I was Flus. And the most damning thing about Flus is no matter who he put in the secondary, all 30 of them that played, not one of them had a clue what they're doing. Love you guys.
Yeah.
Love you more. Thanks for the call, Mouse. We appreciate it, brother. And we now close it down here. What you drinking? What you thinking? Gary in Fort Worth. What you drinking, bro?
Some Crown Royal on the rocks.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
I was with Guy when he was talking about, the defense and we need a new coordinator. I like Flores, but like you said, Al Harris and Shotty didn't get along. So I
don't think. Yeah, I heard they didn't. So until somebody corrects me, I'm going with that.
Right. And I trust your judgment. So I
appreciate that.
I agree with that.
Thank you.
But I know we need a new DC in here, and our draft needs to be all defense. I know we got 2 first-round picks. Those both need to be defensive players. They need to do something to revamp this defense because whatever is going on is not working. They made good moves by bringing in Quinnen Williams and Clark, and then getting Revel back, but he's coming off the injury, so he's not what he will be. But I think he'll be better. But I definitely think we need safety help. We need help on all 3 levels of the defense, basically.
Yeah, damn right we do.
Amen, Gary.
I think that draft needs to be mostly defensive.
I love it. Yeah, no question about it, man. They need all the help they can get defensively. We'll see if the Cowboys have much more of an aggressive approach this offseason.
Please sign somebody for it. Give yourself some flexibility.
Yeah, draft's not going to do it, man.
I don't like this. They've got to just draft it. Just try and do some things, get some things going before to kind of give yourself some flexibility. Really need this.
All right, there it is. Thank you for the calls. What you drinking, what you thinking, brought to you by Jake's Burgers here on a Friday. Let's go into the commercial-free Expressway. Gbag of the Day, LA Live, all coming up next here in the nation. But first, fellas, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. I know as parents, we would all do anything to give our kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It's so easy. Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would
That's maintainandtheletterx.com/AI.
All right, let's go commercial free here in the Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts. We'll get you to LA Live here in just a sec, but right now it's time for Gbag of the Day.
Yeah. Gbag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the fan at 5:30. How you doing? My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Feels like a Monday, Friday for real. It really does feel like a Monday, Friday for real out here. All right, our winning champ of Gbag of the Day so far comes from the Cartnarks. Well, it is the shopping season, and I'm pretty sure everybody's got their gift cards or maybe doing their exchanges today, whatnot. So there's a lot of holiday traffic still at these shopping places. Make sure you put your card up, or the Cartnark Sebastian might catch you and use you as content on the internet.
Oh, no, that's not where the cards go.
I know, but everybody else put them there.
But does two wrongs make a right?
No, absolutely not.
And that's a handicap spot. So what if
It's not a handicap spot.
No, but see how that's the blue spot there that's next to the handicap spot?
Yeah.
That's so if someone's in a wheelchair, they can get out and have an empty spot to get into. So now they're going to go right on your card and possibly even break their spine even more.
So are you recording me right
Well, yeah, it's our job, but to be safe, so that we can keep ourselves safe. 'Cause we might get attacked.
I have no consent to record.
Well, there's cameras everywhere. We're all getting recorded all the time.
Oh, well, I have no consent.
Well, did you?
What are you doing? You're recording.
Ma'am.
You're recording me right now.
That's legal.
If I say I don't want to be recorded,
That's not the law. That's not the law. Well, you put your card where it doesn't belong, ma'am, and you try to take my phone, which is attempted theft.
No, it's not that. Because I'm trying to take your phone. I'm trying to stop you from recording.
But it's not.
You to stop recording.
Well, you have to cry about it, baby. Like,
No,
look,
you're.
I'm doing something legal, and I'm keeping you from being a bad person. Oh, don't cry. You have some weed in your car. You can smoke that and make you feel better.
Jeez.
Dude.
Jeez. You got some weed in your car. It must be loud.
I know, seriously,
It must be loud. All right, let's see here. Now, we played this just the other day. Was it Christmas Eve? I think we played this Aggie football cut.
Yes.
But I listened to the whole thing.
Yeah, it gets really sad.
Yeah, it gets.
Oh, no, we have Aggie heartbreak.
Oh, jeez, the Miami
I gotta
game.
give it another shot, bro.
Yeah.
Because they laid out for 12 whole seconds.
It was. It's a 2-minute cut, but yeah, if you go through the whole thing, it is a sad.
Are they at the game?
Oh yeah, it's the play-by-play guys.
It's the play-by-play.
Yes, we found it.
Yeah.
We found it.
Yeah, we found it.
Oh,
And
I'm
we
excited.
didn't give it its proper play last time. Like, it was still funny, but you got to let this thing breathe for a second, really, because there's much disappointment in this cut. Last call of the season for the Aggies right here was INT.
3rd and goal from the 5 with 28 seconds left. Down 10-3 are the Aggies. Smith to the right of Marcel Reed. 3 receivers to the left. Marcel, pocket, lob, end zone. Intercepted. Wow. Fitzgerald, his second. Season over for Texas A&M.
They're packing up their stuff.
Yeah.
Miami comes into Kyle Field and will advance in the college football playoff. 3rd turnover, 2nd interception.
Watch this guy.
3 red zone trips today, guys, for the Aggie offense. The field goal was blocked. They made a field goal and threw an interception.
Oh, man.
My man was disappointed.
It hurts. I mean, in one 10-second moment, your season just ends.
Yeah.
It's hard to stomach.
It is.
Oh, that's good. That layout was amazing.
That layout, bro.
They were, the 3-man. It was a 3-man booth too. They all just quit. All of them.
Oh, that's
right
bad.
There. Yeah.
Thank you, Marcel Reed. Unbelievable.
I have a Russell Westbrook combo pack right here.
All right.
Whoa. There we go. Okay. You see, Russell Westbrook said, "Put some respect on my rebounds."
Yeah.
He told that to the. Okay.
Obviously, you're one of the better or the best rebounding guard, and something that you do really well. The best as of this year, officially. Credit to you.
Don't play around with it.
Yeah, my fault.
Don't play around with it. Don't play around with it. Well, Raymond Felton, excuse me. I should take this dip out. Raymond Felton right here. He talks about the first time seeing Russell Westbrook with his shirt off in the locker room. Big pause.
I walk in the locker room. Obviously I played against Russ. I knew Russ and all this and that. But I walk in the locker room and like no homo, the dude had his shirt off, and I was like, what the? This dude is an action figure. Yeah, man, this dude an action figure, man. The dude muscular, big, and just cut up. Oh, wait, what is going on?
Athlete surprised that athlete takes care of himself physically.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fat Man Felton. That's all I like.
I saw him at a Mavs game a few years ago, and I was like, what? Oh, Ray, man. Taking retirement seriously.
Seriously.
I have a clip right here. This guy being way too drunk to be ordering through the drive-thru.
Uh-oh.
They should have let somebody else do it. Maybe the driver. This guy was in the back passenger seat.
That's never
behind
good.
the driver.
Never good.
And he was the one doing the ordering, and he was wasted.
With hash browns, and what you say you want to drink?
Just 2 hash browns.
I want a Sprite. So what you want? You want Sprite?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the hills with a hash brown and bacon. I'm sorry. With spanking.
Please, bro.
Ain't nobody better equipped to take this order.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I don't either. I don't either.
I want a Sprite.
Yeah.
That's good right there. Hammered backseat fast food order. They were just doing a bit with this guy. Like you got to be the one to order.
You just can't let somebody in the back seat order, can you?
Well, you just can't. Yeah, I mean, you can't trust them, especially when they're hammered. Know that came out wonky.
Yeah,
and it's not on the fast food folks.
I'll tell you what, there were friends of mine that we'd go out at night and show up at 4:30 in the morning going home, and we knew each other's order so well that if we pulled up, we just automatically ordered.
Oh, that's nice.
Damn,
y'all boys was hanging tough then.
They was hanging tough. Squad.
Yeah,
tight-knit group.
2 tacos.
Yeah.
AB, that was absolutely bare. No lettuce, no salt. That kind of.
AB, how about that?
You knew the order. Like there was always a bonus jack. There was always everybody had their order, and one guy, like whoever was driving, would be able to order for everybody.
That's team chemistry, bro.
And he just everybody handed up like a wadded $10 bill.
You boys out every night.
Oh, that's literally
every night.
Putting that work in, man.
Literally every night doing that. Every night. Yeah.
Respect to you guys. That's a heck of a friend group right there.
Yeah.
I dig that.
AB.
AB. I never heard.
Yeah.
I never
Jack
heard
in
that.
Box tacos, AB. 2 tacos, AB.
All right. Is that all we got there?
Yeah, I got one more, but since I only have one headphone, I can't tell if I got all the bleeps.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't tell, so I'm gonna let that one ride, bro.
Lucius, I think I got a jump button in front of me here.
Yeah, me too.
All right, let's see. Is it a one-time chant for Cartnark right now?
Yeah.
One-time chant, Cartnark. Is it the Aggie heartbreak there on the play-by-play season ender? Thank you, Marcel Reed.
Yeah, Matt.
Is it the Russell Westbrook combo pack, or is it the hammered fast food order? I think I'm going to go with the fast food order, man. That was pretty dang good.
That was good.
What you got, Broadus?
I'm going to go with the fast food order as well.
Dang, that's it.
Yep.
All right, Lucius.
Winner, chicken dinner. I was going to go with that one anyway.
There we go. Unanimous. And your new Gbag of the Day champion, Hammered Fast Food Order. We replay it every day at 2:20, and then brand new badge of contestants at 5:30 on Monday. We stay in the Pimp Cup, LA Live on a Friday.
Yes. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
That's all those shows you watch. No, you watch. That you're on. 3rd and 10. Prescott. Incomplete. 4th. You choked me up.
You all right?
Get me some oxygen.
Yeah. This is LA Live for Friday, December 26, 2025. It is a feel-good Friday here in LA Live, even though it feels like a Monday Friday vibes, bro. It feels just like it, baby. Another historic week of 2025 in the books. Very historic week of 2025 in the books. By the way, Christmas Eve. Did you guys hear a lot of fireworks going off?
That was in your neighborhood.
Man, there was so many fireworks going off.
You guys,
really?
You guys in that area you live like to firework.
They sure do, bro. I didn't know that was a thing. Christmas Eve fireworks.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the fireworks plug is diversifying out here. They're trying to get some new holidays in the books.
That high-end area you live in is all them.
There's some big booms.
They got
dogs going crazy.
Dogs love it though.
Oh really?
Yeah, like don't take them to the fireworks show, but on the patio they can watch it from there.
There you go.
Yeah. Hey, but now let's enjoy this weekend safely here, folks. Avoid the law dogs. Please give them a boring night.
Yes.
Okay. Mind your speeds. You can go too slow out here, and you can go way too fast. We already know that, but pick up your speed sometimes too, especially if you're getting on the highway. Get up on that thing. Quit playing, all right? Keep your emotions in check. Your emotions can lie to you. You could be 100% right about a situation, and your emotion caused you to crash out. Now you done destroyed everything because your emotions, all right? I don't want to see you on Dallas, Texas TV or DFW Scanner this weekend, and stay away from that gunplay. Stay away from that gunplay. In other words, do not crash out, folks. Please do not crash out.
Crash outs.
Like Max Crosby did. I'm leaving, fam.
Yeah.
I'm done.
He had enough.
Yeah, I'm done. Crash out like Max Crosby.
He had enough.
Oh, here's a weekend warning.
This weekend safety briefing. Do not add to the population. Do not subtract from the population.
I'll be the one.
Do not end up in the hospital, newspaper, or jail. If you do end up in jail, establish settlement quickly.
And even if he does land his best shot at the moment, not that much is going to happen. And it almost, there's a left hook. Down goes Paul!
6, 7, 8, 9.
Mamma mia! It may have taken a little bit longer than everyone expected, but AJ gets the KO in round 6.
LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Man, that Jake and Joshua Paul was all the rave at my little Christmas parties.
There you go.
That's all everybody wanted to talk about. Jake Paul says he won 2 rounds.
Yeah.
He says he won 2 rounds against Anthony Joshua. Which ones? The ones you was on your knees?
I didn't see him.
Which ones? He even said he wobbled Anthony Joshua. Where? I didn't see that, bro.
How long was this fight supposed to go?
8 rounds?
Yeah, 8 rounds.
He won the 2 rounds he did not have to fight.
Yeah, he won 7 and 8.
7 and 8, I would score to the guy that got knocked out because he did not have to fight anymore after that. Those are the rounds he won.
Jake Paul claimed on his brother's podcast, Impulsive, with Logan Paul, that he won 2 rounds, even wobbled Joshua. Now, I seen Paul give it all he had and hit Joshua, and some sweat came off of Joshua.
Yeah.
You know, a little boxing sweat.
Yeah, it was a nice stick.
But he kept coming at him.
But yeah, it didn't
do anything.
No, health was still 100% on the video game.
Lucius,
no health went down.
he hit him well before he got knocked out, right?
Yeah.
And it didn't even move the guy.
Didn't even do anything.
It didn't move him at all.
No.
According to CompuBox, Joshua dominated the fight, landing more total power punches in every single round.
That's a big man fighting right there, by the way.
Joshua, huge.
Gosh.
He's incredible.
Yeah.
It's like a defensive end.
Yeah. I could see my girl drooling the whole time during the fight, and I'm trying not to hype him up too much, but I keep saying, God, look how big he is. Yeah, she's so strong.
He's so ripped.
I had to catch myself. I was like, pause. She's like, you don't have to pause around me, babe. I was like,
I agree with you, baby. Preach.
Joshua scored 4 knockdowns in total, 2 in the 5th round and 2 in the 6th round. This man said he won 2 rounds, bro.
Yeah.
Listen to this guy. I love it.
After all the fights you've had, in awe of the fact that you do what you do. It's mind-blowing to me.
Thank you, man. Yeah. I mean, it's not that hard to get your ass beat.
Jaws?
Yeah.
I don't think it was that bad until that last
actually,
couple.
I won 2 rounds for sure, and then he won 2, and then
For sure. Hype clubs in there.
Yeah, I was doing good. I just think my cardio,
doing good.
Just the mental pressure of the big guy and sparring the big people. is different than the 10-ounce gloves. So I was feeling his power a lot more.
Oh, yeah, I bet.
But it was a great experience. Like, I learned a lot. And
Not to do it again. Yeah.
I'm talking through the wires right now. It's a great experience, man.
Can you hear me, that straw?
Yeah. Yeah, so I feel like everything Anthony Joshua said before the fight kind of came true. He said he wanted to take Paul's soul.
He did?
I live up to the expectation. I think Jake is someone where I got to beat him mentally. If I can break his soul and I can break his mentality, then I've broken Jake. So it's not just physical. I got to take your soul in the ring.
Being on your knees and hugging that man around the waist as he's beating on, pause. As he's beating on you, is definitely losing your soul.
Yeah.
Man, he's got an accent too.
Yeah.
Golly.
Oh, cool. Oh, gosh. And he's
Save
all
some for the rest of us, bro.
Come on.
Damn.
You see the girls like following him as he was walking back to the locker rooms after the fight.
Yeah, they were mesmerized.
Oh, my God.
Like, where has he been?
Hey, we will see Anthony Joshua fight again. He
Like
will most
Spartacus or something like that.
huge dog.
Yeah.
It's like Myles Garrett saying, I'm going to be a boxer,
exactly.
Bro, for real.
Crazy, dog.
Yeah.
Damakan Sue saying, you know what? I'm just going to be a boxer. Yeah, we'll see Anthony Joshua fight again. He will most likely take a tune-up, which he already just did, take a tune-up during the first quarter of next year. And then the mega fight is reportedly planned, allegedly planned for September 2026 against your boy, Tyson Fury.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I remember that audio you sent me, Mr. Eric, of Tyson Fury.
Oh, when he's like in his car going off on something?
In his car, his kids are in the background. Look like they're about to go on a camping trip, just having a good time. But he had to leave a message for Joshua real quick.
And I've just been sent a video of Anthony Joshua talking about if he kills somebody, he kills somebody in a boxing ring. I think, you know what? It's a little bit long in the tooth to be talking like that. He's 37-year-old at the end of his career, fighting a YouTuber, a Disney Channel guy, who Tommy B. And now he's talking about killing him and all that to try and sell. Please, barking up the wrong tree, idiot. Here's a fun fact. If I ever come across you, bum, I'm knocking you dead spark out. I ain't a YouTuber or a man half your size.
What?
I am him, the man. You're a classless loser.
Wow. I think he's setting this thing up, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah, good promotion.
Good job.
Good job of setting it up. Yeah.
100%. Now I really want to see it.
Good. Absolutely.
And everybody that was introduced to Anthony Joshua for the first time, even though this is not his debut, is pretty excited about that too as well.
Lucius, who would have
two different body types still? Not the same size difference, but
yeah,
one guy looks a little different than the other.
A lot different, I think. Lucius, who is the promoting group? Who would have this fight? Who would be the promoter?
That's a good question, brother.
Okay.
We'll sit back.
Yeah, okay. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, hold on. Let me get this vibe.
Okay.
The sun is going down out there.
Yeah.
Even though that weather feels good, folks, we will pay for this.
Yes, we will.
February, March. We will pay for this weather that we're enjoying right now. So soak it up. Soak it up.
Snowmageddon.
We're going to pay, bro. This is Texas. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Feel Good Friday. I'm going to empty out the clip right here. I just got some leftovers from this week. Feel Good Friday. Mr. Brian Broadus, I heard you say this week, and I thought it was so funny. Listen.
It's crap, man. It's all crap.
It's crap, man.
It's crap, man. It's all crap.
Talking about the defense? Is that what you're doing?
Something came up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was about the defense. Or something. I thought that Wolchuk got me with something that that's all crap. That's just don't believe that crap. Yeah. It's crap, man. It's all crap.
It's crap, man.
So I'm at that it's crap, man, to the drops.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, this isn't too egregious right here, Mr. Eric.
Oh, no.
But you were thirsting over Justin Herbert a little bit.
Oh,
it's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Justin Herbert having all day.
All day.
I mean, it really is picture perfect when that dude is slinging it at that size and just it's a different level. That guy was teetering. He got close.
Yeah. Talking about Anthony Joshua at the very end. That dude slinging it at that size. Pause. You don't have to pause, baby. I understand.
That was good. That was good.
Hey. Well, Mark Schlereth, the great Mark Schlereth, Stink.
Yes.
Yeah, he joined us. I thought this statement right here, he's talking about Jerry, sounded funny out of context because it's the 90s Cowboys, too.
Yeah.
It's great.
Mine's only a small one, but
That is not it.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, bro.
mine's only a small one.
Son of a gun.
How's your Christmas tree got up?
Ah, man. Dang, my stink is gone.
No.
Yeah, it was funny.
I bet it was funny.
Coke.
He's so aggressive.
He said something about, I didn't say it right. Oh, boo, 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 boo. Well, anyway, here goes Zach Wolchuk going to break. It probably wasn't any worse than what I just did.
Yeah.
They're awesome. All right, let's do a little finest. The best Christmas Day performances of all day game The Holiday Day Game Guide.
Watching him struggle through that was I was looking right at it and I was like, really?
Holiday Game Guide. Holiday Game Day Guide.
He knew it.
It's a lot.
He knew it. He knew it as soon as it left his mouth. Yeah.
They're awesome. All right, let's do a little finest. The best Christmas Day performances of all time and the Holiday Day Game Jesus.
I love to give up, bro. He called on to the Lord like that.
Yeah. No.
Save me.
The give up on this show is real. There's a lot of give up.
Yeah, we don't waste too much time before we punt.
We give up quickly.
The way I do. How about this one? Some news bloopers I had left over right here. So Christmas news bloopers. News Action 12, holiday shipping.
Well, the U.S. Postal Service wants you to make your holiday shipping experience a...
Whoa.
Dude, local news bloopers. You just can't beat it.
No. Okay. What is this one? Yeah, I'm all messed up today, Mr. Brothers.
I would feel like we're just kind of going at it.
I'm messed all up today here.
It's a keep it light, keep it tight. Nail it in Friday, man.
I left my backpack and everything I own at the house.
I'm hearing in one ear right now.
I'm hearing in one ear.
I can't see.
Got people talking about they want to dig up my living room.
Had to take the dip out just to do your job.
Take the dip out. Oh my gosh! You guys have a no? Don't do that. Favorite Christmas song? You guys got a favorite Christmas song?
The Little Drummer Boy was one of my faves back in the day.
Little Drummer Boy.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Last Christmas.
Yeah.
Santa Claus coming to town.
Yeah.
Santa Claus coming to town's fire. I mean, honestly, this was like the first Christmas season. I was at my cousin's place, and they were just had like a Christmas playlist. I just sat back, and I was like, man, there are so many bangers.
So many.
Yeah.
So many really good Christmas songs.
That's when you're supposed to eat, man, as an artist. People buying music.
Yeah, dude. That's a no-brainer.
They asked Mariah Carey about that, if she ever believed that was going to... She just shook her head like, no. I'd never...
Had no idea it was going to pop like that.
This was going to be... But I think George Michael passed her in one of the Christmas songs, or one of his albums. The great George Michael passed Mariah Carey for sales.
It was that Last Christmas.
I think so.
Wham?
Yeah, I think the Wham guy. Yeah, but it was. But I never thought that Mariah Carey would ever have to play second fiddle to somebody on a Christmas song.
Yeah.
But she's now George Michael outsold her on something.
She's a queen of Christmas.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for me.
The give up is real on the show.
Favorite Christmas song, boys.
Yeah, I had the clip, but I'm not sure what's really saved here anymore. Let's see.
All right, speaking of Christmas, what do you think the most popular searched-wise Christmas song is on the internet?
You know, I have a feeling I saw Mama Kissing Santa.
Oh, that's a good one. Saw Mama Kissing Santa Claus,
yeah. You know, or Reindeer.
Reindeer.
There's a lot of reindeer songs.
That reindeer song, that one, Ron.
Reindeer, you mean think Rudolph?
The grandma shot reindeer or something like
Grandma
that.
shot
I don't know what it is.
Pretty sure
It's
there's
early,
no
before
such
6
thing
o'clock.
as
Traditional
Grandma
songs,
got
Ron.
run over.
Oh, they're traditional songs. Okay. I don't listen to any traditional
Grandma
songs.
shot reindeer.
Grandma shot
Grandma
reindeer.
shot reindeer. Very good. Thanks for all your work here, John.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of the studio.
Yeah. He gave on up.
Weekend duty for you, John.
Yeah. All right, my name is Lucius Alexander. I will be black on Monday. Lord willing and the creek don't rise. That is my time. I will holler.
There it is, LA Live on a Friday. 1 hour to go as we send you into the weekend. We'll get you a Friday news dump and the second to last edition of Two Guys, One Booth next year in the nation.
Baseball is back, and so is Texas Rangers Fan Fest on Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions.